Chapter 192. Gazing proudly at the celestial realm, becoming the supreme existence. I believe you have already surmised. In my current state, my physical form remains at the pinnacle of the tribulation saint, yet my primordial spirit now belongs to the celestial beings. Chen was profoundly astonished. He had contemplated countless possibilities, yet this particular one had eluded him. To suppress oneself for millennia, preventing the physical form from being drawn into the celestial realm, was incomprehensible. Chen straightforwardly inquired, "Forgive my candor, but since you have already ascended to the pinnacle of the tribulation saint, why do you not venture into the celestial realm?" This was a matter that perplexed Chen. Throughout the continent, countless martial artists yearn to ascend to the celestial realm. Who among them does not harbor such aspirations? Yet, the diviner himself chooses to restrain his physical form. What could be the reasoning behind this? The diviner could only manage a wry smile, pouring himself a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp, a bitter smile on his lips. "Brother Su, are you aware of the classification of martial artists in the celestial realm?" "I possess a rudimentary understanding." The diviner nodded and remarked, "The so-called celestial beings are merely the lowest tier of existence in the celestial realm. Even the most ordinary individual emerging from there is at the celestial realm level." Chen listened intently. "It is not solely my Tianwu continent. Even those martial artists from lower-tier realms, regardless of their innate talent, once they enter the celestial realm, they become the most insignificant beings, and before they even reach the celestial realm, they may be ruthlessly slaughtered." At this juncture, Chen comprehended the diviner's implication. Ultimately, the diviner was afraid of dying in the celestial realm. "My primordial spirit has already achieved the celestial realm, yet I still hesitate to depart. Once my primordial spirit ascends to the earth celestial realm, I can then venture into the celestial realm and swiftly reach the earth celestial state, granting my primordial spirit the means for self-preservation." Thus, the situation was clarified. Chen felt a deep sense of resignation. Was the diviner wrong? Not at all. At least from his perspective, it was entirely reasonable for the diviner to fear death. Any individual would naturally harbor such fears. Just as the diviner articulated, no matter how prodigious one may be in a lower-tier realm, upon entering the celestial realm, they're reduced to insignificance, with no time to cultivate before their lives may be extinguished. The diviner aimed to cultivate his primordial spirit first, intending to break through to the earth celestial realm before entering the celestial realm. While this notion may sound simple, the reality of execution is far more challenging. One cannot deny that the diviner's achievement of elevating his soul to the celestial realm is an unprecedented feat. Even with a system at his disposal, he would not dare claim he could accomplish the same. Chen held a deep admiration for the diviner. However, his circumstances were entirely distinct. He possessed 2 drops of celestial emperor's water, and even a single drop could secure his standing in the celestial realm. Therefore, he would not mirror the diviner's approach, waiting for his soul to transform before ascending to the celestial realm. Chen had resolved that once his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the tribulation saint, he would depart from the Tianwu continent. "Brother Su, I am aware of your matters, and I must concede that your rise is the swiftest I have witnessed among all individuals. In my lifetime, I have calculated countless affairs, yet there is none I could not foresee except for you. The surroundings of your body are shrouded in chaos." The phrase, "calculating the affairs of the world," succinctly encapsulates the diviner's extraordinary prowess. "Diviner, I wish for you to glimpse the fate of my wife, Huangji. It is inscrutable." "Unscrutable?" Before Chen could respond, the diviner continued, "Brother Su, to speak frankly, those closest to you are equally enveloped in chaos. Your very presence influences the destinies of many. Theoretically, even the most defiant individuals find it challenging to alter fate, yet you are an exception. You possess the ability to stir the winds and clouds of Tianwu, and I can assert that once you enter the celestial realm, you too shall gaze proudly upon it, becoming the supreme existence." Chen did not dispute this. He believed he was indeed capable of such feats. This is certainly not mere narcissism. After all, his golden finger is exceedingly formidable, a 7-day annihilation system. Who knows what treasures he might obliterate upon entering the realm of immortals? Merely considering the current supreme bone, the immortal slaying brick, the six paths of reincarnation disc, the chaotic enlightenment egg, the palm-sized universe, and the god-slaying absolute bone nail, among others, each of these artifacts is nothing short of earth-shattering. Most importantly, however, are the 2 drops of celestial emperor's water that he possesses. I would like to inquire further, do secret realms and caverns left by immortals truly exist in the outer void? Indeed, the diviner responded with unwavering certainty, adding, however, such instances are exceedingly rare, and each secret realm and cavern left by an immortal harbors significant peril, particularly if one encounters the immortal soul being that seeks to devour. At this juncture, the diviner refrained from elaborating further, yet the implication was abundantly clear. Chen understood the diviner's meaning entirely. It was akin to his previous encounter with Lu Yu and his companion. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have been consumed. Brother Su, if my conjecture is correct, you must possess the bloodline of the Panding. Am I right? Indeed, was Su Chen's reply. This was no secret, and he certainly would not conceal it. The diviner nodded and stated, if you wish to break through in a short span of time, there is a place you should visit. What place? Chapter 193. But who can guarantee that the brother-in-law won't change his heart? The Void Holy City. The Void Holy City? Am I not currently situated within the Void Holy City? I feel somewhat bewildered, uncertain of what the fortune teller truly means. Brother Su, do you know how many types of bloodlines exist on the continent? I shake my head. Indeed, Su Chen is unaware of this. However, he is well aware that the continent boasts a plethora of bloodlines, such as the spatial bloodline, the cycle bloodline, the Panding bloodline, the 5 elements bloodline, the ice and fire bloodline, and many others. Soon, warriors possessing various bloodlines from across the continent will converge upon the Void Holy City. For what purpose? The fortune teller chuckles and replies, every 100 years, individuals endowed with unique and powerful bloodlines gather in the Void Holy City to compare their bloodlines, vying for the title of the strongest bloodline on the continent. I see. Su Chen is somewhat astonished, seemingly unaware that bloodlines could be contested. How does one compare such things? For instance, the spatial bloodline possesses a unique mastery over space, while the 5 elements bloodline holds dominion over the 5 elements. Cultivation level can also influence bloodlines. As for his own bloodline, it was indeed the Pan Ding bloodline initially. But with the fusion of the primordial Mother Ding and the continuous nurturing of the Supreme Bone, as well as the absorption of the power within the Pan Ding pool, Su Chen gradually realizes that the bloodline within him is no longer merely the Pan Ding bloodline. It can be said that it has transformed entirely. As for what it is now, even he cannot articulate. Is merely wanting to compare the rank and strength of bloodlines insufficient? The fortune teller smiles and states, a name can bestow much upon a person. It can enable a sect or an ancient clan to grow ever stronger. You should consider exploring the various bloodlines on the continent. It may prove beneficial to your cultivation. Understood. After a brief conversation with the fortune teller, Su Chen rises to depart. He is acutely aware that, aside from the immortals, the fortune teller is undoubtedly the most formidable being across the entire continent. Not only having attained the pinnacle of the saint realm in physical form, but also having undergone a transformation of the soul into the origin spirit, possessing the power of an immortal's essence. As for the extraordinary treasure the fortune teller utilized to suppress his physical form from being drawn into the immortal realm, Su Chen does not inquire and does not intend to. For in his view, everyone harbors their own secrets, himself included. With a system at his disposal, would he divulge it if others were to ask? The answer is undoubtedly negative. Without venturing into the secret realm, Su Chen remains in the Void Holy City, cultivating and awaiting the arrival of the bloodline competition while also endeavoring to conceive a child with Huangji. Sister, are you pregnant yet? Ban Xin and the others anxiously inquire, each of them wishing fervently for Huangji to conceive immediately, some even more impatient than Huangji herself. Huangji wears a wry smile, shaking her head in resignation. Conceiving a child is not something that can simply be commanded. Sister, we are all warriors. And brother-in-law is a peak ancient sage with boundless capabilities. If he wishes for you to conceive, it should be a matter of mere moments. Why complicate things? This is something Ban Xin and the others simply cannot comprehend. Yet Huangji chuckles helplessly. Your brother-in-law has already said that matters concerning children should follow their natural course and not be forced. Ning Dai rolls her eyes, exasperated. Sister, given brother-in-law's talent and cultivation speed, who knows when he might leave the continent for the immortal realm? If you don't hurry and have a child, what will happen if he develops feelings for another woman once he reaches the immortal realm? Shu, fourth sister, what nonsense are you uttering? Lu Li shoots a fierce glare at her younger sister. cautioning against such reckless remarks. Ning Dai retorts, am I wrong? Although we have never ventured to the immortal realm, who can guarantee that brother-in-law won't change his heart? There are exceptional women everywhere, especially in the immortal realm. Master Xianji, Second Palace Master Lu Li, Third Palace Master Zi Ming, Fourth Palace Master Ning Dai, Fifth Palace Master Bai Qing, Sixth Palace Master Xiaohan, and Seventh Palace Master Ban Qin all gaze at Huang Ji. Though Ning Dai's words may not be pleasant, the truth remains. The immortal realm surpasses countless lower-tier realms. Huang Ji remains silent. To claim she harbors no concern would be a lie. Yet, what can she do? She cannot accompany Su Chen to the immortal realm, nor can she prevent him from going. The fear of his potential affections for other women in the immortal realm drives her desire for a child. Foolish? Selfish? Huang Ji continually questions herself, wondering if she is being excessively selfish and foolish. Yet each time she arrives at the same conclusion. As a woman, one must be a bit selfish and a bit foolish. She truly loves Su Chen and recognizes his exceptional nature. Throughout the entire Tianwu continent, who could rival him? In Huang Ji's eyes, not only on the Tianwu continent, but even in the immortal realm, she believes Su Chen to be the most outstanding man. Enough. Let us not speak of this anymore. Sticking out her tongue, the 6 women hastily depart, leaving only Xianji and Huang Ji behind. Observing her master, Huang Ji feels a tinge of fatigue and murmurs, Master, I am so weary. With a touch of sympathy, Xianji embraces her disciple and sighs deeply. Su Chen is indeed remarkable. I understand the pressure you feel, but Huang Ji, you must have confidence in yourself. Otherwise, in the end, it is you who will suffer. I understand. Huang Ji is aware that her state is quite off, yet she cannot seem to gain control. Chapter 194. Even a nap could lead to missing a decisive moment. Huang Ji, what troubles you? Upon returning, Su Chen notices the fragile expression on Huang Ji's face and inquires curiously. Approaching her, a surge of energy flows into Huang Ji, and upon inspection, he finds no indication of any issue. What is the matter? Brother Chen, when you ascend to the immortal realm, will you abandon me? After much contemplation, Huang Ji finally voices her concern. She cannot fathom the consequences should Su Chen ever choose to forsake her. She fears she might lack the courage to continue living. Su Chen chuckles. What a silly girl you are. Huang Ji, I assure you, no matter the time or place, my heart will never waver from you. I will find a way to bring you to the immortal realm as soon as possible. Do you not trust me? I do. Huang Ji forces a smile and responds. Brother Chen, you are truly exceptional. At times, it feels almost surreal. With a deep sense of nostalgia, Huang Ji recalls her past battle with the old rogue, Du Gu. She once thought she had inadvertently benefited him, yet in such a brief span, Su Chen has grown to become a top existence on the continent. Truly, fate plays its tricks. Such talent and speed of cultivation are unparalleled. Su Chen smiles and says, Did you not wish for a child? Come, let us intensify our efforts. Her face instantly flushes crimson, and Huang Ji nods, the two turning to re-enter the room. After their passionate encounter, Su Chen miraculously enters a state of enlightenment. Perhaps even he himself is unaware. Huang Ji dresses and departs, closing the door behind her, not wanting to disturb Su Chen's slumber. In this sleep, Su Chen remains in slumber for a full 6 days. This time, while his cultivation does not see any tangible improvement, his comprehension of various martial arts has undergone a significant deepening. Oh, awakening from a moment of enlightenment, Su Chen was suddenly jolted by a realization. 6 days of profound insight had caused him to miss out on the critical opportunity for a time-limited purchase. System, can I still participate in the time-limited offer? No. This response left him somewhat dejected. Even Su Chen could not have anticipated that merely creating a child and indulging in slumber would lead him into such a state of enlightenment. While enlightenment is a valuable pursuit, losing several days to it, especially when he missed the time-limited offer, was disheartening. The time-limited offer required a span of 7 days to participate. Since acquiring the time-limited offer system, every item he managed to acquire had been exceptional, each one more astonishing than the last. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, feeling utterly speechless. Did he wish to avoid delays? Did he find the duration of enlightenment too lengthy? If others were to hear of this, they would surely scorn him. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but none could compare to this level of audacity. Yet, it must be understood that for warriors, enlightenment is a rare and fortuitous opportunity. Everyone desires such moments of clarity, even wishing for them to occur daily. In Su Chen's eyes, however, he began to disdain enlightenment, which was indeed a sign of great impudence. In his perspective, enlightenment and time-limited offers were incomparable. He would prefer to seize a time-limited offer even once rather than indulge in 100 moments of enlightenment. System, I have a request. In the event that I am occupied during the next time-limited offer, whether it be in cultivation or enlightenment, please assist me in securing the offer? If you could, he implored. It was truly a frustrating predicament. To squander such an opportunity felt painfully disheartening. One mishap was already grievous. Should it happen again, it would be unbearable. The system is solely responsible for notifying the host about the time-limited offer and has no authority to secure it on the host's behalf. The system has already issued multiple reminders. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chen's gloom deepened. It was evident that he needed to elevate his awareness, ensuring such an incident would not repeat itself. Since acquiring the time-limited offer system, he had never before missed an opportunity. This was indeed an exception. Chapter 195. The grapes are delightfully sweet. Feeling quite vexed, he lamented the loss of the time-limited offer. He had no idea what item he had missed. He decided not to dwell on the matter any further. In the holy city of Void, numerous individuals with formidable bloodlines and unique ancestries from the Tianwu continent flocked to the bustling city. Among them, Dao Baikong from the Pankong clan was seething with rage. He had received concrete news that his most beloved disciple, Dao Mo, had been slain in the holy city of Void, a blatant provocation against him. Disregarding the Pankong clan entirely, as a premier race of the Tianwu continent, the Pankong clan boasted immense power. Who would dare to challenge them? It was well known that the members of the Pankong clan were renowned throughout the continent for their spatial bloodlines. Gazing at the residents before him, Dao Baikong's cold eyes brimmed with a tempestuous killing intent. As an elder of the Pankong clan and its most formidable member, even the clan leader would show him utmost respect. Whoever dares to kill my disciple, Dao Mo, shall face 100-fold retribution, he vowed. With a single step, Dao Baikong's figure vanished from sight. Was that person just now from the Pankong clan, Dao Baikong? It seemed so, according to legend. Dao Baikong was an immensely powerful figure at the peak of ancient sanctity. Anyone who slayed his disciple would undoubtedly face his wrath. Alas, the adversary was in for a misfortune. Dao Baikong was well known, and the Pankong clan's reputation echoed across the continent. Inside the courtyard, upon entering, Dao Baikong's gaze fell upon a youth reclining on a stone chair, his expression immediately sharpening. There was one man and 7 women. The man was none other than Su Chen, while the women were the 7 palace masters of the Xianhuan palace. Xuanji was not present. You are the one who killed my disciple, Dao Mo? The confidence he had just moments ago evaporated without a trace. For reasons unknown. As he gazed at the youth before him, Dao Baikong felt an indescribable sensation, a sense of inscrutability, as if the youth were an unfathomable abyss. Could this individual's cultivation truly surpass his own? It was utterly absurd. What was happening to him? He was a dignified elder of the Pankong clan, a peak ancient sanctity powerhouse. Why should he fear a mere youth? This was merely a ruse. What are you? He demanded. I am Dao Baikong, elder of the Pankong clan. His deliberate mention of the clan only underscored the uncertainty he felt within. Do you wish to defend Dao Mo? Su Chen remarked lazily. Seated on the stone chair and embracing Huang Ji, his face adorned with derision, his eyes radiating unrestrained contempt, so evident that anyone could discern it. The more this unfolded, the more Dao Baikong's confidence waned. Under normal circumstances, whether considering his identity or the might of the Pankong clan, most would tremble in fear, begging for mercy. Yet this individual displayed a demeanor of utter indifference, completely disregarding both him and the Pankong clan. To suggest that there were no ulterior motives at play would be utterly implausible. Brother-in-law, have some grapes. Ziming offered a grape from her hand to Su Chen's lips. Smiling as she said, they're truly sweet. Observing the 8 individuals who disregarded him, Dao Baikong's fury reached a boiling point, akin to an erupting volcano. Yearning to strike out immediately, such humiliation was intolerable. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to maintain his composure. What is your intention? Having killed my disciple, should you not provide me with an explanation? Should I? Su Chen replied with a smile. Your disciple intended to use my woman's master as a furnace for alchemy. Do you believe such a person deserves to live? A furnace for alchemy? Dao Baikong felt no surprise. He had heard his disciple mention furnaces before, but had dismissed it as trivial. According to Dao Mo, the furnace he sought was merely a practitioner from an imperial-level sect at the Jedi realm. In the presence of the formidable Pankong clan, such beings were akin to powerful ants, easily obliterated at any moment. For this reason, Dao Baikong had turned a blind eye and even supported his disciple's actions, as a furnace could greatly benefit his disciple's cultivation. In his own past, he had crafted many furnaces. However, this time, his disciple Dao Mo had encountered ill fortune, as there existed a formidable figure backing the supposed furnace. To abandon this endeavor was out of the question. After all, he had already arrived, and to leave now would mean losing face. Chapter 196. I am to become a father? Dao Baikong was drenched in sweat, perplexed by his own feelings. He felt a deep disdain for himself. He was, after all, a peak ancient sanctity powerhouse from the Pankong clan. Across the entire continent, only the Jiexing realm could suppress him. Moreover, with his strength and spatial bloodline, he could easily sweep through warriors of comparable rank. Could this individual possibly be of the Jiexing realm? It seemed highly improbable. The youth was simply too young. Are you afraid? Lazily seated on a stone chair, Su Chen nonchalantly munched on grapes while posing a detached question. Dao Baikong clasped his fists and replied, "That foolish disciple of mine actually dared to covet your woman's master. He deserves to die." The atmosphere shifted dramatically. After much contemplation, Dao Baikong ultimately hesitated to take a gamble. Should he lose, his life would be forfeit. Kneel? Kneel? His gaze instantly turned frosty. Fury etched across Dao Baikong's visage. He could choose to retreat or even endure humiliation, but to kneel was an affront he could not abide. Suppressing the boundless rage within, the more domineering his opponent became, the less secure he felt. Clasping his fists, Dao Baikong forced a smile and said, "You jest, my lord. Do you perceive me as someone with such leisure?" Irritated, Su Chen responded coldly, "It appears brother Dao has no intention of kneeling, which is quite all right." No sooner had his words left his lips than an overwhelming force surged forth, instantly suppressing him like a drop of water under a tsunami. The terror of this pressure was palpable. At the pinnacle of the ancient sage realm, Dao Baikong's heart raced in astonishment. He finally discerned that his opponent's cultivation was indeed on par with his own. He found it incomprehensible. Normally, among warriors of equal rank, even if he were to falter, it would not result in his annihilation. Yet, at this moment, Dao Baikong's countenance was one of utter shock. From the might he sensed, there emanated an unassailable oppression that he could not withstand. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would have never believed such a thing to be real. Was his adversary truly merely at the pinnacle of the ancient sage realm? Or was he, in truth, at the calamity sage realm, concealing his true prowess? Daring not to linger any longer, regardless of whether he wished to believe it, the facts laid bare before him indicated that if he continued on this path, death was the only outcome. However, just as Dao Baikong contemplated kneeling, he found himself unable to do so, as the horrifying force kept him firmly in place. "I wish to kneel. I implore you, allow me to kneel." Feeling the chilling intent within this oppressive force, Dao Baikong could no longer afford to hesitate. His voice tinged with desperation, he earnestly pleaded, "My lord, I recognize my mistake. I am willing to kneel. Please, allow me to kneel." Lioli and the others, witnessing the unfolding scene, were filled with astonishment. In the past, Dao Baikong's strength and status were figures they had to revere. Yet now, before their brother-in-law, the once exalted elder of the Pankong clan, the master of the Blade Demon, was groveling, disregarding all semblance of dignity to beg for mercy, even pleading to kneel. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes? Who would have believed such a thing? The 6 women gazed at their brother-in-law with eyes brimming with admiration. Such a man epitomized the ideal in every woman's heart. "My lord, I beseech you, permit me to kneel. I truly wish to kneel." Su Chen shook his head, coldly declaring, "I have already granted you an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it." Thus mid-sentence, Su Chen unleashed the reincarnation divine mark, the domineering inscription piercing through layers of void to invade Dao Baikong's mind, leaving him no chance to react as his very soul was shattered. As he beheld Dao Baikong's body crumple, Su Chen employed the refining wasteland vessel to ensnare his soul within. All too familiar with this scene, Han Xian chuckled, "Brother-in-law, are you now truly unrivaled across the continent?" Nodding slightly, Su Chen was confident that with his current strength, he could sweep across the continent, facing no rivals, even easily dispatching a diviner. Most importantly, he possessed 2 droplets of celestial emperor water. A single drop could annihilate the diviner with ease. Looking at the 6 women, Su Chen smiled. "I have already slain 2 celestial beings, and they were earth celestials." Eager to impress, he aimed to showcase his prowess before them. Huang Ji remained silent, languidly reclining in Su Chen's embrace with her eyes closed. Celestial beings? Earth celestials? Had anyone else uttered such claims, the 6 women would undoubtedly have dismissed them as mere fabrications. Yet, when it came to their brother-in-law, they believed without a shred of doubt. Their faces were marked with astonishment and trepidation, fully aware of the existence of celestial beings. "Brother-in-law, do celestial beings truly exist in the continent? Brother-in-law, what is an earth celestial? Brother-in-law, what does it feel like to slay a celestial being? Brother-in-law, next time you kill a celestial, could you take us with you?" Chattering excitedly, the 6 women were filled with anticipation. Celestial beings were legends of the Tianwu continent, undeniably invincible entities, and their brother-in-law had managed to slay 2 of them. "Huang Ji, what troubles you?" Su Chen enjoyed teasing the 6 women, but he suddenly noticed something amiss with Huang Ji. "Sister, are you unwell?" Under normal circumstances, given Huang Ji's strength, she should have been incapable of falling ill. As Su Chen surmised the cause, a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Huang Ji's body. His astonishment grew as her eyes fluttered open. Her face flushed as she smiled. Did you sense it? When did this happen? Yesterday. Su Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated that he would become a father so swiftly. Lioli and the others were overjoyed, immediately surrounding him with questions. I'm actually going to be a dad? Eldest sister, is it truly happening? Eldest sister, once the child is born, I shall be his aunt. I shall be the third aunt. Eldest sister, brother-in-law, what shall we name the child? Huang Ji gazed at Su Chen, who returned her look. 2 days later, the sudden visit of the diviner left Su Chen astounded. Su brother, I come bearing news of 2 matters. Pray tell. Observing the diviner's anxious demeanor, Su Chen was intrigued. Given the diviner's strength and foresight, it was rare for him to appear so urgent. The first matter, as I previously mentioned regarding the bloodline, due to various reasons, it will be indefinitely postponed, and the reincarnation clan has been annihilated. Although the diviner possessed the ability to foresee the world's events, he could not unravel the circumstances surrounding Su Chen, nor had news of the reincarnation clan's demise leaked. Everyone, including the diviner, remained oblivious to this fact. Chapter 197. The innate Tao body holy fetus, the sword that slays celestials. It matters not to Su Chen whether the event proceeds. His bloodline is destined to traverse the continent. He had initially remained in the void sacred city merely to observe the various bloodlines across the Tianwu continent. Driven by pure curiosity, the second matter concerns your life and death. Oh, Su Chen appeared genuinely surprised, intrigued by the implications of his life at stake. Su brother, have you ever heard the name Li Xiaoyao? Shaking his head, Su Chen admitted his unfamiliarity with the name. Yet the gravity of the diviner's expression hinted at something significant. Li Xiaoyao, hailed as the most gifted warrior of the Tianwu continent, has ascended to the Calamity Sage realm within a mere few centuries. Based on my calculations, his soul has also transcended into the primordial spirit. Su Chen remained silent. Listening intently, Li Xiaoyao was regarded as the strongest on the Tianwu continent, at the pinnacle of the Calamity Sage realm. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him. Li Xiaoyao possesses an unparalleled and extraordinary physique, the innate Tao body sacred embryo. He wields the continent's most coveted treasure, the sword of immortal slaying, which is rumored to have the ability to slay immortals. One can only imagine the sheer dominance of the sword of immortal slaying in his grasp. As the pinnacle of the Calamity Saint realm and the foremost expert of the Tianwu continent, it is no wonder that the diviner's expression is one of gravity. Indeed, Li Xiaoyao is a formidable force, unrivaled across Tianwu. As for any connection to himself, he hardly knows Li Xiaoyao. Perhaps sensing Su Chen's unvoiced thoughts, the diviner sighed, suggesting, perhaps you should consider departing from the void sacred city? Why should I leave? Am I acquainted with Li Xiaoyao? Su Chen chuckled at the absurdity. What of the continent's strongest? Even if he is at the pinnacle of the Calamity Saint realm, what of it? I fear him not. He can annihilate true immortals with the drop of the immortal emperor's water. As long as I remain within the Tianwu continent, I possess unwavering confidence to defeat any warrior, even without resorting to the powers of the immortal emperor's water. Furthermore, I do not recognize this so-called Li Xiaoyao. What does he have to do with me? What can the sword of immortal slaying do? You wield a sword, while I possess a brick. Let us see whose weapon proves mightier. The diviner, exasperated, remarked, Brother Su, Li Xiaoyao has conveyed a message to the void sacred city, challenging you to a fair duel. Su Chen was taken aback, pondering the sanity of this Li Xiaoyao. Just then, a wave of terrifying energy reverberated throughout the void sacred city, akin to thunder splitting the void, the earth-shattering sound echoing across the expanse. Su Chen, do you dare to battle me, Li Xiaoyao? A figure materialized in the plaza of the void sacred city, shrouded in swirling black mist, wielding the sword of immortal slaying. His icy gaze radiating a murderous intent akin to a raging sea. Could this be Li Xiaoyao? Astonishingly, the long-vanished Li Xiaoyao had reappeared, but who was Su Chen? Li Xiaoyao, the strongest in the continent, at the pinnacle of the Calamity Saint realm, was on the brink of transcending into the realm of immortals. Who, then, had the audacity to provoke him? Su Chen. That name had never crossed their ears. As they beheld the sudden appearance of Li Xiaoyao, all were left in shock. For his name was synonymous with greatness across the Tianwu continent. Rising to prominence as the foremost expert within mere centuries, his talent eclipsed all. Was the sword in Li Xiaoyao's hand truly the legendary sword of immortal slaying? Indeed, it was said to be a treasure of the immortal realm, capable of slaying immortals. Yet it had fallen into the hands of Li Xiaoyao here in the Tianwu continent. Given his innate Tao body sacred embryo, it was only natural for him to cultivate swiftly. It would not be long before he ascended to the immortal realm. A tempest of murderous intent engulfed the entire void sacred city. At that moment, another figure burst through the void, emanating an even more formidable presence. Was this Su Chen? I know who he is. He is the one who vanquished the Blade Demon. So, this is Su Chen, they murmured. Li Xiaoyao, the strongest of the continent. What strength did Su Chen possess to warrant such a challenge? Whispers filled the air, as none could fathom why Li Xiaoyao would provoke Su Chen. Challenge me? Do you possess the qualifications? Upon these words, the void sacred city erupted into chaos, all eyes fixated on the young man. Li Xiaoyao smiled. Whether or not you are qualified is not yours to decide. Diviner, since I am here, you should reveal yourself. The diviner's form materialized, establishing a triangular standoff. Brotherly, let us speak civilly. I can act as a mediator, he suggested. Li Xiaoyao, impatient, retorted, mediating? Diviner, you aim to utilize my hand to eliminate Su Chen merely to claim the treasures he possesses. Do not engage in actions without certainty. At this declaration, the diviner's countenance paled. He had never anticipated Li Xiaoyao would expose such intentions. Indeed, he had desired to suppress Su Chen but had refrained from taking action. Cautious throughout the long years of his cultivation, to obtain Su Chen's treasures, he had resorted to underhanded tactics, having promised Li Xiaoyao that this information would remain confidential. Should he fail to eliminate Su Chen, he could devise alternative plans. Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly, a hint of surprise crossing his features. Firstly, he had not expected the diviner to resort to such treachery. Secondly, he could not comprehend why Li Xiaoyao would betray the diviner. Diviner, you have long suppressed your true self with treasures, unwilling to ascend to the immortal realm. I, however, am different. I have sensed the call of the immortal realm and will soon depart. You once saved me. Consider this my repayment. After this matter concludes, we shall have no further ties. Should fate allow, we shall meet in the immortal realm. So that was it. Li Xiaoyao was poised to ascend to the immortal realm, which explained his betrayal of the diviner. The diviner's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Su Chen, stating, Su Chen, bear no ill will towards me. Your essence is shrouded in chaos. I believe you possess something of great value. If you are willing to relinquish it, I, the diviner, can promise you safe passage today. Otherwise, you can surely imagine the consequences. Su Chen chuckled. He had encountered shameless individuals, yet never one as brazen as this. Diviner, I shall stain the void with your blood. Is that so? You must first surpass him, the diviner retorted, retreating at a distance. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao was a man of his word, refraining from immediately ascending. Otherwise, the diviner would have to act alone without assurance of victory, unwilling to take such risks. As for the impending battle between Li Xiaoyao and Su Chen, he chose to place his trust in Li Xiaoyao. Chapter 198, defeated with such swiftness. Li Xiaoyao appeared visibly impatient, dismissing Su Chen entirely. Merely a peak ancient sacred realm warrior, he could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. Even though the diviner had alerted him to some potential complications, he chose to disregard them. In Su Chen's hand lay the slaughter immortal brick, the sword of immortal slaying. The slaughter immortal brick. One sword, one brick. A swift resolution was desired. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoyao wielded the sword of immortal slaying and lunged fiercely at Su Chen. The immense sword energy surged across the sky, cleaving through layers of clouds, accompanied by a tsunami-like roar as if it sought to rend the heavens asunder. The slaughter immortal brick was hurled forth with ferocious power, akin to a descending tiger, ravenously consuming all in its path. The clash of sword and brick erupted before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, causing the entire realm to tremble, resonating with roars of fury. Boom, boom, boom. All had expected that with Li Xiaoyao's formidable prowess, eliminating Su Chen would be a mere matter of moments. Yet, one must recognize the chasm that lay between the peak ancient sacred realm and the peak calamity saint realm, an insurmountable divide. However, the current situation appeared entirely different. Su Chen's strength far exceeded their comprehension, especially as the brick in his hand astonishingly countered the sword of immortal, slaying head-on. The celestial sword, renowned as the foremost treasure of the Tianwu continent, is heralded as a divine artifact of the celestial realm, capable of contending with treasures from that realm. This alone serves as a testament to the formidable strength of the one wielding such a weapon. It is no wonder that Li Xiaoyao would dare to challenge this individual, whose prowess is undeniably formidable. This sword, indeed, possesses an extraordinary might. The Count of Destiny wore a grave expression, taken aback by the sheer strength displayed by Su Chen. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the Count, this battle remained devoid of any suspense. After all, Li Xiaoyao's power was firmly established, having traversed the continent unchallenged, rising to confront countless formidable adversaries. Now, as he prepared to ascend to the celestial realm, Su Chen, regardless of his might, could never hope to rival Li Xiaoyao. As the battle loomed, Li Xiaoyao, once brimming with confidence, now bore a serious countenance, unprepared for the depth of strength his adversary possessed. The earlier disdain had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination to vanquish this foe, a thrill coursing through him as he had not encountered such a caliber of opponent in many years. This confrontation was critical. He could not afford to lose, especially as he stood on the brink of ascension to the celestial realm. He must secure a resounding victory, unmarred by any complications that might tarnish his reputation. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged forth, as the ethereal shadow of the innate Tao body saint embryo emerged behind Li Xiaoyao, towering amidst the heavens and exuding a chilling presence that caused the temperature of the entire void sacred city to plummet, leaving all present in a state of shock. This was the fabled innate Tao body saint embryo, the pinnacle of physical prowess on the continent, and the cornerstone of Li Xiaoyao's ascendance to this formidable stage. Possessing the innate Tao body saint embryo and wielding the celestial sword, who could possibly stand against Li Xiaoyao? Moreover, it seemed that his very soul had undergone a transformation, evolving into a primordial spirit, signifying that he had taken a significant step towards the realm of immortals, placing him on par with the Count of Destiny. Across the Tianwu continent, none could rival them. Had this been anyone else, they would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike, as even the peak of the Calamity Saint realm would fall short against Li Xiaoyao. Yet, they were now faced with Su Chen, an individual armed with an array of lethal skills, a protagonist endowed with a system. As the battle commenced, the towering skeletal figure of the Supreme Bone manifested behind Su Chen, having previously devoured the bodies of the Celestial Tyrant, the King of Humans, the Twin Dragon Divine Body, and the Reincarnation Saint Body. The Supreme Bone had now ascended to a level that vastly surpassed the so-called innate Tao Body Saint embryo. While the individual components of the Supreme Bone, such as the Celestial Tyrant Body and the Reincarnation Saint Body, could not be compared with the innate Tao Body Saint embryo. The unique Supreme Bone that Su Chen possessed was without parallel. You possess a unique constitution, yet you are not the only one on this continent to do so, Li Xiaoyao proclaimed, his voice booming with an air of arrogance as he looked skyward. The innate Tao Body Saint embryo is the foremost constitution on this continent. How dare you presume to compare your physique to mine? On what grounds? His face was marked by scorn. For Li Xiaoyao held unwavering confidence in the supremacy of his own constitution, which had enabled him to rise to such heights in a mere few centuries. In the grand tapestry of the continent's history, who else could achieve such a feat? Aside from himself, none had reached such an apex. The two extraordinary physiques clashed violently within the void, each seeking to overpower the other with their unleashed might. Su Chen, however, refrained from employing the powers of the Celestial Emperor's water droplet, for he did not regard his opponent as a worthy adversary. Believing he could still prevail despite Li Xiaoyao's evolution into a primordial spirit, activating the Reincarnation Eye, an infernal power surged forth. In a bid for a swift resolution, Su Chen simultaneously unleashed the Reincarnation Bridge Divine Ability. 1 Reincarnation Bridge, 2 Reincarnation Bridges, 3 Reincarnation Bridges, 4 Reincarnation Bridges. A staggering total of 2,020 Reincarnation Bridges spanned the sky, their combined might enveloping the realm, directly constricting the very fabric of existence. While Su Chen also invoked the mastery of the universe. With a sudden burst, Su Chen spat blood, shocking all present into silence as they witnessed Li Xiaoyao sustain severe injuries, blood spilling from his lips. Had they not witnessed it themselves, none would have believed such a thing possible. Even the Count of Destiny could scarcely fathom that Li Xiaoyao would be defeated so swiftly. Even before the battle had truly begun, they had underestimated Su Chen. Chapter 199. The Ascension to the Celestial Realm. Li Xiaoyao had fallen. The one who possessed the innate Tao Body Saint embryo and wielded the celestial sword had been vanquished with alarming rapidity. All present were left aghast, their faces etched with disbelief and shock. Su Chen was undeniably exceptional. Yet, it must be noted that Su Chen was merely at the ancient sage level, a full realm beneath Li Xiaoyao. Under normal circumstances, the disparity between them would have been insurmountable. Yet now, Li Xiaoyao lay definitively defeated by Su Chen. The outcome of this battle was unmistakable. There would be no further suspense. I refuse to believe it, Li Xiaoyao roared, launching a fierce attack towards Su Chen. The celestial sword in his grasp transformed into a vast wave of sword energy, sweeping across the heavens, imbued with a terrifying intent that threatened to consume all. Li Xiaoyao could not accept this grim reality. On the verge of ascending to the celestial realm, he simply could not afford to lose, especially not in such a catastrophic manner. At that moment, a tinge of regret seeped into Li Xiaoyao's heart. He should never have acquiesced to the Count of Destiny. Reflecting on it now, even if the Count's strength fell short of his own, the hesitation to act stemmed from a deeper fear of Su Chen. I cannot lose. I must not lose. The sword energy surged forth, howling with ferocity. The celestial sword in Xiaoyao's hands transformed into a 100-foot arc of energy. Boom. The reincarnation bridges, augmented by the reincarnation eye and the mastery of the universe, descended once more. Under relentless pressure, Li Xiaoyao became increasingly enraged, flinging the celestial sword with all his might. Crack! To the astonishment of all, the celestial sword began to shatter beneath the relentless assault of the celestial brick. Fragments rained down. The celestial sword is breaking? Is this real, or am I dreaming? Li Xiaoyao had met his utter defeat. The onlookers were abuzz with incredulity. No one had anticipated that the continent's mightiest warrior, who held the innate Tao body Saint Embryo and wielded the celestial sword, would be so thoroughly vanquished, to the point where his own sword lay shattered. The Count of Destiny's expression darkened to an extreme. His reluctance to engage had stemmed from a fear of Su Chen, but he had never imagined that this individual's strength would far surpass his understanding. Su Chen harbored too many secrets. Should he succeed in slaying him and seizing the treasures Su Chen possessed, it would undoubtedly bolster his own power immensely. Yet, thoughts aside, the Count understood well that Su Chen had emerged as the true preeminent force of the Tianwu continent. If even Li Xiaoyao fell short against Su Chen, he, too, could hardly stand a chance. After this encounter, Su Chen would undoubtedly seek retribution. With a decisive release of his aura, the Count of Destiny cast aside any reliance on external treasures to suppress his true self. His intent was clear, to summon the celestial realm and ascend to that higher plane. Ultimately, he dared not linger any longer in the Tianwu continent. As for whether Li Xiaoyao lived or died, it bore no consequence to him. His priority was to escape first. Li Xiaoyao, having been persistently suppressed, was utterly defeated as the sword of immortal slaying shattered in his grasp, leaving him no opportunity for a comeback. Su Chen, I must concede, you truly possess formidable strength. However, do not become arrogant. When you arrive in the realm of the immortals, we shall engage in battle once more. No sooner had he spoken than Li Xiaoyao refrained from further attack. He understood one crucial truth. In this precarious situation, regardless of what he believed in his heart, continuing the fight would undoubtedly lead to his demise. In the face of life and death, notions of pride and dignity are utterly inconsequential. At that moment, both the strategist and Li Xiaoyao were gripped by profound fear. Their sole chance of escape lay in ascending to the realm of the immortals. One alone was no match for Su Chen, and two together would similarly prove insufficient. They could not afford to gamble any longer. Losing this wager would not merely entail a loss of face, but a matter of life and death. In Chapter 200, even should you flee to the realm of the immortals, today you shall be subdued. The sacred city of the void was shrouded in a palpable tension. A wave of terrifying energy descended, and everyone was acutely aware of the implications. In such circumstances, both the strategist and Li Xiaoyao chose to ascend to the immortal realm. The occurrence of two warriors opting for ascension simultaneously was indeed a rarity in the annals of the Tianwu continent. Envy and resentment permeated the air. After all, for warriors, the ultimate aspiration is to transcend to the pinnacle of the sacred tribulation realm and ascend to the realm of the immortals. The realm of the immortals, a superior plane that transcends the Tianwu continent, is also the mythical land where immortals are said to dwell. The crowd was collectively astonished. No one had anticipated that the esteemed strongest warrior of the Tianwu continent, possessing the innate Tao body and the sword of immortal slaying, would not only be defeated but would also opt for a retreat. It was indeed an astonishing turn of events. Su Chen had proven himself formidable. The title of the strongest warrior of the Tianwu continent was now to be relinquished by Li Xiaoyao. Henceforth, Su Chen would be regarded as the supreme entity of the continent. Amidst the throng, Huang Ji and others gazed anxiously at Su Chen. After all, Li Xiaoyao's reputation loomed large, and merely being known as the strongest warrior of the Tianwu continent was enough to instill concern. However now, witnessing Su Chen's triumph over Li Xiaoyao, who was now fleeing alongside the strategist to the realm of the immortals, everyone exhaled in relief. Su Chen had emerged victorious. Li Xiaoyao had fallen, and the strategist had also been vanquished. Brother-in-law is truly formidable. The foremost position in the Tianwu continent will soon belong to him. Sister, it appears that brother-in-law is also on the verge of ascending to the realm of the immortals. Huang Ji remained silent, understanding her sister's sentiments, feeling a sense of helplessness. She placed a hand on her abdomen, contemplating that even if Chen Gu were to venture into the realm of the immortals, at least someone would accompany her. The overwhelming aura of terror had already enveloped the entirety of the outer void. Simultaneously, two warriors were being summoned to the realm of the immortals. The amalgamation of their energies rendered everyone breathless, their faces pale with fear. Su Chen, consider this a stroke of fortune. May you hasten to the realm of the immortals, for I await you there. The strategist's expression was cold, filled with resentment and fury. No matter how much he harbored discontent, he could only acquiesce to reality. Under the oppressive waves of terrifying energy, both Li Xiaoyao and the strategist began to gradually dissipate. The onlookers could only sigh in disbelief. Regardless of Su Chen's prowess, should they manage to escape, one would believe he still had a chance to slay them. However, the circumstances had now shifted. Their destination for escape was the realm of the immortals. For anyone, even a formidable being of the sacred tribulation realm, the sole means to reach the realm of the immortals is by being summoned. There exists no alternative. Su Chen, merely at the pinnacle of the ancient sacred realm, could not possibly ascend to the realm of the immortals and could only watch helplessly as the two departed. No matter how exceptional his talent, a breakthrough from the pinnacle of the ancient sacred realm to that of the sacred tribulation realm could not be achieved in a short span. This indicates that Su Chen could only witness their departure with no recourse. Just as everyone presumed Su Chen would yield, an overwhelming aura erupted from him. A voice cold and domineering resonating throughout the vast void. Strategist, Li Xiaoyao, even should you flee to the realm of the immortals, today you shall be subdued. Is that so? Then come forth, replied the strategist and Li Xiaoyao, incredulous. Perhaps their power was inferior to Su Chen's. Yet the prospect of reaching the realm of the immortals seemed impossible, an unthinkable notion. In Su Chen's hand materialized the immortal-slaying brick, his gaze ablaze with fury. Setting aside Li Xiaoyao, he was determined to slay the strategist for daring to deceive him. What did it matter if they escaped to the realm of the immortals? In that fleeting moment as the two vanished, Su Chen hurled the immortal-slaying brick with all his might. Boom. The immortal-slaying brick struck fiercely against the energy of the summoning from the realm of the immortals, igniting chaos throughout the outer void. The space began to collapse. Countless fissures in reality screaming forth. What was Su Chen attempting? Was he provoking the realm of the immortals? In Chapter 201, silence reigned supreme. All eyes were riveted on the scene unfolding before them, utterly astounded. No one had anticipated that Su Chen would brazenly assault the summoning energy from the realm of the immortals. The two who had just vanished erupted into laughter. Boom. The immortal-slaying brick cleaved open a rift. With a single stride, Su Chen plunged into the breach. Chen Guno, brother-in-law. Huang Ji fainted at the shock. Sister, are you all right? At that moment, Long Kuei, Long Yu, and the others appeared. Su Chen's venture into the realm of the immortals did not include Long Kuei. For until he reached the pinnacle of the sacred tribulation realm, recklessly entering the realm of the immortals was fraught with uncertainty. The sacred city of the void was in a frenzy. Both Li Xiaoyao and the strategist had ascended to the realm of the immortals, and Su Chen pursued them relentlessly. The most critical aspect was that Su Chen was merely at the pinnacle of the ancient sacred realm, not yet having attained the sacred tribulation realm. With such cultivation, not only was it uncertain whether he could chase them down, but whether he could withstand even a minute within the realm of the immortals was also a matter of doubt. The realm of the immortals, a high-level plane that transcends the Tianwu continent, is boundless and vast. The essence of power within the realm of the immortals is known as immortal energy. As opposed to spiritual energy, the Qingyun Immortal Gate, a sect overseen by formidable beings of the Immortal King realm, is situated within this realm. In the realm of the immortals, the path of martial cultivation is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the immortal realm, comprising immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal. The second stage is the immortal general realm, encompassing immortal general, immortal monarch, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal sovereign, and immortal saint. The third stage is the immortal emperor realm, where the immortal emperor stands as the supreme existence within the realm of the immortals. The celestial gate, presided over by the existence of the celestial king, stands as an unparalleled titan. Outside the Qingyun Peak, the mountain spirals upward with an unyielding straightness, enveloped in ethereal white mist, resembling a realm of immortals. 2 disciples of Qingyun languidly stand at the summit. Brother Wang, when do you think we will gain entry to the inner sanctum of the celestial gate and become inner disciples? I have guarded this celestial gate for 10 years. Damn, I've been standing guard for 20 years. What do you expect me to say? Brother Wang, a rift has appeared in the fabric of space. Are you seeing things? Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed as the roiling space fractured, and 2 figures emerged, their auras chaotic and tumultuous. Whether it be the fortune teller or Li Xiaoyao, their souls had transcended into primordial spirits, though their physical forms remained at the pinnacle of the tribulation saint realm, regardless of the plane from which a martial artist descends. To truly break into the realm of immortals, one must transmute their internal spiritual energy into celestial energy. It was not uncommon for individuals to ascend from lower-tier planes. Beneath the celestial realm, countless lower-tier continents existed, with new ascendants arriving almost daily. However, within the confines of the Qingyun Celestial Gate, instances of martial artists ascending were exceedingly rare. Two immortals, please, save us. What is happening? At the Qingyun Celestial Gate, the two could only serve as gatekeepers, bowing respectfully to whomever approached. Now faced with ascendant martial artists who revered them, they found the experience utterly delightful. The fortune teller promptly exclaimed, "Esteemed sirs, a pursuer from the lower realms is hunting us down. We implore your assistance and wish to join the Celestial Gate." Upon beholding the towering giant peak before them, the two immediately surmised that it was undoubtedly the Celestial Gate of the immortal world. First, as newcomers, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings and, regardless of the Celestial Gate's prowess, joining would undoubtedly bolster their standing in the immortal realm significantly. After all, they had yet to transmute their spiritual energy into celestial energy, and the timeline for completing this transformation was uncertain. Days if fortune favored them, months, or even years if it did not. Joining the Celestial Gate upon their initial arrival in the immortal realm would surely maximize their benefits. Second, Su Chen had forcefully breached the barrier of the celestial realm, and whether they wished to believe it or not, the evidence was irrefutable. They could neither gamble nor afford to take risks. Should Su Chen truly arrive, they would undoubtedly be slaughtered without a backing. If it were anyone else, they would be confident in their ability to stand firm against foes, but against Su Chen, they felt no such assurance. You have just ascended from the lower realms and wish to join the Qingyun Celestial Gate. You must undergo an assessment. However, we shall assist you in this. Generally speaking, martial artists who ascend from the lower realms possess considerable talent. As both were at the immortal realm, no matter how formidable their opponents might be, they appeared as insignificant insects before them. The disparity between lower realm martial artists and celestial immortals is akin to an insurmountable chasm, impossible to bridge. It could be said that even the weakest immortal could effortlessly defeat any ascendant from the lower realms. The fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao were filled with astonishment, immediately kneeling and bowing, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed sirs." At that moment, a wave of terrifying energy fluctuations reverberated through the space. He has arrived. Chapter 202. To kill the man who stands in my way, to slay the god who blocks my path. Though they had surmised that Su Chen was likely to follow them into the celestial realm, the sight of his figure left them utterly aghast. How had he accomplished this? A pinnacle tribulation saint had forcibly breached the barriers of the celestial realm to pursue them. However, it was known that one could only step into the celestial realm upon reaching the apex of the tribulation saint stage. "Esteemed sirs, please save us." "Humph, you impertinent child. They are already disciples of my Qingyun Celestial Gate. You may leave." The two disciples of Qingyun held no regard for the newly ascended martial artists. Despite being at the lowest echelons of the celestial realm, they had every reason to feel pride before those from the lower realms. Immortal realm. With a mere brick, Su Chen shattered the celestial gate and stepped forth. He realized that the celestial energy of the immortal realm far surpassed spiritual energy, approximately several hundred times more potent. A splendid place for cultivation. His cold gaze brimmed with a surging tide of murderous intent as he chose to ignore his adversaries. Addressing the fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao, Su Chen stated coldly, "Even if the celestial emperor were to arrive today, your lives are forfeit. Accept your fate." What? Both the fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao were utterly stunned, having underestimated Su Chen's audacity and arrogance. To maintain such hubris upon entering the celestial realm was beyond their imagination. They exchanged glances with the disciples of the celestial gate, remaining silent. Su Chen's arrogance was his own affair, but whether the gate would acquiesce was another matter entirely. "You truly are audacious. Do you know what kind of existence my Qingyun Celestial Gate embodies? We are the sect of the Celestial Kings in this celestial domain, with the Celestial King presiding over our ranks." The Celestial King? Su Chen was still somewhat unclear about the hierarchy of martial prowess within the celestial realm. He only knew that the immortal realm was divided into 6 great stages: immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal. As for the so-called Celestial King, Su Chen surmised it to be a being that transcended these 6 stages. So what? This time, regardless of the cost, he was determined to annihilate the fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao. Not even the presence of a Celestial King would deter him. "To kill the man who stands in my way, to slay the god who obstructs me. Celestial King of the Qingyun sect, come forth. If you do not show yourself, I shall raise your sect to the ground." His voice boomed throughout the Qingyun peak, resonating through the clouds and lingering in the air. Preposterous. Who dares to be so brazen before my Qingyun sect? The two disciples of Qingyun were utterly dumbfounded as they beheld the guardian who had appeared. They never imagined that someone would directly provoke the celestial sect, a situation they had never encountered before. What is the situation? Reporting to the Guardian. These three have just ascended from the lower realms. They wish to join our Qingyun sect, but this individual has come forth to challenge us, claiming even the Celestial Emperor would not dare to obstruct him. The Guardian of Qingyun was furious, gazing coldly at the youth before him, never expecting that three martial artists ascending from the lower realms would simultaneously arrive within the confines of the Qingyun sect's domain. Indeed, you too may join our Qingyun sect. Thank you, Guardian. Thank you, Guardian. The fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao were overjoyed to join the Qingyun sect, which had a celestial king overseeing it. Was a promise of great significance. The prospect of Su Chen pursuing them further now seemed like a distant dream. With the Qingyun sect as their backing, they had firmly established their foothold in the celestial realm, and they were exhilarated at the unexpected turn of events. The Guardian of Qingyun was well aware that those who had cultivated to immortality in the lower realms and had ascended were individuals of exceptional talent, often surpassing even those born within the celestial realm. This is precisely why many celestial sects are inclined to recruit warriors who ascend from the lower realms. Gazing at the youth before him, the Qingyun protector shook his head, a look of regret etched on his face as he lamented, "What a pity. You could have joined my Qingyun sect, yet you dared to act insolently before us, and even called for our ancestor. Not only will you be barred from joining the sect, but you will also be swiftly annihilated. Disciples? The Qingyun sect is hardly in need of them. Furthermore, we place immense value on our reputation. Should word of this incident leak, what remains of our dignity? Would we not become a laughingstock? Such a grave error is one the Qingyun sect would never commit." Su Chen nodded, remarking, "It seems the Qingyun sect has no intention of handing over the individuals." Within him lay the supreme bone, which had absorbed various physiques, now far surpassing its original level. This is the very reason he could linger in the celestial realm despite still standing at the ancient saint level. Besides the supreme bone, Su Chen also possessed the mother cauldron of all things, rooted in chaos. Thus his foundation was exceedingly solid. This was the true reason he dared to shatter the gate of reincarnation with a mere brick, pursuing the two who had come to the celestial realm. Chapter 203. Devouring the Celestial Emperor's water droplet, preparing to slay the celestial sect. Handing over the individuals? If the Qingyun sect were to truly surrender them, it would be a disgraceful defeat. Could they even do so? The answer is a resounding no. Most importantly, the opponent was merely a warrior who had just ascended from the lower realm, without even having converted his spiritual energy, still not having broken through to the celestial level. Yet he dared to be so audacious. The Qingyun protector chuckled, speaking with utter disdain. "In your realm, you may be a prodigy, but in the boundless celestial domain, I can assure you, you are not even worthy of being considered an ant." Indeed, under normal circumstances, this is true. Even the ants of the celestial realm are celestial beasts. It can be said that even the weakest celestial beast or celestial being can easily sweep through any lower-level realm. This marks the fundamental, irreconcilable disparity between warriors and celestial beings. The divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao exchanged knowing smiles. It was a clever tactic to use someone else's blade to kill. Their silence was the most effective form of communication, to provoke the Qingyun sect. Su Chen was clearly oblivious to the nature of his surroundings. Here, in the celestial realm, was not the Tianwu continent a prodigy? The strongest warrior of the Tianwu continent? Such titles are mere illusions here. In this place, even a peak robbery saint must comply obediently, no different from a dog. Even the gatekeeper disciples of the Qingyun sect are celestial beings. Kill him. The Qingyun protector was growing impatient. Had the opponent not provoked the sect, he might have considered allowing him to join as a disciple. However, now, regardless of the opponent's potential, such provocation must be met with annihilation. Two Earth celestials stepped forward, scarcely regarding their adversary. A violent surge of celestial energy erupted like a tsunami. The divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen had finally taken action. A droplet of celestial emperor's water appeared in his hand. Firstly, he had just set foot in the celestial realm, and his spiritual energy had yet to transform into celestial energy, his cultivation still at the peak of the ancient saint level. Secondly, within the Qingyun sect, there existed celestial kings. Without utilizing the celestial emperor's water, he was undoubtedly no match for the Qingyun sect. Even if he chose to retreat, the Qingyun sect would not let him off easily, and he would certainly be doomed. Reluctantly, he knew he must use a droplet of the celestial emperor's water. Each droplet held the power condensed from a celestial emperor's demise. It would be effortless to obliterate an entire sect. Yet, he was loath to do so. He would give the Qingyun sect one more chance. Would they hand over the individuals? As the furious celestial energy surged forth, Su Chen chose to ignore it. The power of the droplet was poised and ready. Kill. Upon hearing the Qingyun protector's command, Su Chen's countenance darkened instantly. Such insolence. He had extended opportunities repeatedly. Yet the Qingyun sect chose to squander them and seek their own demise. He could not be blamed. As the saying goes, heaven's wrath may be survived, but self-inflicted misdeeds are inescapable. He directly consumed the droplet, allowing it to flow down his throat and spread throughout his body. In an instant, an astonishing celestial energy erupted from Su Chen, akin to an ancient beast that voraciously devoured the celestial energy unleashed by the two earth celestials. Bang! Bang! In the astonished gaze of all present, the bodies of the two earth celestial warriors exploded one by one, transforming into a mist of blood. What? Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, especially the divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao, whose faces bore expressions of shock and disbelief as they fixated on the unfolding scene. No one had anticipated that Su Chen could slay two earth celestials. Even those from the Qingyun sect were left bewildered. A warrior who had just ascended from the lower realms was able to eliminate two earth celestials in the blink of an eye. How can this be real? Presumptuous. To dare kill a disciple of the Qingyun sect, today I shall take your life. Fool. Chapter 204. The mistake made must be endured. Consuming the Celestial Emperor's water droplet. Each droplet of Celestial Emperor's water embodies the power condensed from a Celestial Emperor's demise. The Qingyun sect merely possesses celestial kings to oversee it. The Celestial Emperor's water can effortlessly bring about their ruin. The divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao were utterly flabbergasted. They could never have anticipated Su Chen's audacity to act against the Qingyun sect, merely standing by and watching as the bodies of the two earth celestials burst apart. The enraged Qingyun protector immediately took action, beginning to form seals, unleashing a torrent of attack akin to a raging tsunami. Bang! The Qingyun protector's body exploded, dispersing into a mist of blood. Retreat! The divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao dared not linger any longer. They turned to flee. Su Chen was nothing short of a madman, capable of overwhelming even the protector of the Qingyun sect. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding Su Chen, they could only escape. It was utterly terrifying. The divine calculator and Li Xiaoyao even entertained the thought that Su Chen might be a reincarnation of a powerful figure from the celestial realm, deliberately putting on a show before them. Otherwise, how could he possibly arrive in the celestial realm at the ancient saint level and overpower the Qingyun sect's protector? But that was irrelevant now. Su Chen's might instilled fear and despair in the two, rendering them too intimidated to remain. Initially, they believed that joining the Qingyun sect would provide them with a stronghold in the celestial realm, ensuring Su Chen's demise. Yet, it now seemed a laughable notion. Under the oppressive aura of terror, they found themselves unable to escape, directly bound before Su Chen, who regarded them coldly. With a sneer, Su Chen declared, "I warned you. Even if you fled to the celestial realm, I could still erase you." Had it been any other time, they would have never believed such a claim. But now, could they afford to doubt it? Could they dare to? The evidence lay starkly before them. The divine calculator immediately pleaded for mercy. "Su Chen, I was wrong in the past. I beg you spare me. Just treat me as if I were nothing more than a passing breeze." Su Chen commenced the devouring process of the innate Tao body sacred fetus contained within Li Xiaoyao. His supreme bone had previously absorbed the celestial overlord body, the king of humanity body, the twin dragon divine body, and the reincarnation sacred body without any backlash. Moreover, after assimilating various unique physiques, Su Chen realized that the level of his supreme bone had increased several-fold, necessitating further consumption. The level of the innate Tao body's sacred fetus far surpassed that of the supreme bone, and Su Chen could almost assert that assimilating the innate Tao body sacred fetus would yield tremendous benefits for his supreme bone. This was beyond doubt. Within a mere few minutes, Su Chen had successfully absorbed the innate Tao body sacred fetus from Li Xiaoyao. "Having consumed my Tao body sacred fetus, will you spare my life?" Li Xiaoyao was utterly horrified, unable to fathom how Su Chen had accomplished such a feat. It is a well-known fact that once a warrior awakens any special physique, it cannot be devoured, it can only be destroyed. However, in this moment, he had no time to consider that. Bang! Li Xiaoyao's body shattered. Su Chen's cold gaze turned toward the fortune teller. The power of a drop of Celestial Emperor's water could sustain itself for approximately several dozen minutes, which was undoubtedly sufficient. "From this moment forth, I, the fortune teller, shall be but a dog at your feet. If you command me to go east, I shall not dare venture west. If you say one, I shall not utter two. I implore you to spare my life. In the face of life and death, so-called dignity and face are mere illusions. The preservation of life is all that matters." Shaking his head, Su Chen coldly replied, "Since my arrival in this world, I have never placed my trust in anyone, including you. I did not anticipate such shamelessness from you. The mistakes made must be borne by oneself." Before the fortune teller could respond, his body too shattered. In the moment of his demise, the fortune teller could not accept such a reality. Who would have thought that they had escaped to the realm of immortals only to be slain by Su Chen, and in full view of the Qingyun immortal sect? Stepping forth, Su Chen reached the summit of the perilous peak, his indifferent gaze surveying the magnificent palace before him. Who are you? Why do you come to provoke my Qingyun immortal sect? At this moment, the sect master of Qingyun and the Qingyun immortal king had all appeared, surrounded by a throng of disciples, each glaring furiously at the figures standing in the void. The two had just received news that the individual before them was a warrior who had recently ascended from the lower realm. Yet he had the audacity to slay the sect's protector. This was almost beyond belief, but the reality was undeniable. With his icy gaze betraying no emotion, Su Chen began to gather his hands, manifesting the reincarnation bridge. To employ the power of the celestial emperor's water in manifesting the reincarnation bridge spoke volumes. What are you doing? Everyone flee. The Qingyun immortal king suddenly sensed a force capable of annihilating heaven and earth emanating from this individual, his expression drastically altering. Even he felt fear, which spoke to many underlying truths. Was this person truly merely an ascendant from the lower realm? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Under normal circumstances, he would never have believed such a thing, but the current reality left him with no choice but to concede. The entire Qingyun immortal sect descended into chaos. All were terrified and scattered in every direction, choosing to heed the words of their ancestor. If even the ancestor was so frightened, one could only imagine the true extent of this individual's power. The power of life and death coalesced under the celestial emperor's water, swiftly transforming into the power of reincarnation, which began to give rise to one reincarnation bridge after another. One reincarnation bridge, 2 reincarnation bridges, 3 reincarnation bridges, 4 reincarnation bridges, 2020 reincarnation bridges. Each bridge stretched across the heavens, enveloping the entirety of the Qingyun immortal sect. Chapter 205, A New Arrival, Annihilating an Immortal King Sect First. The Qingyun immortal king was filled with dread as he stared aghast at the young man before him. He was utterly perplexed as to why this individual sought to annihilate his sect. Esteemed sir, is there some misunderstanding between us? The power of the celestial emperor's water could sustain itself. The multitude of reincarnation bridges had completely covered the entire celestial peak, making it impossible for anyone to escape alive. Directly imprisoning the Qingyun immortal king, Su Chen commenced the soul search. Soul searching was a formidable technique rarely employed. The reasoning was simple. When executing a soul search, both warriors and immortals, whether their souls or primordial spirits, were exceedingly vulnerable and could not withstand the torment of such an invasion. However, at this moment, Su Chen boldly directed the soul search at the Qingyun immortal king, extracting as much information as possible, for he was still a newcomer and was unaware of many matters. In the brief span of 1 minute, under the Qingyun immortal king's terror, Su Chen completed the soul search, leaving the Qingyun immortal king utterly ruined. The multitude of reincarnation bridges converged into a colossal hand, descending upon the Qingyun celestial peak, which erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries. The earth-shattering wails reverberated through the 9 heavens, lingering long in the air. Countless disciples, protectors, and elders of the Qingyun immortal sect found their bodies shattered beneath the coverage of the reincarnation bridges, dissolving into nothingness that permeated the void. With the refining wilderness jar appearing in his hand, Su Chen began to voraciously consume. After the consumption, he turned to leave, devoid of any compassion. In his eyes, the realm of immortals was far more brutal than the lower realms. Here, the law of survival prevailed. Only the strong devour the weak. Within the dense forest, Su Chen processed the information gleaned from the soul of the Qingyun immortal king. First, in the realm of immortals, not everyone was an immortal. There existed many ordinary people, just like them, who had not transformed into celestial power. Among the newly born infants, some were indeed in the immortal realm, while the majority were ordinary warriors. Additionally, many of the indigenous inhabitants of the immortal realm were also common folk, rather than the so-called immortals. Second, the levels of martial arts in the immortal realm are divided into 3 stages, known as the 3 paths of immortal Tao. The first path of immortal Tao consists of the immortal realm, earth immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, golden immortal realm, and great Luo golden immortal realm. The second path of immortal Tao includes the immortal general realm, immortal monarch realm, immortal king realm, immortal emperor realm, immortal sovereign realm, and immortal saint realm. The third path culminates in the immortal emperor realm, the highest existence in the immortal realm. Furthermore, there are 9 tribulations within the immortal emperor realm, classified as 1 tribulation immortal emperor, 2 tribulation immortal emperor, and so forth up to 9 tribulation immortal emperor. Third, the immortal realm is boundless, divided into myriad immortal domains. The domain in which he currently resided was called the Taishu Immortal Domain, which was considered to be of middling to lower tier among the myriad domains of the immortal realm. As for other information, it was fragmented during the soul search, remaining inaccessible. Glancing around, Su Chen felt somewhat disheartened and anxious. In his pursuit of slaying the fortune teller and Li Xiaoyao, he had hastily ascended to the realm of immortals without adequate preparation, setting aside the issue of realms. There was also the matter of Huang Ji and the unborn child within her. He had originally intended to wait until the child's birth to act. Now, it seemed that having ascended to the realm of immortals, returning to the heavenly martial continent was nearly an impossible endeavor. Now there are two tasks at hand. The first task is to swiftly convert the innate spiritual energy within into celestial power and thereby break through to the realm of the immortals. The second task is to rapidly ascend to the level of the Celestial Emperor, to ascertain whether it is possible to forcibly open a passage between the celestial realm and the Tianwu continent, to summon Huang Ji and others to the celestial realm. Given her limited talent and the inherent restrictions of the Tianwu continent, the time required for her ascension to the celestial realm is exceedingly long. Stretching languidly, I resolved to diligently cultivate now that I have arrived in the celestial dimension, striving to reach the celestial emperor level and become the strongest entity in this realm. System. Can you also achieve instant kills in the celestial dimension? It is imperative to clarify this matter first. My greatest reliance is the system, although, with my current talent and potential, I could progress without it. Having the system continue to facilitate instant kills would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. The system disregards any dimensional hierarchy, regardless of where the host goes. Instant kill opportunities can be obtained. Is it still every 7 days for an instant kill? Yes. Upon hearing the system's response, Su Chen finally felt a sense of relief. Calculating the time, there are still a few days until the next instant kill, and the anticipation is palpable, especially since this is my first instant kill since arriving in the celestial dimension, and I am curious about what valuable items I might acquire. Chapter 206. What is the purpose of inquiring about the Dragon Clan? Whoosh. A blood-red shadow flickered. My gaze sharpened. A celestial beast? This is the first time I have encountered a celestial beast, and I can sense that this creature, which has left behind a series of afterimages, has already sustained grievous injuries. I promptly conjured the reincarnation bridge, trapping the celestial beast within. A blood fox. I do not recognize this celestial beast before me. The fox is entirely blood-red, appearing as though it is perpetually drenched in blood, resembling a torrent of crimson rushing forth from a distance. Grasping the blood fox, I can discern from the fluctuations of its aura that it is likely at the level of an immortal. The blood has some peculiar properties. Whoosh. I released the blood phantom fox. An urgent voice followed immediately, and soon after, 4 figures arrived in succession, 1 woman and 3 men. The woman, adorned in purple robes, possesses a strikingly beautiful yet pallid visage that gives the impression that a mere gust of wind could topple her. Blood phantom fox, I implore you to release it. We have captured it, one of the men implored. Yours? What evidence do you have? All 4 were at the immortal level, yet Su Chen felt no trepidation. Were it anyone else in the ancient sage realm to encounter immortals, they would surely have quaked in fear, offering the blood phantom fox without hesitation. But Su Chen remained impassive, his expression devoid of any disturbance, as if the immortals did not pose any threat to him. One of the men waved his hand, silencing the ire of his companions, and spoke with a smile. Brother, I am Dong Tianbao, and these are my 2 brothers, Yi and Cheng Peng, along with our sister, Luli. My sister has sustained grievous injuries and urgently needs the essence of the blood phantom fox for healing. I kindly ask for your favor. There was no bullying of the weak, no attempt to forcibly seize it. With the strength of the 4 immortals, it is likely that others would have immediately resorted to violence, killing, and plundering. I returned the blood phantom fox to them. Celestial beasts hold no value for me. Thank you, Dong Tianbao expressed with evident surprise, promptly handing the blood phantom fox to his companions. As night fell gradually, gathered around the campfire, Dong Tianbao inquired, Brother Su, are you truly from the lower realms? Indeed, I affirmed. Dong Tianbao nodded, realizing why I was so brazen and unafraid of their presence. It is customary for those who ascend to the celestial realm to be the strongest beings within their own dimensional planes. Brother Su, I must speak candidly. Please do. As you are new here and may not fully understand the circumstances of the celestial realm, it is paramount to recognize that immortals are the supreme beings here. You must exercise caution when encountering them. I smiled and nodded, acknowledging his well-meaning advice. The 4 of them are commendable individuals. I adhere to my principles. If one does not offend me, I will not offend them. But should they provoke me, I shall retaliate. Brother Su, where do you plan to go next? I have not yet decided. This was the truth, having just ascended to the celestial realm. I only knew that this celestial domain is called the Taishu celestial domain, with little else known, especially since soul-searching incurs significant damage. If Brother Su trusts us, why not accompany us back to Tianshu Xianxing? That sounds agreeable. As I currently have no destination, seeking out a celestial city is indeed a prudent course of action. Brother Dong, may I inquire about something? Of course, Brother Su. Do you happen to know if there exists a dragon clan in the celestial realm? Upon hearing the words dragon clan, Dong Tianbao's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, certainly, the Taishu celestial domain has a dragon clan. However, they are among the most elite races within the realm of celestial beasts. Dong Tianbao could not fathom why I was suddenly inquiring about the dragon clan's purpose. Chapter 207. Do you know where one might find a divine dragon? The dragon clan? Dong Tianbao appeared somewhat taken aback, unsure why I was so interested in the dragon clan. After all, the strength of the dragon clan is renowned, making them one of the most formidable races even within the entirety of the Taishu celestial domain. Not wanting to overthink it, I pressed on, Brother Dong. Could you tell me where the nearest dragon clan is located? Brother Su, are you contemplating a visit to the Dragon Valley? Yi expressed his surprise. Shaking my head, I smiled and said, I am merely asking out of curiosity. To be candid, I once slew a divine dragon in my native realm. Ah, I see, Dong Tianbao chuckled. Brother Su, you may not be aware, but the location of the Dragon Valley is unknown even to us, and more importantly, there are likely hundreds of dragon clans within the Taishu celestial domain alone. His eyes glinted with a hint of avarice. Holding the dragon capturing ring, I felt an unwavering confidence. Regardless of whether in the Tianwu continent or the celestial realm, the dragon capturing ring in my possession would undoubtedly serve as a formidable restraint. That much is certain. As for the limitations of the dragon capturing ring, I remain somewhat unclear. However, based on my estimations, it should be capable of subduing beings of the immortal 6th level with my current strength. Regardless, it would be splendid to seek out a divine dragon for a trial. Do you know where one might find a divine dragon? Unfortunately, we cannot find one. I felt a tinge of disappointment, but chose not to pursue the matter further, instead moving aside to focus on my cultivation. At present, I remain at the peak of the ancient sage realm and must expedite the conversion of my spiritual energy into celestial power, striving to break through to the realm of immortals. Around the campfire, Luli had already consumed the essence of blood, stabilizing her injuries. Though whether she would fully recover remained uncertain. The three were filled with concern but felt utterly powerless. Brother Dong, why must we continue to accompany this person? He seems to think he is still in a lower-level realm, seeking out a divine dragon. I suspect he is not entirely sane. If we were to encounter a divine dragon, we would have no hope of leaving alive. Indeed, Dong Tianbao replied with a sense of resignation, feeling that Su Chen's ambitions to seek out divine dragons and the Dragon Clan were rather audacious. As the paramount race of the celestial realm, the might of the Dragon Clan requires no elaboration. Luli then rose and approached Su Chen. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Su. It's no trouble at all. Observing the faint pallor on Lu Li's exquisite visage, Su Chen smiled and said, if you do not mind, I could take a look at your injuries. I would be most grateful, Brother Su. Gradually, Su Chen's essence surged into Lu Li's body. The three others gathered around, albeit with skepticism towards Su Chen. They had already sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians to treat Lu Li's wounds, all of whom were at a loss. The notion that a newly ascended, low-ranking martial artist could provide a remedy was utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, the trio remained silent, anxiously awaiting the possibility that Lu Li's injuries might indeed be healed. 2 minutes later, Su Chen remarked, the injury is severe but not critical. What? Upon hearing this, everyone fixed their gaze intently on the young man before them. Yi, brimming with anticipation, questioned, Brother Su, can you truly treat Sister Lu Li's injuries? Su Chen retrieved 2 spiritual herbs from his life spirit garden and stated, if you consume these, I believe your injuries will pose no further issue. Brother Su, what kind of spiritual herbs are these? These are herbs sourced from my realm. While they may not be divine herbs, they will certainly aid Miss Lu Li's condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Li took the herbs and consumed them immediately. The following day, the morning light enveloped the entire forest. After a night of recuperation, Lu Li's injuries had significantly healed, much to the astonishment of the other three, who had not anticipated the efficacy of Su Chen's herbs. Without lingering, they proceeded towards the celestial city. From a distance, Tiansu celestial city appeared like a paradise on earth, shrouded in mist and perched upon the clouds. Brother Su, while there are indeed many ordinary folk within the celestial city, you must remember to exercise caution upon entering. Understood. Su Chen fully grasped Dong Tianbao's implication. Within the city, even the most unassuming individual could be at the celestial realm. The disparity between the ancient saint realm and the celestial realm was evidently profound. Upon entering the celestial city, Dong Tianbao said, "We have some matters to attend to. We will seek you out later. Here are 100 celestial crystals. Please accept them." Su Chen accepted the 100 celestial crystals without hesitation, replying, "Thank you." Watching the four depart, Su Chen glanced around. The streets of the celestial city were indeed spacious and bustling with activity, where one could easily encounter celestial beings. It could be said that the celestial realm was akin to the martial artists of the Tianwu continent. Chapter 208, Annihilating the Chaos Body, Rapid Ascension of Realms. In Tiansu Celestial City, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings and, clutching the 100 celestial crystals, sought out a secluded courtyard for residence. He intended to directly aspire to the celestial realm. Most importantly, he was poised to initiate an annihilation. This was a moment he had eagerly anticipated. Within the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with expectation as he awaited the system's annihilation. This marked his first annihilation since arriving in the celestial realm, and he wondered what treasures he might acquire. Beep, system detects that the 7-day annihilation period has concluded, beginning random annihilation now. At that moment, a cold voice echoed in his mind, and Su Chen's heart leaped with joy. Finally, it had arrived, and he felt a tinge of nervousness. Although he already possessed numerous treasures, he was still highly eager for the impending annihilation goods. Item, Chaos Body. Price, 1 Spirit Stone. Item description, Chaos Body, the first physique formed at the dawn of chaos. Obtaining the Chaos Body grants one the potential for an immortal existence. And when combined with the Chaos Enlightenment Egg, it can establish the foundation of chaos, allowing one to become the master of chaos. Time limit, 1 minute to purchase. Chaos Body. Su Chen immediately produced a spirit stone to initiate the annihilation, successfully obtaining the Chaos Body. He was acutely aware of what the Chaos Body signified. The Chaos Body was undoubtedly the premier physique in existence. Possessing it meant one could achieve a chaotic form. It was worth noting that the supreme bone he had previously acquired had absorbed the celestial tyrant body, the human king body, the twin dragon god body, the reincarnation sacred body, and the innate Tao body sacred fetus, reaching an exceptionally high level. However, in comparison to the Chaos Body, it was not even in the same league. Boom. As the Chaos Body manifested, it swiftly consumed the supreme bone, the celestial tyrant body, the human king body, the twin dragon god body, the reincarnation sacred body, and the innate Tao body sacred fetus without any resistance. They surrendered as obediently as subjects to an emperor. At that moment, Su Chen let out a long howl, and the entire Tiansu celestial city trembled. An overwhelming aura of chaos enveloped the city, causing all formidable beings to emerge, their expressions shifting dramatically as they sensed the terrifying chaotic energy. What is happening? Could a treasure have emerged? Hurry, we must investigate. I never expected such a treasure to appear in Tiansu Celestial City. An endless stream of celestial energy converged upon Tiansu Celestial City. Countless figures manifested in the void, bowing in reverence towards the city. The Chaos Body had invoked a celestial phenomenon, a scenario Su Chen had anticipated. Thus, prior to merging, he had set up formations to conceal his presence, ensuring that it would remain undetected. At present, he was not yet capable of being invincible within the celestial realm. Relying solely on the power of the first celestial emperor's water drop, which allowed him to strike only once more. Therefore, he would not casually utilize the celestial emperor's water drop unless absolutely necessary. Boom. The surging celestial energy coalesced into a vast ocean, engulfing the entire celestial space above the city. The myriad figures that had gathered all knelt in reverence towards the celestial city. Thanks to the chaotic energy's veil and the layered formations, no one could perceive Su Chen's location. The Chaos Body had summoned a celestial phenomenon, compelling the celestial realm to bow in submission. Such a defiant physique, if leaked, would undoubtedly cause an uproar throughout the entirety of the celestial realm. The celestial phenomenon persisted for half an hour before gradually dissipating. The entire Tiansu Celestial City remained in a state of fervor. Brother Dong, this celestial phenomenon indicates that a treasure has emerged within the city. I wonder if it will incite a great conflict. It has nothing to do with us. We must swiftly resolve the matter concerning Lu Li and then depart from the city. Brother Dong, is it truly possible to reclaim Sister Lu Li's betrothal? I cannot say. Lu Li's face was filled with disappointment and helplessness, yet she felt utterly powerless. Having successfully acquired the Chaos Body, Su Chen, augmented by countless talents, began to operate the Chaos Enlightenment method within him, resembling a colossal magnet as he voraciously absorbed celestial energy. With the assistance of the formations, he had no need to fear the leakage of his aura. In such circumstances, his cultivation surged past its limits, advancing from the so-called peak ancient saint realm to the calamity saint realm, celestial realm, Earth celestial realm, Heavenly Celestial Realm, Mysterious Celestial Realm, Golden Celestial Realm. Great Luo Golden Celestial Realm. With his cultivation smoothly breaking through to the peak Calamity Saint Realm, Chen certainly did not cease his efforts, but continued to cultivate. In the Celestial Realm, ordinary individuals lacked even the strength for self-preservation. Thus, he must seize the opportunity to break through to the Celestial Realm. To transcend from the peak of the Tribulation Saint Realm to the Celestial Realm, the sole requisite is to convert the spiritual energy within into celestial energy. While this may appear straightforward, it is, in truth, a formidable challenge. However, for the current Chen, it is a task he can accomplish effortlessly. The chaotic physique, augmented by the essence of chaos, along with his immense innate talents, begins to voraciously absorb the celestial energy of heaven and earth, flooding into his body to consume and purify the spiritual energy, transforming it into celestial energy. In mere moments, the spiritual energy contained within Chen has entirely metamorphosed into celestial energy, allowing him to break through from the peak of the Tribulation Saint Realm into the Celestial Realm. First level of the Celestial Realm. Second level of the Celestial Realm. Third level of the Celestial Realm. Fourth level of the Celestial Realm. Fifth level of the Celestial Realm. Sixth level of the Celestial Realm. Seventh level of the Celestial Realm. Eighth level of the Celestial Realm. Ninth level of the Celestial Realm. Pinnacle of the Celestial Realm. Suddenly, as he opened his eyes, a mixture of joy and gravity washed over Chen's face. He sensed that someone outside had detected his formation. If I do not actively break the formation, shouldn't you invite me in? With the formation activated, Chen was acutely aware that the individual capable of sensing his formation's aura was certainly not ordinary. A rotund, old man ambled in. Chapter 209. Can we become brothers? What a rotund figure. Chen regarded the portly elder with a sense of trepidation. An immortal emperor? He could almost assert with certainty that the stout elder before him was indeed an immortal emperor. From the information gleaned from the soul of the Qingyun immortal king, Chen understood that immortal emperors were the supreme beings of the immortal realm. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable immortal emperor here. Who might you be? Asked Chen. The fat old man chuckled. I am Fat Zhu Xian, known as the Zhu Xian immortal emperor. Is there something you require? I have yet to inquire your name. Nodding, Chen replied, Chen. Fat Zhu Xian nodded in acknowledgement, smiling. The one who just triggered the celestial phenomenon must be you, I presume? Without a hint of formality, he promptly seated himself, lifted a teacup from the table, and drained its contents in one gulp. Chen nodded, choosing not to conceal the truth. In his view, since the other party was already aware, there was no point in dissembling. Given that you can evoke such a celestial phenomenon, it appears you have awakened a unique constitution, remarked the immortal emperor. Chen was acutely aware that even wielding the power of an immortal emperor, he might not be able to vanquish this individual. At best, he could hope to escape unscathed. If he could annihilate countless drops of immortal emperor power, he would find himself in an invulnerable position. Fat Zhu Xian, if you have something to say, please speak plainly and without circumlocution. I appreciate your candor. Over the years, I have encountered numerous prodigies, many of whom possess extraordinary constitutions. Chen remained silent, observing the Zhu Xian immortal emperor before him. Zhu Xian, quite an impressive name. He mused. Chen, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you say? So, he desires to take me as a disciple. Chen felt a tinge of annoyance. Forgive my bluntness, but what qualifies you to take me as your pupil? Fat Zhu Xian paused, seemingly taken aback by such audacity, yet he remained unfazed. As a nine-tribulation immortal emperor, I am unrivaled among my peers. If you can become my disciple. Before Fat Zhu Xian could finish, Chen interjected. May I ask how immortal emperors are classified? The immortal realm is divided into 3 stages. The first stage encompasses the celestial realm, which includes the celestial being, earth immortal, heaven immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, and great Luo golden immortal. The second stage is the celestial sovereign realm, which includes the celestial general, celestial lord, celestial king, celestial emperor, celestial venerable, and celestial saint. The third stage is the immortal emperor realm. As for the classification of immortal emperors, I am less certain. Now presented with an immortal emperor, Chen would not squander this opportunity. He had to inquire further. Nodding, Fat Zhu Xian smiled. There are 3 paths for immortal emperors: tribulation, nirvana, and reincarnation. The 9-tribulation immortal emperor, the 9-nirvana immortal emperor, and the 9-reincarnation immortal emperor. Each stage is subdivided into 9 levels. I stand at the pinnacle of the tribulation emperor. Chen chuckled. What are you laughing at? I had thought you stood at the peak of the immortal emperor. But it appears you are merely at the apex of the tribulation emperor. The expression of Fat Zhu Xian darkened. The remark was clearly a mockery. He, the Zhu Xian immortal emperor, had traversed the immortal domain for countless years without enduring such humiliation. To be mocked by a mere fledgling who had just broken through to the celestial realm was truly audacious. Fat Zhu Xian, if you are amenable, let us forge a friendship, perhaps even become sworn brothers? What gives you the right? Fat Zhu Xian laughed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous proposition. There was a hint of derision in his gaze. To seek brotherhood with him? What qualifications did this young man possess? As a nine-tribulation immortal emperor and the Zhu Xian immortal emperor, he could easily find countless individuals in the immortal realm eager to be his disciple. This person was indeed a rarity, daring to outright refuse him. Chapter 210. I wish to establish a celestial court in the immortal realm. Fat Zhu Xian's countenance darkened. He had originally intended to take Su Chen as his disciple, but had not anticipated such arrogance from this mere lad, who sought to be treated as an equal. Su Chen, however, merely smiled, his face brimming with confidence. I shall surpass you in due course. I shall attain the status of the nine-reincarnation immortal emperor. I shall dominate the entirety of the immortal realm. I shall, with a mere flick of my hand, obliterate any deity or demon. Gazing at the youth before him, Fat Zhu Xian fell silent. Had anyone else dared to utter such words, he would have not only disbelieved them, but would have slapped them down without hesitation. Yet, inexplicably, as he looked at Su Chen, Fat Zhu Xian sensed something unusual about him. Fat old man, what do you say we make a deal? Fat old man, who in the immortal realm would dare to address him in such a manner? Unfazed, Fat Zhu Xian asked indifferently, what sort of deal do you propose? I wish to establish a celestial court in the immortal realm, which shall become the sovereign authority of the realm. I now extend an invitation for you to join my celestial court. What do you say? A celestial court? A mere fledgling who had just breached the celestial realm dared to establish a sect and seek supremacy in the immortal realm? Was he out of his mind? Had he been kicked by a donkey? Do you believe I would trust you? Whether you believe or not is inconsequential. I merely hope you do not come to regret this in the future. Only a fool would trust you. With that, Fat Zhu Xian turned and took a single step, his figure vanishing without a trace. He refrained from taking action. As a nine-tribulation immortal emperor, his status was far too elevated to lower himself to confront a mere celestial realm practitioner, one he would not even regard with disdain. Watching Fat Zhu Xian depart, Su Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him, as a drop of immortal emperor water materialized in his hand. He had already utilized 2 of the 3 drops of immortal emperor water's power. Now only 1 drop remained. Until this moment, Su Chen remained uncertain about the nature of the celestial emperor's droplet in his possession, pondering its true level of power. According to the corpulent and formidable celestial emperor, the celestial emperors were categorized into 3 stages: tribulation, nirvana, and reincarnation. The corpulent celestial emperor was a 9-tribulation celestial emperor, and to achieve absolute domination, the power in Su Chen's possession would need to belong to either the nirvana or reincarnation celestial emperors. Otherwise, being a mere tribulation celestial emperor would only allow one to escape, not to annihilate. System, what level of celestial power does this droplet represent? After some contemplation, he deemed it prudent to seek clarity, at least to ground himself in certainty. The power of the 9-reincarnation celestial emperor. Hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind, Su Chen's heart leapt with joy. The 9-reincarnation celestial emperor represented the pinnacle of existence within the celestial realm. And with the power of the reincarnation celestial emperor condensed into this droplet, he could traverse the celestial realm with impunity. However, he was acutely aware that he had but one opportunity to strike, as he had only 1 droplet of celestial power remaining after having utilized 3 to achieve swift kills. Upon leaving the secluded courtyard, Su Chen, having successfully broken through to the celestial being realm, desired to explore his surroundings. This was his inaugural visit to the celestial realm, a place that had merely existed as a myth during his time on Earth, and now he stood upon its very soil. Establishing a heavenly court in the celestial realm seemed like an enticing prospect. Su Chen understood that the celestial realm he inhabited was not akin to the one depicted in Journey to the West, thus rendering the concept of a heavenly court non-existent. It was precisely this realization that ignited his ambition to create his own heavenly court, one that would dominate the myriad regions of the celestial realm and ascend to an unparalleled status. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the time for such endeavors was not ripe. After all, he was merely at the celestial being stage. To establish a heavenly court and commence his conquest of the celestial realm, he needed to attain at least the celestial emperor realm, lest his aspirations remain mere fantasies. Thus, he resolved to elevate his cultivation to the celestial emperor realm in the shortest time possible. What others deemed unattainable did not preclude him from achieving it. While others required millions of years, he could condense that time into mere decades, or even years. Chapter 211. Just looking for a dragon. Why is it so difficult? In Tinshu Celestial City, the The bustling streets were teeming with celestial beings. Various celestial beasts roamed freely, allowed to enter the city as long as they posed no threat to humans. Su Chen had been inquiring tirelessly, seeking any traces of the dragon clan in the vicinity of the celestial city. For him, despite possessing a system and ample confidence, cultivation could not be expedited without a process. The most effective method would be to utilize the prison dragon circle to temporarily confine 2 celestial dragons as companions and bodyguards. Celestial dragons, akin to their earthly counterparts, were supreme entities. After several hours of questioning, he found himself disheartened, questioning why it was so challenging to find a dragon. How dare you provoke me? You think you can bargain with me? Today, I shall make you pay dearly. A youth with a delicate appearance spoke in an icy tone, mercilessly beating Dong Tianbao and his companions, leaving them bruised and bloodied. Young Master Zhou, please spare them. I am willing to marry you, Luli pleaded, tears streaming down her face, while the onlookers dared not intervene. What transpired? It was said that young Master Zhou was betrothed to this woman, and the 4 had attempted to annul the marriage, undoubtedly inciting the wrath of the Zhou family, resulting in their beating being entirely justified. Zhou Tong's expression darkened. As a scion of the prominent Zhou family in Tianshu Celestial City, he had never been the one to be discarded by a woman. Such humiliation was intolerable. The audacity of the 4 to come forth and annul the engagement was unforgivable. If you dare disrespect the Zhou family, I shall ensure your demise, he threatened. Celestial beings? In the eyes of the Zhou family, you are nothing but insignificant. To provoke our authority is sheer folly. You will regret it. If you do not cease this, I will perish before you. Luli cried out defiantly. Zhou Tong scoffed, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Your life or death holds no significance to me. However, should you dare to die before me, I will ensure your demise is a spectacle even in death. Upon hearing this, Luli trembled with despair. In the face of the formidable Zhou family, they were akin to ants, easily crushed at will. You are truly ungrateful. I had already offered you a chance to marry me as a concubine, allowing your companions to join the Zhou family. Yet, you insist on challenging my limits, truly believing you possess exceptional beauty. Zhou Tong's anger escalated. Marriage was inconsequential to him. With the Zhou family's status and influence, he could have any woman he desired. The crux of the matter lay in his pride. Being rejected by Lu Li would tarnish his reputation in the Celestial City. The humiliation he inflicted upon her and her companions was a message to all. To challenge the family would lead to dire consequences. Lu Li, do not plead for him. Even if we perish, we must retain our dignity. We must annul this engagement. Dong Tianbao and his companions understood the gravity of their situation, regardless of their actions. Zhou Tong would not relent. They chose to ignore his provocations. Zhou Tong sneered. Lu Li, if you kneel before me and declare your undying desire to marry me, perhaps I will consider sparing them. Absolutely not. Lu Li's resolve hardened. If you dare kneel, we will die here today. She gazed at her bloodied companions, fists clenched tightly. She could not bear to witness their demise and felt immense guilt for their plight. Just as Lu Li contemplated kneeling, her companions cried out in anguish. An invisible force enveloped Lu Li, rendering her unable to kneel despite her intentions. Brother Su! Brother Su! The 4 exclaimed in astonishment as they recognized the figure emerging from the crowd, none other than Su Chen. No one anticipated he would intervene. Under normal circumstances, they were little more than acquaintances, not even friends. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely turned a blind eye, unwilling to provoke the Zhou family, whose status in Tianshu Celestial City was formidable. Su Chen's emergence would surely incite Zhou Tong's wrath, a reality that promised considerable trouble for him. Chapter 212. One brick. One blow. What is happening? Su Chen inquired, observing the battered state of Dong Tianbao and his companions. Lu Li approached Su Chen, concern etched on her face. Brother Su, you must leave at once. They hail from the Zhou family, a force you cannot contend with. The Zhou family? He paid little heed to the origins of his adversaries, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the 4 and simply wishing to lend a hand. Speak, what is required? Lu Li fixed her gaze intently on the young man before her and finally spoke. Years ago, my father, for reasons unknown, sold me to Zhou Tong of the Zhou family. I have come here to annul the engagement. At this juncture, Lu Li refrained from elaborating further. Yet the implication was unmistakable. Su Chen, having grasped the situation, approached the trio, disregarding the sycophants of the Zhou family, and helped the bloodied individuals to their feet. Are you all right? He inquired. With a deep sigh, Dong Tianbao, feeling helpless, replied, Brother Su, why must you invite trouble upon yourself? This matter has nothing to do with you. To provoke the Zhou family is akin to courting death. Su Chen chuckled lightly, saying, among friends, there is no need for such formality. Zhou Tong, observing the scene before him, appeared momentarily dazed. It seemed as though he were invisible. as neither Lu Li nor Su Chen acknowledged his presence, nor the formidable Zhou family that stood behind him. Kid, are you some kind of fool summoned by a monkey? Zhou Tong desperately wished to laugh, bewildered by this audacious interloper who dared to act so brazenly in his presence. Turning to Zhou Tong, Su Chen smiled and said, "Grant me this favor. Let the engagement end here, shall we? Haha, are you jesting with me?" Zhou Tong's face was etched with derision, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of statements. "What are you to merit my consideration?" Growing impatient, Zhou Tong coldly commanded, "Seize this man. I must see what audacity he possesses to act so shamelessly before me." "Yes, young master." 6 warriors of the earth immortal realm advanced towards Su Chen, their expressions fierce, utterly dismissive of him. A terrifying aura of murderous intent surged forth, and the 6 showed no mercy. However, Su Chen produced a brick known for slaying immortals, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the brick with tremendous force. "A brick? I have never seen anyone use a brick in combat," came the murmurs. Before the words could settle, the 6 earth immortal warriors from the Zhou family were struck brutally by the brick, each meeting their end with a sickening explosion akin to bursting watermelons, leaving only a mist of blood. All present were rendered speechless, unable to fathom the overwhelming strength of this individual, especially the formidable weapon he wielded. Lu Li and her companions were utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that Su Chen, having ascended from the lower realms less than 2 days prior, could leap from an ordinary state directly to the realm of immortals, capable of annihilating earth immortal warriors in an instant. What did this imply? As they gazed upon the carnage, Zhou Tong's expression darkened to an extreme. "Kid," he began, but before he could finish, Su Chen had already appeared before him. "What do you think you are doing? I am the young master of the Zhou family. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will not let this transgression go unpunished." For reasons inexplicable, Zhou Tong felt a tremor of fear at the icy demeanor radiating from the young man before him. He continually reminded himself of the Zhou family's power, convinced that Su Chen would not dare to harm him. In the realm of Tianshu Immortal City, who would dare to provoke them? Yet, the individual standing before him was Su Chen, one who feared neither heaven nor earth, and had no intention of bowing to the Zhou family's intimidation. Slap, slap. Without a hint of mercy, Su Chen began to deliver resounding slaps across Zhou Tong's face, one after another, until blood streamed from his mouth and teeth flew, leaving onlookers aghast. This man was undeniably formidable. He had the audacity to strike the young master of the Zhou family and had already killed 6 of their earth immortal warriors. What was he doing? Zhou Tong vanished, evidently having been captured by Su Chen, who had some sort of spatial artifact. Watching Zhou Tong disappear, the crowd surmised the implications of Su Chen's actions. Having slain members of the Zhou family and struck their young master, he must prepare for the inevitable consequences, knowing full well what would ensue if the Zhou family sought retribution. Depositing Zhou Tong into a Qianxiaaudiobooks bag, capable of containing all things, including any sacred beings and even immortal warriors, Su Chen contemplated the implications of his actions. Chapter 213. The Reincarnation of the Immortal Emperor. In the Grand Hall of the Zhou family within Tianshu Immortal City, the Patriarch Zhou Lian inquired, "What is the cause of this urgent commotion?" Reporting to the Patriarch, "We have just received word that someone has brazenly slain 6 of our earth immortal warriors, and our young master has been taken captive." "What?" Zhou Lian's countenance darkened to a severe degree as he stood abruptly. This was Tianshu Immortal City, where the Zhou family's standing and power were well established. No one had ever dared to provoke them, not even other families, who had the audacity to disturb their domain. What transpired? Patriarch, according to our intelligence, this matter involves Lu Li, and the perpetrator is merely at the immortal realm, relying on a magical artifact to kill the 6 earth immortal warriors. An immortal realm? Zhou Lian thought he had misheard. An immortal would dare to challenge their family? It should be noted that in the entire immortal realm, an immortal was no different from an ordinary person, especially in the eyes of the Zhou family, where they were akin to ants. Zhou Lian could hardly believe that an immortal warrior would dare to defy their family. Send orders. Do not confront this individual. Instead, ascertain his whereabouts and ensure he does not escape the city. Yes, Zhou Lian was no fool. He understood the true intentions behind the abduction of Zhou Tong. This individual was clearly wary of their family, which was why he acted so boldly. His indifference toward Lu Li's fate was clear. His only concern was his son's safety, which could not be compromised. In a secluded courtyard, Lu Li and her companions felt both gratitude and anxiety. They had already provoked the Zhou family, and their fates were no longer in their control. Now, Su Chen, in his effort to assist them, had incurred the wrath of the Zhou family, filling them with guilt and remorse. Lu Li lowered her head and addressed the young man before her, saying, "Brother Su, you need not trouble yourself with such grave consequences." Shaking his head, Su Chen replied with a smile. To be precise, I do not consider myself a friend to you. My actions today are not motivated by friendship. What do you mean by that? The four were taken aback by Su Chen's words, struggling to comprehend why he would choose to assist them if not for camaraderie. Not only Lu Li, but the others also turned their gaze towards Su Chen. Lu Li, would you be willing to join me? What? The four quickly comprehended Su Chen's implication. Dong Tianbao, angered, exclaimed, Brother Su, we are immensely grateful for your rescue, but if you intend to use this as leverage, then even in death, we would refuse your assistance. The other two echoed their outrage, asserting that Su Chen's actions bore no difference from Zhou Tong's. Lu Li, her head bowed, could not bring herself to believe that her brother Su could be such a person. Su Chen smiled and said, to be frank, I aspire to establish my own sect in the celestial realm, and Lu Li is the first person I have invited to join the heavenly court. What do you think? I see, Dong Tianbao replied, somewhat embarrassed. I misunderstood you, Brother Su. My apologies. Not at all. Lu Li lifted her gaze to Su Chen, contemplated for a moment, and said, Brother Su, I am willing to join your sect, but I have a question to ask. Of course. Brother Su, may I inquire why you have chosen to invite me to join your sect? Not only Lu Li, but even the other three felt a surge of curiosity. After all, given Lu Li's exceptional talent and strength, it seemed perplexing that Su Chen would risk offending the Zhou family to extend such an invitation. It may sound far-fetched, Su Chen said, revealing the Six Paths reincarnation disc in his hand with a smile. Lu Li is the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Once she awakens the celestial powers within her, her cultivation speed will be astonishing, and she will eventually become a Celestial Emperor powerhouse. Reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor? Lu Li and the others understood the gravity of Su Chen's words and what it truly meant to be the reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor, the supreme being of the celestial realm. No one had anticipated that Lu Li would be a reincarnation of the Celestial Emperor. Yi gulped nervously and asked tentatively, Brother Su, are you certain? Absolutely. Su Chen was indeed confident in his assessment. The Six Paths reincarnation disc was irrefutable proof. During his acquaintance with the four, he had secretly cultivated the reincarnation bridge and inadvertently discovered Lu Li's celestial reincarnation secret through the disc. This was precisely why he was willing to take the risk of offending the Zhou family to aid the four. A tempest of emotions surged within Lu Li. She had never imagined she would be the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, yet she harbored no doubts regarding Su Chen's words. Bowing respectfully to Su Chen, she declared, I pay my respects to the sect master. I, Lu Li, shall join the heavenly court, and from this day forth, I vow to remain steadfast. Should I violate this oath, I shall endure the torment of reincarnation. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had already contemplated this matter. Upon arriving in the celestial realm, he intended to summon Huang Ji and others, and thus it was imperative to establish his own sect. It was unrealistic to think he could operate alone. Recruiting individuals was essential, especially since Lu Li was a reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Even if he could not ascertain her original state, having the weakest celestial emperor would undoubtedly benefit the development of the heavenly court. Brother Su, may we three also join your heavenly court? Certainly. You shall follow Lu Li from now on. Thank you, Brother Su. The reasons for the three wanting to join were twofold. First, they had known and fought alongside each other for many years, considering one another family and reluctant to part ways. Second, if Su Chen's assertions were indeed accurate, and Lu Li was truly a celestial emperor, then once she regained her original strength, she would become the supreme being of the celestial realm, and associating with her would undoubtedly be advantageous. Lu Li, I will now use the Six Paths reincarnation disc to help you awaken your celestial emperor essence. I believe your talent and cultivation speed will far surpass your current state. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Chen promptly set up the formation and led Lu Li inside. Donggu, do you think Brother Su's words are true? I am still somewhat bewildered that Sister Lu Li is actually a legendary celestial emperor. Yi sighed. I too am in disbelief. If Sister Lu Li is truly a celestial emperor powerhouse, can we not benefit from her light? Dong Tianbao sighed deeply, pondering that if this were the case, the relationship between them and Lu Li would inevitably change. How could they continue to refer to each other as brothers? Could they truly maintain such camaraderie with a celestial emperor? It seemed impossible. Chapter 214. Let us depart. I shall escort you home. A full day passed. With the aid of the Six Paths reincarnation disc, Lu Li's celestial emperor essence successfully awakened. Initially skeptical, Lu Li found her cultivation skyrocketing the moment her essence awakened. She ascended directly from the immortal realm to the celestial immortal realm, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Now only a step away from the profound immortal realm. The realms are as follows: immortal realm, earth immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, profound immortal realm, Golden Immortal Realm. And Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. As Lu Li felt her cultivation surge, she was completely stunned. Peak Celestial Immortal? Lu Li, your original spirit has been destroyed, thus, your memories of your true self will no longer return. From this moment forth, you are Lu Li, you are the Celestial Emperor, destined to reach the pinnacle of the Celestial Emperor. Thank you, Brother Su. Upon exiting the formation, Su Chen harbored a modicum of selfishness. He would not engage in futile endeavors. He had no intention of weaving garments for others. He could indeed utilize the Six Paths reincarnation disc to assist Lu Li in restoring her original memories, yet he chose not to. The reason was simple. Once Lu Li regained her original memories, without the option of a soul sacrifice, her potential for rebellion would remain uncertain. Since she had already reincarnated, the restoration of memories was no longer significant. For this reason, he had eradicated her original memories while utilizing the Six Paths reincarnation disc. Lu Li would remain oblivious to this matter. Peak Celestial Immortal? Sister Lu Li, have you truly broken through to the Peak Celestial Immortal? Seeing Lu Li nod in affirmation, Dong Tianbao and the others were utterly bewildered. Even if Lu Li were the reincarnation of a Celestial Emperor, it was inconceivable that she could achieve such a breakthrough in a mere day. It is all thanks to Brother Su that I was able to break through so rapidly. They felt an overwhelming envy, yet no hatred arose within them. The way they looked at Su Chen had completely transformed. A mere mortal who had recently ascended from the lower realms had now reached the peak of the immortal realm and could even obliterate Earth immortals. Now he had aided Lu Li in breaking through to the peak Celestial Immortal. Even witnessing it firsthand, it was hard to believe. Regrettably, they were not Celestial Emperor reincarnates and could not achieve breakthroughs in such a short time. They could only progress step by step. It had been a day, yet the Zhou family had shown no signs of movement. Dong Tianbao and the others were quite astonished. Under normal circumstances, after Su Chen had slain 6 Earth immortals from the Zhou family and captured Zhou Tong, the Zhou family would surely be enraged and retaliate against them. Yet, what was the outcome? The Zhou family had not acted as anticipated. Could it be that the Zhou family has chosen to abandon Zhou Tong? Dong Tianbao shook his head. Impossible. Whether for Zhou Tong or for their reputation, the Zhou family would never forsake him. The more they remain silent, the more cautious we must be. Seated upon a stone chair, Su Chen understood the true reasoning behind the Zhou family's inaction. Their reluctance to act stemmed from their fear of Zhou Tong. Or else would the Zhou family truly remain silent? It was hard to believe. Su Chen had refrained from immediately executing Zhou Tong for a simple reason. He intended to leverage Zhou Tong to exert pressure on the Zhou family. If the enemy remained still, he too would remain still. If the enemy moved, he would retaliate with full force. He harbored no fear of the Zhou family. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to assist Lu Li and the others. He released Zhou Tong from the Chinkoan bag. Young man, I advise you to release me at once, or my father will undoubtedly reduce you to a mere pile of flesh. Yet another futile threat. The antagonist truly lacks intellect. Slap, slap. Without uttering a single word, Su Chen began to rain down fierce slaps upon Zhou Tong's face, each strike resulting in a spatter of blood and shattered teeth. Listen carefully. If you wish to receive more slaps, just say so. With a heavy nod, Zhou Tong dared not utter another word. His opponent was a madman. A lunatic who disregarded his threats and dared to provoke his family. To threaten such a madman was akin to courting death. He needed to devise a way to survive and escape. Do you have the marriage certificate for Lu Li? Yes. Bloodied and pale, Zhou Tong's face was marred with shame, his teeth still spilling from his mouth. Such humiliation was unprecedented, yet he dared not speak further, fearing another brutal beating. Hand it over, regardless of his internal reluctance. Faced with humiliation and the specter of death, he had no choice but to obediently retrieve the marriage certificate from his spatial ring. He cared not whether Lu Li would marry him. What truly mattered was his dignity. With his lineage and family power, he could have any woman he desired. But he could not afford to lose face. As the marriage certificate slipped from Zhou Tong's grasp and ignited in midair, turning to ash, Lu Li shuddered. Finally feeling a sense of relief, she would no longer be bound to this young master of the Zhou family. Are you convinced? I am. Do you know why I choose not to kill you? Zhou Tong remained silent, internally sneering, thinking, do you dare to kill me? He was no fool. He understood perfectly why this man spared him, not out of mercy, but from fear of the Zhou family's retribution. His father, the head of the Zhou family, was a formidable xianxian expert. Thus, he had to bide his time. As long as he could escape with his life, he would have the opportunity to seek vengeance in the future. Patience. Su Chen rose to his feet and declared, it seems young Master Zhou has been missing home for a day. Let us return. Chapter 215. In the future, whenever you see me, you shall kneel and address me as master. What? Returning home? Not only Zhou Tong, but even Lu Li and the others were taken aback. They simply could not fathom why Su Chen would take Zhou Tong back to the Zhou family, as if he truly feared them. Before Zhou Tong could process the situation, Su Chen had already tossed him into the Qinquan bag. The Zhou family. Following Zhou Tong's disappearance, they refrained from taking action as expected. Unable to ascertain Zhou Tong's fate, they could only observe the situation, provided Lu Li and her companions did not leave Xian City. Master, Lu Li and the others are outside. What? They have voluntarily come to our doorstep? Let them in. Before long, Su Chen and Lu Li entered. Without waiting for Zhou Lian to speak, Su Chen took a seat. Who might you be? What grievances do you hold against my Zhou family? Zhou Lian did not exhibit the fury one might expect. Instead, he regarded the young man before him with a calm demeanor, choosing to ignore Lu Li and her companions, mere immortals in his eyes. What piqued his curiosity was this young man, for he could not comprehend why a mere immortal would dare to provoke the Zhou family, one of the premier families in Tianshu Xian City, under the protection of Xianxian power. 3 conditions, and I shall release Zhou Tong. Oh, I am eager to hear them. Zhou Lian's interest was piqued. Never before had anyone dared to be so brazen. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his cold gaze. But for the sake of his son, he chose to remain composed. First, the relationship between Zhou Tong and Lu Li ends here. Lu Li shall have no further ties to your Zhou family, and you shall not pursue her any longer. Second, I previously eliminated 6 of your family's worthless members, which left me rather dissatisfied. Therefore, your family must compensate me. Third, I am currently in need of some financial assistance. Your Zhou family must provide me with 100 million Xian crystals. What? Lu Li and the others were left in shock and disbelief. They never expected Su Chen to be so audacious. This was not mere arrogance. He had killed members of the Zhou family and was now demanding compensation. Alongside a request for 100 million Xian crystals, it was clear that the Zhou family would never acquiesce. Zhou Lian chuckled, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous statement in existence. A mere immortal dared to provoke his family in such a manner? Can you agree to such demands? If the Zhou family were to accept, they might as well take their own lives. How could they continue to live with any dignity? Zhou Lian remarked with a smile. Are you jesting? Jesting? I have no time for frivolities. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen released Zhou Tong from the Qinquan bag, but restrained him beneath his foot, grinning as he said, My time is limited. I would appreciate a decisive response from the head of the Zhou family. Father, save me. Zhou Tong, with a mouth full of dried blood and scarcely any teeth left, never anticipated that this man would indeed return him to his family. He felt a surge of joy. As long as he was back with his family, everything would be manageable. However, the atmosphere felt decidedly off. Zhou Lian's expression darkened. He understood precisely why this man was so audacious, daring to challenge the family. He was leveraging the hostage of his son to coerce the Zhou family, suppressing his seething rage. He spoke through gritted teeth. As the head of the Zhou family, I can promise you that if you release my son, the Zhou family will not pursue the matter any further, and I will provide you with 10,000 Xian crystals. How does that sound? He had chosen to compromise. As he cared little for this person's life or death, his sole concern was for his son's safety. Under similar circumstances, anyone else would have undoubtedly chosen to yield. For the Zhou family's strength and status were undeniable, particularly within their domain of Tianshu Xian City. But Su Chen merely sneered. Crack. Before the astonished eyes of Lu Li and the others, Su Chen severed Zhou Tong's left arm, blood gushing forth onto the floor. You dare. Zhou Lian sprang to his feet, a torrent of murderous intent enveloping the entire hall. He could scarcely believe that this man would dare to strike at his son right before his eyes, an outright provocation against both him and the entire Zhou family. Enraged, Zhou Lian longed to rend him limb from limb, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, for the simple reason that this man held his son captive. Should anything happen to Zhou Tong, there would be no opportunity for regret. What do I have to fear? Su Chen, brimming with audacity, chose to ignore Zhou Lian entirely. What did it matter that this was the Zhou family, whether in the Tianwu continent or the Xian realm? The law of the jungle remained unchanged, the strong prey upon the weak. Wherever one roamed, the powerful commanded respect, and might determined authority. Without strength, one could not even protect oneself. Were it not for his foot on Zhou Tong, would Zhou Lian have chosen to endure? Head of the Zhou family, do not presume that I am jesting. I have no time for games. His voice grew increasingly frigid, and Su Chen's confidence ignited Zhou Lian's fury further. Zhou Lian himself is an exalted figure in the realm of Xianxian, within the Tianshu immortal city, where he stands as the most formidable presence aside from the city lord. Never has anyone dared to act so brazenly and provocatively in his presence. 100 million immortal crystals is acceptable. What compensation do you seek? Even for the Zhou clan, such a sum is a considerable burden. However, for the sake of his son, he has no choice but to acquiesce. prioritizing his son's safety above all else. It is quite straightforward. You, representing the Zhou family and Zhou Tong, must kneel and apologize to me, swearing a blood oath that this matter shall end here. In the future, whenever anyone from the Zhou family encounters me in Tianshu Immortal City, including yourself, they must kneel and address me as master. Dong Tianbao and his three companions were utterly astonished, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. While they had witnessed arrogance and strength before, they had never encountered such audacity, especially when facing the Zhou family, showing no regard whatsoever for their dignity. Apologize, kneel, and call me master? If the Zhou family were to comply with such demands, how could they possibly maintain their standing in Tianshu Immortal City? What face would they have left? Even the Zhou family would be unable to face themselves. It was an impossibility. As the head of the Zhou family, he was acutely aware that acquiescing to such terms would bring him unimaginable shame. The Zhou family's future in Tianshu Immortal City would become the greatest joke. And how could they continue to navigate their existence there? There was simply no way he could agree, not even for the sake of his son. The notion of sacrificing his son was utterly unthinkable. Zhou Lian let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Do you really believe the Zhou family would acquiesce?" Chapter 2:16, Then you shall need to wager. On one side lies his son, and on the other, the family. How to choose? As the patriarch of the Zhou family, he must consider the family's interests above all else before making any decision. For his son, he could part with 100 million immortal crystals. However, sacrificing the family's dignity for his son was out of the question. Moreover, kneeling to apologize and calling someone master was even less conceivable. Zhou Tong trembled in fear, sensing that his father was prepared to abandon him. If that were the case, even if the family managed to eliminate this person, he would undoubtedly perish, rendering his survival meaningless. In Zhou Lian's cold gaze, a menacing, intense swirled. Su Chen coldly remarked, "It seems the head of the Zhou family is ready to forsake you. Dad, save me." With a sickening crack, Zhou Tong's right arm was brutally wrenched from his body, blood gushing forth anew. His complexion turned ashen. Utterly blindsided by the audacity of this individual to act so violently before his father, showing a complete lack of regard for the Zhou family. Despair had long since settled in. He had believed that returning to his family would ensure his survival, never anticipating that his father would abandon him. Zhou Tong understood one fundamental truth. In the face of his family, his father would undoubtedly choose the family's interests over his own, personal stakes being inconsequential compared to the family's honor. Remember, Tong, you sacrifice for the family, and the family will remember you. Dad, Zhou Lian, unwilling to linger any longer, fixed his icy gaze on the young man before him, having made the decision to sacrifice his son. There was little point in prolonging the matter. However, Su Chen remained seated, unmoved. Lu Li and her companions were somewhat astonished, unsure of Su Chen's confidence. The divine bone nail and the immortal slaughtering brick had already materialized in his hands. Yet Su Chen spoke, "Fatty, if you continue to stare, you will find it impossible to join my heavenly court in the future." To whom was Su Chen speaking? Such theatrics. Zhou Lian scoffed and charged at Su Chen. A chilling murderous intent enveloping the entire hall, crashing down upon Su Chen like a tsunami. Before the astonished gazes of Lu Li and her companions, the body of Zhou Lian, the patriarch of the Zhou family and a Xianxian cultivator, was abruptly frozen in midair, his eyes filled with terror. Unable to comprehend why he could not move. "How did you know I was here?" The figure of the fat immortal appeared out of thin air. Choosing to disregard Zhou Lian, gazing at the young man before him with surprise, Lu Li and her companions dared not utter a word. Yet it was clear, the patriarch of the Zhou family, a Xianxian expert, was rendered immobile in midair, illustrating just how formidable the fat immortal's power truly was. With an expression of fury, the fat immortal sat across from Su Chen. Su Chen smiled, but remained silent. Others may not sense the fat immortal's aura, but he could, as the chaotic foundation within him far exceeded that of the immortal emperor's origin. There was no comparison between the two. "Big Fatty, we are both wise individuals and need not beat around the bush. If you are willing to join my heavenly court, I can guarantee that you will not only achieve the Nirvana Immortal Emperor status, but will also ascend to the pinnacle of the reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Why should I trust you?" The fat immortal himself was uncertain why he felt compelled to engage with Su Chen. Had it been anyone else, he would have dismissed them entirely. Yet this particular individual instilled in him an elusive, unfathomable sensation. He found himself inexplicably following Su Chen, astonished that Su Chen could detect his presence. "Then you shall need to wager and see if you can win." With a resounding thud, Zhou Tong beneath them was crushed like a watermelon, a mist of blood erupting forth, inciting Zhou Lian's furious gaze. Yet his body remained firmly ensnared, unable to budge. He could only watch helplessly as his son was obliterated. How could one not feel rage? "Are you very angry? Why is that?" "I offered the Zhou family an opportunity. and it was you who failed to seize it. You have no one to blame but yourself. Su Chen granted the fat immortal time for contemplation. Though it was not impossible to subdue him, simply consuming the last drop of a mortal emperor's power would suffice to force the fat immortal into submission. After all, the remaining drop of a mortal emperor's power was the culmination of the reincarnation immortal emperor, and overpowering the 9 tribulations immortal emperor would not pose a challenge. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to squander this final drop of immortal emperor power, for it was his last bastion of hope, one he needed to preserve. This is Tianshu Immortal City, governed by the City Lord's manor. You dare act thus, and the manor will not let you go unpunished. A threat? Chapter 217, arriving swiftly, departing even faster. Disregarding the threat, the City Lord's manor of Tianshu Immortal City is said to be helmed by a golden immortal, the sole golden immortal in the entire city. In the immortal realm, there are various stages: Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heaven Immortal Realm, Xian Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, and the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. You will leave the Zhou family at once, and I shall not pursue the matter further. With a dismissive wave, Zhou Lian's body exploded into a mist of blood. He then turned to the Fat Immortal. What have you decided? The Fat Immortal appeared somewhat troubled. As a dignified immortal emperor, he found himself cowed by this youth. Perplexed by the situation, will you truly enable me to ascend to the reincarnation immortal emperor? Indeed. Then I shall temporarily join your heavenly court. However, should you fail to fulfill your promise, not only will I depart from your court, but I will also seek your life and imprison your soul in the depths of hell. Agreed. Upon hearing that the corpulent immortal had joined the celestial court, Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of joy. The events of the future could be addressed in due time. But the addition of a 9th-level immortal emperor was a tremendous boon for the development of the celestial court. Old man, I declare myself the sovereign of the celestial court. From this moment forth, you shall serve as an elder of the celestial court. I now command you to annihilate the entire Zhou family, leaving no one alive. Even if the Zhou family poses no further threat, I cannot allow any of them to escape. Eradicating them entirely is the only way to ensure no future repercussions. Such a grave misstep is one that Su Chen would never entertain lightly. How dare you command me? The face of the corpulent immortal darkened. He was bewildered by his own circumstances. Why had he allied himself with the celestial court? Why did he feel compelled to obey this individual? Was it solely due to the peculiar awakening of this person's unique physique? The celestial phenomena that accompanied his awakening, tinged with a hint of chaotic energy, suggested that this individual was destined for greatness. This realization was, in truth, the reason for his joining the celestial court. In a single stride, the corpulent immortal vanished from sight. Let us depart. Lu Li and the others were left in a state of bewilderment as they followed Su Chen away from the Zhou residence. In the next moment, the entire Zhou family erupted in a cacophony of chaos, accompanied by thunderous roars and agonized cries. Every soul within the Zhou family, down to the last chicken and ant, was transformed into swirling clouds of blood mist, coalescing into a tempest of crimson that swept through the void. The acrid scent of blood spread like an enormous spider's web, ensnaring the surroundings in its grasp. What on earth has happened to the Zhou family? People murmured in shock. Who could have brought such devastation upon them? At that moment, the lord of the city, the sole golden immortal of Tianshu Immortal City, arrived swiftly. Standing in midair, Han Tao gazed at the obliterated Zhou family, his expression one of profound dismay. He had never expected that someone would dare to commit such a deed within Tianshu Immortal City, completely disregarding the authority of the city lord's residence. Who are you? Why have you sought to destroy the Zhou family? Han Tao inquired, addressing the ethereal figure that resembled an elder with a prominent belly. Just then, a terrifying pressure descended, akin to a tsunami sweeping through the void. Han Tao coughed up blood as his complexion turned pale, his body trembling in fear as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure. An immortal emperor of the 9 calamities? Even the weakest among them could annihilate any immortal. The disparity between them was as insurmountable as a chasm. Farewell. The visitor departed as swiftly as they had come. Observing the city lord's hasty retreat, everyone was astonished, perplexed by the events that had unfolded. However, many speculated that anyone who could instill such fear in the city lord must possess strength surpassing his own. With the city lord fleeing in terror, it was evident that the individual responsible for the Zhou family's demise was far from ordinary, leaving many to wonder what kind of power they wielded. Regardless of their strength, it was clear that even the city lord deemed it unwise to provoke them. It was better to remain silent. Alas, the Zhou family had truly drawn the short straw, provoking such a formidable being who had obliterated them without mercy. Witnessing the city lord's ignoble flight, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. For such an occurrence had never transpired in Tianshu Immortal City. Typically, Even those capable of suppressing the city lord would refrain from outright exterminating a family, effectively slapping the city lord's authority in the face. From a distance, Lu Li and her companions were equally astonished. The effortless obliteration of the Zhou family demonstrated an extraordinary level of power, and they were still grappling with disbelief. The newly inducted corpulent elder was, in fact, a legendary immortal emperor. The existence of an immortal emperor, a pinnacle figure within the entire immortal realm, was beyond their wildest expectations. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it impossible to believe. With our alliance in the celestial court, and under such a formidable sovereign, I trust our future will be bright, Lu Li remarked, smiling. Should you ascend to the realm of immortal emperors, do not forget the three of us. How could I ever forget my three brothers with whom I've faced life and death for so many years? Lu Li reassured them, and Dong Tianbao and the others had no doubt about her sincerity, having known her character well over the years. As the Zhou family lay in ruins, the entire Tianxiu immortal city trembled. It was an unusual occurrence for a top-tier family like the Zhou family to be subjected to such slaughter, let alone to be completely wiped out. Every last member, not even an ant left to escape. Most astonishingly, the city lord had been so frightened that he fled, revealing that even the foremost powerhouse of Tianxiu Immortal City was no match for this individual. Who else in the city could pose a threat to them? The disgruntled corpulent immortal was equally perplexed. Here he was, a dignified immortal emperor, reduced to being a mere enforcer for another. In the secluded courtyard, Chen addressed him. Old man, I will not allow your joining the celestial court to be in vain. Allow me to offer you a token of my goodwill. Anticipation flickered in the corpulent immortal's eyes. He sensed a veil of mystery surrounding Chen. From his spatial pouch, Chen produced a jade slip. This jade slip contains the record of a cultivation technique. If you practice it diligently, I believe reaching the reincarnation immortal emperor realm will not pose a challenge for you. For a long time, Chen had cultivated the chaotic Enlightenment Sutra, a technique derived from the essence of chaos, which hinted at profound implications. Naturally, he could not share the chaotic Enlightenment Sutra itself with the corpulent immortal, so he merely derived a technique from it. Yet, Chen was unwaveringly confident that this would enable the corpulent immortal to ascend to the reincarnation immortal emperor realm. Is this for real? The corpulent immortal was initially incredulous, but he accepted the jade slip, pouring his consciousness into it. He stood frozen in astonishment, his expression shifting through a myriad of emotions over the course of half an hour. Finally, drenched in sweat and brimming with excitement, he exclaimed, Indeed, I am thoroughly pleased. Old man, as long as you perform well, I shall reward you with a chaotic Tao fruit, allowing you to cultivate the chaotic Tao. Is this true? Believe it or not, the corpulent immortal had no doubt, especially after experiencing the efficacy of the technique. Chuckling, he said, Chen, I have joined the celestial court and am now an elder. Thus, you must provide me with the chaotic Tao fruit. Impatiently, he sought the fruit, fully aware of its significance. Chen, however, shook his head, chuckling, the chaotic Tao fruit is still being cultivated. As for when it will mature, I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to the celestial court, you will undoubtedly obtain a chaotic Tao fruit in due course. If you dare to deceive me, I would never. Without granting the corpulent immortal a chance to threaten him, Chen felt quite satisfied. Although he did not possess the chaos Tao fruit, he understood the necessity of first deceiving the corpulent immortal. The veracity of the situation was known solely to him, while the corpulent immortal remained oblivious. Gradually, the corpulent immortal's figure faded, eager to practice the newly acquired technique. Finally, he had managed to deal with the corpulent immortal. Fortune truly favored him. Chen comprehended the nature of the corpulent immortal. Had it been any other immortal emperor, instead of being persuaded to join the celestial court, they would undoubtedly have sought to seize his treasures. The corpulent immortal was indeed a remarkable character, which was the true reason Chen wished for him to join the celestial court. On the seventh day, Chen arrived early, holding a spirit stone, awaiting the moment for a lightning-fast purchase. This marked his second such opportunity since entering the immortal realm. During the first, he had acquired a chaos body, and he was filled with anticipation for what he might obtain this time. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day lightning purchase time has arrived, commencing random selection now. At that moment, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind, causing Chen's heart to leap with joy. The day he had eagerly awaited had finally arrived. With great anticipation, he hoped to secure an item comparable to the chaos body. Item: Chaos Devouring Beast. Price: 1 immortal crystal. Item description: the Chaos Devouring Beast. The first beast born from the dawn of chaos, possesses the ability to consume heaven and earth, devour the firmament, and swallow chaos. There is nothing it cannot ingest. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. The chaos-devouring beast? Su Chen felt a wave of dismay wash over him. For the spirit stone in his possession was utterly insufficient for this purchase. He could only use an immortal crystal. Without hesitation, he discarded the spirit stone. And as the immortal crystal appeared, the so-called chaos-devouring beast manifested in his arms. In the immortal realm, spirit stones were akin to refuse, everywhere. Immortal crystals served as the universal currency, even for lightning purchases. Gazing at the creature in his arms, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Was this truly the chaos-devouring beast? The diminutive beast, no larger than the palm of his hand, was a dull gray-black, its fluffy fur soft and unassuming, devoid of any discernible aura. The more he looked, the more it seemed like a miniature pig. Increasingly frustrated, he could hardly comprehend that the chaos-devouring beast he had acquired was, in fact, a pig, albeit a rather unremarkable one. Had the system not informed him of its identity, he would never have believed that this little creature was the chaos-devouring beast. Hearing sounds from outside, he glanced at the small pig in his hands and said, "From now on, you shall be called Little Fat." Little Fat, seemingly exhausted, promptly fell asleep, nestled in Su Chen's embrace. System, is this pig truly the chaos-devouring beast? Indeed. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? The system never lies. With the system's confirmation, Su Chen understood that there was no mistake. The pig he had acquired was indeed the chaos-devouring beast. Perhaps he had overthought the matter. He hoped that this chaos-devouring beast would not disappoint him. Chapter 219, Dragon Clan, Here I Come. The corpulent immortal entered, his face flushed with excitement. The cultivation method Su Chen had imparted was nothing short of earth-shattering. He had never encountered such a domineering technique. With unwavering confidence, he believed that through diligent practice of this method, he would inevitably break through to the reincarnation immortal emperor level. Old Fat, do you have business? The corpulent immortal, unfazed by Su Chen's teasing, nodded with a smile, expressing his eagerness. Is your chaos Dao fruit ripe yet? Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a pang of frustration. He gazed helplessly at the corpulent figure before him and replied, "The chaos Dao fruit requires time to mature. No amount of urging will hasten it." Damn it. The corpulent immortal couldn't help but curse vehemently. "I have matters to attend to. Here is my jade slip. If anything arises, just crush it, and I will appear." Receiving the jade slip, Su Chen inquired, "Where are you going?" "No need for questions. Remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, do not casually crush the jade slip." He placed the jade slip into his chinquan bag, fully aware of its significance. "Old Fat, there is something I wish to ask." "Speak quickly, I am pressed for time." "I wish to know the whereabouts of the Dragon Clan." "The Dragon Clan?" The corpulent immortal did not ponder long before responding. "The Taishu immortal domain is home to many dragon clans. Which one are you inquiring about?" Based on Su Chen's calculations, he was uncertain whether the dragon capturing circle he possessed had any restrictions and whether it could confine an immortal dragon of the emperor level. "The Dragon Clan nearest to Tianshu Immortal City." "You wish to visit the Dragon Clan?" "Yes." The corpulent immortal, speechless, remarked, "Are you seeking death? I won't stop you. But remember, you still owe me the Chaos Dao fruit. You absolutely must not die." After divulging the precise location of the Dragon Clan, the corpulent immortal departed without lingering for a moment. It seemed he was destined for the Dragon Clan. The dragon capturing circle would prove useful against the divine dragons of Tianwu continent, and he believed it would hold the same efficacy against the immortal dragons of the immortal realm. As a newcomer, even though the corpulent immortal had joined the celestial court, he could come and go as he pleased. Su Chen still lacked the means to compel his obedience. Before that, he needed to find several formidable immortal dragons to bolster his standing. "Master, where are we headed?" "To the Dragon Clan." "Ah, the Dragon Clan?" Hearing her masteress words, Lu Li was momentarily bewildered, unsure of the meaning behind his statement. "Come with me to the Dragon Clan." "Understood." Not far from Tianshu Immortal City, nestled within the depths of a mountain range, lay a valley that towered between the heavens and the earth, surrounded by swirling currents of air. This was a forbidden zone of the entire mountain range. No beast dared to approach. The reason was simple. This valley, known as Dragon Valley, was the stronghold of the Dragon Clan. This particular Dragon Clan was but one of the many branches of the greater dragon lineage. Upon a massive stone platform lay a dragon, dozens of meters long, its scales a brilliant ice blue. As it coiled, its striking blue scales shimmered beautifully, and its eyes slowly opened, surveying its surroundings before gently closing once more. The dragon Ice Blue, a time-space ice dragon, was at the Immortal Emperor level, with ranks as follows: Immortal General, Immortal Lord, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal Saint. The Immortal Emperor level was the fourth tier among these ranks. Observing the vast valley before them, Lu Li and her companions exchanged glances, each reflecting deep shock and trepidation. They simply could not fathom the purpose of their visit to Dragon Valley without the accompaniment of an immortal Emperor Elder. Chapter 220. From now on, the Dragon Clan will follow me. They remained unaware of the true objective behind their master's visit to the Dragon Clan. A dragon. What terrifying dragon breath. As two immortal dragons appeared before them, the expressions of the four changed dramatically. Let us go. Chen led the four towards Dragon Valley. With the dragon capturing circle now in hand, he understood that without it, if they entered Dragon Valley, even the appearance of a single immortal dragon would likely spell their doom. Humans? How did humanity come to be here? The two celestial dragons appeared exceedingly astonished. This place is a forbidden domain of the entire mountain range, where no human warrior dares to tread. Not even the beasts of the wilderness would dare to encroach. Among them, all are at the celestial realm, with only one reaching the heavenly celestial realm. You insignificant humans, swiftly vacate the territory of the Dragon Clan, otherwise. Before the two celestial dragons could finish their warning, a colossal yellow ring shattered through layers of void and violently struck down upon their heads. In an instant, the anguished roars of dragons reverberated throughout the expanse, as their horns were shattered and dragon blood sprayed forth, staining the void crimson. Had it not been for Chen's mercy, those two celestial dragons would surely have perished. Chen could not bear to slay any celestial dragon. He had already resolved to establish the heavenly court in the celestial realm. To do so, a substantial workforce was needed, and the Dragon Clan was the optimal choice. Chen had envisioned that the Dragon Army would serve as the guardians of the heavenly court, and this branch of the Dragon Clan before him was merely the inception of that army, ignoring the two celestial dragons. Chen led his four companions directly into the Dragon Valley. Humans? This human dares to come here and cause trouble, quickly informed the clan leader. You five, halt immediately. The five celestial realm human warriors strode in brazenly, inciting furious outrage among the celestial dragons within the Dragon Valley, clearly provoking the Dragon Clan. The clan leader has arrived. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the dragon, Long Bing Lan, materialized in the void, emanating an overwhelming pressure characteristic of the celestial emperor realm, surging towards the five like a tsunami, causing the ground to fracture and spread like a vast spiderweb. Mother Dragon? Insolent. The elders of the Dragon Clan were seething with rage, utterly astonished that the five dared to be so arrogant, openly challenging the clan leader without a modicum of respect for the Dragon Clan. With a flick of her claw, the cold, indifferent gaze of Long Bing Lan radiated a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine, her voice resonating like the wails of souls from the underworld. You truly are oblivious to your own mortality, daring to stir chaos in my Dragon Valley. Lu Li and the others were left in utter disbelief, still in a state of shock. Their leader was truly formidable, not only daring to venture into the Dragon Valley, but also to provoke the clan leader directly. What do you think gives our leader such audacity to act so brazenly? I have no idea, but just moments ago, our leader seemed to wield a powerful yellow ring that severely injured the two celestial dragons. It appears that this yellow ring in our leader's possession is indeed a treasure. Hush, I have faith in our leader. I too believe. The five communicated telepathically. Chen, holding the dragon prison ring, smiled at the Dragon Clan leader and inquired, "May I have the honor of your name?" "This is our clan leader, Long Bing Lan." Nodding, Chen replied with a smile, "Long Bing Lan, I do not wish to dawdle. Let us speak plainly. I have come to the Dragon Valley to convey a message to the Dragon Clan." All dragons fixated intently on the human youth before them, uncertain of what he intended to say. "From this moment forth, the Dragon Clan shall follow my lead." "What did you say? My Dragon Clan will follow you? On what grounds? Who do you think you are? Foolish mortal, have you lost your senses?" An enraged celestial dragon roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent, akin to hell itself descending, pressing down upon Lu Li and the others, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, gasping for breath under the oppressive atmosphere. The dragon prison ring erupted with a surge of energy, enveloping the five, as the oppressive dragon aura from the Dragon Clan vanished without a trace. Long Bing Lan chuckled, as if she had heard the most ludicrous statement in the world, her gaze growing colder as she coldly declared, "It seems you are seeking death. Kill this person for me." Buzzing, accompanied by a terrifying dragon aura, dozens of celestial dragons surged from all directions, clearly intent on eliminating Chen. Lu Li and the others dared not move, their eyes fixed on their leader, awaiting his response. The dragon prison ring was flung with great force, trailing a cascade of yellow light, as the terrifying ring expanded rapidly, leaving afterimages as it crashed down upon the celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons at the celestial general realm could not withstand the onslaught of the dragon prison ring. Blood flowed freely, and anguished cries echoed throughout the Dragon Valley. Chapter 221. Behold, the fireworks display is about to commence. What? As they witnessed their kin writhing in agony upon the ground, all celestial dragons were left utterly astonished, including clan leader Longbinglan, a human at the celestial realm, yet he can inflict grievous harm upon all of our clansmen. This can only indicate one thing. There is something amiss with that yellow ring in his possession. Could it be that this human relies solely on that yellow ring? Longbinglan, considering you are a mother dragon, I do not wish to resort to violence. I hope you will recognize the situation. Otherwise, once I see blood, things will not end well. Insolent. I shall see just what capabilities you possess to be so arrogant before my dragon clan. The elders of the dragon clan, celestial dragons at the celestial king realm, charged forth, bearing the inexorable might of the dragon clan, for their dignity was not to be trifled with, especially against a mere human. Bang! The dragon prison ring transformed into a beam of yellow light. Under the astonished gazes of all celestial dragons, it struck fiercely upon the celestial king elder, shattering scales and causing blood to erupt, enveloping the area in a mist of crimson. Their leader is far too formidable. Lu Li and the others stood in stunned silence, utterly aghast at the scene before them. No one could have anticipated that their leader would be so powerful, wielding the yellow ring with such prowess that even the esteemed celestial king elder of the dragon clan could not withstand its might. The dragon prison ring continued its relentless assault upon the celestial king elder, striking again and again without mercy, soon saturating him in blood. Cease at once. Longbinglan's voice was urgent. She too had not expected the celestial king elder to be gravely injured, with not even a chance to retaliate. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a thing possible. Gazing at the nearly lifeless celestial king elder on the ground, Longbinglan coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Submission. The dragon prison ring enveloped Longbinglan, should Chen desire. He could imprison and severely injure her at any moment. Holding the dragon prison ring, he felt no trepidation before the entire dragon clan. "Are you aware of what the dragon clan represents in the celestial realm? Attempting to intimidate me with your entire clan?" Chen scoffed, harboring no fear towards the so-called dragon clan. As long as he retained the dragon prison ring, he was confident that with his continuously advancing cultivation, he could imprison or annihilate even the mightiest celestial dragons in the realm. In his cold, unyielding gaze lay an uncontainable fury. Calamity had descended from the heavens, as the dragon clan, in its tranquility, was besieged by such a human warrior. Under normal circumstances, a celestial realm warrior, even a great Luo golden immortal, would be as insignificant as an ant before the dragon clan, easily dealt with should the dragons so desire. However, the situation was clearly different now. This individual, armed with the yellow ring, could vanquish foes beyond his level, rendering even the celestial king elder incapable of resisting the yellow ring's suppression. Longbinglan even conjectured that she herself would not withstand the yellow ring, and whether she wished to believe it or not, the reality was laid bare before her. Was she truly left with no choice but to submit? To submit to a human is an exceedingly rare occurrence in the annals of dragonkind, for dragons are inherently proud beings. How could they ever bow to a human warrior? Faced with the choice between dignity and survival, what path shall one tread? Longbinglan, my time is limited. Should you refuse to submit, I shall be compelled to unleash a bloodbath upon your kin, annihilating their very souls. Surely, you do not wish to witness such horrors unfold, do you? You dare. Longbinglan seethed with fury. As a formidable beast of the celestial emperor realm, her dragon clan stood as the preeminent force in this region, and none had ever dared to provoke her so brazenly. Her anger was palpable, yet she found herself utterly powerless, for the yellow circle in her adversary's grasp instilled immense trepidation. Unless she could obliterate that circle, the prospect of a dragon resurgence was all but impossible. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the surrounding celestial dragons began to explode one by one. Chen's gaze turned increasingly frigid. Mere intimidation would not suffice. Force was imperative. The swiftest and most effective course of action was to decisively eliminate the celestial dragons. Cease. Bang. Another celestial dragon's body shattered, dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. Following this, Chen's chilling voice echoed, causing involuntary shivers. My time is limited. From this moment, you have 3 breaths to contemplate your decision. After 3 breaths, I shall commence the slaughter of your kind. The countdown begins. His voice bore no hint of emotion. Longbinglan was acutely aware that this was not a jest. Faced with the yellow circle in his possession, to claim she felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. Yet, to compel the dragon clan to submit was utterly out of the question. 3 breaths elapsed in the blink of an eye. Chen smiled and remarked, "It appears you have chosen to refuse. In that case, I shall not hold back. The massacre begins." Luli, have you ever witnessed a fireworks display? Master, we have not. Master, what is a fireworks display? Luli deliberately inquired. Chen replied with a smile, Watch closely. The fireworks display is about to commence. Chapter 222. From this moment forth, there shall be no dragon clan, only the celestial court. A fireworks display? Not only Lu Li and the others, but even Long Binglan and the celestial dragons wore expressions of curiosity, uncertain of what this man intended. Amidst the furious gazes of the celestial dragons, one by one, they were ensnared by the dragon confinement circle, shattering into blood mist. Under Su Chen's deliberate orchestration, the blood mist resembled blooming flowers, strikingly beautiful. Is this the fireworks display? Lu Li and the others were left astounded, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. They finally comprehended the meaning behind their master's words regarding the fireworks display. You seek death. Enraged, Long Binglan could no longer contain her wrath, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that surged forth like a tsunami. Boom. The roaring dragon breath engulfed the heavens and earth, evoking a sense of suffocation. Yet, Su Chen chose to disregard it. He hurled the dragon confinement circle with great force, transforming it into a ball of yellow light that surged toward Long Binglan, directly imprisoning the power within her. Once brimming with a sliver of confidence, Long Binglan's countenance now displayed sheer shock as she felt her strength instantaneously shackled. Reluctance gave way to acceptance. The truth was inescapable. In a mere 2 minutes, over 100 celestial dragons had fallen, leaving the entire dragon clan in a state of utter shock and seething anger, yet utterly powerless to act. Wait. Long Binglan gritted her teeth, her icy gaze filled with tumultuous murderous intent. Her body was ensnared by the dragon confinement circle, her power rendered inoperative. The horror was overwhelming. Please, spare our clan leader, and we, the dragon clan, shall willingly submit. At that moment, one by one, the celestial dragons began to kneel, opting for submission. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the deepest resentment and fury could only yield to surrender. Long Binglan remained silent, her heart heavy with indignation and humiliation, wishing fervently to rend her adversary into pieces. Was it possible? She was no fool. She understood that this individual merely relied on the yellow circle for leverage. Were it not for that, she believed any celestial dragon from her clan could effortlessly subdue him. Su Chen offered no response, merely observing Long Binglan with an indifferent demeanor. I am willing to submit. Ultimately, Long Binglan chose to capitulate, unwilling to face death. She then proceeded with the soul sacrifice. Su Chen finally discerned that Long Binglan was of the celestial emperor realm, her true form being the time-space ice dragon. He was quite satisfied. The number of dragon clan members was not insignificant, and for someone newly entering the celestial realm, it was more than ample. Master. She chose the soul sacrifice. Long Binglan reverently called out within her heart. At that moment, Lu Li and the others stood in a daze, astonished that their master had subdued the entire dragon clan. Could it be true? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, it would have been impossible to believe such events were unfolding. It was indeed a shocking revelation. Yet, they understood that the dragon clan, in their eyes, was a lofty existence. Even a single celestial dragon demanded their reverence. However now, the once exalted dragon clan had chosen to submit entirely. The thought alone stirred excitement within them, for joining such a sect promised immense future potential. From this moment forth, there shall be no dragon clan, only the celestial court. All clan members would become part of the celestial court. Yes, master. Su Chen contemplated briefly and stated. The location for the celestial court has yet to be determined. All of you shall enter the Qiankuan bag until a suitable location is found. Chapter 223. What just transpired was an accident. I can compensate you. Tianqiu Celestial City. Su Chen returned to the Celestial City with Lu Li and the others. Successfully subduing the dragon clan through the dragon confinement circle was undoubtedly a remarkable achievement for him, especially given that he had only just stepped into the celestial realm and was merely at the immortal stage. He needed to find ways to swiftly enhance his strength. Upon returning to his courtyard, the little chubby creature nestled in Su Chen's arms crawled out. Its fluffy fur was exceedingly gentle, and its tiny nose glowed a bright red. What is it? Su Chen felt a tinge of gloom. The little chubby creature, which had been effortlessly eliminated, was actually a chaos-devouring beast. Though its appearance bore no resemblance to one at all, it was truly absurd. Chirp, chirp. The little chubby creature couldn't yet articulate words, merely emitting soft chirps. Whoosh. Before Su Chen could react, the little chubby creature darted away, vanishing in an instant. What just happened? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen pursued, exerting all his strength, but was appalled to discover the little chubby creature's speed was terrifying. Even at full throttle, he could barely keep pace and was utterly unable to restrain it. From the moment he had eliminated the little chubby creature, he had been unable to sense any trace of its aura. Why was the little chubby creature so extraordinarily swift? The city lord's mansion. City Lord Han Tao, still reeling from recent events, had yet to regain his composure. Within the confines of the City Lord's mansion, a resplendent golden spirit tree stood before them, adorned with numerous golden spirit fruits, each etched with delicate, pale red patterns. Han Tao and his daughter, Han Shuai, gazed at the magnificent sight. Father, the imperial blood jade bone fruits have ripened. There are over 100 of them. With these, you will undoubtedly break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. The Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the sixth of the celestial stages, was crucial for any hope of transcending to the immortal realm. Han Tao watched the spirit tree with satisfaction, his greedy eyes shimmering with anticipation as he beheld the countless spirit fruits. Eagerly, he plucked one from the tree, savoring its essence as it coursed through his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. At that moment, a shadowy figure, dark as ash, surged through the layers of space like a bolt of lightning, arriving before the spirit tree in an instant. Before either could react, the rotund creature charged towards the tree, a whirlwind of gluttony as it began devouring the fruits, one after another, until not a single imperial blood jade bone fruit remained. The scene unfolded before them left both Han Tao and Han Shuai momentarily dumbfounded, their anger boiling over as a palpable aura of menace radiated from them. It took centuries for the spirit tree to bear fruit, and they had hoped to use these imperial blood jade bone fruits to shatter their own limits and ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, an unknown beast had appeared and consumed every last fruit. They could not afford to act recklessly. The spirit tree must remain unharmed, or the loss would be catastrophic. Just as Han Tao prepared to retaliate against the creature, a voice rang out, "Stop." Su Chen's figure materialized, having already surmised the situation with a sense of resignation. He had never anticipated that the creature would breach the city lord's estate and devour such a bounty of spirit fruits. "Who are you?" Han Tao queried. Astonished by the aura emanating from Su Chen, he realized the young man was merely at the immortal realm, yet dared to trespass into the city lord's domain. Such audacity was astonishing. "City Lord, this is my spirit beast. What just transpired was an accident, and I am willing to compensate you." The creature, now nestled in Su Chen's arms, replied with exasperation. Han Tao's expression darkened ominously as he coldly retorted, "Compensation? Do you think you can afford it? Your spirit beast devoured the imperial blood jade bone fruits, which take 3,000 years to yield 100 fruits. How can you possibly compensate for that?" His fury intensified, wishing he could strike the insolent intruder down. If Su Chen had been a great Luo Golden Immortal or a formidable immortal, it would have been one thing. But the fact that he was merely a lowly immortal made Han Tao's rage boil over. Feeling the weight of his authority, Han Tao refrained from immediate violence, his icy gaze harboring a tempest of lethal intent, akin to a raging tsunami. "What does the city lord desire?" Su Chen inquired, stroking the creature in his embrace. "What can be done now that the damage is done? The creature has already eaten. What more can be said?" He had already indicated his willingness to compensate, but it seemed the city lord was unwilling to accept. "You will return what your beast consumed, or else this day will mark your demise next year." Han Tao's eyes glinted with murderous rage. "You have intruded upon the city lord's estate, and this is an unforgivable offense." Chapter 224. Are you satisfied with such compensation? "You will return what was consumed," he reiterated. To trespass into the city lord's estate is tantamount to a death sentence. Han Shuai sighed, wishing to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Su Chen retrieved a spirit fruit from his possession, stating, "This fruit should suffice to equate the loss of all your spirit fruits." Shaking his head in anger, Han Tao exclaimed, "No way." Refusing to accept? Su Chen's smile widened, his gaze growing colder. "What does the city lord propose instead?" "Quite simply, leave your spirit beast behind, and you may depart," he replied with a grin. "What is so amusing?" Su Chen chuckled. "I find your audacity quite laughable. Impudent." Before his words could settle, an overwhelming aura erupted, as if the very heavens were pressing down upon them. Yet before it could envelop Su Chen, a more terrifying dragon's breath surged forth, consuming it entirely. A breathtakingly beautiful woman materialized beside Su Chen. It was none other than Long Bing Lan, the matriarch of the dragon clan, her celestial power instantly enveloping the courtyard. A celestial realm being. Han Tao gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he recoiled, never having imagined that such a powerful entity would accompany Su Chen. It was evident that even the weakest celestial realm cultivator could effortlessly crush the strongest immortal, highlighting the vast chasm between their strengths. Han Tao now understood why Su Chen had exuded such confidence. He had formidable backing. Approaching Han Tao, Su Chen's gaze turned increasingly frigid, his murderous intent cloaking the city lord. One spirit fruit is indeed insufficient. Smack! A resounding slap struck Han Tao's face. "You dare!" Under the oppressive celestial power, Han Shuai found herself paralyzed, unable to move, her fury directed at Su Chun as she watched her father suffer humiliation. "Cease this!" Smack! Smack! Another series of slaps echoed, each one landing harshly on Han Tao's face. After delivering dozens of blows, Su Chun coldly asked, "Are you satisfied with such compensation?" To be slapped in such a manner was a humiliation he had never before endured as the city lord. Though he felt a profound sense of indignation, he could not voice his grievances, for the presence of a celestial realm cultivator loomed over him. Feeling utterly frustrated, he thought to himself that misfortune comes in droves, and even a sip of cool water could choke one. Satisfied, he managed to utter, knowing he could not afford to show dissent. "Dare you disagree?" Su Chen's confidence surged, realizing that Han Tao's acceptance stemmed purely from the protection of the celestial realm presence beside him. If not for that, would a mere immortal dare to act so brazenly before him? The answer was a resounding no. How foolishly self-destructive humans can be, rather than negotiating in good faith. They resort to petty provocations, only to submit after a few slaps. Han Shuayer seethed. "It was you who invaded the city lord's estate and forcefully consumed our spirit fruits. And now you dare to strike us? Does the celestial realm bend to your whims?" Her beauty was striking, rivaling even the most exquisite fairies. Yet her fury was palpable as she watched her father endure humiliation while being immobilized. She understood all too well that if her father could not withstand this adversary, it spoke volumes about the nature of their opponent. "I can assure you that in the future, the celestial realm will be dictated by my heavenly court. The spirit fruits you lost have been compensated. If you remain unsatisfied, I can simply kill your father as further restitution." How does that sound? Han Shuayer fell silent, realizing she was dealing with a madman, an unreasonable lunatic. Engaging in reason with such a person would be an exercise in futility. "Endure for now, the storm shall pass." With a satisfied nod, he turned to leave with Long Bing Lan. As he watched their figures gradually fade away, Han Tao let out a deep sigh. Upon returning to the secluded courtyard, he spoke. "Master, we have finished collecting everything from the Zhou family. It is all contained within this spatial ring." Nodding in approval, he accepted the spatial ring. Back on the Tianwu continent, regardless of whom he exterminated or which sect he decimated, he never resorted to plundering. The rationale was quite simple. To Su Chun, spirit stones held no value, and any treasures he had effortlessly slain were of the utmost caliber. However, after arriving in the immortal realm, following his decision to establish the heavenly court, he found himself in dire need of an abundance of immortal crystals. Previously, he had been reluctant to take action against the Qingyun immortal sect, but having now vanquished the Zhou family, he would not let this opportunity slip by. With no one daring to step foot into the Zhou family's domain, Dong Tianbao and the others could easily gather all the immortal crystals and more. You may venture out to hone your skills and seek suitable locations for establishing the heavenly court. Within this jade slip lies the techniques I have imparted to you. Thank you, master. The four understood their master's intent. They could not forever rely on him, as such dependency would hinder their growth. With Lu Li's protection, their expedition for training was undoubtedly the best choice, given that Lu Li was the reincarnation of an immortal emperor, possessing an exceptionally rapid cultivation speed. Chapter 225. I shall make you command the clouds and rain. In the Xian city of Tianxiu, before a tavern, a young man was being severely beaten, his face bruised and bloodied, with crimson trails spreading across the ground. Is this young Master Lin Hao of the Lin family? What has transpired? Rumors swirled that Lin Hao, while cultivating at the Xianxiu immortal sect, had developed feelings for Lin Yiner, the daughter of the sect master, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. It turned out Lin Yiner already had a beloved, the young master of the Tianxiao immortal sect. The Tianxiao immortal sect, which is guarded by an immortal king. Indeed, upon confessing his feelings to Lin Yiner, the Xianxiu immortal sect learned of it and promptly expelled him from the sect. Coupled with the fact that Lin Hao's parents had perished early on, he frequently endured humiliation within the Lin family. Surrounding onlookers jeered, delivering a harsh kick to Lin Hao. Lin Xiao disdainfully exclaimed, "How dare you return to the family? Have you taken a moment to reflect on your worth? You presume to aspire to heights beyond your reach. And now you have offended the Xianxiu immortal sect, bringing such calamity upon the family. Lin Hao, do you wish to bring ruin to us all?" His anger grew as he continued to kick. The Lin family was nothing more than ants before the Xianxiu immortal sect. It could be said that crushing the Lin family was simpler than stepping on an ant. Initially, Lin Hao's entry into the Xianxiu immortal sect was a tremendous boon for the Lin family. Who could have anticipated that since joining, his cultivation speed had dwindled, leading to him being labeled the most useless disciple in a millennium? If he had merely accepted being a mediocre disciple, that would have been one thing. At least he would have enjoyed the shade of a great tree, shielded by the Xianxiu immortal sect, with no one daring to provoke him, save for ridicule from the sect's disciples. But now, Lin Hao dared to aspire to Lin Yiner, the daughter of the sect master. You could have kept your feelings to yourself, but why did you confess? Knowing full well that the Xianxiu immortal sect seeks to ally with the Xianxiao immortal sect. Why did you push your luck? Now, he had been outright expelled from the Xianxiu immortal sect, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Tianxiu immortal city. Most alarmingly, Lin Hao's actions had undoubtedly enraged the Xianxiu immortal sect. Whether this would bring disaster upon the Lin family remained unknown. One could never be too cautious. If the Xianxiu immortal sect truly took action, the Lin family would surely be unable to withstand it. Lying on the ground, Lin Hao's handsome face had long since become numb. He had suffered humiliation within the sect and faced the same at home, as if everyone looked down upon him. Wishing to see him perish, the resentment within him had no outlet. His prior confession to Lin Yin'er had stemmed from a year of secret affection and support he had offered her, which had ultimately hindered his own cultivation. Little did he know, Lin Yin'er had merely exploited his talents and assistance, ultimately seeking to marry the young master of the Xianxiao immortal sect. A year of selfless dedication. A year of emotional investment. This was his first love, as he had never harbored feelings for any other woman. Overwhelmed by hatred, he felt an unbearable sense of despair. Wretched fool, you are but a waste. Lin Hao, I advise you to end your own life and cease to burden the family. If the Xianxiu immortal sect makes any move, you will be the family's scapegoat. Just as Lin Xiao was preparing to leave, a terrifying aura of immortal power enveloped several individuals. Who dares? Lin Xiao exclaimed, I am from the Lin family, as he beheld a man and a woman emerge. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes as he hastily implored, esteemed guests, this is a private matter for the Lin family. I kindly request you do not interfere. They chose to disregard him entirely. Su Chen approached Lin Hao, holding the chaos treasure mirror, and inquired, what is your name? Lin Hao, do you wish to take me as your master? Take you as my master? Lin Hao looked up, astonished. This person appeared younger than himself, yet sought to have him as a disciple. What can you offer me if I were to become your disciple? The most pragmatic question. If he gained nothing, why should he become a disciple? Su Chen smiled, having sensed Lin Hao's unique physique, the Dao blood body, through the chaos treasure mirror. This rare trait, once awakened, would undoubtedly lead to unparalleled strength in the future. Since his arrival in the immortal realm, he had never taken on a disciple, not even during his peak cultivation on the Tianwu continent. Yet now, Su Chen felt compelled. Having a Dao blood body disciple join the heavenly court would certainly yield an exceptional warrior in the future. I can help you exact your revenge. I can ensure that all who look down upon you will be trampled beneath your feet. I will elevate you to become the immortal emperor of the immortal realm. I will make you command the clouds and rain. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd scoffed, having witnessed shamelessness before, but this level of audacity was truly rare. An immortal emperor? Commanding the clouds and rain? What a dream. Su Chen, unfazed, continued to gaze at Lin Hao. I am willing. Lin Hao clenched his fists tightly, choosing to believe in this man, for he had already hit rock bottom. Becoming a disciple could hardly worsen his situation. Kneeling immediately, he performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows, respectfully declaring, Master. With a satisfied nod, Su Chen smiled and said, as my disciple, you must remember 2 words, loyalty. Should you ever betray me, no matter where you flee, I shall suppress you in the depths of endless hell. The disciple would never dare, nor would he ever. Please, master, rest assured. Good. I shall now teach you your first lesson. Eliminate those who trample upon you and humiliate you. This is the immortal realm. Here, the only law of survival is the survival of the fittest. Without strength, one can only be humiliated and slaughtered. Lin Hao rose, his face a mask of sorrow. For due to his unwavering support for Lin Yin'er over the past year, his cultivation had not only stagnated, but had plummeted from the celestial immortal realm to the earth immortal realm. However, Lin Xiao is a peak earth immortal, an undeniable prodigy within the Lin family, albeit he has not yet entered an immortal sect for cultivation. It is believed that with Lin Xiao's extraordinary talent, he will undoubtedly join a sect far more prestigious than the Xianxiu immortal sect in the future. They find themselves paralyzed, with no option but to act as you command. The detached tone of voice left everyone around in utter shock. This individual was truly ruthless, directly ordering Lin Hao to eliminate Lin Xiao. Yet, one must realize that Lin Hao also hails from the Lin family, and should he indeed take action to kill Lin Xiao, he would no longer find sanctuary within the clan. The terrifying aura of Long Binglan enveloped them, rendering Lin Xiao and his companions immobile, forced to witness the unfolding scene helplessly. Chapter 226. Breakthrough of the Chaotic Understanding Technique, Transcending 3 Realms. A sense of dread filled the air. They were utterly frozen, unable to move an inch, merely watching as Lin Hao, in a fit of madness, might strike without mercy, leaving them with no chance of escape. Lin Hao, should you dare to take my life, The family will surely not spare you. You little brat, how dare you incite Lin Hao to kill me? The Lin family will certainly tear you to shreds. A gasp escaped Lin Xiao as he stared in disbelief at the bloody hole that appeared on his body. He never imagined that Lin Hao would truly dare to act against him. Consumed by uncontrollable fury and hatred, Lin Hao proceeded to slaughter the rest. Let us depart. Yes, master. In the secluded courtyard, there are two matters you must heed carefully. Su Chen had just finished listening to Lin Hao's story, which bore a touch of melodrama. Yet having taken Lin Hao as his disciple, he felt compelled to vindicate him. Master, please proceed. First, you possess a Dao blood body, a remarkably potent special physique. I shall assist you in awakening this Dao blood body, and I believe your cultivation speed will multiply exponentially. Lin Hao's face radiated with astonishment. He had not anticipated possessing such a unique physique. He finally comprehended why his master chose to take him as a disciple. His physique was the reason. Yet, he felt immense gratitude towards his master. Without him, he would never have discovered his Dao blood body. Second, in 5 days, I will take you to the Xianxiu immortal sect. Thank you, master. Elated, Lin Hao fully understood his master's intention to return to the Xianxiu immortal sect and achieve vindication. Thus began a full day of exertion. With Su Chen's unwavering support, Lin Hao finally awakened his Dao blood body. As Su Chen had surmised, the Dao blood body was indeed extraordinary and formidable. Upon awakening, Lin Hao's cultivation soared, propelling him directly into the celestial immortal realm. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chen sat cross-legged. Under the augmentation of countless talents and the layering of the chaotic body, he summoned the refining wilderness vessel, which had previously devoured countless celestial beings from the Qingyun immortal sect. Now fully refined, a torrent of power surged forth from the vessel, akin to a sandstorm, wildly rushing into Su Chen's body. Immediately, he activated the chaotic understanding technique, embarking on the process of refining and merging the energies. With the amplification of countless talents, the layering of the chaotic body, and the transcendent technique of the chaotic understanding, he devoured the power within the refining wilderness vessel, experiencing no bottlenecks whatsoever. He instantaneously broke through his own limits, ascending from the peak of the immortal realm to the earth immortal realm. Earth immortal realm, immortal realm, earth immortal realm, celestial immortal realm, mysterious immortal realm, golden immortal realm, great Luo golden immortal realm. First level earth immortal realm, second level earth immortal realm, third level earth immortal realm, fourth level earth immortal realm, fifth level earth immortal realm, sixth level earth immortal realm, seventh level earth immortal realm, eighth level earth immortal realm, ninth level earth immortal realm, peak earth immortal realm. Su Chen did not cease his cultivation there. He continued to voraciously consume the power within the refining wilderness vessel. The essence of the chaotic body began to manifest, and with formations arrayed around him, no energy could escape. Under the enhancement of countless talents, the chaotic understanding technique within him swiftly broke through to the first layer. Su Chen was overwhelmed with joy, as the chaotic understanding technique he had just mastered consisted of 9 layers. Only now had he truly broken through to the first layer. This elucidated just how arduous it was to cultivate the chaotic understanding technique. At the instant he breached the first layer, his cultivation once again surpassed its limits, advancing from the peak earth immortal realm to the celestial immortal realm, while simultaneously devouring the power within the refining wilderness vessel, which only intensified his fervor. First level celestial immortal realm, second level celestial immortal realm, third level celestial immortal realm, fourth level celestial immortal realm, fifth level celestial immortal realm, sixth level celestial immortal realm, seventh level celestial immortal realm, eighth level celestial immortal realm, ninth level celestial immortal realm, peak celestial immortal realm. With a surge of momentum, the power Su Chen consumed created a tempest within his body. And as he successfully breached the first layer of the chaotic understanding technique, even upon reaching the peak celestial immortal realm, he faced no hindrance, instantly advancing to the mysterious immortal realm. The speed of his breakthroughs was astonishing. Even Su Chen was taken aback. Based on his calculations, consuming the power within the refining wilderness vessel should have allowed him to break into the celestial immortal realm, which would be remarkable in its own right. However, he had now thrust himself into the mysterious immortal realm. According to Su Chen's conjecture, should all go well, his successful elevation to the mysterious immortal realm was primarily attributed to the breakthrough of the chaotic understanding technique, compounded by the energy consumption from the refining wilderness vessel. The convergence of these two forces, enhanced by countless talents and the operation of the chaotic body, had afforded him such remarkable progress. Despite this, Su Chen's cultivation showed no signs of stagnation, soaring upwards as if propelled by a rocket. First level mysterious immortal realm, Second level mysterious immortal realm. Third level mysterious immortal realm. Fourth level mysterious immortal realm. Fifth level mysterious immortal realm. Sixth level mysterious immortal realm. Seventh level mysterious immortal realm. Eighth level mysterious immortal realm. Ninth level mysterious immortal realm. Peak mysterious immortal realm. At this moment, Chen slowly opened his eyes, unable to contain his exhilaration and surprise. He had transcended from the peak immortal realm to the pinnacle of mysterious immortal realm, with only one step remaining to reach the golden immortal realm. To leap across 3 realms is a feat of monumental terror. Were it anyone else attempting to cultivate from the peak immortal realm to the peak mysterious immortal realm, one could only speculate how long it would take. Hundreds of years? Thousands of years? For Chen, however, it took merely 3 days to accomplish what others might toil for centuries to achieve. Chapter 227. At all times, one must not show the slightest mercy. A celestial crystal materialized in his hand, anticipating the imminent slaughter. Unbeknownst to him, having arrived in the celestial realm, he was about to commence the 3rd round of slaughter. Beep. The system has detected that 7 days for the slaughter has elapsed. The random slaughter will now commence. A cold voice resonated in his mind. At last. It has arrived. Chen's expression brightened instantly. Each time he had been able to procure remarkable items. Having entered the celestial realm, he had already participated in 2 rounds of slaughter. The first round claimed the chaotic body, and the second the chaotic devouring beast. He hoped that in this 3rd round, he would also acquire a valuable item. Item, everlasting pill. Price, 1 celestial crystal. Item description, the everlasting pill, forged from the essence of countless demon beasts upon ingestion, grants the host the ability to withstand countless falls. Time limit, 1 minute to purchase. The everlasting pill? Chen was momentarily taken aback. As the celestial crystal vanished from his grasp, a fist-sized pill appeared, shimmering in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, a veritable rainbow of hues. Truly a remarkable treasure. His gaze instantly brightened. The medicinal pill was indeed rather substantial. Regardless, one could easily surmise the immense benefits that would ensue from its ingestion. The everlasting pill, believed to be the ultimate treasure for every man, was an object of fervent desire. With a swift motion, he swallowed the entire everlasting pill whole. The Lin family held a prestigious position in the celestial city of Tianxiu. Following the murder of Lin Xiao, it was certain that the Lin family would not let this affront go unpunished. In their own territory, the assassination of Lin Xiao was a blatant provocation. And if the matter remained unresolved, how could the Lin family hope to maintain their standing in Tianxiu? However, the Lin family had dispatched 2 groups of individuals, both of whom met their demise at the hands of Longbing Lan. Master, did you summon me? Ever since the awakening of his Dao bloodline, Lin Hao's cultivation speed had accelerated tremendously, transforming him into an entirely different person compared to just a few days prior. He felt an immense gratitude towards his master, akin to that of a reborn parent. It could be said that without his master, he would not be who he was today. What are your intentions regarding the Lin family? Chen did not directly seek to annihilate the Lin family, as they were ultimately Lin Hao's kin. Their fate would depend on Lin Hao's wishes. With his head bowed, his face bore an endless coldness. Having lost his parents at an early age, he had endured ridicule and scorn throughout his life. Particularly in recent times, after being expelled from the Xianxiu immortal sect, his family had intensified their maltreatment of him. It was utterly impossible for him to feign indifference. Chen did not rush him. Time passed. Finally, Lin Hao lifted his head and declared, "Master, from this moment forth, I sever my ties with the Lin family." Nodding, Chen smiled and replied, "Very well." He understood his disciple's intentions. Lin Hao was unwilling to take action. Severing ties was perhaps the wisest choice. "Then I shall accompany you to the Xianxiu immortal sect, but remember this. Please, Master, go on. Never show mercy, especially towards those who trample upon you. They must be met with the same treatment in kind." "Master, I understand." As thoughts of the Xianxiu immortal sect and the woman he had invested so much in crossed his mind, Lin Hao's expression darkened to the utmost. While he could sever ties with his family, he could never forgive the Xianxiu immortal sect or Lin Yiner. A year of dedication, met with ruthless betrayal and expulsion from the sect, required retribution, and he could not achieve this alone. Chapter 228. People strive for heights. Water flows to lower grounds. At the Xianxiu immortal sect, the sect leader, Lilizi Xian, possessed a spatial divine body and was a formidable immortal general. Within 1,000 miles, the Xianxiu immortal sect was undoubtedly a top-tier sect, for the immortal general was a figure of the immortal realm. At this moment, it was this very leader who personally welcomed the young lord, Nangong Shui, from the Xianxiao immortal sect into the Grand Hall. The Xianxiao immortal sect, with its immortal king, far surpassed the Xianxiu immortal sect in both status and strength. There was no basis for comparison. Nephew Nangong, are you here regarding Inu? Lin Yiner could only be regarded as an ordinary core disciple within the sect, previously unable to attract the attention of the sect leader or the elders, despite her promising talent. However, the circumstances had dramatically shifted. With Lin Yiner having allied herself with the young lord of the Tianxiao immortal sect, the sect leader had taken her as his disciple, catapulting her status to new heights. In the world of immortals, the process mattered little. Only the results were scrutinized. It could be said that no one cared how one ascended to the young lord of the Tianxiao immortal sect, only whether they truly had. Nangong Shuai's handsome visage carried an air of lofty pride. Even the sect leader of Xianxiu could not compare to him. An immortal general? In the Tianxiao immortal sect. That was merely a guardian. Should the Tianxiao immortal sect desire to annihilate the Xianxiu immortal sect, it would be a matter of mere moments. Nodding, Nangong Shuai stated, "The resources of the Xianxiu immortal sect are limited. I wish to take Yiner to the Tianxiao immortal sect for cultivation." This was a blatant display of contempt. Lilizi Xian felt a surge of displeasure, but was powerless to act. The truth was undeniable. The Xianxiu immortal sect simply did not belong to the same echelon as the Tianxiao immortal sect. Of course, there will be no issue. Lin Yiner's face brightened instantly. As the saying goes, people strive for heights. She had even manipulated Lin Hao, employing every means to ingratiate herself with the young lord of the Tianxiao immortal sect. For her, a journey to the Tianxiao immortal sect was infinitely preferable to remaining here. At this moment, three figures appeared outside the Xianxiu immortal sect. Gazing upon the imposing peaks before him, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent. He adhered to his own principles. If one did not offend him, he would not offend them. But if one did, they would face retribution. Having taken Lin Hao as his disciple, Lin Hao's affairs became his own. A year of investment met with betrayal. Lin Hao's beloved Lin Yiner was indeed a wretched woman, a disgrace among the despicable. The Xianxiu immortal sect, along with its members, were equally contemptible. What shall you do? Everything is at your discretion, master. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Chun hesitated not, summoning the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, immediately invoking the reincarnation bridge, channeling the life and death force to coalesce into the power of reincarnation. 1 reincarnation bridge, 2 reincarnation bridges, 3 reincarnation bridges, 4 reincarnation bridges, 2020 reincarnation bridges. The bridges materialized, spanning the sky, their rolling energies of reincarnation enveloping the entire Xianxiu immortal sect, accompanied by thunderous sounds. Agonized screams soon echoed across the clouds for miles. In an instant, thousands of disciples of the sect burst apart, their bodies dissolving into blood mist. The acrid scent of blood shocking many, leaving them bewildered as to who dared unleash such chaos within the sect. Outrageous. A chilling voice emerged from the Xianxiu immortal sect. Figures surged forth, imbued with a terrifying murderous intent. Lin Hao, Lin Yiner, the sect leader and others, seeing the 3 figures before them, were filled with rage. The assailants had commenced a massacre upon their sect, displaying utter disdain for it. How could they not feel incensed? Lilizi Xian cast a glance at his disciple. Fully aware of the enmity between Lin Yiner and Lin Hao, yet he had never blamed his disciple. In his view, it was only natural for individuals to seek elevation while others fell. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Between the useless Lin Hao and the exalted young lord of the Tianxiao immortal sect, it was clear that anyone would choose Nangong Shuai over Lin Hao. With a cold sneer, Lilizi Xian fixed a disdainful gaze upon Lin Hao, exclaiming, "Lin Hao, you were once my disciple of the Xianxiu immortal sect. Even if expelled, your actions are a betrayal of your master and lineage." Lin Hao, however, responded with a cold laugh, retorting, "Lilizi Xian, how audacious of you to address me by name. He is your sect leader, but not mine. I have come today to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Lin Yiner, I will make you repay your betrayal in full. With interest. Farewell to the woman whom I once cherished, for the so-called love has long since evaporated, leaving only resentment and bitterness in its wake. A full year of dedication, even to the extent of sacrificing my own cultivation, merely to fulfill the desires of the one he loved, has culminated in nothing less than heartless betrayal. This is a reality that, regardless of who faced it, would find utterly intolerable. My purpose in returning this time is to reclaim what I have lost." Lin Hao cast a cold glance at Lin Yiner and uttered with disdain, "Wretch." Chapter 229. Where do so many celestial dragons come from? Wretch. Once a mere waste. Now brazenly addressing Lin Yiner with such insolence in front of the sect leader and the young master of the Heavenly Sky sect. The members of the Xianxiu sect glared at Lin Hao with fury, incensed by his audacity, as he blatantly provoked the sect. However, Lin Yin'er merely smirked coldly and retorted, Lin Hao, you were a waste before, and you remain one now. What are you, to even dare aspire to be my man? Only brother Nangong is my true destiny. You? Merely a dog beneath my feet, do you understand? Her eyes shimmered with an endless contempt, entirely dismissing Lin Hao. Only Lin Yin'er knew the extent of Lin Hao's remarkable talent. But what of it? No matter how gifted he was, he could not compare to the young master of the Heavenly Sky sect. Employing the power of temporal imprisonment, a terrifying force swiftly ensnared Lin Yin'er, and with a scream, she found herself directly bound by Su Chen. The speed was so astonishing that it left no opportunity for Nangong Shuai and the others to react. Release Yin'er. Both Nangong Shuai and Lilizi Xian shouted in unison, utterly unprepared for such brazen aggression before them. Lin Hao, do you dare to kill me? Brother Nangong hails from the Heavenly Sky sect. If you dare lay a hand on me, you will be torn to pieces. Even as Lin Yin'er was imprisoned, fear coursed through her, yet she remained unperturbed, convinced that her adversary would not truly dare to take her life. One could ignore the Xianxiu sect, but not the Heavenly Sky sect. Su Chen turned to Lin Hao beside him, his voice frigid as he stated, if you wish to be my disciple, you must be resolute in slaughter. Lin Hao's gaze grew increasingly icy. He fully comprehended his master's intent. The woman before him had once trampled upon him. A year of effort, met with degradation and the epithet of waste, all owing to this very person. I care not who you are, she is my woman. Should you dare to touch her even slightly, I will ensure you have no place to die. The furious Nangong Shuai's cold glare brimmed with an overwhelming murderous intent. He never expected anyone would dare provoke him. To challenge him was to challenge the Heavenly Sky sect. With a resounding thud, he kicked Lin Yin'er, and she fell like a severed kite, crashing to the ground with a force that created a deep crater, blood staining the earth. Lin Yin'er had fallen. The entire Xianxiu sect was left utterly stunned. Lilizi Xian was rendered speechless. Nangong Shuai was equally dumbfounded. None could have anticipated that the once powerless Lin Hao would truly dare to strike. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would have believed such cruelty? Lin Hao, you seek death. Lilizi Xian shouted in fury. Lin Yin'er was the pillar of the sect, having climbed the heights of Nangong Shuai's favor. Should she join the Heavenly Sky sect as his wife, it would be an unmitigated boon for the Xianxiu sect. Lin Hao turned to his master and said, Master, please take action. Su Chen produced a bag of holding. Today, I shall see how you leave here alive. He laughed, reveling in the humiliation that Xianxiu sect faced. A rare disgrace since its establishment. Lilizi Xian, I leave this matter in your hands. Fear not, my sect shall undoubtedly dismantle them to pieces. Both furious individuals could not accept this reality. Just then, a series of dragon roars reverberated through the void, startling all who beheld it. Countless celestial dragons surged forth from the bag, their terrifying might layering upon one another as they roared towards the Xianxiu sect. Celestial dragons? Where do so many come from? The entire Xianxiu sect was left dumbstruck. None had anticipated that their adversaries would have the assistance of the Dragon Clan. Even the weakest branch of the Dragon Clan was beyond the Xianxiu sect's capacity to contend with. It was no wonder the trio was so audacious in their approach to the Xianxiu sect. They had the dragons supporting them. Chapter 230, A Bloodbath at the Xianxiu sect. Annihilation complete. The multitude of celestial dragons enveloped the entire Xianxiu sect. The overwhelming dragon might instill dread in all, and under its pressure, the lower-ranking disciples of the Xianxiu sect found their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. Lin Hao, you dare? Lin Hao chose to ignore the outcry. Su Chen's gaze, however, was chillingly devoid of emotion. He understood the principle that allowing a tiger to return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. Once he made his move, he would eliminate any future threats. With a thunderous roar, the rolling dragon might swept across the heavens and earth like a tsunami. Kill. The cold utterance was laced with a bone-chilling murderous intent. Su Chen would show no mercy. The densely packed celestial dragons began to sweep through the entirety of the Xianxiu sect. The sect leader, Lilizi Xian, was engulfed in fury. As the saying goes, to shoot the archer, one must first capture the horse. If they could control the youth, they believed the problem would resolve itself. Just as Lilizi Xian approached Su Chen, an icy blue figure appeared before him, and a terrifying dragon breath coalesced into a protective barrier. Regardless of Lilizi Xian's fierce onslaught, he could not breach the barrier. You are also a celestial dragon. Lilizi Xian, being merely at the celestial general level, stood no chance against the barrier released by a celestial emperor. Especially since Long Binglan belonged to the Dragon Clan, whose defenses were far superior to raw strength. Today, it is fated that your Xianxiu sect shall meet its demise. With a resounding crash, Lilizi Xian's body shattered like a watermelon, splattering into a mist of blood. Witnessing the dismembered limbs and flowing blood, Nangong Shui stood in complete disbelief. He never anticipated that this individual could summon dragons to combat. The once mighty Xianxiu sect had been obliterated in an instant. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a truth. Watching the Xianxiu sect's slaughter unfold left even Nangong Shui in a state of bewilderment. The acrid scent of blood filled the air, and his expression darkened, reflecting profound turmoil. Minutes later, the slaughter concluded. The entire Xianxiu sect had been decimated. From the sect leader to the lowest disciple, none were spared. Observing the annihilation of the Xianxiu sect, yet realizing he had been spared, Nangong Shui surmised that they did not dare to slay him, for the Xianxiu sect could not rival the Heavenly Sky sect. Nevertheless, Nangong Shui could not swallow this humiliation. Feeling as though he had been slapped in the face, he had never endured such disgrace. In this situation, he refrained from making threats. Had it been in the Heavenly Sky sect, he would have struck the offender dead with a single blow. He must endure, and upon his return to the sect, he would devise a means to restore his reputation. Blood flowed like a river, staining the entirety of the Tianding's sacred land. The scene was one of utter carnage, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. A prominent celestial sect, fortified by its illustrious presence, was obliterated within a mere span of minutes. The news of such an event would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the region. The profound fury that surged within him was palpable, as he witnessed the slaughter of his beloved woman right before his eyes. Addressing Su Chun and his companions with a respectful gesture, Nangong Shui expressed his desire to depart, stating, "Esteemed sirs, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall host a banquet at the Tianxiao Celestial Sect on another day to honor you, and I sincerely hope you will grace us with your presence." However, as Nangong Shui turned to leave, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of celestial dragons, their terrifying aura enveloping the vicinity. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "I am Nangong Shui, the son of the sect leader of Tianxiao Celestial Sect, a powerful figure in the Celestial King realm. The Celestial King realm, standing as the third tier among celestial ranks, includes the Celestial General, Celestial Lord, Celestial King, Celestial Emperor, Celestial Venerable, and Celestial Saint." Nangong Shui held unwavering confidence that, under the influence of his sect, even 1,000 brave souls would hesitate to lay a hand on him. Su Chen chuckled. "What is it that amuses you?" Nangong Shui retorted, bewildered. "I laugh at your foolishness. Do you dare to insult me? And why should I not? Do you possess 3 heads and 6 feet? The contempt exhibited by Su Chun incited a blaze of rage within Nangong Shui, whose fury was stifled by fear. In this precarious situation, he was genuinely apprehensive about the potential repercussions of the trio's wrath. Their lives and deaths were of no concern to him. His singular focus was on preserving his own existence. Chapter 231. The Celestial Emperor's Puppet, a fortuitous turn of events. His indignation was palpable. As the young master of the Tianxiao Celestial Sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Consumed by anger, he longed to see the 3 torn to shreds. Yet, the distinction between thought and action was stark. He had to exercise restraint. The fear that his adversaries were utterly deranged gnawed at him. If they were to strike, and he were to perish, whom could he turn to for justice? Even if his sect sought vengeance on his behalf, it would be of little solace, for he could not be resurrected. Thus, it was imperative that he survive. He must find a way to escape. Forcing a smile, he remarked, "This matter does not concern me. That wretched woman, Lin Yiner, deserved her fate." He resolved to navigate the situation, prioritizing his own survival, even if it meant enduring humiliation. Su Chen replied with a grin, "Since I have nothing better to do, why not allow me to accompany you back to the Tianxiao Celestial Sect?" Staring blankly at the youth before him, Nangong Shui questioned his own ears. Would this individual truly dare confront the might of his celestial sect? The refining desolation cauldron had already emerged, its formidable power engulfing the entire sect, devouring the essence of every disciple. These essences were invaluable. Once the cauldron refined them, they could be utilized for his own cultivation or that of others. He cast Nangong Shui into his spatial pouch. As Su Chun turned to depart, a rotund figure popped out, its bright, innocent eyes spinning with curiosity. With a few excited grunts, it darted towards the Xianxiu Celestial Sect at an astonishing speed. "Stop him!" shouted Nangong Shui, as dozens of celestial dragons converged to block all exits. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left Su Chun, Long Bing Lan, and Lin Hao utterly dumbfounded. The plump creature opened its mouth wide, expanding thousands of times, swallowing a celestial dragon whole. Without waiting for Su Chun to intervene, it began to devour dragon after dragon, belching contentedly after consuming dozens in mere moments. In an instant, Su Chun collected all the celestial dragons into his spatial pouch. He could hardly fathom that the little creature had such a voracious appetite, capable of devouring multiple celestial dragons in one sitting. Most astonishingly, It appeared to feast exclusively on dragons. "Little fatty, where are you going?" After letting out a satisfied belch. The creature did not return to Su Chen's embrace, but instead darted away. Is this what they call a chaos-devouring beast? Su Chen thought, increasingly vexed. If it could consume other beasts, that would be one thing, but to devour dragons was a cause for concern. Holding the dragon-capturing circle, he intended to forge a mighty dragon army. He needed to warn the little creature that dragons must not be its sustenance. Otherwise, the dragons he hoped to subjugate would become its meals. He hastened after it. Boom, boom, boom. The little creature seemed transformed, no longer the docile being it once was. Its small form could now shatter formidable barriers, as the ground beneath it crumbled under the force of its advance. Within a vast cave, a multitude of blood-red corpses lay scattered, and at the center stood an altar, intricately adorned with ominous, blood-stained carvings. As the creature approached the altar, Su Chen, arriving just in time, seized it. "What are you doing?" The creature squeaked excitedly, gesturing towards the altar with an urgent expression. Upon reaching the altar, Su Chen, observing the dense carvings, began to piece together the grim reality. There were 10 blood-red corpses surrounding the altar. Puppets of refinement, he surmised. Are these the possessions of the Xianxiu celestial sect? Or is it possible that they are entirely unaware of the existence of this place? If that is the case, how would they react upon discovering it? He relinquished his hold on the little creature, allowing it to absorb the power emanating from the altar. Not out of reluctance, but out of fear for its safety. "Master, these 10 corpses are likely celestial emperor puppets, and furthermore, they appear to be from the Nirvana realm." Long Binglan informed him. Su Chen was astonished. He was acutely aware of the implications of the Nirvana realm. The celestial emperor's 3 stages include tribulation, nirvana, and reincarnation. Even the most formidable celestial emperor, the 9 tribulation celestial emperor, paled in comparison to these 10 nirvana celestial emperor puppets. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him this time. It was evident that someone had been crafting celestial emperor puppets here, only to leave unexpectedly, inadvertently gifting him this windfall. Chapter 232. Just as the last squeak faded, he paid no mind to the little creature. Whatever lay within the altar belonged to it. However, the 10 corpses within the cave were entirely his. The Blood Lord was undoubtedly the most powerful entity among the puppets and the most challenging to refine. The one who had labored to create the Blood Lord had likely invested considerable effort, yet it was he who ultimately reaped the rewards. With 10 Nirvana Blood Lord Celestial Emperors at his disposal, provided he did not encounter a reincarnation Celestial Emperor, he could stride boldly throughout the Celestial realm. Moreover, he possessed a droplet of water condensed by a reincarnation Celestial Emperor, ensuring that even against such an opponent, he could retreat unscathed. A true protagonist, he thought. His luck was beyond extraordinary. The little creature, which had so easily dispatched foes, had led him to such a remarkable treasure. The acquisition of 10 Blood Lord Celestial Emperors would grant him a solid foothold in the Celestial realm. What would have taken decades to establish a heavenly court could now be achieved in a fraction of the time. The present version of myself possesses ample qualifications to truly establish the celestial court within the realm of immortals, the myriad domains of the immortal world. With the Taisu immortal domain in which I find myself, is merely the lowest tier among them. After a thorough examination, I discovered that the 10 Blood Sovereign Emperors had not yet recognized a master, which is truly a stroke of fortune for me. Suppressing my overwhelming joy and excitement, I gathered the 10 Blood Sovereign Emperors together and extracted 10 drops of essence blood, each to be dripped upon every Blood Sovereign Emperor. In an instant, I sensed a subtle connection from within them. Finally, it is accomplished. The figures of the Blood Sovereign Emperors began to vanish, all entering my Chinquan bag, marking this as a significant harvest. Are you satisfied? The little chubby one nodded contentedly, ready to fall asleep. I immediately interjected, in the future, should you sense anything of value, you must inform me first, understood? With a mere squeak, the little one was already fast asleep. Truly a pig. Upon leaving the cave, Lin Hao knelt before me, saying, "Master, I wish to undertake my own training." Lin Hao, possessing the Dao blood body and having awakened it, is destined to become a formidable immortal emperor given his cultivation pace. I understood my disciple's intentions. I retrieved a collection of spiritual herbs from the Life Spirit Garden and handed them to Lin Hao. As I gazed upon the bloodthirsty demon sword that appeared in my hand, I felt a surge of emotion. After all, this was the very first treasure I had claimed with such swiftness. Moreover, Lin Hao is my first disciple, and it is only fitting that I show my appreciation, especially since he intends to venture out alone for training. Lin Hao, this sword is named the Bloodthirsty Demon Sword, a treasure I acquired during my exploits in the lower realm. I believe it holds a top-tier status even in the celestial realm. Since you have chosen to embark on this journey alone, I bestow it upon you, hoping that the next time we meet, you will stand at the pinnacle of the immortal world. Receiving the bloodthirsty demon's sword gently, Lin Hao appeared elated. Thank you, master. I will not disappoint your expectations. Turning my gaze to Longbing Lan, I summoned a celestial dragon from my Qinkuan bag, a beast of the immortal monarch rank, known as the Icebone Prison Dragon. From now on, it shall accompany you. Master, Lin Hao was at a loss for words, kneeling repeatedly in gratitude. His fate had been altered by my hand. Without my guidance, he would have remained the useless person everyone deemed him to be, unable to seek vengeance. It was through my mentorship that he awakened his Tao blood body and obtained a celestial dragon of immortal monarch caliber. Go forth. I shall assist you with matters concerning the Xianxiao immortal sect. Thank you, master. Just as Lin Hao was about to turn to leave, I called out, Wait. Master. Is there anything else? He inquired respectfully. Wait for me for a day. Yes. Not daring to question further, Lin Hao understood that I would not lead him astray. And there must be a reason for the delay. During the ensuing time, I exerted myself fully, utilizing the refining wilderness jar to begin refining the primordial spirit of the Xianxiu immortal sect, extracting as much as possible to gift to my disciple. My expectations for Lin Hao are immense. Possessing the Tao blood body, he is destined to reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm. And I am eager to cultivate an unparalleled powerhouse from my own hands. The following day, I fused the refined power into a crystal orb and handed it to Lin Hao. After bowing repeatedly in gratitude, he finally rose to depart. Master, is the Tao blood body truly that formidable? Longbing Lan inquired, somewhat enviously, noting my exceptional treatment of Lin Hao. I nodded, smiling as I replied. The Tao blood body is one of the most extraordinary physiques. In the future, as long as Lin Hao does not stray from the path, he shall be among the elite. I have absolute confidence in Lin Hao. Bing Lan, what is your current cultivation level? In response, Master, I am at the 7th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Nodding, I said, I will give you the remaining primordial spirit power. Strive to break through to the immortal venerable realm as soon as possible. Thank you, Master. Longbing Lan was visibly excited. She understood the vast difference between the Immortal Emperor and Immortal Venerable realms. Normally, it would take her considerable time to make that leap. However, she chose to trust in my support, believing that under my guidance, her cultivation would surely progress smoothly to the Immortal Venerable realm. Master, may I request one thing? Speak. After some thought, Longbing Lan said, I kindly ask you not to allow the little chubby one to continue devouring my kin. Although she chose soul sacrifice, Longbing Lan still could not bear to witness her people being consumed by this little pig, as if they were mere food. Chapter 233, Truly a Pig. I understood Longbing Lan's sentiments. This matter was indeed vexing. I had not anticipated that the little chubby one would directly consume celestial dragons as sustenance. Given its appetite, I could well imagine how many celestial dragons would be required. This behavior must be curtailed. Without responding, I stored Longbing Lan back into the Qinkuan bag and retrieved the little chubby one from my bosom. Palm-sized and exceedingly adorable. Who could have imagined that it could consume even a celestial dragon of the immortal general rank? One can only fathom the extent of its terrifying nature. Yet, I had yet to discern the chubby one's cultivation level, as it exuded no trace of aura. Wake up, chubby. Squeak. I grew increasingly astonished. Based on its ability to devour celestial dragons, the chubby one's cultivation should be considerable. Not to mention, even ordinary beasts would find it simple to articulate words. Yet, the little chubby one had yet to utter a single word. If you do not wake up, I shall roast you. With heavy eyelids slowly opening, the little chubby one looked at me, its master, from close range. Squeak. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden to consume any celestial dragon, understood? If you dare to devour any more, I shall feast upon roasted pig. The little chubby one's eye spun around, clearly comprehending my words. After some contemplation, it nodded, a hint of a smile gracing its face, before promptly toppling over to resume its deep slumber. Darn it, truly a pig. Looking at the little chubby one in my arms, I felt utterly vexed. Communication was utterly futile. Yet, I could understand, by human standards. The little chubby one could only be considered an infant, barely a month old. There was no other option but to take my time. I had already surmised that the little chubby one relished consuming various powers and spiritual fruits. As for the Xianxiao immortal sect, although my disciple had departed, I understood that with my confinement of Nangong Shui, the sect would not relent. Even if I refrained from taking action, I believed they would seek to retaliate against me. However, I did not head directly to the Xianxiao immortal sect. Instead, I returned to the Tianqiu immortal city. Upon my return to the celestial city, I calculated the time. Only a few days remained until my next opportunity to strike. Since acquiring the time-killing system, Su Chun has truly never experienced a moment of despondency. Each item secured through the system's prowess has filled him with immense satisfaction. The sole exception was the last acquisition, the everlasting pill, which proved utterly useless. Were he in the realm of the Tianwu continent, with the illustrious Hikari by his side, it might have had some value. He fervently hopes that future acquisitions will not include such disappointing items, which are somewhat of a scam. At the Xianxiu immortal sect, a figure materializes in an instant. Gazing at the carnage that surrounds him, bodies strewn everywhere, rivers of blood flowing, displaying evident astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the massacre of the Xianxiu immortal sect. Without cover, we must raise the Xianxiu immortal sect to the ground, he declares with a sinister smile. His hands begin to form seals. A terrifying aura coalescing as streams of immortal emperor power gather from all directions. With a resounding roar, as the surging energy envelopes the entire Xianxiu immortal sect, it begins to dissolve into nothingness. In a single stride, the figure vanishes without a trace. Within the subterranean space, upon his arrival in the cavern, the sight of the 10 vanished blood corpses causes his expression to shift dramatically. The power within the sacrificial altar has also entirely dissipated. Who could it be? He recalls that before his departure, he had already laid down seals. With his strength as a 9th-level Nirvana Immortal Emperor, only a reincarnation Immortal Emperor could breach them. Who, then, could possibly penetrate his defenses, especially since none could discern the location of his seals? His cold gaze is filled with a tempest of murderous intent. He has expended countless years of effort to refine the 10 blood corpses, and they were on the brink of completion, just one final step remaining. His recent excursion was solely to make the final preparations. Once successfully refined, the power of the blood corpses would ascend to an unprecedented level, evolving from Nirvana Immortal Emperor blood corpses to Reincarnation Immortal Emperor blood corpses, only to be snatched away by some unknown rogue. Could it be the very individuals who exterminated the Xianxiu immortal sect? The Immortal Emperor Xianxia feels a twinge of trepidation. He is acutely aware that even if he were to locate this individual, subduing them would be a formidable challenge. Should this person manage to spill their essence upon the 10 blood corpses, they would gain control over them, and with all 10 being Nirvana Immortal Emperors, their combined might would undoubtedly be capable of slaying him. The more he contemplates, the deeper his regret becomes. The more he reflects, the greater his fury swells. What he had initially deemed a straightforward matter has spiraled into chaos, and now it is too late for regret. The notion of relinquishing his pursuit is utterly impossible. He must reclaim what is his. The 10 Immortal Emperor puppets, especially the top-tier blood corpses, cannot be lost. Regardless of who you are, I shall claim your life. In Tianxiu Immortal City, the realms of immortals are delineated as Immortal Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heaven Immortal Realm, Mysterious Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, and the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, with his cultivation having successfully reached the pinnacle of the Mysterious Immortal Realm. Su Chun is but a step away from the Golden Immortal Realm and is diligently striving to break through to that level in the shortest time possible. Outside the courtyard, 3 figures stand, with Han Shuier expressing, "Sister Xia, I believe we should reconsider. The woman by his side is formidable, capable of besting even my father, and is likely a great Luo Golden Immortal or even an Immortal General." Fury simmers within Han Shuier. Having been humiliated by this individual, she yearns for revenge. Yet she understands the futility of confronting someone who even her father dares not provoke. However, her dear friend, Xie Yufeng from the Totem Immortal Sect, upon hearing her grievances, is eager to defend her honor. If she could indeed take a stand, it would be commendable, but should an unexpected incident arise, she would be unable to account for it to her friend. With a haughty snort, Xie Yufeng retorts, "Sister Han, do not concern yourself. I have never encountered such arrogance. Regardless of whether he is a great Luo Golden Immortal or an Immortal General, Uncle Feng will handle it for us." Han Shuier, observing the elder behind Xie Yufeng, is well aware that this so-called Uncle Feng is a powerful immortal king, and in all of Tianxiu Immortal City, none can surpass an immortal king. Yet, for reasons she cannot articulate, a sense of foreboding gnaws at her. She knows that with an immortal king safeguarding her friend, Xie Yufeng harbors no fear, and she genuinely wishes to restore her father's dignity. Though her father says little, as his daughter, she comprehends the humiliation he endures. He has never faced such disgrace. "Thank you, Sister Xia. Sister, we have known each other for many years. We are the best of friends, and is there truly a need for further words?" After speaking, Xie Yufeng strides forward and delivers a powerful kick to the grand door. Under normal circumstances, with her strength, she could easily shatter it. Yet, what is the outcome? Chapter 234. To attempt to show off before me, you are not yet worthy. In a state of bewilderment, Xie Yufeng can scarcely believe that her kick failed to break the door before her. "Young miss, it's a formation." "A formation?" Uncle Feng nods, nonchalantly stating, "It seems this individual is also an immortal array master." As soon as he finishes speaking, the grand door slowly creaks open. "Let us go?" Xie Yufeng's expression darkens. Han Shuai is her closest friend, and she has come specifically to see her sister. Who could have anticipated such an occurrence at the City Lord's mansion? With an immortal king at her side, she is determined to restore her friend's honor. Whether the opponent is a great Luo golden immortal or an immortal general. Even if they were an immortal monarch, she remains unperturbed. Before an immortal king, all else is trivial. Sister Xia, Han Shuai calls out, watching Xia Yufeng enter. But it is too late. For reasons she cannot explain, her foreboding feeling intensifies as she gazes at the courtyard. Uncle Feng, perhaps we should take our leave. Uncle Feng smiles, reassuring her. Do not fear. Shuai, I am here. Observing Uncle Feng entering the courtyard, Han Shuai, despite her worries, reluctantly follows suit. Inside the courtyard, having just completed his cultivation, Su Chen senses the presence of visitors outside. Indolently seated upon a stone bench, he leisurely lifts a teacup from the table and drains its contents, even as the three enter. Han Shuai, you are the one he speaks of. Xia Yufeng is unaware of Su Chen's name, only knowing that he has insulted her sister's father. Han Shuai regards the young man before her with a flicker of anger, realizing that he is the one responsible for her father's humiliation. What do you want? Isn't it obvious? I came to find you. With a resounding slap, a harsh blow strikes Xia Yufeng's face, echoing throughout the courtyard, leaving her stunned, hand to her cheek, staring at the young man with disbelief. You dare strike me? You actually dare to hit me? Unable to accept this reality, Xia Yufeng, hailing from the Totem Immortal sect, the daughter of its sect leader, has never faced such humiliation in her life. Su Chen scoffs coldly. I care not who you are, nor whom you wish to defend. Allow me to make one thing clear. Before me, dragons must coil, and tigers must lie down. To attempt to flaunt before me, you are not yet worthy. He shows no mercy. Without needing to ask or guess, Su Chen can deduce the intention behind her arrival, with Han Shuai present. It is evident that she aims to avenge her friend's honor. What surprised Su Chen was the fact that the City Lord's mansion could summon an immortal king. However, at this moment, he was not only accompanied by Longbinglan, but also by 10 immortal emperor puppets, each capable of effortlessly crushing this insignificant immortal king. Whether the latter sought vengeance or wished to flaunt his prowess before Su Chen, he would grant him no opportunity. Women should be dealt with as necessary, without mercy. Before Xia Yufeng could utter a word, Uncle Feng emerged, his expression dark as a stormy sky, reflecting a profound displeasure. Before him, the young lady had been soundly slapped, a matter that he deemed a profound humiliation. He could neither explain this disgrace to the young lady nor to himself. It was simply too embarrassing. Your arrogance is astounding. Do you even know who she is? We hail from the Totem Immortal sect, and she is the daughter of its leader. Before Uncle Feng could continue, Su Chen, with an impatient demeanor, interjected, What she is has no bearing on me. She is merely the daughter of a bald donkey. Why should I care? Such words were audacious, brazen, and domineering. Uncle Feng and his companions were taken aback, unable to fathom such unbridled arrogance. Particularly Han Shuai, whose ominous premonitions intensified. It was well known that the Totem Immortal sect was a prestigious sect within the Tai Su immortal domain. Who would dare provoke it? This was an unprecedented affront. Seeking death, Uncle Feng's fury erupted, and he could no longer contain his wrath. He lunged at Su Chen with overwhelming force, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that engulfed the courtyard, fracturing the ground beneath them like a vast spider's web. Yet, Su Chen remained languid, exuding no fear, as if his opponent were but an ant rather than an immortal king. Witnessing this scene, both Han Shuai and Xia Yufeng were astounded. How could he remain so tranquil in the face of Uncle Feng? Was he truly unperturbed? At that moment, a figure appeared before Su Chen. It was Longbinglan, whose presence exuded the oppressive aura of an immortal emperor. An immortal emperor. Realizing the terrifying energy emanating from the woman before him, Uncle Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. Now he understood the source of Su Chen's arrogance. It was the presence of an immortal emperor at his side. In the face of the Totem Immortal sect, an immortal emperor was indeed formidable. However, the circumstances had drastically changed. He was merely an immortal king, and should this individual choose to slay him or the young lady, disappearing thereafter, it would be nearly impossible for the Totem Immortal sect to trace him, akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. We come from the Totem Immortal sect. I beseech you to show mercy, Uncle Feng genuinely pleaded. Even the two women behind him were left utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that their opponent would be accompanied by an immortal emperor. Regret had come too late. Xia Yufeng, driven by desperation, called out, We were wrong. Please spare Uncle Feng. Longbinglan did not act immediately, instead glancing at her master, uncertain of his intent. Sensing his silence, she understood her master's character well. With a resounding boom, under the weight of the immortal emperor's pressure, and as a celestial dragon herself, Longbinglan in her true form as the time and space cold ice dragon, rendered the immortal king powerless to escape. In the face of their astonished and wrathful gazes, Uncle Feng's body exploded into a mist of blood. Uncle Feng, you dare to kill him? I will take your life. With a dragon's roar, Xie Yufeng felt her power surge. As a member of the Totem Immortal sect, she possessed the totem bloodline, specifically that of the azure purple-winged dragon. The torrent of dragon blood surged forth, but Long Binglan merely scoffed. It is merely an awakened bloodline. Do you dare to flaunt it before me? What did an awakened totem bloodline mean against a true celestial dragon? With a mighty roar, Long Binglan transformed into a divine dragon, her terrifying might enveloping the entire courtyard. Due to the formation, her dragon's breath could not escape. Xie Yufeng coughed up blood, her face a mask of horror as she beheld the celestial dragon before her. In mere seconds, Long Binglan reverted to her human form, disdain etched across her features. If you wish to show off, you must first ascertain whether you possess the requisite strength. This was pure contempt. Another spurt of blood escaped Xie Yufeng. She could not accept this reality. She had thought that with Uncle Feng's assistance, she would surely be able to defend her sister, regardless of whether their opponent was an immortal general. Yet, what was the outcome? Watching Uncle Feng be slain in an instant while she herself faced humiliation was devastating. Han Shui'er stepped forward, clasping her fists in a bow towards Su Chen. We acknowledge our error and implore you not to take offense. We are willing to offer compensation. Fear gripped her heart. Her earlier misgivings had proven true, and she never anticipated such an outcome. Clearly, it was too late for regret. They needed to find a way to escape. They absolutely could not allow Xie Yufeng to come to harm. Silence. The two women looked at the young man before them, regardless of their inner turmoil. They understood one thing. Their lives were in his hands, and they had no chance to flee. They felt helpless, regretful, and furious. But what could they do? Power spoke louder than words, and if even Uncle Feng, an immortal king, had been effortlessly dispatched, what hope did they have? You hail from the Totem Immortal sect? Indeed. Su Chen replied with a satisfied nod and a smile. If I were to let you go, would you seek revenge? Revenge? Of course, I would, Xie Yufeng thought, yet dared not voice her thoughts. Even in her inner turmoil, she recognized the gravity of the situation. In matters of life and death, everything else was trivial. I eagerly anticipate your vengeance, but should you wish to depart, you must offer compensation. To preserve your lives, you must consider what you can provide as recompense. At that moment, a little figure, the adorable creature known as Little Fatty, popped into view, its curious eyes darting around. Su Chen understood why Little Fatty was so interested. The two women possessed a power that Little Fatty desired, specifically something that belonged to the woman from the Totem Immortal sect. Without hindrance, Little Fatty darted towards Xie Yufeng. A pig? A palm-sized pig? How adorable. Do not move. Let him examine you. Upon hearing the young man's words, Xie Yufeng dared not stir, allowing the little pig to approach her. Little Fatty sniffed vigorously, then pointed a tiny hand at the dragon-shaped pendant around Xie Yufeng's neck, squeaking insistently as it seized it and swiftly retreated. That was left to me by my mother. Return it to me. The speed of the little pig was astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for Xie Yufeng to react before it had already returned to Su Chen's embrace. A terrifying breath of the dragon surged forth, enveloping Xie Yufeng and rendering her immobile. Her countenance darkened with fury, for she could not afford to lose her dragon-shaped pendant. You may leave. Return it to me. I shall not repeat my words. Before Xie Yufeng could utter another word, she was forcibly dragged away by Han Shui'er. Fully aware that the current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for them, she truly feared that both of them might perish here. Outside the courtyard, an enraged Xie Yufeng clenched her fists tightly, her icy gaze brimming with a terrifying intent to kill. It was intolerable to suffer such a loss, both in terms of her dignity and her allies. Sister Xie, I have burdened you this time. A wave of guilt washed over her. For had it not been for her, Uncle Feng would not have fallen, and Xie Yufeng's most treasured dragon pendant would not have been taken. Yet, Xie Yufeng replied, Sister, you speak in error. This matter has nothing to do with you. Once I convey this incident back to the Immortal Sect, I shall see whether he can withstand the entirety of the Totem Immortal Sect. However, Han Shui'er shook her head and urged, Sister Xie, heed my advice. Let this matter rest, and do not pursue it further. Why? Xie Yufeng inquired, her curiosity piqued, seemingly taken aback by Han's attempt to dissuade her. Sister, we have been companions for many years. I would never harm you. This individual is undoubtedly formidable. Even the Totem Immortal Sect cannot threaten him. For reasons she could not articulate, an ominous feeling gnawed at her, an instinct that this person was not to be trifled with. Better to err on the side of caution than to provoke misfortune. Xie Yufeng, however, shook her head defiantly and exclaimed, No, Uncle Feng cannot have died in vain. I must retrieve my dragon pendant. Observing Xie Yufeng's unwavering determination, Han Shui'er let out a deep sigh, contemplating how to dissuade her, yet recognizing her own inability to halt her resolve. What was to be done? Chapter 236. What is there to fear in greed? It would be wrong not to be greedy. In the secluded courtyard, Su Chen sat upon a stone chair, his mind untroubled by thoughts of the totem immortal sect. Little pig, have you finished devouring? The little pig nodded and emitted a satisfied squeal before promptly falling into a deep slumber. Gazing at the dragon-shaped pendant in his hand, Su Chen felt a surge of astonishment, pondering what made this object so special to the little pig. Master, this dragon-shaped pendant contains the essence of the dragon clan's primordial power. What does that mean? He inquired. The primordial essence of the dragon clan is the purest of powers and one of the most formidable forces in the immortal realm. Should a celestial dragon manage to consume this primordial essence, it would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the immortal emperor. Ah, I see. Even though the dragon-shaped pendant contained the primordial essence, it had already been thoroughly consumed by the little pig, rendering it devoid of utility. Master, although the essence within the pendant has been devoured, if I can refine it, I will surely break through to the realm of the immortal emperor in a short time. Understanding the implication, Su Chen chuckled. Master, I have been greedy. Ha ha. He laughed. What is there to fear in greed? It would be wrong not to be greedy. This dragon-shaped pendant is a gift for you. Thank you, Master, thank you. Upon receiving the pendant, Long Binglan was overwhelmed with joy. As an immortal sovereign, the prospect of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm seemed an eternity away, perhaps 100 years, 1,000, or even 1,000,000. However, with the dragon-shaped pendant now in her possession, she believed her chances of achieving that breakthrough would greatly diminish. Without wasting any time, Long Binglan immediately set about her cultivation. As for Su Chen, before him lay a collection of blood-red bones. The 10 Nirvana immortal emperor blood corpses he had obtained from the depths of the Xianxiu immortal sect's hidden caverns. His eyes sparkled with surprise. Yet he understood that these 10 blood corpses had not been fully refined. There remained one final step. Initially, Su Chen had presumed that the true form of the 10 immortal emperor blood corpses was that of the Nirvana immortal emperor. However, he no longer held that belief. Based on his conjectures, first, the true cultivation level of the 10 blood corpses was not that of the so-called Nirvana immortal emperor, but rather that of the reincarnation immortal emperor, which surpassed the Nirvana level. Second, the individual who refined the 10 blood corpses likely left the cavern to seek means for the final step of their transformation, only to become ensnared in their own machinations. Su Chen comprehended the vast chasm that existed between the Nirvana immortal emperor and the reincarnation immortal emperor. It could be stated that even the weakest reincarnation immortal emperor could slay the strongest Nirvana immortal emperor. Thus, he resolved that, regardless of the obstacles, he must attempt to refine that final step. Should he succeed, the 10 blood corpses he possessed could ascend directly from the Nirvana immortal emperor realm to the reincarnation immortal emperor realm, an unparalleled qualitative enhancement. Regarding the refinement of blood corpses, Su Chen had no clear ideas, merely speculations, and finding a method for the final step seemed daunting. If he could locate the individual capable of refining blood corpses, it would be the swiftest and most effective solution. Yet, he remained uncertain of the strength of the one who had created the 10 immortal emperor blood corpses. If that individual were a reincarnation immortal emperor, even possessing 10 immortal emperor blood corpses would not suffice to subdue them. He could not take that risk. Su Chen was acutely aware that even with the strength of a reincarnation immortal emperor, achieving a decisive victory over another reincarnation immortal emperor was nearly impossible. Chapter 237. Instantaneously defeating a titan of the immortal realm, my sister. As night descended, Su Chen held an immortal crystal in hand, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the impending instant kill. It was once again the day for the random selection that occurred every 7 days. The last time he had obtained the eternal pill, it had left him feeling utterly disheartened. He hoped this time to acquire something of greater worth, such as a treasure or spirit herb. Beep. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has arrived. The random selection will now commence. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. At last, it had arrived. Su Chen was filled with anticipation, curious about what marvelous item the system would bestow upon him this time. Item, Su Shirshua. Price, 1 immortal crystal. Item description, Su Shirshua, the master of the first domain in the immortal realm, leader of the Xianxian sect, and one of the most powerful beings in the immortal realm, is also the host's elder sister. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. What? Suppressing his astonishment, Su Chen immediately proceeded to make the purchase, watching as the immortal crystal vanished in an instant. He was utterly bewildered. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this time, the instant kill would result in the acquisition of a sister. Su Shirshua, the leader of the Xianxian sect, and one of the mightiest figures in the immortal realm. Most importantly, she was his own sister. This system was truly remarkable, no matter how much he contemplated. Su Chen could hardly comprehend that he had managed to instantaneously acquire a formidable elder sister from the immortal realm. Regarding the so-called first domain, Xianxian sect, and this inexplicable sister, Su Chen found himself entirely uninformed. It was time to clarify the matter. The first domain was the foremost celestial domain in the immortal realm, a place that stood at the zenith of all domains in the immortal realm. In the realm of immortals, the existence of an immortal emperor is exceedingly rare. However, within the foremost domain of the immortal world, immortal emperors abound like common creatures, easily encountered at any turn. The rationale is straightforward. Many immortal emperors from various realms aspire to ascend to this premier domain, for it is said that people naturally strive for higher ground, just as water seeks its level. The Robbery of Immortals sect stands as one of the paramount sects in this foremost domain. Its magnificent peaks tower majestically between heaven and earth. Within the Grand Hall, at the head of the assembly, a woman clad in resplendent purple robes occupies the highest seat. Her skin is as fair as snow, her hands resemble exquisite jade, and her eyes possess an enchanting allure that captivates the very soul with every fleeting smile. In 4 words, she embodies unparalleled beauty. Xianxiaaudiobooks, the leader of the Robbery of Immortals sect, is one of the most formidable beings in the immortal realm. What have you discovered? Xianxiaaudiobooks' voice was frigid, akin to the descent of an icy mountain, plunging all present into a frozen abyss. Reporting to the sect leader, we have dispatched disciples to various immortal domains. However, amidst the vast sea of humanity, tracking the whereabouts of a single individual proves to be exceedingly arduous. The elder of the sect lamented, his heart heavy with frustration. Just yesterday, the sect leader had commanded the sect to send disciples across the myriad realms, declaring that no matter the cost, they must locate her blood brother. When did the old sect leader have a son? No one possessed the answer. It was a well-known fact that the old sect leader had but one daughter. The current leader, Xianxiaaudiobooks, who awakened a supreme physique in her youth, her talents eclipsing all peers, and upon reaching her pinnacle, she ascended to lead the Robbery of Immortals sect. There had never been any mention of an elder son, yet no one dared to doubt. For the sect leader would not jest about such matters. While deducing the truth may seem simple, the actual search was akin to scaling the heavens. Locating a single soul amidst the vast expanse of the immortal realms was nearly an impossible task, yet none dared defy the sect leader's orders. Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a deep sense of helplessness. She understood the elder's concerns, but was resolute in her quest to find her brother. Just yesterday, she had inadvertently come across her father's relics, which revealed that she had a brother who, due to an unforeseen incident, had been forcibly cast into the lower realms. The specific realm unknown even to her father. The relics contained a resonance that would signal if her brother entered the immortal realm. Such a signal would confirm his arrival. And thus, she was determined to seek him out. Haunted by guilt, she believed her father's heart ached with the same remorse. The relics mentioned that her brother's name was Su Chen, yet throughout the immortal realms, countless individuals shared that name. If she were to declare her quest to find her brother named Su Chen, an avalanche of individuals bearing that name would surely come forth. This possibility must be preemptively averted. A grave urgency clouded Xianxiaaudiobooks' striking features, her exquisite visage revealing a hint of agitation. I must depart from the sect, she announced decisively. Sect leader, that is inadvisable. The immortal domains are currently in turmoil, and other sects eye the Robbery of Immortals with hostility. If you leave, trouble may surely follow, several elders implored, their expressions filled with concern. Sect leader, we will expedite the search. Please prioritize the greater good, they urged. Hoping to dissuade her from her decision, fury coursed through her veins, yet she felt powerless. Xianxiaaudiobooks was acutely aware of the precarious state of the sect. Many immortal sects sought to devour the Robbery of Immortals, particularly those who pursued her, employing every means to achieve their ends, even at the cost of becoming adversaries to the sect. Caught between her duty to her sect and her yearning to find her brother, she was torn. She longed to seek him out but remained unaware of his exact whereabouts. Thus she resolved to stay with the sect for the time being, prioritizing the larger picture. Chapter 238. The arrival is indeed delayed. Hurry inside. In the Tianxiu immortal city, Su Chen felt a twinge of frustration at the slow pace of events. Most significantly, the target he had encountered was none other than his biological sister. When had he acquired such a sibling? Xianxiaaudiobooks, the leader of the Robbery of Immortals sect, one of the most powerful beings in the immortal realm, had no immediate plans to venture to the first immortal domain. Su Chen was well aware of what the foremost domain represented in the immortal realms. He had gathered intelligence regarding the significance of the first domain. In other immortal realms, an immortal emperor is the most formidable presence, wielding untold power. Yet, in the first immortal domain, immortal emperors are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Although he possessed 10 immortal emperor blood corpses, his own strength remained at a rather humble level. He resolved to remain here to cultivate until he could ascend to the rank of immortal emperor before seeking out his so-called sister in the first immortal domain. He had no intention of relying on familial ties. It was paramount that his own strength be formidable. The Xianxiao immortal sect was indeed sluggish. Su Chun had initially intended to head to the Xianxiao immortal sect, but he had sent an immortal dragon to stay with the Xianxiu immortal sect to uncover the identity of the blood corpse's creator. Thus, he lacked the time to proceed to the Xianxiao immortal sect, yet he could not afford to ignore the matter at hand. Su Chun had disseminated information regarding Nangong Shuai, who was in his possession, and anticipated that the Xianxiao immortal sect would undoubtedly respond. However, days had passed without any sign of their arrival. Simultaneously, Nangong Fu, the leader of the Xianxiao immortal sect and father of Nangong Shuai, had arrived at Tianxiu Immortal City accompanied by various elders of the sect. Is the information confirmed? Reporting to the sect leader, the news is verified. An elder responded promptly. Sect leader, we have confirmed that the Xianxiu immortal sect has been annihilated, including Lin Yiner. A chilling aura emanated from Nangong Fu, his countenance dark as a stormy sky. He struggled to comprehend who would dare to provoke the sect with such audacity. For the sake of the sect's honor and his son's safety, he chose to confront the matter personally. No matter the identity of the perpetrator, they would face certain death. Have we discovered who is responsible? Nangong Fu queried anxiously, his heart heavy with concern for his son's safety. He understood that the longer he delayed, the more perilous the situation became for his son. Sect leader, the individual in question is named Su Chun, currently residing in Tianxiu Immortal City. Our people have pinpointed his location. Let us proceed. As Nangong Fu and his companions entered Tianxiu Immortal City, those familiar with the Xianxiao immortal sect were taken aback. Isn't that Nangong Fu, the leader of the Xianxiao immortal sect? Why have they come to Tianxiu Immortal City? Haven't you heard? What transpired? It is said that someone annihilated the Xianxiu immortal sect and imprisoned Nangong Shuai, the young master of the Xianxiao immortal sect. That is why the sect leader has come personally. Rumors of Nangong Fu's arrival had spread throughout the entirety of Tianxiu Immortal City, including the City Lord's Mansion. However, the City Lord's Mansion remained inactive, for from their perspective, neither Su Chun nor the Xianxiao immortal sect posed a threat they could contend with. Both could effortlessly obliterate the City Lord's Mansion. Dare they intervene? Not in the slightest. They merely hoped that this incident would not entangle the City Lord's Mansion. Gazing upon the solitary courtyard before him, Nangong Fu's heart was heavy with trepidation. Nangong Fu forcefully suppressed the boundless fury within him, coldly stating, "No one shall act without my command." Just as the others were preparing to enter, a chilling voice echoed, "The Tianxiao Xinzong is indeed slow. Come in quickly." Chapter 239, The Blood Lord Comes Knocking. What? Upon hearing the voice emanating from the courtyard, everyone was taken aback, particularly Nangong Fu, who felt a wave of unease wash over him, as the words spoken were undeniably domineering, seemingly tailored to await his arrival. At that moment, a figure emerged from within the courtyard. It was the young sect master. Nangong Fu dared not intervene, as two elders simultaneously sprang into action. When everyone finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, their expressions changed dramatically. Don't. As Nangong Fu's furious roar resonated, Nangong Shuai's body instantaneously erupted, transforming into a mist of blood that filled the air, akin to a torrential downpour. This sect demands your life. The terror that had once gripped his heart dissipated as he helplessly watched his son being slaughtered, unable to contain the inferno of rage within him. He charged directly toward the courtyard. At that moment, a resounding dragon's roar reverberated through the void, and the figure of Long Binglan appeared in an instant. A terrifying dragon breath enveloping the surroundings. Even though Nangong Fu was at the Immortal King realm, he could not withstand the pressure of the surging dragon breath. Peak Immortal Emperor. The terrified cries echoed through the air, and Nangong Fu, regaining his composure, dared not linger any longer, swiftly turning to flee. But it was evidently too late. Under the overwhelming dragon breath, both Nangong Fu and the other elders exploded one by one, dissipating into clouds of blood mist. The refining wilderness vessel appeared, commencing its insatiable consumption of the souls of Nangong Fu and the others. In the courtyard, Su Chen sneered, relieved that his disciples' affairs had finally reached a conclusion. Now, the remaining task was to devise a way to locate the individual capable of refining the Blood Lords, and to uncover the final step in the process, striving to successfully refine all 10 Blood Lords. Currently, all the Immortal Emperor Blood Lords were in the Nirvana realm. Once the last step was completed, the 10 Immortal Emperor Blood Lords could ascend from Nirvana to the Reincarnation realm. It is essential to understand that the disparity between Nirvana Realm Immortal Emperor Bloodlords and Reincarnation Realm Immortal Emperor Bloodlords is immense. Finally, they returned. Two burly men swiftly entered the courtyard, immediately kneeling on one knee, their demeanor profoundly respectful as they spoke. Master, we have returned. Did you ascertain the facts? Master, we observed from a distance and confirmed that indeed someone has descended upon the Xianxiu Xianzong, effortlessly annihilating all corpses. As for whether they entered the cave, we do not know, but they lingered for a full hour. Su Chen was well aware that anyone capable of refining 10 immortal emperor bloodlords was undoubtedly a formidable immortal emperor themselves, potentially possessing immense strength. It seemed that seizing the method of refining the bloodlords from such a person would not be an easy feat just then. A terrifying immortal emperor's power enveloped the entire Tianxiu immortal city. Kid, you dare to steal from me? It seems you are courting death. A voice as cold as that from the depths of an endless abyss instantly swept across the entirety of Tianxiu immortal city. The two men before Su Chen, along with Long Binglan, vanished in an instant. Su Chen chuckled, two fools, unaware they were being followed. Yet, considering the adversary is an immortal emperor, how could they possibly miss the two dragons? However, Su Chen showed no inclination to evade or flee. Since there was no escaping, he opted for a head-on confrontation. Harboring no concerns whatsoever, the furious devouring emperor's terrifying aura spread throughout the immortal city. Wherever his dreadful presence reached, it transformed into a wasteland. With countless martial artists turning into blood mist, no one could withstand it, not even the city lord's residents. In the distance outside the city, the two women who had just departed felt the terrifying aura surge from behind them, their expressions changing drastically as they hurriedly turned to gaze at the distant Tianxiu immortal city. Dad, Xie Yufeng urgently grasped Han Shuer's arm, saying, Sister Han, the one capable of obliterating Tianxiu immortal city in an instant must be at least at the immortal emperor realm. If you return now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. My father, you must first accompany me back to the Totem Xianzong. I will find someone to investigate the situation. The immortal emperor was an entity even the Totem Xianzong dared not provoke, for even though they had an immortal emperor presiding over them, as the saying goes, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. Clenching her fists tightly, Han Shuer was bewildered by the unfolding events. Why, under normal circumstances, had the entire Tianxiu immortal city been utterly annihilated? I will certainly return. Ultimately, Han Shuer chose to leave, refraining from returning. Chapter 240. Of course, I know I am being excessive. In Tianxiu immortal city, beneath the enveloping power of the devouring emperor, the entire city transformed into ruins in an instant. With millions of immortals and martial artists reduced to a sea of blood, the furious devouring emperor aimed to instill fear in his opponent. There were two reasons for this. First, he had yet to ascertain the identity and strength of the adversary, and he dared not act recklessly. Should anything unexpected occur, he would have no opportunity for regret. Second, this individual had obtained the 10 immortal emperor blood lords he had refined. Should a battle ensue, he could not possibly contend against 10. It was inconceivable to relinquish the 10 immortal emperor blood lords. Thus, the devouring emperor opted for intimidation, hoping to instill caution in his adversary. Fool. Su Chen did not intervene. The life and death of Tianxiu immortal city were of no concern to him. He would not involve himself even if all perished. Having yet to inquire, he observed the indifference on the young man's face, devoid of any fear. The devouring emperor's heart sank. He realized this matter had escalated beyond control. The aura emanating from this individual was merely that of a Xian immortal, yet he displayed no fear of him, which spoke volumes. I am the devouring emperor. The 10 immortal emperor blood lords you have seized belong to me. I kindly request their return. As expected, Su Chen smiled, a genuine smile. What are you laughing at? Seeing the other party actually smile, the devouring emperor became increasingly uneasy, sensing that this person had seemingly awaited his arrival. I have no desire for idle chatter. Submit to me and live. Should you wish for death, I can fulfill that desire. With no room for pleasantries, Su Chen spoke bluntly. Such words were audacious. They were undeniably domineering. Su Chen eagerly anticipated acquiring the final step in the refinement of the blood lords, enabling the 10 immortal emperor blood lords to elevate their power from the nirvana realm to the reincarnation realm. These were two entirely different concepts. Kid, it seems you are courting death. Though he spoke thus, the devouring emperor was inwardly anxious, fully aware that if the other possessed no formidable confidence, he would not dare to be so arrogant. On one side were the 10 immortal emperor blood lords, on the other, a situation fraught with peril. Ultimately, the devouring emperor chose to withdraw, unwilling to take the risk. Bowing slightly, the devouring emperor remarked, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I have come primarily to inform you that the 10 immortal Emperor Bloodlords were a gift from me. There is no need for their return. I merely wish to befriend you, not daring to gamble. The more formidable the other party appeared, the less confidence the devouring emperor felt, leading him to reconsider and ultimately choose to retreat. Once the bet was lost, not only was the retrieval of the 10 celestial emperor puppets rendered impossible, but he might also lose his own life in this place. Su Chen felt a flicker of astonishment. His opponent was indeed formidable. Choosing to retreat without even lifting a finger, willing to abandon 10 celestial emperor puppets. Each puppet, casually produced, possessed an immense value, as the difficulty of crafting celestial emperor blood puppets was exceedingly great. Firstly, one must hunt celestial emperors. Continuously hunting 10 reincarnated celestial emperors could only be accomplished with absolute assurance by another reincarnated celestial emperor. Secondly, the materials required for crafting celestial emperor puppets were overwhelmingly extensive. One could easily imagine the immense worth of the 10 celestial emperor puppets in his possession. As the devourer of heaven turned to leave, the 10 celestial emperor puppets emerged one by one, surrounding him and casting grim expressions in his direction. Undoubtedly, at Su Chen's command, the 10 celestial emperor puppets would not hesitate for a moment, and would collectively charge to annihilate the devourer of heaven who had created them. With a countenance darkened by fury, the devourer of heaven's face was a portrait of dismay. It was crucial to remember that the 10 celestial emperor blood puppets surrounding him were the fruits of his own labor. The hunt for 10 reincarnated celestial emperors alone had consumed over 1,000,000 years, and after gathering all the necessary materials, he was merely a step away from success, only to find himself having crafted a garment for another. Regret washed over him, yet there was no remedy for it. He should never have left his cave. Had he remained, he would not have granted this individual the opportunity to seize the 10 celestial emperor puppets. It could be said that his choice of the Xianxiu celestial sect was intended as a shield, believing that no celestial emperors could possibly appear in the surrounding regions. In the end, it was sheer carelessness. The more he pondered, the more he regretted, the more anger surged within him, and the more unwilling he felt. What do you desire? The devourer of heaven seethed with rage, having already reached the pinnacle of the nirvana celestial emperor realm. He was merely a step away from the reincarnated celestial emperor realm. Even if the 10 celestial emperor blood puppets united, he was confident in his ability to slay this individual. Surely, neither party wished for a mutual destruction scenario. I already stated, unless you choose to follow me, you are destined to remain here, unable to depart. Su Chen's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it resonated with an undeniable authority, exuding an air of dominance. Do you not find this excessive? The devourer of heaven inquired. Excessive? I am fully aware of my overstepping, yet what of it? I am indeed excessive. What can you do about it? Do you believe you can leave here alive? Did this individual possess some other form of leverage? The more defiant the opponent appeared, the more uncertain the devourer felt. Suppressing his fury, he forced a smile and said, "You may propose terms. I shall acquiesce to any condition you set forth." Acquiesce? Su Chen retorted. Do not push your luck. And what if I do? Can you harm me? In a life-or-death struggle, even if he could not withstand their assault, he expected his adversary to perish alongside him. Oh, then let us test that theory. What are you waiting for? Strike. If you can escape this place alive, I shall concede. The 241st chapter. Clearly, the opponent was merely posturing. Without further ado, with a single command from Su Chen, the 10 celestial emperor blood puppets lunged simultaneously at the devourer of heaven, displaying no hesitation, only obedience to their master's directive. The devourer of heaven's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that his adversary would indeed dare to attack directly. Faced with 10 celestial emperor puppets, to claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. He could not afford to be careless. Immediately, the devourer of heaven turned to flee, no longer daring to linger. However, in this scenario, how could Su Chen allow him to escape? In a 1 versus 10 confrontation, especially against 10 reckless celestial emperor blood puppets, the devourer of heaven was forced into a retreat, unable even to consider fleeing. Whether he believed it or not, the truth was evident. If this continued, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. The more he fought, the more furious he became. The more he battled, the more he resented. Yet he found himself utterly helpless. For the combined might of the 10 celestial emperor blood puppets was indeed formidable. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the devourer of heaven focused on his opponent. Suppressing the 10 celestial emperor puppets would prove challenging, but slaying a mere Xian celestial? That posed no issue whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, he was before Su Chen. Yet in the next instant, a droplet of celestial emperor water materialized in Su Chen's hand. He consumed it immediately. Subsequently, a terrifying surge of celestial emperor power erupted forth, and the indifferent smile on Su Chen's face rendered the devourer of heaven's complexion utterly ashen. Reincarnated Celestial Emperor Realm. The Devourer of Heaven howled in anguish, never having imagined that his adversary was, in fact, a reincarnated Celestial Emperor. He had deliberately concealed his cultivation level, merely to toy with him. Panic-stricken and pale, the Devourer of Heaven no longer dared to attack, instead opting to flee. A reincarnated Celestial Emperor. Paired with 10 Nirvana Celestial Emperor blood puppets, this overwhelming strength was beyond his capacity to confront. In the face of life and death, all notions of dignity and pride became irrelevant. Survival was the sole priority. However, having expended his last droplet of Celestial Emperor water, Chen would not allow the Devourer of Heaven to escape so easily. The rationale behind using his final droplet of Celestial Emperor water was straightforward. Firstly, Chen understood that the Devourer of Heaven had already reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana Celestial Emperor realm. Even with the combined efforts of 10 Celestial Emperor blood puppets, it would be challenging to eliminate him quickly, should the Devourer employ any cunning means of escape. Finding him amidst the vast sea of humanity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Secondly, he required the last piece of knowledge regarding the Devourer of Heaven's crafting process to continue refining the 10 Celestial Emperor blood puppets, enhancing their power from Nirvana Celestial Emperor to Reincarnated Celestial Emperor. The droplet of Reincarnated Celestial Emperor water he possessed merely contained the essence of a Reincarnated Celestial Emperor's strength. Utilizing a droplet of Reincarnated Celestial Emperor water for a guaranteed enhancement of the 10 Celestial Emperor blood puppets was certainly a worthy endeavor. The exchange of a single droplet for 10 Reincarnated Celestial Emperor blood puppets was undoubtedly a profitable transaction. A surge of terrifying life and death energy coalesced into a cycle of reincarnation, forming bridges of reincarnation. Countless bridges swiftly enveloped the surroundings, solidifying into a colossal hand of reincarnation, which then descended with force upon the Devourer of Heaven. Boom! The hand struck the Devourer of Heaven. Had Chen not needed to inquire further, a single blow would have easily obliterated him. Trembling in fear, the Devourer of Heaven's face turned pallid as he gazed at the youth before him, filled with regret and resentment. The opponent was clearly a reincarnated Celestial Emperor, yet he had dared to flaunt his prowess before him. How can I enhance the power of the blood puppets? Chen's intent was unmistakable. The Devourer of Heaven understood precisely what was being asked. Gritting his teeth, unwilling to face death, he replied, "I shall disclose the information. But will you allow me to leave?" "Certainly. This is the final material required for crafting the blood puppets, 10 reincarnation stones." As he gazed at the 10 reincarnation stones that had materialized in the other party's grasp, Chen pointed toward the 10 blood corpses of the immortal emperors, conveying a straightforward message. He wanted the devouring absolute immortal emperor to personally undertake the final step of the refinement process. After all, he had already infused his essence blood into the 10 blood corpses, rendering any attempt by the devouring absolute to reclaim them utterly futile. Internally cursing his adversary, the furious devouring absolute found himself with no recourse but to commence the refinement. To survive and depart, compliance was his only option. Chen languidly settled into his stone chair, confident that the duration of the reincarnation immortal emperor's water drop was sufficient to intimidate the devouring absolute. Even in the worst-case scenario, should the devouring absolute deliberately delay, Chen would strike down the devouring absolute the instant his power waned, thus handling the final step himself. Whether life or death hinged entirely upon the devouring absolute's own choices. 10 minutes later, the power of the reincarnation immortal emperor's water drop had dissipated. However, Chen had already retracted his aura, initially intending to eliminate the devouring absolute, but ultimately chose to forego that course of action. He would not refine the blood corpse himself. Slaying the devouring absolute would only complicate matters. As the devouring absolute engaged in the refinement of the blood corpses, he seethed internally. The audacity. Clearly, the other was putting on an act. Though he was an immortal emperor, he concealed his aura, merely exuding that of a mystical immortal. Having learned from past experiences, the devouring absolute dared not strike. Having suffered once, he knew he would have no chance of survival should he attempt a second encounter. Thus, he dutifully completed the refinement of the blood corpses, resolving to avoid provoking Chen in the future. Despite his frustration, the devouring absolute displayed no signs of defiance and diligently refined the 10 blood corpses of the immortal emperors, continuously infusing them with the reincarnation stones. Time flowed by. It took a full 6 days for the devouring absolute to successfully complete the refinement of the 10 blood corpses. In an instant, the moment the refinement concluded, the strength of the 10 blood corpses surged, elevating from Nirvana Immortal Emperor to Reincarnation Immortal Emperor. Witnessing this transformation, Chen was filled with delight. Could it be that he was now free to depart? Indeed, Su Chen refrained from slaying the devouring absolute. He was a man of his word. Since the devouring absolute had assisted him in completing the final step, he would spare his life. Most importantly, with the successful refinement of the 10 blood corpses, now elevated to reincarnation immortal emperors, the devouring absolute was no longer a concern. Even if he squandered the immortal emperor's water drop and possessed no more, the mere emergence of a single blood corpse could effortlessly obliterate his opponent. However, it must be noted that the chasm between the Nirvana Immortal Emperor realm and the Reincarnation Immortal Emperor realm was vast. It could be stated that even the weakest Reincarnation Immortal Emperor could slay the strongest Nirvana Immortal Emperor. Such was the disparity. The devouring absolute had not anticipated that Su Chen would allow him to depart. In truth, he had mentally prepared for the possibility that Su Chen might renege on his word. I can share with you a secret regarding the blood corpses. Oh, Su Chen was taken aback, curious about what secret the devouring absolute wished to divulge. Chapter 242, The Essence of the Immortal Emperor. The 3 Paths and 9 Realms of the Immortal Emperor. Su Chen was eager to hear the secret the devouring absolute had in mind. After a moment of contemplation, the devouring absolute stated, the 10 blood corpses of the immortal emperors are not their ultimate state. If you wish to further enhance their strength, you must locate the essence of the immortal emperor and infuse it into them. The essence of the immortal emperor? Not the ultimate state? Does that imply there exist beings even stronger than the reincarnation immortal emperor? Upon hearing these words, the devouring absolute was equally astonished, seemingly not expecting Su Chen to be unaware of such matters. After all, in the devouring absolute's view, Su Chen was an immortal emperor himself. How could he not know this? Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further. Regardless of the veracity of Su Chen's claims, it held no relevance to him. The 3 paths of the immortal emperor, tribulation, nirvana, and reincarnation, constitute the foundational realm of the immortal emperor. Su Chen's heart sank. He had initially believed that the reincarnation immortal emperor represented the pinnacle of existence in the immortal realm, only to discover that tribulation, nirvana, and reincarnation were merely the first path of the immortal emperor, a foundational stage. Above these lay the 2nd and 3rd paths of the immortal emperor. The 2nd path of the immortal emperor includes the supreme immortal emperor, the celestial sovereign immortal emperor, and the tribulation sovereign immortal emperor. To transcend into the 2nd path, one must obtain and merge with the essence of the immortal emperor. If you wish to continue advancing the power of the blood corpses, you must seek out the essence of the immortal emperor and integrate it. So that was it. Without needing to inquire further, Su Chen understood that seeking the essence of the immortal emperor would certainly not be a simple endeavor. However, now that he was aware that the 10 blood corpses he possessed could still enhance their power, he was determined to seek out the essence of the immortal emperor. Do you know where the essence of the immortal emperor can be found? I do not know, replied the devouring absolute. Even possessing the essence of the immortal emperor does not guarantee a breakthrough to the supreme immortal emperor. It ultimately depends on one's comprehension. Many powerful immortal domains offer the essence of the immortal emperor for sale, but it is exorbitantly priced. Additionally, numerous forbidden zones and secret realms also harbor the essence of the immortal emperor. Su Chen grasped the essence of the devouring absolute's words. Essentially, there were 2 points to consider. First, the essence of the immortal emperor was challenging to locate, whether sought after in secret realms and forbidden zones or purchased. It was no easy task. Second, even if one obtained the essence of the immortal emperor, it did not guarantee a breakthrough to the supreme immortal emperor. Regardless, he had to pursue the essence of the immortal emperor to further enhance the strength of the 10 blood corpses. As for the 3rd path of the immortal emperor, it entailed comprehending the immortal way, comprising the sculpting Tao immortal emperor, the nurturing Tao immortal emperor, and the tribulation Tao immortal emperor. With a fist clasped in gratitude, the devouring absolute said, "Thank you for sparing my life. I take my leave." Su Chen did not impede him. Quietly, he reflected on the fact that he had not anticipated the division of the immortal emperor into 3 paths. What he had previously known of the 3 immortal emperor realms were merely aspects of the 1st path. Thus, it could be said that the 3 paths of the immortal emperor could be delineated into 9 realms: the tribulation immortal emperor, the nirvana immortal emperor, the reincarnation immortal emperor, the supreme immortal emperor, the celestial sovereign immortal emperor, the tribulation sovereign immortal emperor, the sculpting Tao immortal emperor, the nurturing Tao immortal emperor, and the tribulation Tao immortal emperor. He had initially believed that possessing 10 blood corpses of the reincarnation immortal emperor would grant him dominance over the entire immortal realm. However, it now appeared that matters were not so straightforward. The reincarnation immortal emperor was merely the 3rd realm among the 9. He pondered about his elder sister's cultivation level. As one of the most formidable entities in the immortal realm, It seemed likely that she was a tribulation Tao immortal emperor. Chen mused, not wishing to dwell too long on the matter, one step at a time. Moreover, with the formidable system he possessed, he believed that reaching the immortal emperor realm would be a matter of course. Rising, he stretched lazily. Tomorrow would be the day of annihilation. Chen had resolved that once the annihilation was complete, he would promptly journey to the foremost domain of the immortal realm to seek out his sister. Initially, he had intended to wait until his cultivation reached the immortal emperor realm before venturing to the first domain. However, now that he understood the 3 realms of the immortal emperor had expanded into 9, he planned to set off for the first domain immediately. Given that his sister was one of the most powerful beings in the immortal realm, it would be foolish not to seek her assistance. The following day, the dawn's light bathed the entire ruined immortal city. Following the devastation wrought by the devouring emperor yesterday, the entire Tianshu immortal city has been reduced to ruins. In Chen's hand, a celestial crystal materializes, poised for the imminent opportunity to execute a swift kill. Each swift kill is an event he eagerly anticipates, for the spoils procured are invariably the finest treasures. Chapter 243, Swift Kill, the God of Slaughter, a frenzied breakthrough amidst bewilderment. The anticipation is palpable. Chen remains uncertain about what he might seize in this swift kill. He is about to depart, intending to journey to the foremost domain of the immortal realm in search of his sister. Taking a deep breath, he awaits the system's announcement. Time trickles by, and he finds himself somewhat astonished. According to previous patterns, the system should have already activated. Yet now, it is a full half-hour overdue. What could be the reason? Is the system perhaps asleep? System, are you there? System malfunction, please wait. Malfunction? The system's voice reverberates in his mind. And Chen feels a hint of frustration, as he had not anticipated that the system could encounter a malfunction. He chuckles helplessly. Of all times for it to falter, it chooses this moment. How inconvenient. System, how long will the repairs take? Half an hour. Not an overly long wait. Chen settles into a cross-legged position, beginning his cultivation. He has just attained the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm, with only a single step separating him from the golden immortal realm. Just as he prepares to delve into his training to breach the golden immortal realm, a sudden announcement resonates in his mind. Beep. The system has detected that the 7-day swift kill period has concluded, commencing random swift kill now. In an instant, the system's cold voice jolts him from his reverie. Just moments ago, it was a malfunction requiring half an hour to rectify. How could such a short span have elapsed? 1 minute? 2 minutes? The system's repair was indeed remarkably swift, much to his delight. His eyes gleam with excitement. It is quite normal for the system to experience malfunctions, akin to a machine that occasionally falters. Now that the system has been restored, the swift kill can proceed. He fervently hopes to acquire something valuable this time, like a chaos body, a slaughtering immortal brick, or a 6 paths reincarnation disc. Amidst Chen's eager anticipation, the announcement arrives. Item, God of Slaughter. Price, 1 celestial crystal. Item description, God of Slaughter, a divine essence formed from the countless slaughters of myriad beings, embodying the very essence of slaughter, possessing a terrifying domain of annihilation. Time limit, 1 minute to purchase. The God of Slaughter? What manner of object is this? Regardless of its nature, he resolves to make the swift kill first. The celestial crystal in his hand vanishes instantaneously, replaced by a black stone imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, igniting a spark of interest in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen integrates the God of Slaughter into his being, and it vanishes without a trace. As the God of Slaughter melds with his body, a wave of formidable killing intent surges forth, akin to an immense spider's web extending outward, causing even Chen himself to shudder involuntarily. Before he can fully comprehend the situation, a resonant hum fills the air. His cultivation abruptly surpasses the limits of the profound immortal realm, ascending to the golden immortal realm. First level, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, sixth level, seventh level, eighth level, ninth level, and finally, the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Enveloped by the aura of the God of Slaughter, Chen finds himself momentarily bewildered as the infusion of such overwhelming power dispels any notion of a bottleneck. Having just reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, he catapults into the great golden immortal realm. First level, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, sixth level, seventh level, eighth level, ninth level, culminating at the zenith of the great golden immortal realm. In a daze, Chen witnesses his cultivation leap 2 realms, advancing directly from the profound immortal realm to the pinnacle of the great golden immortal realm, leaving only the final step to the celestial realm. Chapter 244. Can you not dream during the day? Experiencing such a staggering leap in cultivation, even Chen feels somewhat dazed. The god of slaughter he acquired has enabled him to ascend to the pinnacle of the great golden immortal realm. Most astonishingly, the god of slaughter he assimilated can be continuously refined to extract its inherent power, thereby perpetually enhancing his strength. Moreover, the most fearsome aspect of the god of slaughter lies in the chilling killing in tinted harbors, capable of coalescing into a domain of slaughter. A chilling wave of murderous aura begins to emanate, coalescing into a tangible vortex of slaughter, embodying the realm of annihilation. Furthermore, when combined with the enhancement of his abilities, the area enveloped by the domain of slaughter is plunged into an abyss of torment. Nodding in satisfaction, he rises and stretches vigorously, ready to embark toward the foremost domain of the immortal realm. In the wake of the devastation that has befallen the Xianxiu immortal city, he is uncertain how to proceed. The city has been reduced to rubble, rendering it impossible to gather information. Xianxiu City, the foremost city of the Xianxiu immortal realm. Observing the throng of warriors bustling around him, Chen cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy. Even within the first city of the Xianxiu immortal realm, encountering an immortal emperor is nearly impossible. Even meeting those of higher rank than immortal sovereigns is exceedingly rare. It appears to be a limitation of the immortal realm. After all, the Xianxiu immortal realm is merely a mid-tier realm among the myriad realms of the immortal world. In the foremost domain of the immortal realm, one would encounter not just ordinary immortal emperors, but an abundance of high-tier immortal emperors as well. This exemplifies the constraints of the immortal realm. Immortal emperors, along with powerful immortal sovereigns and immortal saints, tend to gravitate towards the foremost domain of the immortal realm or other formidable realms to accelerate their cultivation. This is an undeniable truth. His primary purpose in visiting Xianxiu City was to gather information regarding how to traverse to the foremost domain of the immortal realm. Clearly, spatial teleportation arrays are not a viable option, and the idea of traversing on foot is utterly absurd. Crossing between realms cannot be accomplished merely by walking. Whether immortal emperors possess the ability to do so remains uncertain, but Chen is acutely aware that he certainly cannot at this moment. The matter of traversing between immortal realms is quite straightforward to investigate. Within merely 2 hours, Chen has unraveled all the pertinent details. As he suspected, even an ordinary immortal emperor cannot traverse between immortal realms, and the capability of the most powerful immortal emperors remains shrouded in mystery, with few possessing knowledge on the subject. After all, immortal emperors, as the pinnacle entities of the immortal world, are seldom encountered by ordinary individuals, let alone witnessing an immortal emperor crossing realms, which is invisible to other warriors. Just then, a familiar chittering sound breaks the air as the figure of Little Fat emerges from his robes, chirping at Chen. Have you located the treasure? Not waiting for Chen to inquire further, Little Fat nods vigorously before darting away, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. It seems that Little Fat's form has doubled in size. Without a hint of hesitation, the speed of the chubby boy was astonishingly swift. Any slight delay could lead to unforeseen trouble, leaving one to deal with the aftermath. On the street, a pristine white deer, adorned with twinkling starlight and bearing a purple lightning mark between its brows, was being led by 2 young women, the daughters of the city lord, Su Jifei and Su Yi. Is this the mythical beast, the purple ethereal mystic deer, recently acquired by the city lord's mansion? Indeed, it was the purple ethereal mystic deer, renowned for its unparalleled nature, which, upon reaching its zenith, could attain the realm of an immortal emperor. The city lord's mansion was truly impressive to have found such a creature. Su Jifei and Su Yi were celebrated as the first and second beauties of Taishu City, their beauty captivating enough to leave one in awe. If only I could win the affection of such exquisite maidens. Hey, can you stop daydreaming in broad daylight? Damn it. Ignoring the murmurs around them, Su Jifei and Su Yi were simply enjoying the sun with their newly acquired purple ethereal mystic deer. Both young women cherished the deer greatly. Do you think the purple ethereal mystic deer can truly achieve the realm of an immortal emperor one day? Su Jifei pondered for a moment before responding. It should be possible. Father has mentioned that the purple ethereal mystic deer is a top-tier celestial beast, the only one in the entire Taishu immortal domain. And it took him immense effort to procure it for us. If only we could find a second one. Seemingly struck by a thought, Su Yi smiled and said, Sister, when you head to the first domain of the immortal realm, can you take me along? I've never left the Taishu immortal domain. Su Jifei considered this and replied, Certainly. I've already discussed this with Father, and it will be a good opportunity for you to see the world. However, you must promise me not to act on your own or cause any trouble, whether on the way or in the immortal realm's first domain. Okay, sister, don't worry. I will be obedient. The two, lauded as the first and second beauties of Taishu City, drew the attention of those around them with every smile and movement, leaving some men drooling in admiration. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed forward. It was the chubby boy. Upon seeing the white deer, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged toward the purple, ethereal mystic deer. Chapter 245. The Celestial Dragon Compensation. Is that sufficient? The chubby boy emitted no discernible aura. Ever since Su Chen had dispatched him in an instant, no one knew what cultivation level he possessed. Yet, even Su Chen remained unaware of the chubby boy's true prowess. Sister, what a cute little pig. Su Yi's words had barely left her lips when, to everyone's astonishment, two diminutive pigs opened their massive mouths and voraciously devoured the purple, ethereal mystic deer, which astonishingly did not even attempt to evade. What is happening? Is this a suppression of aura? Or a bloodline dominance? How dare you consume my dear deer? I will take your life. After consuming the purple, ethereal mystic deer, the chubby boy burped in satisfaction and began to retreat. Before Su Yi could act, Su Chen arrived and swiftly grabbed the chubby boy. Boom. A protective barrier coalesced before Su Chen, withstanding Su Yi's assault without so much as a crack. Sister, stop. Sister. Seeing her sister's grim expression, Su Yi stomped her foot in frustration. This was Taishu City, their territory, yet someone dared to come here and consume their purple, ethereal mystic deer. Everyone present stood in shock, unable to believe that someone would dare to provoke the city lord's mansion, especially knowing that the lord was a powerful, immortal emperor. Provoking the city lord? Angering an immortal emperor? One would have to be foolish or courting death to do so. Su Jifei regarded the young man before her, her stunning visage tinged with a hint of frost. That little pig is your celestial beast, correct? Indeed. Since it is your celestial beast, why did you not keep it in check and allow it to indiscriminately consume the celestial beasts of others? From Su Jifei's icy tone, everyone could sense her boundless fury. This man was in for a rough time for having devoured the city lord's purple, ethereal mystic deer. It was said that Su Jifei had a good temper. But good temper or not, would you be pleased if your celestial beast was devoured without reason? The murmurs around them were all heard by Su Chen, who felt somewhat vexed. He was not unreasonable. The chubby boy had indeed acted wrongly by consuming another celestial beast, and anyone would be displeased in such a situation. Since your celestial beast has been devoured, I can compensate you with another celestial beast. Humph. Su Yi retorted angrily. Compensate? Can you afford it? Do you even know what kind of celestial beast the purple ethereal mystic deer is? Su Chen truly did not understand the significance of the purple ethereal mystic deer, but he was well aware that any celestial beast worthy of the chubby boy's attention was not ordinary. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, realizing that the chubby boy indeed consumed everything in sight. The purple ethereal mystic deer was the only one of its kind in the entire Taishu immortal domain, capable of reaching the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Growing increasingly enraged, he summoned a celestial dragon from his spatial pouch, declaring, "A celestial dragon for compensation. Will this suffice? A celestial dragon?" As the onlookers witnessed him casually produce a celestial dragon, they were utterly stunned, particularly since it was a celestial dragon of the celestial general rank. "Don't leave," Su Yi shouted angrily at the young man preparing to depart. She was astonished, but when comparing the celestial dragon to the purple ethereal mystic deer, there was indeed a disparity, for a celestial dragon might not necessarily achieve the immortal emperor realm. Buzz. A terrifying vortex of murderous intent enveloped the area, causing Su Yi to shudder violently, her face paling as she retreated repeatedly. The surrounding crowd was equally horrified, for each person could feel the palpable aura of death that radiated from this young man. The domain of slaughter, born from the convergence of the slaughter divine mark, was exceedingly fearsome. Not to mention the two young women, even those with far greater cultivation levels than Su Chen would struggle to remain unfazed within such a domain. Take the celestial dragon for now. In the future, I will assist you in capturing a celestial beast of equal value. Why should I believe you? Su Yi retorted defiantly. This was Taishu City, their domain, and their father was the city lord, an immortal emperor. She found it hard to believe that this young man would dare to act against them. Chapter 246. I laugh at your foolishness. Waving his hand, Su Jifei interrupted her furious sister. Nodding at the young man before her, she said, "Very well. I hope you keep your word." Su Chen did not respond, turning swiftly to leave. "Sister, do you really trust him?" "I do." The onlookers murmured among themselves, impressed by Su Jifei's kindness. Instead of leveraging her position as the daughter of the city lord to demand excessive compensation, she simply sought a fair resolution. If one were to disregard the rarity of the purple ethereal mystic deer, the celestial dragon's rank was indeed slightly superior. As Su Chen departed, he felt a sense of helplessness. This girl was kind-hearted, and he would eventually owe her a celestial dragon of a mortal emperor caliber to make amends. He valued reason, not thuggery, and acknowledged that the chubby boy had indeed acted inappropriately. Little Fatty is his celestial beast. If he does not compensate, who will? He rented an independent courtyard and immediately set up an array, the aura of which enveloped the entire premises, forcefully extracting Little Fatty from his bosom. He did not express any reproach. Little Fatty could consume as he pleased. It was merely a matter of compensation on his part. He could choose not to compensate. For even though the two women were backed by the city lord's mansion, and the lord of the great void city was an immortal emperor, he felt no fear. After all, he possessed 10 immortal emperor puppets, all reincarnated immortal emperors, and together, they would render him invincible within the great void city. However, he chose not to act thus. After all, Little Fatty had devoured another celestial beast. And to not only refuse compensation but also obliterate the city lord's mansion would be utterly unreasonable. As he sensed the aura emanating from Little Fatty, Chen grew increasingly astonished. He could discern no trace of martial energy from Little Fatty, which meant that indeed, Little Fatty was merely a pig, a very ordinary pig. Yet, this unassuming little pig had previously devoured dozens of celestial dragons, including those at the celestial general level, and had now consumed the purple ghost Xianming deer. Shaking his head in resignation, it was evident that Little Fatty's ability to devour indicated that he was far from ordinary. Gently placing Little Fatty back into his embrace, Chen prepared to cultivate the reincarnation bridge. Since arriving in the celestial realm and breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal stage, he had not found the time to evolve the reincarnation bridge. This moment was opportune for him to evolve the bridge and then venture to the foremost domain of the celestial realm. Progress came smoothly, without any hindrance. He began to condense the 2020th reincarnation bridge, followed by the 2021st, the 3485th, the 4444th, the 5555th, and the 6666th bridges. In just 2 hours, he had evolved to 6666 bridges. Stretching his body, just as Chen was preparing to depart for the foremost domain of the celestial realm, a terrifying aura surged forth, enveloping the entire courtyard. A formidable assault struck fiercely against the array's protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The array began to tremble violently. Could it be the two women? Chen's expression darkened instantly. His willingness to compensate was not due to cowardice or fear, but rather the fact that Little Fatty had initially devoured their celestial beast, making an unprovoked attack unjustifiable. Yet, having already offered compensation and promised to capture a celestial beast of equivalent rank for them in the future, if they persisted in their pursuit, it would be an act of foolishness. Chen had never shown mercy to the foolish, not to mention the city lord's mansion. Even if the lord were an immortal emperor, he would not hesitate to make his move. Outside the courtyard, was that not the young Master Fang Qing of the Fang family? It was indeed him. Reports had circulated of someone who had devoured the celestial beasts belonging to Su Jifei and Su Yi. Although this person had offered compensation, the value of the purple ghost Xianming deer was, without a doubt, excessive. Young Master Fang Qing had long harbored affections for Su Yi, and thus one could understand the implications. This person was merely unlucky. Even the elder from the Fang family had taken action, signaling that this individual was doomed. Fang Qing gazed coldly at the courtyard. Dare to provoke my Yi? Today, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Creak. The main gate swung open, and Chen emerged. Not the two women, but the city lord's mansion. Young man, I hail from the Fang family. Your celestial beast has devoured my beloved celestial beast. Today, you must accompany me to the city lord's mansion and kneel before Yi to apologize. Whether she forgives you depends on your fortune. It turned out that they were merely suitors of the two women, presumptuously seeking him out to show off in front of the one he cherished. Will you come with me willingly, or shall I incapacitate you and drag you along? Chen chuckled. What are you laughing at? I laugh because you are a fool. By acting this way, you, your parents, and your family will all suffer the consequences. Ha ha ha, is that so? You are quite arrogant, young man. I do hope that you remain as tough as your words. Hearing what he considered the most ludicrous of statements, Fang Qing dismissed him entirely. The elder from the Fang family had already conveyed through sound transmission that the aura emanating from this individual merely indicated he was a peak great Luo golden immortal. Before the elder, he was but an ant. To eliminate him would be as simple as crushing an insect. He could not fathom what gave this person the audacity to be so brazen. Smack! Before the astonished gazes of all present, a blood-red puppet materialized before the elder of the Fang family, delivering a resounding slap to the elder's face. The unfortunate elder had no chance to react as his body exploded into a mist of blood, the acrid scent of blood permeating the air. What? Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 247. You may investigate, but I cannot wait. Fang Qing was rendered completely speechless. He never imagined that the elder of the Fang family would be killed by a single slap from the blood-red puppet. What manner of situation was this? A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The Fang family was no weakling in the Great Void City. They were a first-rate family known to possess immortal sovereigns. What are you doing? Young man, I hail from the Fang family. If you dare lay a finger on me, my family will tear you to shreds. How foolishly naive. This was akin to the infamous saying from Earth, my father is Li Gang, both utterances reeking of absurdity. Previously, he had offered compensation out of a desire not to appear cold-hearted, for it was little Fatty who had consumed their celestial beast, making his compensation reasonable. However, the situation had drastically changed. Regardless of the reasons behind this so-called Fang Qing's actions, the result was still a provocation against him. He adhered to his principles. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall repay them 100-fold. Chen smiled. For the Blood Emperor had already eradicated the others, leaving only Fang Qing standing. It seems your family is quite powerful. If that is the case, there is no need for your family to seek me out. I shall accompany you and witness how your family intends to shred me to pieces. What? Upon hearing these words, Fang Qing was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why the other party consistently acted outside the expected norms. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of everyone present, the young man seized Fang Qing by the neck and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. At the Fang family estate, the patriarch Fang Chong had just exited the chambers of his concubine, stretching lazily in the sunlight, feeling invigorated. Patriarch, something terrible has happened. What is it? Fang Chang's expression darkened. Young master, smack. A resounding slap struck the speaker's face. Fang Chong barked, speak properly. Patriarch, the young master has had his legs broken. He is outside. What? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chong, along with the others from the Fang family, hurriedly made their way outside, completely unprepared for anyone to dare disturb the peace of their family in the Great Void City. Fang Qing let out a heart-wrenching scream as his legs were brutally shattered, surrounded by countless onlookers who were utterly shocked by the scene unfolding before them. The news swiftly reached the city lord's mansion, and upon their return, Su Jifei and Su Yi, after a brief moment of astonishment, hurried towards the Fang residence. The two women were well aware of Fang Qing's motivations for stirring up trouble. Su Yi harbored no affection for him. He clung to her like a stubborn leech, insisting on her company day after day. Father, save me. Fang Qing shouted as he emerged from within, his voice filled with desperation. Fang Chong, suppressing his fury, coldly inquired. Who are you? Why have you resorted to such actions? The members of the Fang family seethed with anger. Yet none dared to act without the head of the family leading the charge. Some had already surmised that the audacity of this individual to provoke them so openly suggested he had some formidable backing, leaving them still unclear about the situation at hand. Father. A kick landed squarely on Fang Chang's face, sending blood and teeth flying. His head nearly exploded from the force. Silence. You dare. Ignoring the wrath of the Fang family, Su Chan gazed coldly at the crowd and stated, Is this the head of the Fang family? Indeed, that would be me. Fang Chong replied, his expression darkening. Su Chan nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. Your son sought to defend another, proclaiming that the Fang family would tear me to shreds. I must admit, I was rather frightened, so I brought him here to observe. I hope your esteemed family can fulfill that promise. Upon hearing this, the Fang family members, including Fang Chong, felt a mix of helplessness and resignation. Clearly, Fang Qing had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Fang Chong, bewildered by the identity of his adversary, clasped his fists and said, This may be a misunderstanding. Allow me to clarify the matter, and I shall certainly provide you with an explanation. How does that sound? Submissive? Not at all. Fearful? Neither. Fang Chong merely harbored trepidation, uncertain of the opponent's true capabilities. In matters like these, one must not underestimate the possibility of unforeseen consequences. If this individual boasted a powerful backer, there would be no opportunity for regret. It was prudent to ascertain the identity of this person before determining who was right or wrong. The onlookers murmured in disbelief. As a prominent family in Taishu City, who would dare to provoke them, much less deliver such a public humiliation? The most astonishing aspect was that the Fang family appeared to be compromising, regardless of the reasons. This incident had indeed tarnished their reputation. Others within the Fang family gazed at their patriarch, wishing to voice their thoughts, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Shaking his head, Su Chen chuckled, You may investigate, but I cannot afford to wait. The Fang family must provide me with a resolution, or I fear that from this day forth, the so-called Fang family will cease to exist in Taishu City. Such audacity, such arrogance. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. No one had anticipated that the Fang family would choose to concede, yet this individual clung to his demands with unyielding tenacity. His brazen demeanor left many intrigued, pondering what kind of support he might possess to act so shamelessly. What is it that you desire? Quite simply, either the Fang family will annihilate me, or every one of you shall kneel in apology. As the patriarch, you, Feng Chong, must also kneel and traverse Taishu City, proclaiming with every 3 steps, I was wrong. My son Feng Chong did not raise his child properly. Absurd. Preposterous. The members of the Feng family were incensed, having witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. If the Feng family were to acquiesce, how could they ever maintain their dignity? Feng Qing, disregarding the pain flooding his mouth, glared furiously at the young man before him. He had never anticipated such brazen demands, compelling his father and the entire family to kneel. Was such a thing even possible? Who was this person? So formidable that he could threaten the Feng family? Shoo. His audacity suggests he must have some backing, showing no fear of the Feng family. Otherwise, he would be out of his mind, Feng Qing lamented, realizing his misfortune in provoking such a maniac, bringing immense trouble upon the Feng family without a chance for regret. How would the Feng family respond? Would they choose to endure humiliation? What a joke. If I were the head of the Feng family, I would simply eliminate this individual. The crowd buzzed with speculation, deeply shaken by the young man's words and domineering presence. To confront the entirety of the Feng family with such fortitude was truly commendable. Chapter 248. If you wish to be insulted, then by all means, try. Feng Chong's expression darkened, his countenance reflecting his suppressed rage. Such an event had never occurred since the establishment of the Feng family. Never had anyone dared to humiliate them so brazenly, especially within Taishu City. A deep breath steadied Feng Chong as he fought to contain the boundless fury within him. Coldly, he addressed the young man, Sir. Do you not think you have gone too far? Too far. Su Chen laughed, as if regarding a fool. Your son sought to tear me to shreds. I merely came to seek justice. Is that excessive? Internally cursing his incompetent son for provoking such a ruthless figure. Feng Chang's apprehension grew with every display of the young man's dominance. It was evident that ordinary individuals would not dare to act so audaciously. Could this person truly have a formidable patron? It was common knowledge that a being of immense power resided within the Feng family. Yet this individual still dared to provoke them, indicating he harbored no fear of their lineage. The only explanation could be that he had some celestial being or even an emperor backing him. If that were the case, the situation would indeed be troublesome. As this thought crossed his mind, Feng Chang's expression darkened further. With so many witnesses present, the tale would soon spread throughout Taishu City, marking a significant disgrace for the Feng family. Struggling to contain his explosive rage, Feng Chong forced a smile and said, What conditions do you propose, sir? My time is limited, and I do not wish to engage in unnecessary dialogue. If you do not kneel within 3 breaths, I shall commence the slaughter of the Feng family. The countdown begins now. 3 breaths. A countdown? The crowd gasped, astonished. They had encountered formidable individuals before, but never one so audacious as to openly challenge the Feng family without a hint of deference. What choice would the Feng family make? Would they fight? Or would they kneel? As a premier family in Taishu City, they understood the implications of kneeling in apology and having their patriarch crawl around the city. Su Jifei and Su Yi had already arrived on the scene. Observing the unfolding events, they were taken aback. Su Yi stepped forward, exclaiming, Feng Qing, who told you to stand up for me? You brought this upon yourself. Seeing Su Yi, Feng Chong felt a surge of relief. After all, both women hailed from the city lord's mansion, a bastion of invincibility in Taishu City, where the city lord himself was a powerful celestial emperor. Who would dare provoke the city lord's mansion? Feng Qing, sensing a glimmer of hope, cried out, Save me, please. Su Yi felt a wave of discomfort. She had no affection for Feng Qing, but she acknowledged his efforts to defend her. You are utterly tiresome. Before Su Yi could finish her sentence, suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Su Chen, embodying the very essence of the realm of slaughter, as if an endless inferno had descended, instantly enveloping Su Yi. Startled, Su Yi shuddered, her complexion paling as she gazed at him in astonishment. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her pallor deepened. Please, I implore you to cease. Su Jifei urgently interjected, recognizing that under the oppressive force emanating from this man, her sister had no opportunity to retaliate. A resounding slap landed on Su Yi's face, sending her flying like a severed kite, hurtling through the air. Su Jifei rushed to catch her sister. Were it not for Su Chen's restraint, Su Yi would have surely met a grim fate. How dare you strike me? Su Yi was utterly bewildered, as were all those around them. No one had anticipated that he would dare to slap Su Yi, a blatant affront to the city lord's manor, a flagrant humiliation and provocation. In the realm of Taishu Xianxia, who would dare to be so audacious? Silence, Su Jifei thought to herself, sensing something amiss about this individual. Caution took precedence as she swiftly pulled her sister aside, conveying through her spiritual essence, Sister, do not act recklessly. Can you not perceive that this person harbors no fear of our city lord's manor? Consumed by indignation after being publicly slapped, Su Yi struggled to contain her wrath. However, heeding her sister's counsel, she gradually composed herself. Indeed, under normal circumstances in Taishu Xianxing, no one would dare disregard the city lord's manner unless they were an emperor-level expert. This man's nonchalance could only imply one thing. He was utterly unafraid of the city lord's manner. Even if he were not an emperor, it was likely he had a formidable backing. The risk was too great to gamble. After all, their father was not present, and should they provoke this man, there would be no opportunity for regret. I care not who you are. My celestial beast devoured yours, and I have compensated you. If you wish to persist in your insolence, do so at your own peril. Should there be a next time, I will have you stripped and displayed outside the walls of the celestial city. The crowd collectively gasped at his audacity, which was truly admirable. Even in the face of the city lord's manner, he exhibited no hint of trepidation. Su Yi's expression darkened with fury once more, yet she was restrained by Su Jifei, who nodded and said, "You speak truly. We shall not interfere in your affairs." The prior incident with the little fatty devouring your celestial beast was indeed a fault of his, hence the compensation. However, now that you seek to leverage your status to meddle and hope to instill fear in us, do not even contemplate it. Should you continue to act insolently, regardless of your gender or the backing of the city lord's manner, I will show no mercy. With a resounding thud, a kick struck Fang Qing, causing him to explode like a watermelon, his remains scattering in a crimson mist. This spectacle left everyone in a state of utter shock, their faces etched with disbelief. No one had anticipated that he would publicly execute Fang Qing. This was no mere provocation, but a declaration of enmity with the Fang family. You seek death. Watching his son be slain, Fang Chong could no longer contain his wrath, his face flushed with humiliation. If he could endure this, what need would the Fang family have to continue existing? Fang Chong and the others charged at Su Chun, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, including the venerable ancestor of the Fang family. Regardless of any hesitation they may have felt, the die was cast. This man must be eradicated, not only to avenge their fallen, but to restore their family's honor. All were left speechless. This individual's strength and tyranny were unprecedented, truly astonishing to behold. Yet, having offended the Fang family and igniting a deadly feud, could he truly contend against the entire Fang family and their emperor-level experts without the emergence of his own formidable support? Chapter 249, Blood Stains the Void. The Fang family was thoroughly incensed. An infinite rage transformed into a rolling tide of murderous intent that spread like wildfire, whether they feared him or not. The audacity and tyranny of their opponent left the Fang family with no avenue of retreat. Regardless of his backing, they had no choice but to strike down this man. Su Chun regarded the approaching members of the Fang family with an icy indifference. He did not flinch, nor did he evade. What did this mean? The onlookers were astonished by the young man's defiance, puzzled as to what emboldened him. With a resonating hum, a blood-colored puppet materialized before them. Its expression void of emotion, its cold gaze radiating a tumultuous killing intent. An emperor-level aura. An emperor puppet. He possessed an emperor puppet. As they beheld this formidable creation and felt its terrifying aura, realization dawned upon them. No wonder he dared to provoke the Fang family, even to the brink of annihilation. It was clear he had an emperor puppet at his side. An emperor is the pinnacle of existence in the celestial realm. Even an emperor puppet could obliterate the entire Fang family. In such a scenario, with an emperor puppet at his disposal, not only the Fang family, but even the city lord's manor would likely refrain from antagonizing him. A tremor of fear coursed through the faces of the Fang family members. Their expressions reflected sheer terror, as though they had seen a ghost. "Noble sir, our Fang family is willing to compensate. We beseech you to show mercy," Fang Chong stammered. Utterly dumbfounded, he had never anticipated that this man would possess an emperor puppet. Bang! 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 The emperor puppet showed no mercy, executing its master's command to annihilate the Fang family. Su Chun stood lazily, his expression unperturbed as he coldly observed, ensuring that the roots of this issue were severed, leaving no future troubles. While he could compensate for the little fatty's misdeeds, should anyone provoke him, he would show no mercy, striking them down without hesitation. Under the terrifying oppression of the emperor puppet, no one in the Fang family stood a chance, and they were swiftly annihilated. Blood pooled like a river, saturating the surroundings with a pungent stench. As she watched the figure depart, Su Yi found herself momentarily dazed. The arrogance and fury she had felt moments ago had vanished entirely. Even she, with her limited understanding, grasped the magnitude of the existence that possessed an emperor puppet. Such a madman was not to be trifled with. Once provoked, it could bring endless troubles to the city lord's manor. Alas, let us return and bid farewell to father. Sister, are we leaving now? Indeed. In the outer void of the Taishu Xinyu, immense celestial ships docked, capable of traversing to various celestial domains. In the myriad realms of the celestial world, no one could cross between domains without these celestial vessels. Such ships were the exclusive domain of top-tier powers. Ordinary individuals could not possess them. As for whether emperors could traverse between celestial domains, no one could say with certainty. At least, lower-tier emperors certainly could not. Chen arrived in the outer void, examining the celestial ship introductions displayed on the water screen. The vessels heading to higher-tier celestial domains were the most numerous. Taishu Xinyu could only be considered a mid-tier celestial domain, with the most ships destined for the first celestial domain. What a ripoff, Chen mused. Bemused by the exorbitant ticket prices, especially for those bound for the first domain of the celestial realm. There is no alternative to journey to the first immortal domain. One must board an immortal vessel. Indifferently selecting one, Chen perceived that each immortal ship appeared quite similar, with ticket prices hardly varying. The vast outer void was populated by numerous immortals, all seeking to depart from their domain to traverse to others. As the only means of doing so was by boarding an immortal ship, there existed no other option, unless one possessed a ship of their own. Before the monumental vessel, which spanned thousands of meters, warriors diligently paid their immortal crystals to acquire tickets, continuously boarding the ship. The tickets were categorized into two types, ordinary and VIP. The latter provided access to private cabins, but at an inflated cost, approximately 300 to 500 times more. The supreme VIP ticket was exorbitantly priced, exceeding tenfold. To Chen, however, such distinctions were inconsequential. The journey from the Great Void Immortal Domain to the first Immortal Domain was a long one. With cultivation remaining consistent regardless of location, there was no need to squander money unnecessarily. The ticketing area presented two pathways, the left for ordinary tickets and the right for VIP. Chen chose the left, entering an immensely spacious cabin, comparable in size to a football field. Numerous such cabins existed, explaining their affordability. Unfazed, he settled in a corner, adopting a meditative posture to cultivate. With his cultivation successfully reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he prepared to propel himself into the Immortal Realm, even with the protection of his sister. Chen understood that he needed to strengthen his own power, especially since the 10 Immortal Emperor puppets accompanying him were merely reincarnation Immortal Emperors. The Immortal Emperor ranks were delineated into 9 stages: 9 Calamity Immortal Emperors, 9 Rebirth Immortal Emperors, 9 Transmutation Reincarnation Immortal Emperors, Supreme Immortal Emperors, Celestial Immortal Emperors, Calamity Sovereign Immortal Emperors, Path Sculpting Immortal Emperors, Nurturing Path Immortal Emperors, and Calamity Path Immortal Emperors. The Reincarnation Immortal Emperor was merely positioned within the 3rd tier. Thus, it was imperative to continually enhance one's strength. After waiting for 6 hours, the immortal ship finally began to set sail. Within the vessel, no fluctuations could be sensed. In truth, the ship moved at remarkable speed, far surpassing that of even an immortal emperor. At that moment, over 30 burly men approached, collecting immortal crystals. And after about half an hour, they stood before Chen. "Awaken, lad," one of them commanded. Upon seeing the youth open his eyes, he continued, "You must pay 30,000 immortal crystals." "Why?" Chen's gaze turned cold. Having already purchased a ticket, he questioned the need for further payment. One of the men chuckled. "Every newcomer must pay 30,000 immortal crystals. Only upon payment can we ensure your safety. However, due to your insolence, that amount has doubled to 60,000 immortal crystals." "Ensure my safety?" Chen was not naive. He recognized this as a thinly veiled extortion. He was astounded to encounter such brazen thuggery aboard an immortal vessel. Growing impatient, he retorted with disdain, "I will not part with a single crystal. You may vanish from my sight at once." "Not paying, are we?" The group erupted in laughter, as if this were a well-rehearsed performance. "We encounter people like you daily, and without exception, the outcomes are disastrous. Your bravado has only enraged me further. Even if you agree to pay 60,000 immortal crystals now, we shall still break a leg." A display of cruelty to intimidate others. They intended to use him as an example to deter potential troublemakers. "Who do you think you are to act arrogantly before me?" One of them sneered, lunging towards Chen. Onlookers were transfixed, yet none dared intervene, knowing that these thugs likely had formidable backing. Chen made no attempt to evade. His eyes were icy, filled with lethal intent. Suddenly, a dark aura enveloped the area as the terrifying field of slaughter descended. Before the man could react, a thunderous explosion resonated, and his body shattered into a cloud of crimson mist, entirely consumed by the realm of slaughter. Gasps filled the air. Witnessing one of their own annihilated sparked outrage among the remaining thugs. None had anticipated such audacity. Not only refusing to pay, but also daring to slay one of their own. They were acutely aware of their connections to the ship's overseers, essentially acting as their enforcers. 95% of the collected crystals would be surrendered to the overseers, which had allowed them to operate with impunity for so long. Who would dare challenge the immortal ship's authority? Each vessel was under the protection of formidable immortal emperors. Do you know the rules aboard the ship? No deaths are permitted. Do you dare defy the immortal vessel? One of them shouted, attempting to assert control. Rules? Chen scoffed. Only the officials are permitted to light the lanterns. The common folk are not allowed to emit flatulence. He coldly mocked, if the ship turns a blind eye to your extortion, why should it concern me? The crowd momentarily faltered, then erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous jest. Have you been kicked in the head by a mule? Do you think you stand a chance against us? Be cautious, it may cost you dearly. Before they could continue their banter, an even colder wave of murderous intent surged forth, and beneath the shroud of slaughter, fear gripped them all. The domain of slaughter radiated a destructive aura, sweeping over the 30 or more men, causing their bodies to tremble as they gazed in horror at the youth before them. They realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Please, we understand our mistake. For the sake of the immortal ship, spare our lives. You cannot kill us. Otherwise, Overseer Miao will certainly seek retribution. They pleaded, desperation evident in their voices. Threatening him? Chen was unperturbed by trouble, yet he had no intention of avoiding it. He was simply minding his own business. And for such fools to attempt extortion was simply unacceptable. With a resounding crash, amidst the astonished gazes of all aboard, the bodies of the 30 men exploded one by one, transforming into billowing clouds of blood mist that spread a pungent aroma throughout the cabin, resembling a vast web of crimson. Everyone stood in stunned silence. The execution was swift, devoid of mercy. Even invoking the name of Overseer Miao failed to intimidate him. He was simply too formidable, too tyrannical. As the blood mist was consumed by the realm of slaughter, a furious bellow pierced the air. Stop! A hunchbacked man hastily approached, emanating an overwhelming aura characteristic of an immortal monarch. His eyes were icy, and his face was etched with fury. Fixating on the young man as a serpent would on its prey, Overseer Miao had arrived. It seemed this individual was in grave peril. To openly slay one of Miao's men would surely lead to dire consequences. He could be unceremoniously cast out. A mere 30,000 immortal crystals, if surrendered, would have prevented such chaos, but recklessness bore its consequences. Youth often breeds folly. Around them, many observers sighed in sympathy, none expressed pity. This was the harsh reality of existence, survival of the fittest. No one expressed gratitude towards Chen for slaying over 30 individuals. To them, the absence of these men merely signified that another batch would inevitably continue to extort protection fees, an unavoidable reality. The expression on Manager Miao's face was decidedly grim, for it was common knowledge that the recently slaughtered 30 were his subordinates. Collecting protection fees was, in essence, his enterprise, as 95% of the income was solely his. For years, no one had dared to provoke him, for failing to pay protection fees or causing a disturbance was tantamount to challenging the immortal ship. It was essential to recognize that the immortal ship was under the watch of formidable immortal emperors, unless one was truly reckless. No one would dare to incite the wrath of such powerful beings over a mere few thousand immortal crystals. The immortal ship had explicit regulations forbidding any occurrence of death. Your massacre of 33 individuals suggests a blatant disregard for the immortal ship. Are you deliberately seeking provocation? Upon hearing this so-called Manager Miao's words, Chen merely smiled. What are you laughing at? Manager Miao inquired. I find your stupidity amusing, Chen replied with a grin. It is you who collects the protection fees. And yet you accuse me of seeking trouble. Your parents must be ashamed to have brought you into this world. Just look at yourself. Your appearance resembles that of a tragic accident, with a face that seems to have been abandoned by both father and mother. I advise you to conduct yourself properly. Yet you seem intent on being a disgrace. People like you are a waste of air while alive and a blight on the land in death. At this proclamation, the surroundings erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared at the young man before them, astounded by his audacity. Such words were nothing short of exhilarating. Who among them would dare to insult Manager Miao to his face? Certainly, no one. Setting aside Manager Miao's own strength, the immortal ship backing him was not something to be trifled with. The authority of an immortal emperor was enough to overshadow all. Yet here stood an individual brazenly challenging Manager Miao, effectively slapping the immortal ship in the face and provoking an immortal emperor. Satisfied, Manager Miao nodded, a smile growing more pronounced on his face. He had never encountered someone so audacious. In the past, there had been individuals who resisted or sought trouble, but they ultimately faced expulsion, their fates left to the whims of destiny. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated. As over 20 armored warriors entered the cabin, these were the ship's security forces. Manager Miao, how may we serve you? with a grin that only deepened. Manager Miao knew this insolence must be addressed decisively, and he intended to make an example of this brazen fool to deter others. Otherwise, how could he maintain authority? Both arrogance and defiance demanded a price. In this harsh reality, there were no notions of righteousness. Only the supremacy of martial prowess prevailed. Whosoever possessed greater strength dictated the life or death of others. This was the immortal ship, his domain. Anyone daring to provoke trouble aboard the immortal ship would face execution. The authority of the immortal ship was inviolable, and with an immortal emperor in command, no one dared to act recklessly. Cast this man out, he commanded. And remember, break his limbs and seal away his immortal power. Yes, Manager Miao. Chapter 252. Have you lost your eyesight? Do you not recognize who you are provoking? Chen smiled, utterly unconcerned. What did it matter that an immortal emperor presided over the ship? He felt no surprise at this development. Such was the cruelty of the fantastical realm. The audacity of his opponent stemmed from their belief in the immortal emperor's protection. The occupants of the cabin dared not intervene. Anyone who provoked Manager Miao faced only one fate: expulsion. Once one's immortal power was sealed, escape would be impossible. How lamentable it was. The consequences of recklessness were dire. No one sympathized. It was a choice made of their own volition. Manager Miao's gaze became icy, akin to observing an ant ready to be crushed beneath his heel. A mere immortal dared to cause a scene on the immortal ship. He was truly courting death. This was his intent, to instill fear in everyone. To make them grasp a fundamental truth, whether one was a dragon or a tiger, aboard the immortal ship, all must submit. Any hint of provocation would result in immediate annihilation. Boom. Before the astonished eyes of all, the bodies of the 20 ship security forces exploded one by one. Whosoever fell under the shadow of the slaughter domain was reduced to a mist of blood, the acrid scent of carnage revealing the horrific events that had just transpired. No one could believe that this individual had the audacity to slay the ship's security forces. This was no longer mere provocation, but a severe affront to the immortal ship itself. By slaughtering the security forces in front of Manager Miao, he proclaimed his defiance. Everyone raised their thumbs in admiration of this man. Regardless of the consequences to come, his courage and dominance were worthy of respect. You dare to slay the ship's security forces? Just wait, I will ensure you regret this. Manager Miao was equally dumbfounded. He could never have anticipated such arrogance. To challenge him openly and slay all of his guards. As an immortal monarch, he hesitated to act. He sensed that this individual's boldness must be backed by some form of support. Better to be cautious than reckless, should a misstep occur. There would be no chance for regret. If he were to fall, even if the immortal ship sought vengeance later, what would it matter? He could not be reborn. Furious, Manager Miao turned to leave. However, a terrifying domain of slaughter enveloped him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, he spun around, his eyes blazing with rage as he shouted, "You insolent wretch! The immortal ship is under the protection of an immortal emperor, and there are 2 immortal saints present. If you dare to strike again." Before Manager Miao could finish his sentence, he found himself unable to control his legs, collapsing to his knees, sweat pouring down his face. Regardless of his internal resistance to humiliation, under such an overwhelming domain of slaughter, he was forced to acquiesce. His expression dark and grim as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. He was merely at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet the murderous intent emanating from Chen was palpable and terrifying. The others sensed the oppressive aura of the great Luo golden immortal and were left in utter shock. A great Luo golden immortal? He was not even at the immortal rank, yet he dared to provoke a ship overseen by an immortal emperor. Such audacity was indeed a sign of ignorance. Yet this degree of bravery was commendable. Truly remarkable. A great Luo golden immortal dares to challenge the immortal ship, slay the security forces, and provoke Manager Miao. Many had encountered bold individuals, but this was their first encounter with such unabashed arrogance. The young were often fearless. But to be recklessly daring was not to be brave. It was to court one's own demise. Everyone foresaw the youth's inevitable fate. Boom, boom, boom. As an immortal monarch, Manager Miao prepared to strike at Chen. He no longer wished to prolong this confrontation. An immortal emperor puppet swiftly took form, exuding a terrifying aura that would descend with brutal force. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure bore down, and Manager Miao, poised to retaliate, was once again suppressed before he could comprehend the unfolding events. Blood spewed from his mouth, his face turning as pale as parchment, his heart consumed by terror. The horror of the blood-red puppet left everyone utterly astounded. No wonder this individual dared to be so audacious, provoking the celestial ship. It seems he had substantial backing. Look, the esteemed Mu Yu has arrived. A strikingly beautiful woman approached swiftly, casting a penetrating glance at the blood-red carcass. She had already surmised the situation and, without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap across the face of the steward, Miao. The sharp crack of the slap left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Miao himself wearing a confused expression as he regarded Muyu. After all, he was associated with her. Why would she strike him? In her mind, Muyu scolded him fiercely, "You fool. Before provoking someone, you should ascertain whether they are worth the trouble. If you've bitten off more than you can chew, the consequences will be dire. Have you lost your senses? Look at whom you are challenging. Immediately kneel and apologize to the esteemed one. If they do not forgive you, I will personally see to your ruin." Esteemed one. The only explanation for being addressed as such by the celestial sovereign was that the young man before them was, in fact, an emperor of the celestial realm. Yet it was evident he was not an emperor, thus indicating that the blood-red carcass beside him had thoroughly intimidated even Muyu. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The audacity of this individual stemmed from undeniable support, for had it been anyone else, they would have surely been struck down by the celestial ship long ago. Esteemed one, I was in the wrong. I implore your forgiveness and hope you will let me off lightly. Miao was utterly flabbergasted. If even Muyu refrained from provoking this being, he dared not do so either. Otherwise, he might not even know how he met his demise. In the face of overwhelming interests, Miao understood very well that Muyu would undoubtedly choose to abandon him for the sake of the celestial ship's benefit. This was the very thought that filled him with dread. Esteemed one, please temper your anger. I am merely a servant with poor judgment. I hope you might grant me another chance. I have arranged a VIP supreme private room for you. I kindly ask you to consider it. The sight of Muyu bowing respectfully elicited a sense of helplessness among the onlookers. This was a world where power reigned supreme. Upon witnessing another's formidable prowess, they immediately adopted a subservient demeanor, even going so far as to prepare a VIP supreme suite. If this individual were lacking in strength and without the blood-red carcass, would such extravagant arrangements have been made? It would have been preposterous. Merely sparing one's life would have been a considerable mercy. This was the manifestation of power. Shaking his head, Chen smiled and remarked, I am not interested. This place is quite satisfactory. Esteemed one, I am willing to offer you 100 million celestial crystals as compensation. I hope you will accept. Miao's heart sank. He realized that the individual was unwilling to enter the VIP suite, undoubtedly refusing to accept an apology. The celestial emperor's carcass was not something to be trifled with. Even esteemed beings were cautious around it. Muyu seethed with fury but dared not act. A celestial emperor puppet was a force that even the esteemed could not afford to provoke. This imbecile had brazenly entangled himself with such a harbinger of doom. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, yet she found herself powerless. 100 million celestial crystals were trivial to the celestial ship and the sect behind it. As long as it could quell the other's anger, it was worth the price. Chen continued to shake his head, smiling as he regarded the two before him. The crowd surrounding them was filled with astonishment. No one had anticipated that the celestial ship would proactively offer compensation, and yet, this individual still refused to accept. How advantageous it was to possess such strength. Even the celestial ship, helmed by an emperor, was disregarded. Admiration and envy permeated the atmosphere. Others would never dare to act so brazenly unless they were courting death. Muyu clasped her hands in salute and inquired, Might I know what sort of compensation the esteemed one desires? It is quite simple. Chen glanced around the cabin, smiling as he spoke. This celestial ship is rather appealing. What? None of them were fools, including Miao and Muyu, who instantly grasped the implications of his words. He was expressing a desire for the celestial ship itself, given its considerable value. Muyu's expression shifted dramatically as she responded, Please, esteemed one, allow me a moment. I cannot make such a decision alone. Then find someone who can. Understood. Muyu hurriedly departed. Everyone understood that, barring unforeseen circumstances, she would surely seek out the celestial emperor. As they gazed at the young man before them, their eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and admiration, particularly Miao, who was consumed by regret. His misfortune was profound. He had provoked an individual with a celestial emperor puppet, and even Muyu was unable to resolve the situation, which had even drawn the attention of the celestial emperor, Luo Shi. Regardless of how the matter was resolved, he was certain to face dire consequences. And the more he pondered, the more his complexion darkened, resembling that of a corpse. Thus, as Miao knelt in anticipation, Muyu soon returned, accompanied by a diminutive man whose height barely reached 5 feet. His gaunt visage revealed bones beneath his skin. This is our celestial ship's Luo Shi. Luo Shi was already aware of the situation's gravity and wished he could eradicate Miao for embroiling the celestial ship in such trouble. Luo Shi clasped his hands in greeting and said with a smile, I have yet to learn your name. No need for pleasantries. Your people sought to kill me, and 100 million celestial crystals are surely insufficient. I require this celestial ship as compensation. If you wish to settle this matter, I suggest you comply, otherwise, you shall all perish. His words were direct and devoid of superfluous dialogue. Su Chen's audacity incensed Luo Shi, yet he dared not strike out. In his perspective, this individual's brazen demeanor was indicative of formidable backing. Should any mishap occur, they could potentially lose not only the celestial ship, but their very lives as well. The more formidable Su Chen appeared, the more uncertain Luo Shi felt. Esteemed one, this celestial ship hails from the first domain of the celestial realm, belonging to the Tiangong celestial sect. Without embellishment, merely the mention of the Tiangong celestial sect was enough to intimidate within the celestial realms. None would dare continue their provocation. Upon hearing the name of the Tiangong celestial sect, many in the crowd were struck with astonishment, as if hearing it for the first time, though some were already aware. Regardless of prior knowledge, when the name was uttered, faces paled. For all understood the significance of the Tiangong celestial sect. Good heavens, this ship is actually from the Tiangong celestial sect? I had no idea. The Tiangong celestial sect is regarded as a top-tier presence within the first domain of the celestial realm. It is said that they possess numerous celestial emperors. Clearly, this individual would not dare persist in his provocations. Indeed, they were not fools. They would not dare offend the Tiangong celestial sect. Knowing this was one thing. Being unaware was another. They surmised that since this individual was already aware of the ship's origin, he would not press on. Otherwise, even if he acquired the ship, it would bear the insignia of the Tiangong celestial sect, and should it be marked, the consequences would be dire. Only a fool would continue to challenge them. Both Mu Yu and Luo Shi were filled with confidence. The might of the Tiangong celestial sect was undoubtedly effective. Across the entire celestial realm, apart from the most powerful factions, who would dare to disregard the Tiangong celestial sect, unless they sought to provoke a relentless conflict? Luo Shi felt somewhat displeased. For relying on the Tiangong celestial sect to intimidate, this individual felt somewhat undignified. Was he not merely revealing to others that he, Luo Shi, was intimidated by this man? There is simply no way around it. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The Emperor Luo Shi is unwilling to gamble, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should he lose. Thus, in his reluctance to wager, he resorts to invoking the Tiangong Xianzong to intimidate this individual, harboring complete confidence that under the formidable influence of the Tiangong Xianzong, the other party would certainly refrain from reckless actions. Su Chen chuckled. Are you attempting to threaten me? Not at all, came the reply. I merely wish to convey to you that our Tiangong Xianzong delights in fostering friendships rather than making enemies. Chapter 254. I have arrived. Yet you offer no courtesy. The Tiangong Xianzong. Su Chen smiled, bemused by the notion of using the Tiangong Xianzong to intimidate him. It seemed the intimidation had misfired. I am unfamiliar with the Tiangong Xianzong. Since you are unwilling to offer compensation, I shall resort to my own means to resolve this matter. Upon hearing these words, everyone was taken aback. No one had anticipated that even after Emperor Luo Shi had invoked the Tiangong Xianzong, this individual would remain unfazed, disregarding even the Tiangong Xianzong itself, displaying an audacious level of arrogance. Emperor Luo Shi's complexion darkened ominously. Such provocation against the Tiangong Xianzong was indeed rare, even among the immortal emperors. Few would dare to offend a powerful immortal sect unless absolutely necessary. Yet here stood this audacious figure. Even if you acquire the celestial ship, you shall not. Before Emperor Luo Shi could finish his statement, Su Chen, growing impatient, interjected, endure the puppet's aura. Compensation is unnecessary. Should you fail to withstand it, you may report to the King of Hell. No sooner had he spoken than a series of blood-red skeletal figures coalesced, forming a total of 10 blood-colored puppets, each exuding the unmistakable aura of an immortal emperor. This signified that all 10 puppets were of the immortal emperor caliber. What did this entail? Do you truly wish to be adversarial towards my Tiangong Xianzong? Su Chen remained silent. The 10 immortal emperor puppets unleashed a simultaneous wave of reincarnation pressure, their forces layering upon one another. Puff! Emperor Luo Shi, merely a 6th tribulation immortal emperor, found it impossible to withstand the combined suppression of 10 reincarnation immortal emperor puppets, let alone fend off even one. My father is an elder of the Tiangong Xianzong. If you dare to kill me, neither my father nor the Tiangong Xianzong will let you go. At this moment, fear gripped Emperor Luo Shi to the core. Regardless of the Tiangong Xianzong's might, what use was their intimidation against a lunatic who showed no regard for them? Even if the Tiangong Xianzong avenged him later, he would already have perished, unable to be reborn, rendering it utterly futile. At that instant, the spatial fluctuations within the cabin resonated with a tremor, coalescing into a shimmering water screen, upon which appeared a colossal visage reminiscent of Emperor Luo Shi himself. "Father, save me!" he exclaimed in astonishment at the sight of the giant face materializing within the spatial water screen. This was Emperor Luo Pan, the father of Luo Shixian, also an elder of the Tiangong Xianzong, possessing his own primordial spirit within the celestial ship, capable of projecting through the spatial water screen. "Release my son. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further." Without wasting breath on idle chatter, Su Chun unleashed a torrent of sword energy, piercing through the layers of void and striking the spatial water screen with ferocity, causing it to dissipate instantly. Witnessing this scene, everyone raised their thumbs in admiration, genuinely impressed by this individual. To challenge even an elder of the Tiangong Xianzong spoke volumes about his prowess. This person was truly formidable, showing no fear even towards the elders of the Tiangong Xianzong. Emperor Luo Shixian trembled violently, his pallid face reflecting sheer terror. He never expected this individual to be so brazen as to disregard even his father's authority. He did not wish to die, nor could he afford to perish. A wave of terrifying reincarnation immortal emperor aura continued to intensify, overwhelming Emperor Luo Shixian, who could no longer endure. With a resounding explosion, his body shattered, consumed entirely by the refining pot that Su Chun had summoned. Su Chun was currently amassing power, awaiting the moment when the refining pot would accumulate sufficient energy to formally challenge the realm of immortality. "You dare to kill Emperor Luo Shixian?" Mu Yu and Manager Miao were utterly flabbergasted, witnessing the slaughter unfold before their eyes. Terrified, they turned to flee, yet under the oppressive weight of immense power, they could not withstand it. Their bodies burst apart into crimson mist, devoured by the refining pot. A deathly silence enveloped the scene. All present stared in shock at the unfolding events, their faces draining of color as they gawked at the spectacle, inhaling the acrid scent of blood, feeling somewhat dazed. Was this truly happening? They gulped hard, and even though they were witnessing it firsthand, no one dared to believe the reality of the situation. Chapter 255, Ticket Prices Skyrocket Tenfold, Total Annihilation. Su Chen successfully took control of the celestial ship. Those from the Tiangong Xianzong, whether willing to submit or not, found themselves compelled to comply under absolute intimidation. None wished to meet their demise. Following Su Chen's directives, the ship's speed increased by a factor of 2, ignoring all docking points in the outer void, departing without a second thought. Originally requiring 2 months to arrive, this newfound velocity would reduce the journey to a mere month, ensuring a swift arrival at the first domain of the immortal realm. In the marketplace aboard the ship, each celestial vessel boasted its own marketplace, where individuals could set up stalls in exchange for celestial crystals. As the foremost celestial vessel in the first domain of the immortal realm, the Tiangong Xianzong ship was bustling with activity. News of the events that transpired in the cabin began to circulate, but for many, it was merely gossip. "Sister, look over there. Who is that?" Su Jifei pointed, her gaze narrowing as she recognized a figure not far away. Su Chen. Both women felt a wave of astonishment wash over them, seemingly unprepared for his presence aboard the celestial ship. The ship would traverse various celestial domains, even stopping at multiple docking points in a single domain. Thus, whether Su Chun would journey to the first domain of the immortal realm remained uncertain. Su Yi covered her face, her complexion turning sour. Having grown up in privilege, she had never experienced such humiliation as being publicly slapped by this individual. Upon seeing Su Chun, he too noticed the two women but chose to ignore them. Cradling the little pig, Su Chen smiled and inquired, "Pang Pang, can you scout this area for any treasures?" The little pig, opening its drowsy eyes, sniffed vigorously before shaking its head in negation, indicating there were none. Trusting the little pig's instincts, Su Chun concluded that the marketplace held no treasures. The following day, an announcement echoed throughout the celestial ship. Whether ordinary tickets or VIP supreme tickets, prices would all surge tenfold. Those willing were to promptly pay in celestial crystals, while those unwilling would have to disembark at the next celestial domain, with no refunds for the price differences. Upon this news breaking, the entire celestial ship erupted in chaos. Everyone cursed the celestial ship vehemently, fully aware of the implications of a tenfold ticket price increase. Unsurprisingly, the majority opted to disembark, for the Tiangong Xianzong behind the ship was not to be trifled with. Such a disgrace. The ticket prices have already soared to exorbitant heights, and now they have surged tenfold. Su Yi exclaimed in a fit of anger within the private chamber. Her companion, Su Jifei, shook her head and remarked, "It is evident that this increase is intentional. You must understand that the celestial ship is backed by the Heavenly Palace sect, which engages in long-term business. Such a sudden spike in ticket prices is unfathomable unless it is a deliberate act. Sister, what do you think is the reason behind this?" Su Yi grasped her sister's implication. Despite the formidable power of the Heavenly Palace sect, it would be illogical to engage in such self-destructive business practices. If they were to act in this manner, would passengers still choose to board the celestial ship in the future? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Su Jifei pondered for a moment, and then said, "Previously, there were rumors that someone had slain the celestial emperor stationed on the ship. On their way back, this individual must have sought to profit." Su Yi sighed. "That person is truly formidable, daring to rob even the celestial ship of the heavenly palace. Sister, what should we do now? Disembark and seek another celestial ship to leave." Su Jifei expressed her admiration for the audacious individual. In her view, anyone capable of slaying the celestial emperor would undoubtedly possess similar strength to forcibly suppress the entire ship. It was clear that no one would dare to withhold their celestial crystals. Yet, this individual merely raised the ticket prices, indicating that the celestial emperor holds a certain dignity, refraining from indiscriminately targeting ordinary individuals. Otherwise, no one aboard the celestial ship would survive. At the external docking point, 99% of the passengers had disembarked. As switching to another ship merely delayed their journeys by a day or two, none wished to be taken advantage of. No one was willing to pay an exorbitant fee of 10 times the normal ticket price, regardless of what transpired aboard the celestial ship. It was of no concern to them. The remaining passengers, initially reluctant to leave, could not bear the sight of the empty vessel and ultimately departed. As for the members of the Heavenly Palace sect, they were all slaughtered by Su Chen following this incident. There could be no reconciliation between him and the Heavenly Palace sect. One must perish while the other survives. With this in mind, he showed no mercy. One word, slaughter. Thus, the celestial ship was left with Su Chen alone. However, prior to the massacre, he had acquired the means to control the ship. Chapter 256. Missed 3 opportunities for instant kill, 1 sword to suppress the inner demon. Inside the celestial ship, Su Chen was the sole occupant, diligently cultivating in preparation to break through to the next realm. He had firmly established himself at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, with only one final step remaining before he could ascend to immortality. Just as he was about to absorb the power from the chaotic refinement pot, a terrifying force began to rebound from within him, enveloping his entire being. An inner demon? As a member of the transmigrated army, Su Chen was well aware of the nature of inner demons for martial artists. Since his arrival in the immortal realm from the Tianwu continent, he had never encountered a backlash from an inner demon until now. He immediately began to resist the invasion with all his might. Should the inner demon successfully invade, the consequences would be dire, a complete loss of cultivation at best and death at worst. The 7-day countdown for the instant kill opportunity had come to an end. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency, as he was fully engaged in battling the inner demon's invasion and could not afford to relax, let alone attempt an instant kill. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has ended. Random instant kill now commencing. The cold, emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. Su Chen was utterly exasperated. At any other time, this would be music to his ears. Yet now he wished for the system's instant kill to be postponed until he had dealt with the inner demon. However, he understood that the system could not delay. A missed opportunity was simply that, a missed opportunity. Item: Devouring Demon Technique. Price: 1 celestial crystal. Item description: The Devouring Demon Technique, an unparalleled skill cultivated by the fierce emperor, capable of devouring any constitution and power of exceptionally high grade. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. The fierce emperor? The Devouring Demon Technique? What a remarkable item. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with interest. He was well aware of the prestige of the Devouring Demon Technique. He truly did not anticipate that the item for this instant kill would be such a formidable martial art. Please, host, pay 1 celestial crystal to proceed with the instant kill. Instant kill indeed. Su Chen's anxiety escalated as he found himself ensnared by the inner demon. If he were to free his hands to attempt an instant kill, he would undoubtedly fall prey to the inner demon's opportunistic advance, with catastrophic consequences. While the Devouring Demon Technique was splendid, it paled in comparison to his own life. Please proceed with the instant kill. Oh, the irony. Su Chen was ensnared by the inner demon, unable even to communicate with the system. The inner demon was his own burden, and the system would not intervene. Strictly speaking, the system resembled a robot. Aside from initiating the instant kill every 7 days, it was indifferent to all other matters. Su Chen even suspected that, should he encounter a life-threatening situation, the system would remain passive. 1 minute has elapsed. The host has missed the instant kill opportunity. Please try again next time. The system's voice faded, leaving Su Chen feeling helpless. Yet he had no recourse but to continue resisting the inner demon's invasion, for its strength threatened to surpass his own. He could not allow the inner demon to breach his defenses, otherwise he would surely plunge into a bottomless abyss. Time passed, and the 7 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the 7th day, the time for the regular instant kill opportunity had arrived once more. The inner demon and Su Chen remained locked in a stalemate, each determined to eliminate the other, yet unable to gain the upper hand. Su Chen, however, could not afford to let his guard down. Ding. The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has ended. Random instant kill now commencing. The system's cold voice resonated in his mind once again, devoid of any hint of emotion. Su Chen fervently wished for the instant kill to be postponed until he had resolved the inner demon, yet he was powerless to stop the system. Item: First exotic fire. Price: 1 celestial crystal. Item description: First exotic fire, born of the heavens and earth, refined over countless years, having absorbed the essence of other exotic fires. Capable of incinerating all matter. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. The first exotic fire? Could it be the one associated with the former engagement that was called off? The one that faced 3 years of humiliation from his fiancée? It was common knowledge that the strongest aspect of the Flame Emperor was his exotic fire. Su Chen could hardly believe that he had stumbled upon the Flame Emperor's exotic fire in this instant kill opportunity. Yet he was unable to proceed with the kill and felt utterly frustrated. Su Chen's mind was filled with curses, an army of expletives racing through his thoughts. Lamenting the treachery of the inner demon that had thwarted him twice in a row. Please, host, pay 1 celestial crystal to proceed with the instant kill. He yearned to execute the instant kill, yet was still ensnared by the inner demon, incapable of producing the celestial crystal to proceed. Please proceed with the instant kill. Su Chen reached a point of utter despair, compelled to listen to the system's voice echoing in his mind. 1 minute has elapsed. The host has missed the instant kill opportunity. Please try again next time. The system's voice faded into silence, leaving Su Chen increasingly despondent. He found himself at a loss. Unwilling to miss the opportunity for a kill, particularly since the first exotic fire possessed by the Flame Emperor held immense value. Securing such a fire would undoubtedly bolster his strength significantly. Thus, Su Chen commenced fervently suppressing his inner demons, determined not to squander a third chance at the kill. Time flew swiftly, and 7 days passed once more. Ding. The system detects that the 7-day killing time has arrived. Random killing will now commence. The system's voice returned. But Su Chen had grown numb. Throughout the 3 opportunities for a kill, his inner demons had ensnared him tightly, leaving him unable to seize the moment. Frustration gnawed at him as he helplessly watched the chances slip away. Item: Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. Price: 1 celestial crystal. Item description: The Heavenly Emperor Cauldron. A supreme treasure forged from primordial essence. Time limit: 1 minute for purchase. The Heavenly Emperor Cauldron? The prized possession of the Heavenly Emperor? Su Chen was utterly astounded. Each of the 3 items available for the kill had been exceptional, yet he could only watch helplessly, unable to act. Please, host, pay 1 celestial crystal to proceed with the kill. Please proceed with the kill. 1 minute has elapsed. The host has missed the opportunity for the kill. Please try again next time. Su Chen, now completely desensitized, could no longer contain the fury boiling within him after consecutively missing 3 opportunities for the kill. With a long howl, the chaotic foundation and chaotic body within him erupted violently. Utilizing these as a foundation, he coalesced an invisible sword aura that fiercely struck down upon his inner demons. This strike annihilated the inner demons, forever quelling the boundless chaos. As the inner demons crumbled under the weight of the chaotic body and chaotic foundation, Su Chen felt an overwhelming joy, for he understood that with the inner demons suppressed, as long as the chaotic body and chaotic foundation remained intact, they would not re-emerge, thus resolving one of his greatest troubles. The most formidable enemy is always oneself, and one's greatest adversary is indeed one's inner demons. Chapter 257. You killed my son, yet dare to show your face. Feeling utterly helpless, Su Chen recognized that his ability to suppress his inner demons with a single strike was a result of the cumulative power amassed over countless days. He had naturally wished to quell his inner demons during the first kill of the devouring demon technique, but had been unable to succeed. Missing 3 opportunities for a kill was, indeed, infuriating. Inner demons. Truly a vexing affliction. Yet, Su Chen understood that it was inevitable for warriors to encounter inner demons, regardless of their cultivation level, himself included. Damn. Su Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. He found it perplexing why he had developed inner demons. By all accounts, having killed countless talents and possessing unparalleled gifts, alongside slaying the chaos martial egg and forming the chaotic foundation, it seemed inconceivable that he would manifest inner demons. Somewhat bewildered, Su Chen casually inquired, System, what is the root cause of my inner demons? According to the system's assessment, the host's inner demons are in no way related to talent or foundation. Then what are they related to? The host's rapid initial cultivation speed led to the emergence of inner demons, which the host failed to recognize at the time. Even though Chen later acquired the Supreme Bone and the chaotic body and formed the chaotic foundation, it could not prevent the growth of the inner demons. So that's it. Chen began to grasp the system's implication. In the beginning, his talents surged as if propelled by a rocket. He focused solely on cultivation breakthroughs, neglecting to eradicate the inner demons in their infancy. Even after acquiring special physiques and forming the chaotic foundation, he had still overlooked the progression of his inner demons. The fault lay in his own carelessness, not wishing to dwell on the matter any longer. Chen acknowledged that trading 3 opportunities for a kill to eliminate his inner demons was indeed worthwhile. With the suppression of his inner demons, his future cultivation would proceed unimpeded. He promptly sat cross-legged, having fully refined the power within the devouring cauldron, seizing this moment to strive for a breakthrough to the celestial realm. As he absorbed the power from the devouring cauldron, he instantaneously transcended his limits, advancing from the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm to the celestial general realm. Celestial levels: celestial general, celestial monarch, celestial king, celestial emperor, celestial sovereign, celestial saint. Level 1 Celestial General. Level 2 Celestial General. Level 3 Celestial General. Level 4 Celestial General. Level 5 Celestial General. Level 6 Celestial General. Level 7 Celestial General. His cultivation successfully ascended to the 7th level of the Celestial General realm, but he could no longer advance further. Slowly, he opened his eyes. At last, he had arrived. He found himself in the outer void of the first celestial domain, where innumerable celestial ships were docked, and the boundless void was teeming with warriors. As Chen disembarked from the celestial ship, he regarded it with disdain, feeling it was absurd for it to be anchored there without the ability to shrink. Without hesitation, he retrieved his Chinquan bag and stowed the entire celestial ship within. Buzz. At that moment, a terrifying aura descended upon him. The aura of a celestial emperor. What the hell? It's the Compass Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect. What brings him here? It is said that the Compass Celestial Emperor is a 4th-level Supreme Celestial Emperor, a renowned figure in the first celestial domain. The Father of Compass, an elder of the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect, is a 4th-level Supreme Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor's realms are divided into 9 stages. 9 Tribulations Celestial Emperor, 9 Rebirths Celestial Emperor, 9 Reincarnations Celestial Emperor, Supreme Celestial Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign Celestial Emperor, Calamity Sovereign Celestial Emperor, Path Sculpting Celestial Emperor, Nurturing Path Celestial Emperor, and Calamity Path Celestial Emperor. To ascend to a Supreme Celestial Emperor, one must consume the Celestial Emperor's essence. Boy, you dare to slay my son? Today, I shall rend you into 1,000 pieces. Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly bewildered. This individual killed the son of the Compass? That is truly formidable. The enraged roar echoed throughout the void, as the Compass could no longer contain his fury. For many years, his son had been stationed aboard the celestial ship of the sect, and nothing had ever happened. Yet he never anticipated that this time he would meet a tragic end along the way. He was even more astonished to find that he had merely come to test his luck, only to discover, in a fit of rage, that this person had slain his son and dared to come to the first celestial domain. Chapter 258. I killed your son. Why all this nonsense? Endless fury morphed into a torrent of murderous intent that engulfed the entire firmament. Furious, the Compass did not immediately strike down his opponent. He found it incomprehensible that someone who had slain his son would dare to enter the first celestial domain. Did they not fear him? Did they not fear the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect behind him? It seemed utterly absurd. Though the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect was not the pinnacle force in the first celestial domain, it certainly belonged to the first tier of celestial sections. Who would dare to provoke them? Father of Compass? I am Compass, hailing from the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect. Who are you? He knew that the Heavenly Palace Celestial Sect was undeniably powerful. However, there were numerous forces capable of obliterating it. He resolved to ascertain the situation first, lest he inadvertently bring trouble to the sect. Your son acted recklessly. He has only himself to blame. Yet, he died a worthy death. I have already consumed his power. How domineering. Upon uttering these words, a wave of uproar erupted around. This individual truly exuded arrogance, disregarding even the esteemed Compass Immortal Emperor from the Celestial Palace. Having slain the Emperor's son and absorbed his powers, what was most infuriating was not merely the act of murder and absorption, but the deliberate proclamation of such deeds. What could this mean? It was a blatant provocation, an affront to the Compass. The more fiercely this person displayed his dominance, the deeper the Compass's trepidation grew. No matter who you are, you shall pay the price for my son's demise. Chen smiled. Yet his mind was preoccupied with devising a strategy to contend with this so-called Supreme Immortal Emperor. Undoubtedly, his own strength could not rival that of the Supreme Immortal Emperor. Even if he summoned 10 reincarnation immortal puppets, they might still fall short against the Supreme Immortal Emperor. The chasm between the reincarnation immortal and the Supreme Immortal was akin to an insurmountable divide, exceptionally difficult to bridge. In the realm of immortal emperors, the reincarnation immortal belonged to the first path, while the Supreme Immortal was of the second path. There was no basis for comparison between the two. Nonetheless, Chen resolved to make an attempt. He would join forces with the 10 immortal puppets to ascertain whether they could withstand the opponent's might. Will you make a move or not? I have slain your son. What more is there to say? In the midst of astonished gazes, the enraged compass could no longer contain the boundless fury surging within him, manifesting as an overwhelming intent to kill. One by one, the immortal puppets materialized, forming a protective barrier before Chen. By heavens, 10 immortal corpses. No wonder this individual is so audacious. The strength of the immortal corpses remained uncertain. Could they truly contend with the compass immortal emperor? It was astonishing to encounter such a fierce conflict upon arriving in the first domain of the celestial realm. What extraordinary fortune! Everyone gasped, holding their breath as they witnessed the impending battle, unwilling to miss a single moment, their eyes glued to the scene. In the void, an expanse of celestial energy enveloped the surroundings, the oppressive atmosphere rendering it difficult for all present to breathe. The roars of the 10 immortal puppets reverberated like echoes from the depths of hell, piercingly grating to the ears. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying auras emitted by the compass and the 10 immortal puppets clashed violently in the void, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The clouds for miles churned restlessly, resembling boiling water bubbling incessantly. The sword energy, forged from the essence of the immortal emperor, tore through layers of cloud and mist, violently striking the 10 immortal puppets. Despite the shock, when Compass discerned that his opponent relied upon the 10 reincarnation immortal puppets, an unexpected confidence surged within him. Merely reincarnation immortal puppets, whether 10 or even 100, were of no consequence before him, given the inherent disparity between reincarnation and supreme immortals. This strike appeared unremarkable and devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, yet it harbored the essence of the immortal emperor, wielding the unparalleled might characteristic of the second path. One could easily fathom its implications. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen, encountering the supreme immortal emperor for the first time, understood well the tyrannical nature of such strength. While the 10 immortal puppets besieged the supreme immortal emperor, Chen remained vigilant, seeking an opportunity to strike down the compass. The offensive waves emanating from the 10 immortal puppets surged in a crescendo, colliding fiercely with the sword energy of the immortal emperor, generating a terrifying aura that resonated through the vicinity. All present recoiled in retreat. Slower warriors, overwhelmed by the dreadful atmosphere, met with explosive demise, reduced to mere blood mist. The remaining witnesses dared not linger, fearing they might become collateral damage. Chapter 259, What of Killing Your Son? The defensive capabilities of the immortal puppets were formidable. Even the compass found it impossible to breach the defenses of the 10 immortal puppets in a short span. The longer the battle raged, the more infuriated he became. As a proud supreme immortal emperor, how could he not subdue 10 mere reincarnation immortal puppets? His dignity was at stake. It was utterly humiliating. As the conflict between the 10 immortal puppets and the compass escalated, the latter's roars echoed throughout the void. He had initially believed that with his prowess, he could swiftly subjugate the 10 immortal puppets, yet he never anticipated the protracted duration of this confrontation. Unable to accept such a reality, he growled, "Today, I shall demonstrate to you that even with 10 immortal puppets by your side, I can still annihilate you." The terrifying aura emitted by the compass bore down on the 10 immortal puppets, but Chen understood that it would be challenging for the 10 to suppress the compass. It seemed he would need to intervene. Regardless of whether he could stand against the supreme immortal emperor, retreat was not an option. One word, action. Just as Chen prepared to strike, an icy presence permeated the void, as thousands of figures materialized. Immortal emperors. By heavens! 1,000 immortal emperors have descended simultaneously. What could have transpired? Is that not the sovereign of the robbery immortal sect, xianxiaaudiobooks? Yes. I had the good fortune to see xianxiaaudiobooks once. She is truly stunning, deserving of the title of the most beautiful woman in the first celestial domain. Robbery immortal sect? xianxiaaudiobooks? Upon witnessing his sister's arrival, Chen refrained from attacking and withdrew the 10 immortal puppets. He was well aware of the circumstances. His sister had sensed the demise of her son the moment he arrived in the celestial domain. The compass recognized the leader of the robbery immortal sect. Did this individual have connections with the sect? Desperation took hold. The compass was unwilling to yield. His son had perished, and the murderer stood before him. If he did not avenge his son, how could he face the deceased? The woman in purple, possessing an ethereal beauty, bore an air of frost. With a disdainful huff, her voice resonated through the void. The entire expanse seemed to collapse in a whirlpool, and under the weight of her terrifying presence, the compass's power was instantly shackled, rendering him utterly immobile. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Astonishingly powerful. Indeed, this was the might of the sovereign of the robbery immortal sect. No wonder she is regarded as one of the most formidable beings in the celestial realm. The strongest being? Just having arrived. I am unaware of the sovereign's true cultivation level. Robbery path, immortal emperor. Robbery path, immortal emperor? Upon hearing this, those unfamiliar with the term were left utterly speechless. The paths of the immortal emperors, spanning 9 realms, included the 9 calamity immortal emperor, 9 rebirth immortal emperor, 9 turn reincarnation immortal emperor, supreme immortal emperor, heavenly lord immortal emperor, robbery sovereign immortal emperor, sculpture path immortal emperor, nurturing path immortal emperor, and robbery path immortal emperor. The robbery path immortal emperor was the strongest entity in the celestial realm, and xianxiaaudiobooks, the leader of the robbery immortal sect, was one of them. Standing at the pinnacle of the celestial path, suppressing the endless terror within, the compass bowed before xianxiaaudiobooks. Sovereign Su, this matter lies between him and me. I hope you will refrain from intervening. He has slain my son. The compass was adamant about not relinquishing his pursuit of vengeance for his son's death. Xianxiaaudiobooks regarded the compass coldly, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she approached Su Chen amidst the astonished gazes of all present. Xianxiaaudiobooks approached Su Chen, a smile gracing her lips as she proclaimed, "At last, I have found you. What of killing your son? What of killing your son?" Such words were undeniably audacious. Chapter 260. I have slain your son. You owe me an apology and compensation. The audacity of her statement was palpable. The onlookers around her could only murmur in awe. After all, she was the esteemed leader of the robbery immortal sect, and her sheer presence was enough to command respect from the heavens themselves. A hint of disdain flickered across her exquisite visage, revealing her utter disregard for the man before her. It was evident. Master Su, she said dismissively, waving her hand impatiently. Her voice cold as if it emerged from the depths of hell. My brother need not merely kill your son. He could just as easily take your life. Brother? This man is Xianxiaaudiobooks' brother? The realization dawned upon the crowd. No wonder he dared to slay the son of the man before them. His backing was formidable. Upon hearing Xianxiaaudiobooks' words, everyone was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the implications. Even Luo Pan was left in a state of utter bewilderment. He recognized this as his misfortune. Even if granted 1,000-fold courage, he would never dare to provoke the robbery immortal sect, especially not with its leader personally present. If he sought revenge, he would have to bide his time and find a discreet opportunity, rather than openly confronting this individual. With a forced smile, Luo Pan clasped his hands in salute and said, so it is the brother of Master Su. Then my son's demise is deserved. Who instructed him to provoke the brother of Master Su? Let this matter rest. I take my leave." Yet, the 1,000 celestial emperors surrounding them had no intention of parting ways. "Master Su, what do you mean by this?" he inquired, perplexed as to why Xianxiaaudiobooks would obstruct his departure. Around them, the crowd murmured in disbelief. Deserve to die? Should not provoke? Truly, it seems that those with might hold the power of speech. Were it not for his formidable sister, Luo Pan would undoubtedly have sought retribution against this individual, even with 10 celestial emperor puppets at his command. But what of now? Faced with Xianxiaaudiobooks of the robbery immortal sect, Luo Pan could only choose to retreat. Xianxiaaudiobooks turned her gaze toward her brother, her intention clear. She sought his counsel on how to deal with this man. "Luo Pan, I have slain your son. You owe me an apology and compensation to atone for the fright and time I have lost." Apology and compensation? You have taken a life, and yet you demand compensation for your own fright and wasted time? Truly, one with power may act without reason. However, none dared to voice their thoughts further. Who would dare to provoke the robbery immortal sect? Unless one sought death or had lost their senses. In the first domain of the celestial realm, the robbery immortal sect stood as the pinnacle of power, with its leader Xianxiaaudiobooks being a formidable celestial emperor of the path of robbery. How might I apologize? How might I compensate? Luo Pan seethed inwardly, feeling humiliated to be required to apologize for the death of his son. Were it not for Xianxiaaudiobooks' presence, he would have struck this insolent individual down without hesitation. He knew he must endure. He was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between himself and Xianxiaaudiobooks. The divide between a supreme celestial emperor and one of the path of robbery was akin to an insurmountable chasm, nearly impossible to bridge. It could be said that should Xianxiaaudiobooks wish to annihilate him, it would be as simple as crushing an ant. He dared not provoke, dare not resist, and certainly did not dare defy. In the face of death, Notions of dignity and pride became utterly irrelevant. Survival was all that mattered. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, Chen remarked with a smile, "You have just frightened me and wasted my time with your threats. How about this? You shall kneel and admit your wrongdoing." Kneel and admit wrongdoing? How utterly absurd. Luo Pan's countenance darkened, fully aware that even if he cast aside his dignity, he could never kneel. If word of this were to spread, what face would he have left? How could he maintain his standing in the celestial realm? Forcing a smile, Luo Pan clasped his hands and stated, "You jest, my apologies. However, kneeling seems excessive. I beg for your understanding, and in the future, I will certainly." Before he could finish, Chen impatiently interjected, "It seems you are refusing to acknowledge my goodwill. Sister, let us depart." Nodding, Xianxiaaudiobooks coldly declared, "Kill." Yes. The 1,000 celestial emperors surged forward, unleashing a torrent of terrifying celestial power that enveloped Luo Pan like an ocean wave. "You have slain my son. Even if I must traverse reincarnation for eons, I shall not let you go. Prepare yourself, you will not fare well." The echoes of his furious roars reverberated as Luo Pan finally comprehended that this individual had never intended to grant him mercy. It was all a deliberate humiliation. His infinite rage was tightly restrained. Luo Pan, however, would not relent easily. Even in the face of death, he yearned to take a few down with him. Alas, in a battle against 1,000, he had no opportunity to escape. To the astonishment of all, Luo Pan was ruthlessly slaughtered, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. This was the terrifying power of the robbery immortal sect. Even a supreme celestial emperor before them was but an ant. Chapter 261, The Mother from the Divine Realm. The robbery immortal sect, the apex power of the first domain of the celestial realm. Leader Xianxiaaudiobooks, a formidable celestial emperor of the path of robbery, presided over it. Ethereal peaks stood majestically against the heavens, shrouded in clouds, resembling a paradise from the mortal realm. Chen followed Xianxiaaudiobooks back to the robbery immortal sect, still grappling with the reality of having such a sister. In a secluded courtyard, he raised a cup of tea from the stone table and drank it in one gulp. "Sister, what is truly happening?" After a moment of contemplation, Xianxiaaudiobooks replied, "Let me explain everything from the beginning." Nodding, Chen listened attentively. "Our father, Xian, is a supreme being in the celestial realm. Upon leaving the sect, he encountered our mother and fathered me. Yet, who would have guessed that our mother's identity is far from ordinary? She does not belong to the celestial realm. Mother hails from another realm." Chen grasped the implications. He understood well that the celestial realm was not the only dimension. Countless lower-tier realms, like the Tianwu continent, existed, each with its own practitioners striving to ascend to the celestial realm. You must understand that the celestial realm is classified as a middle-tier realm, while the Tianwu continent is a lower-tier one. Among the countless lower-tier realms, there are also numerous middle-tier ones. The celestial realm is merely one of the middle-tier realms. Above our middle-tier realm lies the high-tier realm known as the divine realm, from which our mother originates. The divine realm? The realm that surpasses the celestial realm? As a member of the time-traveling army, Chen felt little astonishment. It appeared that his background was rather extraordinary. Not only did he have a formidable sister, but his parents were also remarkable, with his mother hailing from the divine realm. Our mother originates from the divine realm, and her status is quite illustrious, leading the divine families to suppress our father. At that time, they were entirely unaware of my existence, yet they were cognizant of yours. In a desperate bid, father forcefully severed a fragment of his primordial spirit and took you to the lower realm. Sister, are you suggesting that the Xian who perished in the lower realm back then was merely a remnant of father's primordial spirit? Nodding, Xianxiaaudiobooks sighed deeply and replied, "With father's strength, even a fragment of his primordial spirit would suffice to sweep through the lower realm, but traversing the void from the celestial realm to the lower realm, he might not have been able to maintain his consciousness. Thus, the father who fell in the original body was merely a fragment of his primordial spirit. Sister, can warriors from the divine realm descend to the celestial realm? It is a well-known fact that individuals from the celestial realm cannot venture into lower-tier planes. According to what you said, father possesses transcendent abilities. Even so, a primordial spirit descending to a lower-tier plane would encounter considerable challenges. If this is the case, warriors from higher-tier planes would likely find it difficult to reach middle-tier planes as well." Xianxiaaudiobooks pondered for a moment and remarked, logically, individuals from the divine realm should be unable to descend to the celestial realm, just as we from the celestial realm cannot traverse to lower-tier planes. If that is true, then how could our mother's family arrive at the celestial realm? This was a perplexing matter for Chen. Based on father's speculation back then, it would require a tremendous cost for divine realm warriors to descend. What about father and mother? With another deep sigh, a hint of sadness crossed Xianxiaaudiobooks' face as she said, Mother has been taken back to the divine realm by her kin, while father has been missing for many years, purportedly in search of mother in the divine realm. Sister, with your cultivation, shouldn't you be able to ascend to the divine realm soon? Su Chen was acutely aware of one issue. The Tianwu continent, celestial realm, and divine realm are linked through a singular ascension pathway, precluding ascension to other tiered planes. Given that his sister's cultivation had reached the stage of the tribulation Tao immortal emperor, she should be on the verge of ascension. However, Su Xianxia shook her head and stated, the immortal emperor's 3 paths and 9 realms do not represent the pinnacle of the celestial realm's martial arts. Beyond the immortal emperor, are there indeed stronger beings? Indeed, Su Chen was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the immortal emperor was not the highest realm for celestial warriors. Before Su Chen could inquire further, Su Xianxia continued, most in the celestial realm only know of the immortal emperor's 3 paths and 9 realms. Yet the true immortal emperor encompasses 4 paths and 12 realms. The 4th path comprises the harmonious Tao immortal emperor, the creation immortal emperor, and the fate-determining immortal emperor. The immortal emperor is not 3 paths and 9 realms, but rather 4 paths and 12 realms. The 4 paths and 12 realms of the immortal emperor comprise the 9 tribulation immortal emperor, the 9 rebirth immortal emperor, the 9-turn reincarnation immortal emperor, the supreme immortal emperor, the celestial venerable immortal emperor, the tribulation venerable immortal emperor, the shaping Tao immortal emperor, the nurturing Tao immortal emperor, the tribulation Tao immortal emperor, the harmonious Tao immortal emperor, the creation immortal emperor, and the fate-determining immortal emperor. Chapter 262. Instant Kill with the Chaotic Fishing Rod. The so-called tribulation Tao immortal emperor is not the pinnacle of the celestial realm. The true apex of the celestial realm is the fate-determining immortal emperor. Father was once a creation immortal emperor, and after mother sacrificed herself to save him, father, witnessing mother being taken back to the divine realm by her kin, broke through his own limits and attained the fate-determining immortal emperor, which means he has likely ascended to the divine realm. Su Xianxia smiled. Let us not dwell on such matters. Focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the fate-determining immortal emperor realm soon. Understood. Su Chen found himself somewhat bewildered. Strictly speaking, the original body had vanished. He was merely a traveler now. Sister, our parents are of the original body, and I hold no relation to them. However, having instantaneously defeated my sister, the original body had already disappeared. Are this sister and these parents truly my kin in this alternate realm? It was uncertain. He decided to consult the system again. Sister, I feel somewhat fatigued. I have arranged for your lodgings. After returning to the accommodations set by his sister, and once she departed, Su Chen eagerly inquired, System, I wish to know whether this sister and these parents you allowed me to instantaneously defeat are related to the original body or to me. This matter was of great significance. He needed clarity. The original body has vanished. The host remains in the world. Thus the sister and parents belong to the host, rather than the original body. With the system's response, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. It made sense. Since the original body had completely disappeared, only he remained. This meant that both the sister and the parents were his kin in this alternate realm. System, did you not say that the sister I instantaneously defeated is a top-tier existence in the celestial realm? He had never imagined that the system could make mistakes in its assessments. The sister was merely a tribulation Tao immortal emperor, while the true pinnacle of the celestial realm was the fate-determining immortal emperor. The system is not infallible, and it solely functions as an instant kill system. Some of the items it provides may contain minor discrepancies, which the host may choose to disregard. With a face full of exasperation, he chose not to say much more. The system had already spoken. Even it could not maintain absolute precision. In the days that followed, Su Chen diligently cultivated within the Xianxian sect. With the support of his sister, Su Xianxia, he was free to access the sect's cultivation resources, allowing his cultivation to ascend from the 7th level of the immortal general realm to the pinnacle of the immortal general realm. On the 7th day, the time for the system's instant kill arrived once more. Having missed 3 opportunities already, he was determined not to let this one slip away. Eagerly awaiting the outcome, he hoped to acquire something exceptional this time. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill time has arrived. Random instant kill commencing now. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind, cold and mechanical. Filled with excitement, Su Chen found an immortal crystal in his hand. Item, Chaotic Fishing Rod. Price, 1 immortal crystal. Item description, the Chaotic Fishing Rod, formed from the primordial chaos, can be used to fish for treasures from 10,000 realms. Be they powerful beings or demonic beasts, nothing is beyond its reach. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. The Chaotic Fishing Rod? A surge of joy filled Su Chen's heart. He was well aware of the significance of the Chaotic Fishing Rod. Indeed, splendid. The immortal crystal in his hand vanished in an instant, and the purchase was successful. Observing the gray-black fishing rod that appeared in his grasp, adorned with intricate patterns resembling countless tadpoles crawling upon it, he felt an overwhelming thrill. Chapter 263. The first fishing attempt, hooking a fearsome emperor. The chaotic fishing rod. Chen was elated. It was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. The system reminds the host. The chaotic fishing rod requires a substantial expenditure of primordial spirit for each fishing attempt. Nodding, Chen had already anticipated this. After all, this was fishing across myriad realms. If it did not consume primordial spirit, the prospect of fishing freely was exhilarating. He was eager to try it out, curious to see what remarkable treasures he might catch on his first fishing expedition. With the chaos fishing rod in hand, I extended it to its fullest length. Taking a deep breath, I pondered my fortunes. Without hesitation, I cast the chaos fishing rod into the void before me with great force. In an instant, I felt a tremendous drain on my primordial spirit. Waves of weakness flooding my mind. The rate of consumption was terrifying. It was needless to say that after the initial attempt, continuing to fish a second time was out of the question. The reason was simple. My primordial spirit could hardly sustain it. In that fleeting moment, the hook at the end of the chaos fishing rod pierced through the void like a venomous serpent, vanishing in an instant. A wave of terrifying power rippled through the air. I gripped the chaos fishing rod tightly, fearing it would disappear along with the hook. The line seemed to stretch endlessly. I was astounded. The ability to traverse countless realms and fish for treasures and beasts from various planes was indeed remarkable. I never expected to lose 3 opportunities for a swift kill, only to finally land such a magnificent treasure. The sensation of fishing was truly unique, ineffable in its essence. As the hook tore through the void and vanished, I felt my primordial spirit seemingly travel alongside it across the plains. Incredible. This was truly extraordinary. Experiencing it firsthand left me utterly astonished. No wonder it was deemed a treasure of chaos. Not for the sake of becoming an immortal, but to await your return amidst the mortal realm. Such was the world's evaluation of the fearless emperor. After her brother was slain by a foe, she embarked on a path of vengeance, her physique inferior to that of mortals, yet through trials of life and death, she ingeniously created the devouring heaven demon technique. The technique that she had previously missed out on was indeed the creation of the fearless emperor. Standing at the pinnacle of the void, the fearless emperor gazed down with pride. Just then, waves of energy stirred the air. A golden hook materialized before the fearless emperor. What could this be? Before she could comprehend the situation, a terrifying force locked onto her. The golden hook approached her, and she was taken aback, refusing to hesitate for even a moment. As she prepared to evade, she was directly ensnared by the hook, vanishing from her original location in an instant. In the immortal realm, at the celestial robbery sect, within a secluded courtyard, I sat upon a stone chair, clutching the chaos fishing rod, uncertain of what I might catch. I knew not which plane the hook would traverse, whether it would lead to a lower realm, a middle realm, or a higher realm. Suddenly, a figure emerged alongside the hook, adorned with a mask that bore a semblance of both a smile and a tear. Could it be the fearless emperor? Master. Upon removing the mask, a breathtaking beauty was revealed, her exquisite features devoid of any flaw. Cascading black hair draped over her shoulders, skin as pure as snow. An alive figure that no man could resist. She could only be described in 4 words, breathtakingly unparalleled. Chapter 264. Encountering one I believed I would never see here. Master? Gazing at the extraordinary woman before me, I felt a wave of astonishment. System, why does the fearless one call me master? System alert. The chaos fishing rod can fish for anything across the myriad realms. Anything caught, including warriors, will immediately recognize the host as their master. I see. System, what level does the fearless one's realm belong to? It is of the same level as the immortal realm. I refrained from inquiring further. I turned my attention back to the fearless emperor. What is your current cultivation level? This was of utmost importance, for no matter how formidable she was, it was only within her realm. The fearless one pondered for a moment and replied, reporting to you, Master, based on my estimations, I have likely reached the level of a creation immortal emperor in the immortal realm. My eyes lit up. I was well aware of what the creation immortal emperor level signified. The 4 paths of the immortal emperor encompass 12 realms. 9 tribulations immortal emperor, 9 rebirths immortal emperor, 9 revolutions immortal emperor, supreme immortal emperor, heaven-s lord immortal emperor, robbery lord immortal emperor, path-shaping immortal emperor, nurturing path immortal emperor, robbery path immortal emperor, unity path immortal emperor, creation immortal emperor, and robbery of fate immortal emperor. The creation immortal emperor stands at the apex of the immortal realm. With one more step, one would ascend to the robbery of fate immortal emperor. Excellent. Truly remarkable. The chaos fishing rod in my grasp was indeed a treasure. By catching a formidable creation immortal emperor, I could potentially navigate the immortal realm with ease, provided I did not encounter a robbery of fate immortal emperor. Nonetheless, I understood that I needed to elevate my own strength, whether to thrive in the immortal realm or to eventually journey to the divine realm. The title Fearless Emperor is rather cumbersome. Henceforth, you shall simply be called Fearless One. Understood, Master. I looked at the Fearless One before me with great satisfaction, yearning to continue fishing. However, feeling the waves of weakness in my mind, it became clear that my primordial spirit could not endure a second attempt. Forcing it would undoubtedly inflict irreparable damage. I caressed the chaos fishing rod in my hand. One word, magnificent. Regardless of the strength of any being I might catch from any plane, once successfully fished, they would become my subservient slaves, willingly choosing to bow before me. I even entertained the thought, if I were to catch a warrior from the divine realm in the future, would I not become invincible in the immortal realm? A splendid idea, but based on my estimations. Catching a powerful being from the divine realm would also require a stroke of luck. The plump Zhu Xian observed the man emerging from the celestial robbery sect with a smile, saying, Qing Ming, I have finally fulfilled my promise to you. Shouldn't you buy me a drink? Qing Ming, the immortal emperor from the celestial robbery sect, looked on with excitement as he asked, Fatty, have you truly found it? Damn, when have I ever failed to deliver? Come, let us drink heartily. Qing Ming pondered for a moment and said, Fatty, have you considered what I proposed? If you are willing to join the celestial robbery sect, you could receive double the resources of other immortal emperors. What say you? Shaking his head, the plump Zhu Xian laughed. You and I have known each other for many years. You should know I cherish my freedom. My previous agreement to join the heavenly court was merely a means to obtain the chaos spirit fruit from Su Chen, as well as to observe his unique potential. I intend to join temporarily and assess the situation. The most crucial aspect is that joining a newly established sect allows for easy departure. However, once I join the celestial robbery sect, leaving will not be so simple. No sect appreciates traitors. Qing Ming, the immortal emperor, understood this well. Greetings, elder. Is there something you require? In the celestial robbery sect, all immortal emperors are considered elders, albeit with differing statuses. Reporting to the elder, the sect master has summoned us urgently. The celestial emperor Qing Ming nodded, glancing at the corpulent immortal Jue, and remarked with a smile, You have visited several times already. Feel free to explore while I attend to matters. The corpulent immortal Jue understood the necessity of hastening to the sect master's call. As he watched the departing celestial emperor Qing Ming, he prepared to wander about, being no stranger to the Jishin sect. However, at that moment, he spotted an individual he never expected to see in this place. Su Chen, Chapter 265, Imprison his primordial spirit within a dog and seal it. Su Chen. The expression on immortal Jue's face was one of utter bewilderment. He had not anticipated encountering Su Chen at the Jishin sect, the foremost domain of the immortal realm. Why was Su Chen here? As Jue spotted Su Chen, the latter also recognized him, equally astonished at the unexpected reunion. Approaching him with a smile, immortal Jue inquired, Sect Master, what brings you here? And you, what is your purpose here? Jue replied, I am here to see a friend who is an elder of the Jishin sect. I have some matters to discuss with him. Nodding, Su Chen smiled and said, From this moment forth, you are not permitted to leave the heavenly court without my express permission. I will soon establish the heavenly court. Su Chen had contemplated this matter thoroughly. With 10 puppets of the celestial emperor, a dragon clan branch, and a cadre of ruthless servants, he had arrived in the foremost domain of the immortal realm. It was indeed time to truly establish the heavenly court. Although he had grown disdainful of immortal Jue, the latter remained part of the heavenly court, and the sect must uphold its rules. Immortal Jue felt a surge of dissatisfaction. His joining the so-called heavenly court was solely due to Su Chen's unique constitution and the possession of the chaos spirit fruit. His reluctance to act was primarily out of respect for the celestial emperor, as he did not wish to bully the weak. His expression darkened. Jue coldly stated, Su Chen, you must understand why I joined the heavenly court. There must be limits to everything. As an elder of the heavenly court, I can handle certain matters. But to restrict my freedom is beyond your qualification. He was genuinely enraged. Jue continued, From this moment on, I am no longer an elder of the heavenly court. Are you implying that you wish to withdraw from the heavenly court? Indeed. Jue regarded Su Chen with indifference, unconcerned about his unique constitution. Though he harbored some trepidation towards Su Chen, the latter's presence in the Jishin sect raised questions. It was better to avoid unnecessary troubles and simply depart from the heavenly court. Su Chen, however, smiled coldly at the corpulent Jue, his voice resonating like a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. Jue, I care not who you are, but I, Su Chen, uphold my own principles. The heavenly court I establish is not a place you can enter or exit at will. What do you intend to do? Jue dismissed Su Chen's significance. He merely speculated about the connection between Su Chen and the Jixian sect. According to the rules of the heavenly court, those who left the sect without permission faced the destruction of their true form, their primordial spirit imprisoned within a dog and sealed. Damn, how ruthless. Jue chuckled. Do you really think you can achieve that? Jue, I am aware of your fears, Su Chen responded with a smile. You are merely afraid of my association with the Jixian sect. Jue remained silent, his apprehension growing. He had not anticipated this individual's connection to the Jixian sect. He was a celestial emperor, but so what? Celestial emperors were not the mightiest beings in the immortal realm, as there existed 3 paths and 9 realms. Along with the fabled final 3 realms of the celestial emperors, a 9th-level celestial emperor was the weakest. It could be said that if the Jixian sect wished to annihilate him, it could do so in an instant. He would not dare provoke the Jixian sect. Thus, if Su Chen truly hailed from the Jixian sect, he could only sever ties with the heavenly court and not dare to slay Su Chen. However, Jue surmised that Su Chen was likely not a member of the Jixian sect. The reasoning was simple. If Su Chen were indeed from the Jixian sect, he would not be seeking to re-establish the heavenly court, as no sect would allow such a thing to transpire. Jue, the power of my heavenly court is beyond your imagination. No sooner had the words left his lips than a blood-red puppet materialized beside Su Chen, exuding a terrifying aura of the reincarnation celestial emperor, which surged toward Jue with overwhelming force. The reincarnation celestial emperor. Feeling the oppressive energy, Jue's complexion paled. For he finally grasped why Su Chen exhibited such audacity. He was accompanied by a celestial emperor puppet of this caliber. Chapter 266, Howling Celestial Hound. I shall assign you a Erlang Shun, completing a pair. The reincarnation celestial emperor puppet was merely a 9th transcendence celestial emperor. Jue stood no chance against it. He was utterly bewildered, staring in horror at the young man before him. Could it be that this youth had been feigning ignorance all along? With a hint of panic in his terrified gaze, Jue pleaded, Sect Master, I was in the wrong. Please spare me this once. Su Chen smiled. Those who betray the heavenly court must die. At that moment, Celestial Emperor Qingming arrived just in time, witnessing the unfolding scene, his expression changing drastically as he urged, I implore you to show mercy. In an instant, he reached Jue, exclaiming, Brother Qingming, you must save me. Nodding, Celestial Emperor Qingming, though he had not ventured into the void to greet him, was aware that this matter had spread throughout the Jixian sect. The sect master, Su Shishua, had a younger brother, the son of the former sect master. No one within the sect dared question this, including the elders, for in the Jixian sect, Su Shishua was an undisputed authority. Bowing respectfully to Su Chen, Qingming said, I presume you are the sect master's brother, Su Chen. The sect master's brother? Hearing his friend's words, Jue was momentarily bewildered. This identity was immensely prestigious. He understood well the weight of being the sect master's brother. Who are you? I am Elder Qingming. And what does this have to do with you? Observing the impassive young man, Qingming felt a surge of anger. He believed the reincarnation celestial emperor puppet at Su Chen's side must have been bestowed by the sect master. Without the sect master's backing, this individual would not dare retaliate against him given his own cultivation level. A single slap could easily dispatch him. Yet, at this moment, the individual's status was far too exceptional. To provoke him would surely incite the sect master's wrath, a most unwise endeavor. Once more clasping his fists, Qingming suppressed his anger, forcing a smile as he addressed Su Chen. Su Chen, strictly speaking, you are also a member of the Jixian sect. For my sake, please spare him. Spare him? Su Chen replied coldly, to join my sect, and then dare to betray it. How would the Jixian sect handle such defiance? A chill ran through Qingming, for he understood that every sect dealt with traitors with lethal finality, as such actions were intolerable. He could hardly fathom the implications of this encounter. Why did my friend choose to join Su Chen's sect? One must understand that for many years, I have been persuading my friend to join the Jixian sect, which holds a prestigious position in the first domain of the immortal realm, with countless individuals yearning to be part of it. My friend, who could refuse even the Jixian sect, would certainly not consider joining any other sect. Qingming gazed at the corpulent Zhu Xian, utterly perplexed as to why his old companion would take such a path. Zhu Xian was equally troubled. He had not anticipated Su Chen's unique identity, and now it was too late for regret. Please, grant me a favor. A favor? Su Chen chuckled. The immortal Emperor Shui Kuei had already marked Zhu Xian for elimination, while another immortal emperor puppet within the Jixian sect had set its sights on an immortal beast. Observing the immortal beast brought forth by the puppet, both Qingming and Zhu Xian felt a sense of curiosity, uncertain of Su Chen's true intentions. With his sister's backing, Su Chen was certainly unfazed by an immortal beast. Caressing the immortal beast beside him, Su Chen remarked, "Fatty, you may make mistakes, and I can forgive you. But one thing is intolerable, and that is betrayal." This was a situation Su Chen could not abide. Regardless of Zhu Xian's cultivation level, anyone daring to betray the sect would face punishment. "Sect Master, I spoke out of turn. Please spare me this once." At that moment, Zhu Xian's heart was filled with trepidation. He understood the magnitude of Su Chen's identity. Even the immortal Emperor Qing Ming could not guarantee his survival. It could be said that, disregarding the Xian sect, the immortal emperor puppets surrounding Su Chen were more than capable of annihilating him in an instant. To claim he was not afraid would be a blatant lie. Even the Xian sect would be powerless to protect him. He could only plead for mercy. Hoping to evade this calamity, Su Chen, however, merely smiled. Bang! Without any unnecessary words, he commanded the immortal emperor puppet to eliminate Zhu Xian instantly. At the moment Zhu Xian's body collapsed, Su Chen directly imprisoned his primordial spirit. "Sect Master, I beg you to spare me. From now on, I will be cast into the immortal beast's form, but your consciousness will remain intact. Your primordial spirit shall be sealed within the immortal beast, and you will henceforth be reduced to a mere hound." This is the consequence of betraying the celestial court. Helplessly watching his old friend meet his demise, Qing Ming's heart jolted in shock, urgently imploring, "Please." Before Qing Ming could finish his plea, slap. Immortal Emperor Shui Kuei delivered a resounding blow to Qing Ming's face, nearly shattering his skull. "For the sake of my sister, I shall spare your life today. Should you dare to prattle on, I will ensure your death." Qing Ming glared intently at the youth before him, his heart a tumult of astonishment, fury, and fear. He held no doubt that if this individual spoke such words, he possessed the capacity to act upon them, for the backing he had was indeed formidable. Coldly glancing at Qing Ming, Su Chen forcibly embedded Zhu Xian's primordial spirit into the form of a hound. "From now on, you shall be known as Howling Heaven Hound, and in the future, I shall pair you with Erlang Shun to form a duo." Chapter 267, Establishing the Celestial Court, Instant Annihilation of the Breakthrough Talisman. Howling Heaven Hound. With his primordial spirit trapped within the immortal beast, Zhu Xian felt immense frustration and regret. Yet, there was no opportunity for remorse. The fact that his primordial spirit had not been obliterated was already a stroke of misfortune amidst calamity. Now, with his primordial spirit merely embedded within the immortal beast, there remained a chance in the future to escape its confines. "From this day forth, you shall serve as the guardian of the celestial court, Howling Heaven Hound." "Yes, master." Qing Ming wished to voice his thoughts, but ultimately restrained himself. "Brother, are you truly set on establishing the celestial court?" Su Shui was taken aback as she regarded her brother. She had not anticipated that he would contemplate founding his own sect. Before Su Chen could respond, Su Shui continued, "Brother, you are our father's only son. I am merely acting as the temporary leader of the Xian sect. Once you break through to the realm of Immortal Emperor, I shall pass the position of sect master to you. There is no need for you to establish a new sect." The meaning behind her words was clear. She intended for Su Chen to take over the Xian sect. Yet, Su Chen shook his head and smiled. "Sister, you are doing splendidly as the sect master. There is no need for you to relinquish it to me. I have made up my mind to establish the celestial court in the immortal realm. Brother, sister, please assist me in finding a suitable location in the first domain to establish the celestial court." Staring intently at her brother, Su Shui realized his mind was resolute. No amount of persuasion would change his decision. After some contemplation, Su Shui said, "I know of a place that belongs to the Xian sect. If you wish to establish the celestial court, you may use that location." "Thank you, sister." Su Shui added, "I have already informed the elders. You will have unrestricted access to all resources of the Xian sect to expedite your breakthrough to the Immortal Emperor realm." The resources Su Chen had previously acquired were merely the ordinary assets of the Xian sect. Even though Su Shui was the sect master, she could not mobilize the higher-level resources without the elders' approval. "Sister, is there truly no Immortal Emperor of the Tao level or above within the Xian sect?" As a top-tier sect in the immortal realm, Su Chen was somewhat astonished. With a deep sigh, Su Shui replied, "Years ago, our mother's family descended into the immortal realm and inadvertently breached a dimensional wormhole, allowing powerful beings from other realms to invade. To fend off these invaders, many sects suffered catastrophic losses." Listening silently, Su Chen understood that the invasion was a consequence of their parents' actions, leading the Xian sect to bear the brunt of the conflict. "I see." Su Shui chose not to elaborate further. Subsequently, Su Chen entrusted the task of establishing the celestial court entirely to the Ruthless Ones and the 10 Immortal Emperor puppets, while he began his cultivation. With the Xian sect fully supporting him, including the elders, he had access to all their resources. Levels of immortal cultivation: immortal general realm, immortal lord realm, immortal king realm, immortal emperor realm, immortal venerable realm, immortal saint realm. Presently, his cultivation had reached the peak of the immortal general realm, just a step away from the immortal lord realm. With only a few days remaining until the next annihilation, Chen planned to utilize this time to break through his own limits with the resources of the Xianxian sect. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, he mobilized his chaotic body, voraciously consuming various cultivation resources under the enhancement of countless innate talents. In an instant, he shattered his limits and ascended from the peak of the immortal general realm to the immortal lord realm. First level of the immortal lord realm. Second level of the immortal lord realm. Third level of the immortal lord realm. Fourth level of the immortal lord realm. Fifth level of the immortal lord realm. Sixth level of the immortal lord realm. Seventh level of the immortal lord realm. Eighth level of the immortal lord realm. Ninth level of the immortal lord realm. Peak of the immortal lord realm. The speed of his cultivation had indeed slowed considerably. Chen was acutely aware that, given the vast resources provided by the Xianxian sect, his cultivation speed should be even more accelerated. After all, consuming such high-level cultivation resources for the first time would yield results far superior to his second attempt. Continuing to push forward. Barely 3 minutes after breaking into the peak of the immortal lord realm, Chen's cultivation surged once more, leaping directly into the immortal king realm. First level of the immortal king realm. Second level of the immortal king realm. Third level of the immortal king realm. Fourth level of the immortal king realm. Fifth level of the immortal king realm. Sixth level of the immortal king realm. Seventh level of the immortal king realm. Eighth level of the immortal king realm. Ninth level of the immortal king realm. Peak of the immortal king realm. In just a few days, having traversed 2 realms consecutively, the news would undoubtedly astonish anyone who learned of it. However, for Chen, there lingered a sense of frustration. Based on his calculations, given his rate of absorption and cultivation speed, he should have directly ascended to the immortal emperor realm. To break through to the immortal king realm in mere days felt rather sluggish. Should others become aware of this, they would surely scorn Chen mercilessly. A celestial crystal appeared in his hand as Chen awaited the system's flash sale. The time for the bi-weekly flash sale had arrived once more, and he was curious about what goods he might acquire this time. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day flash sale period has commenced. Random flash sale will begin now. At that moment, the system's icy voice resonated in Chen's mind. Finally, it had arrived. Chen was filled with joy. The last flash sale had yielded the chaos fishing rod, a true treasure among treasures. He could hardly contain his anticipation for what remarkable item might be offered this time. Item: realm-breaking talisman. Price: 1 celestial crystal. Item description: the realm-breaking talisman, crafted from supreme secret arts, allows passage across any realm, sustaining for 1 hour. Time limit: 1 minute to purchase. A realm-breaking talisman? It was indeed a realm-breaking talisman. Chen was well aware of its significance. Having established the heavenly court and surrounded by formidable subordinates, he could easily disregard the immortal realm. At this juncture, he could utilize the realm-breaking talisman to breach the dimensional barriers and travel to the Tianwu continent to fetch his wife. Calculating the time, he realized that he had been in the immortal realm for several months, and he believed his wife's belly would have grown considerably by now. With this thought, Chen felt a surge of impatience. Although the realm-breaking talisman was not an earth-shattering treasure, for him, it was the most valuable item. Without a moment's hesitation, he used 1 celestial crystal to complete the purchase. As the celestial crystal vanished, he successfully obtained the talisman, which appeared in his hand as a palm-sized seal, intricately etched with numerous lines, emanating a distinctly unique aura. This was the realm-breaking talisman, the key to breaking through dimensional barriers to reach the Tianwu continent. Taking a deep breath, Chen's thoughts turned to Huangji and the child she carried. Yet, before departing, he needed to devise a plan to bring Huangji and the others to the immortal realm quickly, enabling them to directly ascend to the immortal realm and avoid any unnecessary complications. He would need to consult his sister on this matter. Chapter 268. A Crisis at the Immortal Illusion Palace. Tianwu Continent. As Chen pursued the 2 fortune-tellers, he broke through the dimensional barriers to the immortal realm. Chen's name resounded throughout the continent. Immortal Illusion Palace. Huangji's pregnancy had yet to show, but today was undoubtedly the most critical day for the Immortal Illusion Palace. The reason was simple. With Chen's departure to the immortal realm, all the top forces across the continent were stirring restlessly. The cause was clear. Chen's talent and cultivation speed were truly terrifying. Moreover, it was speculated that Chen, upon leaving the Tianwu continent for the immortal realm, would certainly have left behind valuable items for his wife, which they yearned to seize for themselves. If Chen were present, Even 1,000 of them would not dare to provoke the immortal illusion palace, unless they were courting death. But now, Chen was absent, having ascended to the immortal realm. It was a well-known fact that anyone who ascended to the immortal realm could not return to the lower realms. After all, lower and medium realms cannot traverse the divide, and no one had yet managed to return from the immortal realm to the Tianwu continent. Even Chen, no matter how astonishing, could not accomplish that. The continent's top forces numbered in the dozens, including the Pandang clan. If Chen were present, even the Pandang clan would be too frightened to act rashly. Yet now, the Pandang clan sought not only to seize treasures, but also to exact revenge. Su Shitian and Su Tianyuan were seething with rage. Su Chen's tyranny had led to the complete annihilation of the Pandang pool, a devastating blow for the clan. Elder, if we destroy the immortal illusion palace this time, can we claim Huangji for myself? Su Tianyuan's gaze was icy. Just the thought of the Pandang pool being devoured by Su Chen ignited an endless fury within him. He had not anticipated Su Chen's swift ascension to the immortal realm. This debt must be settled. Su Shitian understood the sect leader's resentment and did not speak further, merely nodding in agreement. Very well. Thank you, Elder. Su Chen. Originally you bore the Pandang bloodline and should have belonged to our clan, yet your arrogance left us without any legacy. We cannot be blamed. Elder, this time, all the top forces are united. We may not even gain an advantage. Su Shitian nodded, understanding that revenge was secondary. The primary goal was to seize the treasures Su Chen left behind. It was universally acknowledged that before departing, Su Chen would undoubtedly leave valuable items for his family. Who would acquire these treasures depended solely on their luck. Not only the Pandang clan, but all major top forces were hastening to the immortal illusion palace. In a secluded courtyard of the immortal illusion palace, Huangji languidly reclined on a stone chair, basking in the sunlight, experiencing an indescribable comfort. Sister, something is amiss. Seventh sister, what is it? Can you not see that eldest sister is sunbathing? Ban Xin appeared anxious as she addressed her elder sister. Eldest sister, I just received news that all the top forces on the continent have united and are heading here, reportedly to seize what brother-in-law left behind. Brother-in-law left in haste and did not leave anything behind. Everyone was furious. They understood that brother-in-law had pursued the two fortune-tellers in such haste that he had directly breached the barriers and gone to the immortal realm, leaving nothing behind. However, they also recognized brother-in-law's extraordinary talent and unparalleled cultivation speed. Regardless of whether he left anything, they would still attempt to claim it. After all, brother-in-law had departed for the immortal realm, and without his deterrence, the various forces on the continent no longer regarded the immortal illusion palace with the same reverence. In the face of such circumstances, to claim they were unafraid would be deceitful. After all, without brother-in-law at the immortal illusion palace, they could not possibly contend against dozens of top forces. Taking a deep breath, Huangji declared, when the soldiers come, we will defend. When the water rises, we will block it. Even if we must perish, we will drag them down with us. Zimeng shook her head, saying, eldest sister, we need not confront them head-on, especially as you are with child. Xianji also remarked, Zimeng is right. Master, what should we do now? Temporarily avoid them. None of us wish to leave. But faced with this situation, we have no choice but to retreat for now. Are we to throw our lives away for no reason? That would be futile. Chapter 269. Finally, they have returned. At that moment, Long Yuan, Long Yu, and Long Ba appeared simultaneously, bowing before Huangji. How did it go? Ban Xin inquired anxiously upon seeing the three dragons return. This time, the three dragons ventured to the ancestor dragon clan in search of reinforcements. As the clan is one of the paramount forces on the continent. Most crucially, the peak powerhouse, Long Kuei, has already submitted to Su Chen. Under normal circumstances, Long Kuei would undoubtedly lead the ancestor dragon clan to assist. Long Yu let out a deep sigh, expressing his helplessness. Mistress, Long Kuei has stated that his duty is to follow his master. Since his master has ascended to the celestial realm, he will not involve himself in matters concerning the immortal illusion palace on the Tianwu continent. Long Kuei's indifference? The ancestor dragon clan's non-involvement? The furious Ban Xian and her companions exchanged chilling glances, akin to the descent of icy mountains. Long Kuei truly is ungrateful. He should have been eradicated by my brother-in-law back then, such a wretched ingrate. My brother-in-law has already ascended to the celestial realm and is unaware of the situation here. Faced with the united front of dozens of top-tier forces, Long Kuei would certainly be too intimidated to intervene. How I wish we could inform my brother-in-law. Wishing is one thing, achieving it is another. After all, they are on the Tianwu continent, while Su Chen resides in the celestial realm, separated by two planes of existence. Informing him is nearly impossible. If even the ancestor dragon clan refuses to intervene, How shall they confront the coalition of dozens of top-tier forces? Huang Ji caressed her belly. She could perish, but her unborn child must not come to harm. We must leave at once. Very well. Just as Huang Ji and the others prepared to depart, a terrifying aura surged forth. Report to the sect master. The major forces outside have sealed all exits. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. They understood all too well what it meant for the major forces to blockade their escape. Leaving was now out of the question. You six, remember, even if we must fight to the death, we must ensure Huang Ji's safe departure. Yes, master. Huang Ji stood up and headed straight for the exit. Everyone was taken aback, fearing for her safety, and quickly followed suit. In the vast emptiness, dozens of top-tier forces were densely packed with martial artists. The foremost warriors turned their gazes toward Huang Ji and the others, all eyes shifting to the Panding clan. Many were already aware that Su Chen hails from a branch of the Panding clan, which he had completely devoured, annihilating the very foundation of the clan. The clan's ancestor, Su Shitian, coldly regarded Huang Ji before stating, Huang Ji, if you obediently hand over the items left by Su Chen, we can show mercy and spare the Immortal Illusion Palace this time. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences. The Immortal Illusion Palace? Without Su Chen's presence, it could barely be considered a second-rate force, let alone facing this so-called coalition of top-tier forces. Even a single superpower could effortlessly annihilate the Immortal Illusion Palace. There is no comparison whatsoever. Huang Ji smiled, cradling her belly, and murmured, even if I die, I will take you with me. You must believe that your father will one day return to avenge us. Do not be afraid. Huang Ji, wait. You go first. We will hold them off. Hold them off? How? Huang Ji was acutely aware that, in this situation, the Immortal Illusion Palace would have no chance whatsoever. None of them, including herself, could hope to leave alive. At that moment, Huang Ji prepared herself for martyrdom, resolute not to compromise, even in death. Su Shitian, it seems you have forgotten the past. But listen well, all of you. My husband will surely return one day, and then you shall all pay the price. At her words, all present erupted into laughter, their faces adorned with mockery. Could Su Chen truly return from the celestial realm? It was absurd. No one could ever return to the Tianwu continent once they had ascended to the celestial realm, including Su Chen himself. It was precisely this understanding that emboldened them to act. Huang Ji, it seems you wish to lead the Immortal Illusion Palace to its demise. If that is the case, we shall grant your wish. Not wanting to waste any more time, just as the major forces prepared to strike, a thunderous roar reverberated through the void. At that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to shatter. Chapter 270. This time I return to take you to the celestial realm. The boundless void roared, accompanied by a terrifying cacophony that echoed throughout the heavens. The void ruptured, with countless fissures spreading across the world. As they felt the immense pressure of the terrifying aura, it was as though the very heavens were bearing down upon them. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded, staring in astonishment at the ruptured void from which a young man emerged. Ha ha ha, everyone, I have returned. His exuberant voice resonated through the emptiness. All present were left speechless, none having anticipated that Su Chen, who had departed the Tianwu continent for the celestial realm, would return. They stood paralyzed, their faces pale with fear. The tales of Su Chen pursuing the two fortune-tellers to the celestial realm had spread throughout the Tianwu continent. Who among them could suppress Su Chen? No one. Ban Xian and the others were equally stunned, gazing at the young man who strode forth from the void. Their brother-in-law had finally returned. The notion that someone who had ascended to the celestial realm could come back seemed unbelievable, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Ignoring everyone else, Su Chen approached Huang Ji and opened his arms. Chen Gu. She leaped into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ban Xian and the others sighed deeply, knowing that if it weren't for their brother-in-law's timely return, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Shitian and the others turned pale, staring at Su Chen's return in shock, unsure of how to respond. It's all right now. Chen Gu, please don't leave me again. Huang Ji genuinely feared that Su Chen might depart from her once more. She clung tightly to him, unwilling to let go. This time I return to take you to the celestial realm. Is that true? She suddenly lifted her head, fixating her gaze on the proximity of Chen Gu. A hint of disbelief in her eyes. She understood that to ascend to the celestial realm, one must first break through to the pinnacle tribulation saint level. Otherwise, stepping into the celestial realm would be nearly impossible. Yet, she chose to trust the one she loved. Since Chen Gu had descended from the celestial realm, he surely had the means to take her with him. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "You don't believe me? I do believe. Long Yuan, Long Yu." And Long Ba simultaneously knelt, declaring, "We pay our respects to our master." Su Chen cast a satisfied glance at the three dragons and nodded approvingly. "You have all done well." Elated, The three dragons felt a surge of relief. This time, they had indeed placed their bets wisely. Su Shitian clasped his fists and smiled. Congratulations on your return, Sect Master Su. Congratulations. All the major forces present were rendered pale, their faces painted with forced smiles. Ultimately, it underscored the fear that everyone harbored for Su Chen. After all, he had already subdued the two fortune-tellers, both of whom were at the pinnacle tribulation saint level. Su Chen's pursuit of them to the celestial realm was a testament to his formidable strength. Now that Su Chen has returned from the celestial realm, it can only signify one thing. He may indeed have slain the two diviners, and they find themselves utterly perplexed as to how he accomplished such a feat, managing to traverse back to the Tianwu continent. After all, such an event has never transpired throughout the entire Tianwu continent. Regardless of how Su Chen achieved this, everyone comprehends one undeniable truth. His prowess is sufficient to sweep across the Tianwu continent, and even if they were to unite their forces, they would likely still be no match for him. They dare not provoke him, nor do they wish to. They are acutely aware of the dire consequences that await should they gamble and lose. In the face of life and death, the concept of face becomes mere clouds. Chapter 271. The formidable Su Chen, terrifying the continent. Su Chen remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding, surveying everyone before him. He had not anticipated that upon his departure, the paramount forces of the Tianwu continent would conspire to converge upon the immortal illusion palace. The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him. Fortuitously, he had returned in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been unthinkable, for the immortal illusion palace, given its strength, would surely have been no match for these individuals. His eyes, shadowed with a tempestuous killing intent, bore into the crowd. Thud, thud. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, many fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Damn it. Even if you have returned from the celestial realm, what difference does it make? I refuse to believe you can face 1,000 alone. Everyone listen. We are all doomed. We might as well band together and attempt to eliminate Su Chen. You are right, Brother Xiao, others echoed. Given the circumstances, he will not relent. We might as well fight to the death. If we kill Su Chen, we can divide the treasures he possesses. Many were acutely aware that the situation had escalated to this point. Su Chen would undoubtedly seek vengeance, since death loomed over them regardless. They might as well engage in a desperate struggle, perhaps turning the tide in their favor. Su Chen, if you take them to the celestial realm, we shall let today's event slide. Otherwise, if war breaks out, you may not survive to return. Su Chen, I advise you to recognize the situation, the wise adapt. There is no need for you to perish here. The two from the Pandang clan, Su Shitian and his companion, did not kneel, yet their eyes flickered uncertainly, unsure of their next move. They understood Su Chen's nature well. Having reached the gates of the immortal illusion palace, they believed he would undoubtedly take action. Would they sit idly by and await their doom? Su Shitian remarked with a smile. Su Chen, you remain a member of the Pandang clan. We have merely come to observe today's events. We have matters to attend to and shall take our leave. Just as Su Shitian and his companions turned to depart. Bang! Everyone from the Pandang clan exploded, their bodies disintegrating into clouds of blood mist, the acrid scent of blood revealing the horrifying truth of what had just transpired. Su Chen's strength was overwhelmingly potent. Unless witnessed firsthand, it would be hard to believe that Su Shitian and his companions had possessed no means of resistance. Master Su, we truly recognize our errors. Please grant us another chance. We, of the Haotian sect, are willing to submit. From this day forth, we shall be but your loyal hounds. You direct us east, and we shall not dare venture west. You say one, and we shall not dare say two. We beg you, Master Su, spare our lives. Master Su, I have elderly parents and young children. I implore you. I do not wish to die. I cannot die. Various pleas for mercy rang out, accompanied by tears and trembling hearts. Some were eager to beg for their lives, while others remained indifferent, coldly regarding the youth before them. Simultaneously, several members from the top-tier forces charged towards Su Chen. In their eyes, they were all doomed. They might as well fight back. Without a hint of energy fluctuation, Su Chen's current cultivation level allowed his primordial spirit to encompass the entire Tianwu continent, let alone these individuals. Before an immortal, these so-called martial artists were nothing more than ants. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, all remaining bodies began to explode violently, transforming into blood mist that spread through the air, coalescing into a sea of blood. Brother-in-law's strength seems to have surged, witnessing the slaughter before her. Ban Xin was astonished, staring blankly at her brother-in-law, overwhelmed by his formidable power. Of course, for he has descended from the celestial realm. Any casual immortal warrior could sweep across the entire Tianwu continent, not to mention our brother-in-law, who is a peerless genius. Now that he has come down, he will surely take us to the celestial realm. I am truly eager to discover what the celestial realm truly is. Their faces filled with admiration. They gazed intently at the youth before them. Their brother-in-law was simply too powerful. The remaining individuals wore expressions of sheer terror, having surmised that Su Chen's strength far exceeded their previous understanding. His return from the celestial realm alone indicated that he had likely attained the realm of an immortal. One must ask, throughout the entire Tianwu continent, who could possibly rival an immortal warrior from the celestial realm? The Tianwu continent and the celestial realm are entirely different concepts. It can be asserted that even the weakest immortal warrior could easily slay the strongest warrior of the continent. This epitomizes the vast chasm between the two realms. Chapter 272. The Massacre of the Ancestral Dragon Clan. The Price of Betrayal. Su Chen's might vastly exceeded everyone's comprehension. 3 words encapsulate it: too strong. No one could provoke Su Chen without meeting a swift demise, not even those at the saintly calamity realm. All those remaining knelt in desperate supplication. Yet, under the dominion of Su Chen's primordial spirit, their bodies erupted, dispersing into blood mist. Brother-in-law, wait for me a moment. Su Chen's primordial spirit enveloped the entirety of the continent. All forces that had descended upon the immortal illusion palace, regardless of their origins, were ruthlessly exterminated. The superpowers, including the Pandang clan, were obliterated in an instant. The ancestral dragon clan, Long Kuei, lay languidly on the ground, fast asleep. He was indifferent to the troubles encountered by the immortal illusion palace, feeling no connection to them. After all, his master had already ascended to the celestial realm, and he assumed that he was unaware of the events transpiring on the Tianwu continent. In Long Kuei's perspective, even if the ancestral dragon clan intervened, they could not possibly alter the tide of battle. The reason was simple: dozens of top-tier forces united. Even the ancestral dragon clan would be unable to withstand such a collective, to say nothing of a single top-tier force. The ancestral dragon clan could not be assured of a successful defense, sacrificing the ancestral dragon clan in vain. Damn it! At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly descended, enveloping the entire ancestral dragon clan. A shiver ran down Long Kuei's spine. He abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze filled with dread as he beheld the illusory figure materializing in the void before him. Long Kuei thought he was imagining things, rubbing his dragon eyes vigorously to ensure he was not hallucinating, affirming once more that the figure indeed belonged to his master. His master had actually descended from the celestial realm. How could this be possible? It was common knowledge, no matter who it may be. Regardless of how extraordinarily talented one is, ascending to the celestial realm renders it utterly impossible to return. This is an indisputable fact, even for the master. Yet now, as he gazes upon the figure of his master materializing before him, Long Kuei is acutely aware that, regardless of how his master achieved this, he understands one thing with utmost clarity. Due to the soul sacrifice, his master could effortlessly extinguish him in mere moments. There is not the slightest glimmer of opportunity, and to claim he is unafraid would be an outright deception. Greetings, master. He immediately kneels, filled with reverence. In his heart, Long Kuei curses vehemently, lamenting that his greatest fear has indeed come to pass. He had hoped that with his master's departure to the celestial realm, he would find liberation. Who could have anticipated that his master would truly descend from the heavens? Master? The figure manifesting in the void is none other than Su Chen. The projection cast upon the Zulong clan, coldly observing Long Kuei before him, uttering icily, "Do you still regard me as your master?" Whether the Zulong clan could withstand the combined might of numerous forces is one matter. Whether they actually can is another entirely. Long Kuei and the Zulong clan's decision to retreat rather than assist the Xianhuan palace is indeed a sufficient display of servitude. Long Kuei certainly comprehends his master's intent. His face pales with terror as he repeatedly bows his head, pleading for mercy. "Master, I acknowledge my error. I merely wish to preserve our strength. When they strike, I will seize the chance to rescue the matriarch." Utter nonsense. Even now, Long Kuei persists in his delusions. Su Chen's gaze grows ever colder. He harbors an intense aversion to betrayal, and for traitors, he shows no mercy whatsoever. Just as he had done with the treacherous fat Zhu Xian, who was cast into the body of a dog, becoming the celestial hound that guards the heavenly court. As for the Zulong clan, Su Chen feels no compassion. Having dared to betray him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Boom. The terrifying primordial spirit envelopes the entirety of the Zulong clan, and the dragons, oblivious to the unfolding calamity, begin to explode one after another, transforming into a mist of blood. The massacre of the Zulong clan serves as a lesson imparted by Su Chen, a price that the Zulong clan must pay. There is no need to inquire or speculate. Long Kuei fully grasps what his master is currently enacting. Daring not utter any further words, nor move a muscle, he understands his master's character all too well. After all, he was the one who betrayed first. Even if the Zulong clan were to be annihilated, as long as he could preserve his life, that would suffice. In a mere few seconds, the once mighty Zulong clan has been slaughtered to near extinction, leaving only Long Kuei, kneeling on the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Chapter 273. Your soul shall enter the cycle of reincarnation, living lifetimes as a duck. With a mere flick of his hand, the entire Zulong clan is obliterated. Such is the power of the master, overwhelmingly formidable, leaving no room for even the slightest thought of resistance. Furthermore, due to the soul's sacrifice, with just a thought, his master can obliterate him at any moment. Master, I implore you, spare me. From this moment forth, I shall never dare again. Su Chen's ethereal form approaches Long Kuei. In his icy gaze lies a tempest of murderous intent, growing more furious with each passing moment. It is fortunate he returned in time, otherwise, the Xianhuan palace would undoubtedly have been slaughtered to the last. What angers him most is that his servant Long Kuei and the Zulong clan chose to stand idly by. I shall cast your soul into the cycle of reincarnation, forcing you to live lifetimes as a duck. Upon hearing these words, Long Kuei's body trembles violently. While others may not be capable of such a feat, his master undoubtedly can. He recognizes the immense strength of his master. Master, I beg you. Long Kuei pleads. I shall never dare again. Please, spare my life. Su Chun refrains from further discourse, summoning the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, unleashing a terrifying force of reincarnation that envelopes Long Kuei's colossal dragon form. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Long Kuei's body collapses, his soul being drawn into the cycle of reincarnation. Xianhuan Palace. The boundary-breaking talisman can only sustain for an hour. Su Chun has resolved to take Huang Ji and the others with him to the celestial realm. Such occurrences must never transpire again. Merely contemplating it fills him with dread. Brother-in-law, with our cultivation, can we truly reach the celestial realm? Su Chun replies with a smile. The celestial realm is home to many ordinary warriors, and I have already taken measures. When you arrive, I shall lend you my utmost assistance in breaking through. Then let us hasten our departure. Nodding, Su Chun produces a Qian bag, stating, you all must enter. Huang Ji and the others file in without delaying further, and Su Chun, clutching the Qian bag, vanishes from the Tianwu continent. Celestial Realm. In the first domain of the Celestial Realm, the Jiesian sect. Observing the newly arrived individuals, Su Shui smiles. Welcome to the Celestial Realm. I have prepared a training ground for you. Inside, you will find resources for cultivation. I believe that within a matter of months, you should be able to break through to the realm of immortals, or even attain a higher level. Su Chen introduces, this is my sister, Su Shui, the sect master of Jiesian. Greetings, sect master. Sister? The others ponder when Su Chun acquired a sister in the celestial realm. Despite their curiosity, they refrain from questioning further. Su Chun quickly arranges for everyone to enter, leaving only Huang Ji behind. Am I not to enter for cultivation? Huang Ji feels quite curious, unsure why Chen Gu has left her alone. Huang Ji, I have other plans for you. Leading Huang Ji away, Su Chun does not follow, as he trusts his sister entirely. Huang Ji, already pregnant, requires a special place for her cultivation. An hour later, brother, I have made arrangements for your sister-in-law. However, you must prepare yourself. She will not emerge for a while. Nodding, Su Chun comprehends his sister's meaning. He does not dwell on Huang Ji's circumstances, recognizing that her training at the Jiesian sect is undoubtedly beneficial. The heavenly court has begun to take shape, and with the assistance of the Jiesian sect, he believes its establishment will accelerate exponentially. Sister, how much do you know about the Dragon Clan? With the heavenly court on the verge of establishment, he requires forces to reside within it, and after much contemplation, the Dragon Clan appears to be the most suitable power. Holding the Dragon Prison Ring, he possesses the means to subdue any Dragon Clan, and with formidable subordinates by his side, he must first secure the Dragon Clan. Su Shui is uncertain about her brother's intentions, but responds, every domain in the celestial realm hosts Dragon Clans. However, the most powerful ones reside within the first domain of our celestial realm. As anticipated, Su Chun had already surmised that the strongest dragon clans would undoubtedly be in the first domain of the celestial realm, as it encompasses the pinnacle of all celestial domains, nearly encompassing all top-tier forces. Other celestial domains have their dragon clans, yet the mightiest ones are indeed found within the first domain. Within the first domain of the celestial realm, 4 major dragon clans exist: the Eastern Dragon Clan, the Western Dragon Clan, the Southern Dragon Clan, and the Northern Dragon Clan, with the Northern Dragon Clan being the weakest. Sister, do you know where the 4 major dragon clans are located? Of course. Give me. What do you intend to do? Su Shui is taken aback, uncertain of her brother's true intentions. Chapter 274. hooking the demon child Neza. I wish to pay a visit to the dragon clan. This revelation startles her immensely. Su Shirshua's countenance abruptly shifted, and she urgently implored, "Brother, I advise you against venturing forth." The dragon clan stands as the apex of existence within the beast realm, and when faced with incursions from other planes in the past, they sustained virtually no losses. Understanding his sister's intentions, Su Chen could hardly feign ignorance. "Sister, trust me." His unwavering gaze fixed upon his sibling, Su Shirshua was genuinely concerned. Yet, she comprehended that her brother was no fool, unwilling to throw his life away recklessly. Ultimately, Su Shirshua divulged the locations of the 4 great dragon clans to Su Chen. Upon returning to his residence, Su Chen resolved to undertake one last bout of fishing before departing from the Jixian sect to journey to the dragon clan. His previous experience of fishing up a formidable servant had indeed proven advantageous, for that individual was of the caliber of a creation immortal emperor. Summoning the chaos fishing rod, an aura of chaos enveloped him instantaneously. Taking a deep breath, he hoped to reel in something extraordinary this time. The fishing line stretched infinitely, and with a powerful flick, Su Chen cast it forth. The golden hook pierced through layers of void, vanishing without a trace. As dusk fell, atop a red-tiled high wall lay a child with 2 dark, large eyes framed by slender brows, appearing rather despondent as he mumbled to himself, "I am a little demon. Carefree and unrestrained, killing without a blink, devouring without restraint, 7 or 8 at a time, then relieving myself in the outhouse, only to discover there's no paper." Spitting out a mouthful of saliva, the child rose, his gaze drawn to the tremors reverberating through the void, bewildered. What in the world is that? At that moment, a golden hook sliced through the air, carrying a terrifying aura that enveloped the child in an instant. "Damn, where are you taking me?" "To the immortal realm. The first domain, Jixian sect." In the secluded courtyard, gazing at the entity successfully reeled in by the chaos fishing rod, Su Chen was utterly dumbfounded. The demon child Neza? He recalled watching a film titled Demon Child Descends before his traversing, never anticipating that he would fish up Neza this time. Feeling somewhat weakened, as each fishing endeavor drained a considerable amount of his primordial spirit, he addressed Neza. "Neza, greet your master." Nodding, Su Chen was well aware of Neza's formidable prowess, though he remained uncertain of the extent of his cultivation within this immortal realm. "System, please assess Neza's cultivation level." The system merely conducted a scan. Yet Su Chen gradually discerned that whenever he posed queries that the system could answer, it would invariably respond. According to the system's assessment, Neza's cultivation level aligns with that of the formidable servant, both being creation immortal emperors. Oh, a glimmer of delight sparked within Su Chen. He understood the significance of being a creation immortal emperor, as it represented one of the pinnacle existences in the immortal realm. With a formidable servant by his side, and now Neza as well, both being creation immortal emperors, he felt quite fortunate. To continue fishing, I need to restore my primordial spirit. You too, accompany me. Yes. After notifying his sister, Su Chen promptly took the formidable servant and Neza with him. As for the establishment of the heavenly court, it merely required the construction of palaces and the like. The most crucial aspect was to amass power, with the dragon clan being the prime target. Just as Su Chen prepared to depart, Su Shirshua halted him. "Sister, what is it?" "Brother, I just received an invitation from the Ice and Snow sect, stating that the Qingfeng sect has designated a heavenly saint's son, and they wish for you to attend. I believe it would be beneficial for you to go and help promote the heavenly court. Were it anyone else attempting to establish a heavenly court without authorization, they would undoubtedly face obliteration. However, in Su Chen's case, Su Shirshua refrained from voicing further objections and suppressed the discontent of the entire Jixian sect. Brother, my Jixian sect has always maintained amicable relations with the Ice and Snow sect, and Qingfeng is a dear sister of mine. Would you do this for me?" Observing the pleading glimmer in his sister's eyes, Su Chen, who initially had no intention of attending, ultimately nodded in agreement. "Sister, I will accompany you." "Excellent." Chapter 275. Look at that child. He looks so amusing. The Ice and Snow sect was situated atop the peak of the Ice and Snow mountain, surrounded by a wintry expanse that felt as though one had plunged into an icy abyss. The Ice and Snow sect boasted formidable strength, with its leader, Qingfeng, being a harmonization immortal emperor. This occasion witnessed the attendance of various great sects, all arriving to congratulate the Ice and Snow sect. The rationale was simple. The Ice and Snow sect had extended invitations to all major sections. Who would dare offend the Ice and Snow sect? The reason for the invitation stemmed from the sudden awakening of Yan Wushuang, the closed-door disciple of the sect master Qingfeng, who had manifested the innate Tao body holy embryo, thereby being directly appointed as the heavenly saint's son, elevating her status above all others. In a tranquil and elegant courtyard, Sister Wushuang, You truly awakened the innate Tao body holy embryo? Su Yi inquired with astonishment, fully aware of the significance of such an awakening. Su Jifei, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy, yet her sentiments were predominantly those of blessing. Yan Wushuang's beauty was rivaled only by Su Jifei, perhaps even surpassing it. The two women had been close friends for many years, as Yan Wushuang hailed from the Tai Su immortal domain. It was for this reason that, upon being recognized as the heavenly saint's son, she extended an invitation to Su Jifei. With a smile, Yan Wushuang nodded, saying, "I did not anticipate this either. My master mentioned that the innate Tao body holy embryo I awakened is likely unparalleled in the entire immortal realm. Shortly, I will retreat to the secret realm for cultivation. And I believe that within a century, I shall ascend to the immortal emperor realm. A century to reach the immortal emperor realm. What an astonishing cultivation speed." Both Su Jifei and Su Yi were filled with envy. The immortal emperor represents the supreme existence, the strongest in the immortal realm, capable of commanding the elements. Across the vast expanse of the immortal realm, countless martial artists harbored the ultimate dream of ascending to the immortal emperor level. Such an achievement is not merely a matter of envy, as not everyone can awaken the innate Tao body holy embryo. It is unlikely that a second individual could be found throughout the immortal realm, a feat that even luck cannot guarantee. Sighing, Su Yi remarked, "Sister Wushuang, I have come to the first domain and do not intend to return. I wish to join the Ice and Snow sect. May I?" Su Jifei had something to say, but ultimately held her tongue. She too desired to remain in the Ice and Snow sect. For the disparity between Tai Su City and the Ice and Snow sect was evident, and staying would undoubtedly offer greater opportunities for development. Without a moment's hesitation, Yan Wushuang smiled and replied, "Of course. Once I inherit the title of Heavenly Saint Son, I will speak to my master about accepting both of you as disciples." Thank you, Sister Wushuang. There's no need for formality. My relationship with your sister warrants no such courtesy. Su Yi seemed to recall something, saying, "Sister Wushuang, I have a favor to ask. Someone has been bullying me. What has happened, little sister?" Without further ado, Su Yi recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yan Wushuang contemplated for a moment before stating, "The Celestial Emperor puppet indeed poses some complications. In the past, it may have seemed insurmountable, but now, as I am poised to become the holy son of the Celestial sect, I have every confidence that dealing with a mere Celestial Emperor puppet will present no challenge." "Thank you, Sister Wushuang." Yan Wushuang smiled lightly, dismissing the notion of a Celestial Emperor puppet with a flick of her wrist. The Ice and Snow Celestial sect could effortlessly annihilate such an entity. Outside the magnificent palace of the Ice and Snow Celestial sect, a vast square thronged with a sea of heads, as the masters and elders from various celestial sects had all gathered. Su Shixue and Su Chen arrived with several elders, including the demon child and the ruthless man. "Look at that child. He looks rather amusing, with those dark circles under his eyes and eyebrows as thin as hair." The demon child's appearance was indeed peculiar. "Master, I am quite vexed. Do not cause trouble." "Oh," with a melancholic nod. The demon child's gaze turned somewhat indifferent as he surveyed his surroundings. The ruthless man, veiled and emanating a chilling aura, caused anyone who dared approach to shudder involuntarily. "They are coming out." Following his sister's gesture, Su Chun turned his attention to the figures emerging from the grand hall. Whether it was Qing Feng, the sect master of the Ice and Snow Celestial sect, or Yan Wushuang, both were unparalleled beauties. Chapter 276, A Pig and a Child. According to his sister, Yan Wushuang had awakened the innate Tao body holy fetus, which led to her being designated as the holy son by the Ice and Snow Celestial sect. Su Chun was acutely aware of the significance of the innate Tao body holy fetus. With the unwavering support of the Ice and Snow Celestial sect, he believed that her cultivation would progress at an astounding pace, and ascending to Celestial Emperor status would be a mere formality. It was merely a question of how far Yan Wushuang would ultimately ascend. Qing Feng, the sect master of the Ice and Snow Celestial sect, began with some monotonous opening remarks. Su Chun languidly reclined beside Su Shixue, flanked by two creation Celestial Emperors. Should others discover this, one could only imagine their astonishment. A creation Celestial Emperor was a figure of great prestige wherever they roamed. Yet now, they could only stand idly by. Chirp, chirp. Observing the plump little creature emerging from his embrace, Su Chen affectionately stroked its fur and inquired, "Have you pinpointed the treasure?" The little creature's adorable eyes twinkled as it nodded vigorously. Su Chun felt a pang of frustration. He understood all too well the implications of a treasure being identified by the treasure pig. To simply abandon such a choice was utterly impractical. However, this was the Ice and Snow Celestial sect. It was not fear of the sect that restrained him, but rather his sister's connection to it, as she was close friends with the sect master. "Sister, what is it?" Su Xianxia looked at her younger brother with tender affection, her face radiating concern and guilt. Sister, if anything happens, please urge your good sister not to act impulsively. Qingfeng. Indeed. With a curious expression, Su Xianxia wondered what her brother meant, asking, what might happen? Su Chen chuckled softly and released the little creature. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to act. To possess a treasure and not seize it would be foolish. Whoosh. The little creature darted forward in an instant. To ensure its safety, Su Chen promptly instructed, Demon Child, follow the little creature. Yes, master. The demon child immediately took off in pursuit. Qingfeng surveyed the thronging crowd before her, feeling a sense of satisfaction and excitement. This display reflected well on the ice and snow celestial sect's strength, especially now that the sect had produced an innate Tao body holy fetus. It was certain that a celestial emperor of great renown would emerge from the ice and snow celestial sect in the future. At that moment, a charming little pig appeared before Yan Wushuang. Gazing at the diminutive creature, no larger than 2 palms, she couldn't help but exclaim, what an adorable pig. Where did this pig come from? Qingfeng's expression darkened, yet she refrained from intervening, viewing it merely as a pig. As the little creature made its entrance, the demon child followed closely behind, looking rather nonchalant. Whose child is this? Take it away immediately. Yes. Qingfeng was genuinely incensed. A pig? A child? What was the meaning of this? They were clearly here to stir up trouble, and it was already a considerable mercy that they had not been executed on the spot. For the ice and snow celestial sect's reputation was paramount. The 2 celestial lords advanced towards the little pig and the demon child, who seemed unperturbed, fully aware that the demon child had been sent by its master to protect it. Get lost. With no discernible fluctuation of energy, the demon child unleashed 2 powerful punches, locking onto the 2 individuals, whose expressions transformed into sheer horror as they realized the audacity of this seemingly innocuous child. Their bodies were forcibly restrained, and despite their frantic attempts to break free, they could only watch helplessly as their forms disintegrated, transforming into 2 clouds of blood mist. What? The entire assembly fell into silence. All present stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene, bewildered as to how an assault on 2 celestial lords of the ice and snow celestial sect could occur. Was this not the ice and snow celestial sect? As the premier power in the celestial realm, who would dare provoke them? They gazed intently. Is this some special performance prepared by the ice and snow celestial sect? Are you foolish? Do you really think this is a special performance? Are they slapping their own faces for entertainment? Whose child is this? So audacious to challenge the ice and snow celestial sect and commit murder on such an occasion. I recognize this child. He seems to be from the robbery celestial sect. The robbery celestial sect? At the mention of this name, all eyes turned towards Su Xianxia. Su Xianxia was utterly bewildered. She indeed recognized the child. According to her brother, this child was his minion and bodyguard, known as the demon child. As for its power, she had no knowledge. In that instant, Su Xianxia finally grasped the meaning behind her brother's earlier words. Sister, if anything happens, please urge your good sister not to act impulsively. That was what her brother had just said. Initially confused, she now realized it was a deliberate provocation. Su Xianxia found it incomprehensible. This was her brother's first visit to the ice and snow celestial sect, with no prior grievances, so why instigate trouble on such an occasion? Brother, what is happening? Summon your people back immediately. Chapter 277. Let my celestial beast investigate. Su Xianxia was frantic, utterly at a loss as to why her brother would provoke the ice and snow celestial sect. In her father's era, the robbery celestial sect would undoubtedly have been able to suppress the ice and snow celestial sect. However, at present, the ice and snow celestial sect's strength indeed surpassed that of the robbery celestial sect. Most importantly, she and Qingfeng shared a long-standing friendship, and the 2 sects maintained a cordial relationship. This was undoubtedly her error. Sister, please inform sect master Qingfeng that I am willing to compensate for any losses. Su Chen was also somewhat vexed. The demon child was loyal to him, yet his temperament was far too wild, mirroring Su Chen's own nature. He would not hold it against the demon child. After all, it was only natural for a servant to reflect the character of their master. Watching the 2 individuals being mercilessly slaughtered left Qingfeng in a state of bewilderment. With a cold gaze fixed upon the child before her, she furiously commanded, kill him. Sister, please refrain from taking action. At that moment, Su Xianxia's figure abruptly materialized beside Qingfeng, immediately conveying through their spiritual connection, Sister, they are my brother's people. Utterly ignorant of the situation, I implore you to spare them for my sake. Fixing a penetrating stare on Su Xianxia, Qingfeng was astounded to discover that her beloved younger sister was entangled in this matter, which only fueled her fury. Take them away first. Had it been anyone else, regardless of who it was, she would have acted without hesitation, for the reputation of the Ice and Snow Immortal sect was of utmost importance. However, her bond with Su Xianxia prevented her from tearing their relationship asunder, and she was loath to become enemies with the Jiesian sect. Very well. Su Xianxia turned her gaze toward her brother in the distance. Su Chen stood up, smiling as he addressed Qi Feng, Sect Master Qing Feng. My celestial beast senses a unique aura on Yin Wushuang. I hope you can grant me a favor and allow my celestial beast to investigate. Once it retrieves what it desires, it will depart on its own. How does that sound? What? The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Everyone, including Su Jifei and Su Yi, stared at the young man in disbelief, utterly astonished. They could hardly fathom encountering Su Chen here, much less his audacious provocation of the sect master of the Ice and Snow Immortal sect. It must be noted that the Ice and Snow Immortal sect was one of the supreme forces in the immortal realm. Sister, is this person seeking death? Even with an immortal emperor puppet by his side, he stands no chance before the Ice and Snow Immortal sect. Su Yi was deeply shocked, never expecting to run into Su Chen here. Su Jifei, however, shook her head, saying, Look, the sect master of the Jiesian sect seems to be conversing with sect master Qing Feng. Su Chen's audacity surely stems from the backing of the Jiesian sect. It is said that the Jiesian sect is nowhere near the Ice and Snow Immortal sect, especially on a day like today. Nodding, Su Jifei was equally astounded. Yin Wushuang's expression shifted drastically. The other party was clearly provoking them. Her master had already informed her of this person's identity, and for Su Xianxia's sake, she had intended to resolve this matter later. But now, this individual had gone too far, brazenly challenging the Ice and Snow Immortal sect. Even though Su Xianxia enjoyed a good relationship with her master, she could not overlook the dignity of her own sect. Brother, be silent. Su Xianxia urged urgently, her voice tinged with anger. She could not comprehend her brother's actions. Was he truly willing to incite open conflict between the Jiesian sect and the Ice and Snow Immortal sect, putting their lives at stake? Who are you to speak so freely before me? Today, for the sake of Sect Master Su, I shall not hold you accountable. However, I demand that you leave the Ice and Snow Immortal sect at once and never set foot here again. Yin Wushuang was furious. Yet she was mindful of Su Xianxia's reputation. She understood the relationship between her master and Su Xianxia, as well as the strength of the Jiesian sect. Qing Feng's countenance darkened, visibly strained, yet she remained silent, unwilling to sever ties with Su Xianxia, a cherished sister of many years. Su Xianxia immediately conveyed through their spiritual connection. Brother, what on earth do you intend to do? Her sister, Qing Feng, was a harmonious Tao immortal emperor, undoubtedly among the strongest. The overall strength of the Ice and Snow Immortal sect was formidable. Had it not been for her sister's regard for her, she believed they would have already acted. Filled with urgency, guilt, and regret, Su Xianxia found herself in a situation she had hoped to avoid. At that moment, she could not fathom why her brother felt compelled to provoke the Ice and Snow Immortal sect. She regretted bringing him along, as her intention had been to bolster his reputation in the heavenly realm, setting aside her relationship with Qing Feng for the time being. Her greatest concern was the fear of the Ice and Snow sect retaliating against her brother. Chapter 278, The Intimidation of Ruthless Individuals and the Demon Child. Su Xianxia understood well that should she truly incite the ire of her sister and the Ice and Snow Immortal sect, even her pleas would not save her brother from significant trouble. Before the assembled crowd, her brother's brazen actions were a blatant affront to the Ice and Snow Immortal sect. Su Chen ignored his sister. He was well aware of her concerns for him. Glancing at Yin Wushuang in the distance, he smiled and said, Yin Wushuang, if you cooperate with my celestial beast, this matter will be resolved promptly. Should you refuse, I can assure you, you will encounter great difficulties. Such arrogance, such hubris. Su Chen's domineering attitude left everyone in a state of shock, for few dared to openly challenge the Ice and Snow Immortal sect given its formidable strength and status. Su Xianxia wished to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. What could she say? Firstly, her brother was clearly unwilling to heed her counsel, choosing to ignore her regardless of her words. Her only option was to protect him with all her might, ensuring he remained unharmed. Secondly, the situation was fundamentally her brother's fault. No matter how thick-skinned she could not continue to plead with her sister. She could only prioritize her brother's safety and plan to return to the Ice and Snow Immortal sect later to apologize to her sister. Su Chen remained silent, lazily sitting back down, leaving everything to the demon child. The demon child could sense his master's intent. With hands on hips and fiery panda-like eyes, he declared angrily, Behave, or I will burn you all to ashes. Completely provoked, and considering Su Xianxia's reputation, she initially wished to avoid unnecessary conflict. Yet, the other party's aggressive stance compelled her to act. If she continued to endure, what face would the immortal sect have left? Would the ice and snow immortal sect become a laughingstock in the immortal realm? How dare the Jiesian sect provoke us at such a time? They are truly courting death. Indeed, if they dare to offend my Ghost King immortal sect, I will be the first to annihilate them. Hearing the discussions around him, the ruthless individual standing beside Su Chen erupted with an astonishing aura that enveloped the vicinity, exuding the presence of a creation immortal emperor. Locking onto those who dared to gossip. An immortal emperor. A gasp echoed through the crowd, and before anyone could react, their bodies exploded into mist at the terrifying suppression of the creation immortal emperor. No one could withstand it. Bodies burst apart, filling the air with a pungent scent of blood. Su Jifei and Su Yi looked on in horror, disbelief etched across their faces. Not only they, but everyone stood dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. No one had anticipated that Su Chen would act so decisively before the ice and snow immortal sect. The voice of the ruthless individual was cold and devoid of emotion, as if emanating from the depths of an endless hell. Whoever dares utter another word shall suffer the same fate. Those who were ruthless spoke little. Such was the nature of the ruthless. Feeling the pressure emanating from the woman, Qingfeng's expression shifted entirely, fear gripping her as she exclaimed, "A creation immortal emperor." What? A creation immortal emperor? Upon hearing sect master Qingfeng's words, a tremor coursed through everyone's hearts as they grasped the implications of a creation immortal emperor's presence. To the ordinary observer, the robbery path immortal emperor appears to be an unparalleled existence. However, the leaders and elders of various sects are well aware that the robbery path immortal emperor merely ranks among the peak of the 9 emperors of the 3 paths of immortal emperors, while the true apex is occupied by the 12 emperors of the 4 paths of immortal emperors. The fact that the creation immortal emperor holds the 11th realm speaks volumes. It is no wonder that this individual dares to be so audacious as to provoke the ice and snow immortal sect. After all, they are accompanied by the formidable creation immortal emperor, instilling such fear that onlookers retreat as though confronted by a specter. None dare to utter a word. They can only watch in horror as the bodies of the warriors who dared to speak burst apart, a testament to the palpable fear that grips them. In the presence of the creation immortal emperor, the entire immortal realm could be swept away, unless countered by a robbery path immortal emperor. Yet how many such figures are there in the vast expanse of the immortal realm? The expressions of Qing Feng and Yin Wushuang underwent a complete transformation as they stared aghast at the veiled woman in the distance, whose aura sent shivers down their spines. The momentary rage they felt vanished without a trace. Such is the law of the immortal realm. The strong prey upon the weak. If one lacks strength, they possess no right to speak. If one exudes overwhelming power, no one dares to provoke them. Had Su Chen not emanated the intimidating aura of a ruthless figure, Qing Feng would likely have acted without hesitation. Even if she held Su Shishue in regard and spared Su Chen's life, she would have sought to salvage her sect's dignity. Without a doubt. But now, with the aura released by the ruthless figure, the entire ice and snow immortal sect, along with everyone present, was thoroughly subdued. Before the creation immortal emperor, who would still dare to utter idle words? Who would dare to mock or belittle? Unless one wished for their own demise. The fate of the recently fallen warriors served as a grim warning. Su Shishue fixed her gaze intently on her brother, astonished beyond belief. She understood well where his confidence stemmed from and sighed deeply within herself. Through their spiritual connection, she conveyed, "Brother, do not act recklessly. Qing Feng is my sister. You cannot kill her, nor can you harm the ice and snow immortal sect." Hearing his sister's voice in his mind, Su Chen nodded without responding. Another creation immortal emperor. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The aura emanating from the devil child was equally terrifying. A suffocating pressure belonging to the creation immortal emperor that enveloped the entire ice and snow immortal sect. Even Qing Feng, before this overwhelming force, found herself firmly suppressed. Although the gap between the harmonious path and the creation realm is merely one level, the chasm between them is insurmountable. It can be asserted that even the weakest creation immortal emperor could easily slay the most powerful harmonious path immortal emperor with no doubt whatsoever. No one could have anticipated that the woman and child by this individual's side were legendary creation immortal emperors, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. Few would have believed it to be true. A pang of disbelief struck Su Shishue, leaving her momentarily dazed as she beheld the child before her. No one expected that this child would be a creation immortal emperor. Her brother was simply too enigmatic, having just ascended from the Tianwu continent to the immortal realm. How could he have reached such heights in such a short span? Setting aside other considerations, the presence of 2 creation immortal emperors by her brother's side was sufficient to allow him to sweep through the entire immortal realm unopposed. Who would dare to provoke him? The ice and snow immortal sect? Qing Feng. In the face of such overwhelming power, even the ice and snow immortal sect would have to comply. for the combined strength of the two creation immortal emperors could easily annihilate the entire sect at a whim. All present were rendered utterly speechless, their eyes glued to the unfolding scene. Two creation immortal emperors. When did the robbery immortal sect come to possess two creation immortal emperors? Where did Su Xirshua's brother come from? He had arrived and immediately subdued the entire assembly with the presence of two creation immortal emperors. Chapter 279, Sister Xianxia. I am wronged. I have just arrived. A profound silence enveloped the area. At that moment, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the woman and child simultaneously bowed to the young man, addressing him as master. Master? Master. The stunned expressions of everyone reflected their disbelief. Could it be that the young man was also a creation immortal emperor? Yin Wushuang, can you now acquiesce? Upon hearing this, Yin Wushuang was filled with fury, yet dared not voice her anger. In the face of such overwhelming might, she could only choose to yield. You are too kind. Please, she uttered. Just as the chubby figure approached her, their distance merely 3 centimeters apart, a deathly silence ensued. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, uncertain of what this little pig intended to do with Yin Wushuang. Like a flash of lightning, the little pig yanked a circular jade token from Yin Wushuang's neck and instantly returned to the devil child. Qingfeng's sect master, my matter is resolved. Please continue. Gazing at the languidly seated young man, Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. She dared to think it, yet would not act. Qingfeng understood all too well that should she follow through, not only would she perish, but the entire ice and snow immortal sect would likely meet the same fate. The intimidation exerted by the two creation immortal emperors caused the ice and snow immortal sect to cower. How could they proceed? Lacking any desire to engage further, Qingfeng opted for a hasty conclusion. Everyone chose to depart, aware that the ice and snow immortal sect was undoubtedly enraged to the utmost, and lingering could lead to collateral damage. They departed swiftly. Within the span of a single hour, the once vibrant scene had turned desolate. In the secluded courtyard, filled with remorse, Su Shirshua said, Sister, I am sorry. I do not know what has come over my brother. Looking at her dear sister, it would have been disingenuous to claim she was not angry. However, under the pressure of the two creation immortal emperors, Qingfeng dared not voice her frustration. With a deep sigh, she said, Sister, we have been sisters for many years. I understand you likely know nothing of this matter. I wish to request something of you. Please, sister, speak. Sister, what do you think of Yin Wushuang? Yin Wushuang? Su Shirshua, not a fool, instantly grasped her sister's intent. She nodded and remarked, Wushuang has awakened the innate Tao body sacred fetus. Her future is undoubtedly bright. Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, Wushuang's beauty rivals our own. And with her innate Tao body sacred fetus, she could even aspire to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Such a person, if married to your brother, would surely be a boon for him. With a deep sigh, Su Shirshua felt too shy to refuse and said, I will ask him. Very well. In the tranquil courtyard, Su Chun had not left the ice and snow immortal sect. The jade token obtained by the little pig contained immense power. Even the chubby figure took a good 5 minutes to absorb it, illustrating the magnitude of the strength within. Once satiated, the little pig let out a burp and nestled into Su Chen's embrace, falling into a deep slumber. Based on Su Chen's conjecture, the little pig was likely in the process of growth, requiring the consumption of vast amounts of power. Taking out the chaos fishing rod, with nothing else to do, Su Chen began to fish. His spiritual essence had already recovered, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Having previously fished two creation immortal emperors, he wondered if he might be fortunate enough to catch a robbery path immortal emperor this time. The fishing line extended endlessly, and Su Chen forcefully cast his chaotic fishing rod into the void. The golden hook sliced through the air, vanishing into the abyss. An aura of power enveloped Su Chen, reminiscent of fishing, as he began to wait patiently, curious about what treasures he might reel in. In the palace of eternal cold, Xianxia cradled the jade rabbit. Seated outside the palace, her gaze somewhat vacant, her exquisite beauty evoked profound sympathy. A sigh escaped her lips, echoing her solitude. With years spent guarding the palace of eternal cold, the depths of her loneliness remained understood by none. At that moment, a tremor rippled through the space, and a golden hook materialized, locking onto Xianxia. As she was drawn away, a voice called out, Sister Xianxia, your brother Tiangong has arrived. A man, resembling a pig yet convinced of his own handsomeness, flicked his hair and suddenly appeared before Xianxia. Martial Tiangong grinned, his gaze lingering on the beauty before him, his heart racing with desire. Do not approach, she warned. It is fine, there is no one here. The moment Martial Tiangong touched Xianxia, the aura of the golden hook wavered slightly, snatching the jade rabbit from her embrace. The rabbit vanished without a trace. Witnessing her beloved pet's disappearance, an enraged Xianxia shouted, Tiangong, return my jade rabbit. My dear sister Chang'e, I am wronged. I only just arrived. How could I dare touch your rabbit? You saw it yourself. That golden hook took your rabbit, and I had no part in it. Preposterous. Wait, if you do not return my rabbit today, I shall report you to the heavenly court. Marshal Tiangong's face fell into despair. He was utterly perplexed, clueless as to where the rabbit had vanished. Chapter 280. A feast of rabbit meat leads to a surge in cultivation. Gazing at the jade rabbit before him, Su Chen felt a twinge of confusion. Through the chaotic fishing rod, he was acutely aware of where the hook had gone. It hadn't caught Chang'e at all. It was all that Pigsy's fault. The jade rabbit possessed no cultivation, merely a pet that Chang'e cared for. Having only heard tales of the jade rabbit, Su Chen was curious about its flavor. Half an hour later, Su Xianxia entered, drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. Brother, what are you grilling? It smells delightful. Sister, come and taste, he replied. On the campfire rack lay a perfectly roasted rabbit, from which Su Chen tore off a leg and offered it to Su Xianxia. Without hesitation, she took a delicate bite, exclaiming, "This is truly delicious. Could it be anything less? This is Chang'e's jade rabbit." Although somewhat dissatisfied with the fishing outcome, just then, both their expressions shifted slightly. Su Xianxia asked anxiously, "Brother, what exactly is this roasted meat?" Su Chen retrieved some spiritual herbs from his life spirit garden and handed them to his sister. Sister, focus your mind and stabilize your essence. Nodding, she promptly consumed the herbs, settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. Su Chen hesitated not, astonished that consuming the jade rabbit could bolster their cultivation. With an enhancement of immense talent and the amplification of the chaotic body, he swiftly shattered his limits, ascending from the peak of immortal king to the realm of immortal emperor. Levels: immortal general, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, immortal venerable, immortal saint. His internal immortal energy surged wildly. First level, immortal emperor. Second level, immortal emperor. Third level, immortal emperor. Fourth level, immortal emperor. Fifth level, immortal emperor. Sixth level, immortal emperor. Seventh level, immortal emperor. Eighth level, immortal emperor. Ninth level, immortal emperor. Peak immortal emperor. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Su Xianxia doing the same. Su Chen asked, "Sister, how do you feel?" 3 levels. Su Xianxia exclaimed. Elated. She understood well that for someone at her current cultivation, even overcoming a single level was akin to climbing a mountain, let alone 3 levels at once. As a 9th level catastrophe immortal emperor, she was but a step away from the Dao joining immortal emperor realm, confident that a breakthrough was imminent. Brother, what exactly was that rabbit meat you gave me? She had never encountered such a delicacy. Consuming more might surely lead to her advancement. Understanding her thoughts, Su Chen responded, "Sister, when do we leave?" Having roasted Chang'e's only jade rabbit, finding another would be nearly impossible. Sensing her brother's reluctance to divulge more, Su Xianxia refrained from pressing further. "Brother, I came to ask if you'd be interested in meeting Yen Wushuang," she ventured. Su Chen shook his head, smiling. "Sister, I have not considered it yet. And I am already married." Yen Wushuang not only had the backing of the Ice and Snow Immortal sect, but had also awakened the innate Dao body holy fetus. You should understand what that implies. With the full support of the Ice and Snow Immortal sect, she would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. The innate Dao body holy fetus? While Su Chen recognized its significance, he felt no envy. Smiling, he replied, "Sister, I too possess a unique physique." "I know." Su Xianxia had already surmised that her brother possessed a special constitution. She merely did not know the specifics. In her eyes, the innate Dao body holy fetus paled in comparison to her brother's abilities. Had anyone else said such a thing, she would have scoffed. But not her brother. She had no reason to doubt him. Nonetheless, Su Xianxia understood that if her brother was disinterested in Yen Wushuang, insisting would be futile. After a moment's thought, she inquired, "Brother, do you plan to leave alone or join us?" "Sister, where are you headed?" "I have already discussed with Sister Qingfeng. We plan to visit the Immortal Domain Market to see if we might encounter anything of value." "The Immortal Domain Market?" Su Xianxia began to explain. It turned out to be a place for free trade or barter, with many markets in the first Immortal Domain. However, the one they intended to visit was the largest market in the Immortal Domain. According to her, this market would host many immortal emperors, and if fortune favored them, they might even obtain rare treasures. Su Chen pondered for a moment before saying, "Sister, I have some matters to attend to. I will join you once I am done." "Very well." Su Xianxia produced a jade slip from her robe, saying, "The location of the Immortal Domain Market is recorded here." Understood. Chapter 281. The mention of the Buddha ignites unexplained fury. Yen Wushuang awaited with anticipation. Her master had just informed her that Su Xianxia was discussing matters with Su Chen. Were it anyone else, she would certainly dismiss them, but Su Chen was an exception. Daring, strikingly handsome, and accompanied by 2 creation immortal emperors. It was evident that Su Chen was destined to dominate the immortal realm. To marry such a man was worth it. Master, she greeted as Qing Feng entered, prompting all three to rise. Su Jifei and Su Yi remained in a state of bewilderment. In her heart, Su Jifei felt a twinge of envy. After all, Su Chen was extraordinarily remarkable, a temptation that no woman could resist. Observing the expression on her disciple's face, Qing Feng could easily discern the thoughts swirling within. With a deep sigh of resignation, she remarked, Wu Shuang, he has departed. There was no need for further elaboration. Both Yen Wushuang and Su Jifei comprehended the implications of the sect masteress' words. Su Chen was unwilling. Yen Wushuang's countenance shifted drastically. She possessed beauty, talent, and status, with suitors aplenty. Yet now, to be outright rejected by Su Chen was a bitter pill to swallow. Wushuang, I am preparing to accompany your Su Shishu to the immortal market. Will you remain at the immortal sect, or join us? Master, I wish to go as well. Very well. As Su Chen departed from the ice and snow immortal sect, he planned to visit the dragon clan, hoping to recruit them into the heavenly court to strengthen its power. According to his sister, there existed 4 major dragon clans in the immortal realm: the Eastern Dragon Clan, the Western Dragon Clan, the Southern Dragon Clan, and the Northern Dragon Clan, the latter being the weakest, armed with the dragon capturing ring and flanked by formidable allies. Even facing all 4 dragon clans simultaneously would pose no challenge for him. It would be quite advantageous for the 4 dragon clans to become the military force of the heavenly court. Damn, the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect is truly excessive. This is not their territory, yet they impose a blockade. It's utterly detestable. It was rumored that within the area sealed off by the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect, an evil celestial artifact had emerged, one of considerable strength. The Heavenly Palace Immortal sect even invited Master Ku Ji from the Celestial Buddha sect to help suppress this malevolent artifact. Seeing 2 individuals passing by, Su Chen stepped forward to obstruct their path. Excuse me, what transpired ahead? The 2, already in a foul mood, could hardly contain their ire at the youth blocking their way. Get the hell out of my way. What happens is none of your business, idiot. We're in a bad mood today. If you utter another word, I'll make you regret it. As soon as they finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of terror engulfed them, as if emanating from the depths of hell. Their expressions changed in an instant. Terror etched across their faces as they gazed at the young man before them. Their demeanor shifted completely, and they bowed respectfully, saying, My lord, we were at fault just now. Please spare us. Such is the harsh reality. Only those with power earn respect. Conversely, in the absence of strength, even a simple inquiry could lead to humiliation or annihilation. As the youth's gaze turned increasingly frigid, the 2, now paralyzingly afraid, answered without hesitation, Reporting to you, my lord. The area not far from here has been sealed off by the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect. It is said that one of their disciples discovered an evil celestial artifact there. To subdue this artifact and transform it into their own, the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect invited Master Ku Ji from the Celestial Buddha sect to assist. The Heavenly Palace Immortal sect? Su Chen felt no unfamiliarity with the sect. The fallen compass and stone had originated from there, and even the celestial ship in his Qianquan bag was their possession. As for the so-called evil celestial artifact, it held no significance for Su Chen. Regardless of whether it belonged to the righteous path, the demonic path, or the Buddha's path, all artifacts were fundamentally the same, with no distinctions. The true measure of an artifact lay in the wielder, not the object itself. Most importantly, the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect was his enemy, and the mere mention of the Buddha ignited an inexplicable fury within him. My lord, may we depart now? Su Chen remained silent, merely circumventing the 2 as he walked past. The 2, pale with fear, were acutely aware that the others might far surpass theirs. Extinguishing their lives would be a matter of mere moments. To knowingly approach a sealed area by the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect was tantamount to courting death. Hush! Are you trying to get us killed? Let us leave quickly. Watching the retreating figure, they dared not linger and hastily turned away. Chapter 282, Truly Shameless. Jikai, the sect master of the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect, a formidable figure of the calamity, sovereign immortal emperor level, gazed greedily at a demonic blade on the ground before him, sensing its supreme quality as a celestial artifact. Amitba. At that moment, Master Ku Ji of the Celestial Buddha sect, hands clasped in prayer, donned a pristine robe that radiated a sacred aura, as if he were poised to save all sentient beings. The lotus beneath his feet pulsed with Buddha's energy, spreading its essence in all directions. Master, do you believe you can subdue this demonic blade? The Celestial Buddha sect stood as one of the foremost powers in the immortal realm, and the Heavenly Palace Immortal sect was but a subsidiary of theirs. Otherwise, how could Jikai summon a Buddha from their ranks? Amitba, Sect Master Jikai, you must understand the tyrannical nature of this demonic blade. Once you acquire it, you may risk being consumed by its malevolent influence. Please assist me, Master. Now at the pinnacle of the calamity, sovereign, immortal emperor level, he stood only a step away from the realm of the shaping Tao, immortal emperor. Ji Kai was filled with confidence. If he could obtain this demonic blade, he would undoubtedly break through his limits and ascend to the shaping Tao, immortal emperor realm. The immortal emperor's path is fraught with 12 realms: the 9 calamity, immortal emperor; the 9 rebirth, immortal emperor; the 9 cycles, immortal emperor; the supreme, immortal emperor; the celestial sovereign, immortal emperor; the calamity, sovereign, immortal emperor; the shaping Tao, immortal emperor; the nurturing Tao, immortal emperor; the calamity Tao, immortal emperor; the harmonious Tao, immortal emperor; the creation, immortal emperor; and the calamity fate, immortal emperor. The chasm between the calamity, sovereign, immortal emperor and the shaping Tao, immortal emperor is immeasurable. Looking at Ji Kai, Master Ku Ji had already transcended from the calamity, sovereign, immortal emperor to the shaping Tao, immortal emperor. The Heavenly Palace Immortal Sect, as a subordinate sect of the Celestial Buddhist sect, would only benefit from a stronger Heavenly Palace Immortal Sect. Nodding, Master Ku Ji said, Ba, since you are so determined to subdue this celestial artifact, I shall lend you my utmost assistance. Shortly, I will impart the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparmitha to you. You must recite it daily to thoroughly subdue the demonic blade artifact. Yes, Ji Kai was filled with delight at this revelation. Just then, Master Ku Ji unleashed a terrifying surge of Buddha's energy that enveloped the demonic blade like a tempest. The clash of the demonic blade and the Buddha's essence resounded thunderously. At that moment, a flurry of god-slaying bone nails pierced through the air like a swarm of dark bees, ruthlessly bombarding the demonic blade. 99 god-slaying bone nails swiftly enveloped the blade, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. The demonic blade roared in rage, attempting to resist. Yet it was firmly suppressed by the god-slaying bone nails, sealing off all avenues of escape. Before the astonished gazes of Ji Kai and Master Ku Ji, the demonic blade shattered piece by piece. To them, this blade was undoubtedly a top-tier celestial artifact. Shattering it seemed an impossibility. Yet now, as they watched the black nails vanish and a figure approach, one of them called out, "Halt! Step aside." Ji Kai inquired, "Who might you be?" "I have slain the compass and the compass stone. What do you think I am?" "Surely, an enemy." With a sudden change in complexion, Ji Kai instantly realized the identity of the individual before him. He had already received news. In the void beyond, the one who had dispatched the compass and the compass stone seemingly hailed from the Xianxian sect. The Heavenly Palace sect would not dare to act recklessly before the Xianxian sect unless the forces of the Celestial Buddha sect intervened, which could suppress the Xianxian sect. However, Ji Kai was also acutely aware that the death of merely an elder would not compel the Celestial Buddha sect to completely sever ties with the Xianxian sect on behalf of the Heavenly Palace sect. "Why have you destroyed my demon blade?" The opponent was clearly seeking trouble. If the Celestial Emperor of the Xianxian sect were present, he might have shown some restraint. But at present, the adversary was merely a solitary individual, exuding an aura that revealed he was, in fact, only at the Celestial Emperor realm. A Celestial Emperor? Even if he possessed a mere puppet of a Celestial Emperor, what could that achieve? The 2 Celestial Emperors on Ji Kai's side, let alone one, could easily suppress a Celestial Emperor puppet without any doubt. With a chilling gaze, Ji Kai resolved in his heart that he would undoubtedly strike down this individual, regardless of the consequences with the Xianxian sect, especially since he had the compassionate Buddha by his side, capable of redirecting the enmity towards the Celestial Buddha sect. "Your demon blade? How shameless you are." "The demon blade is a masterless object. I can destroy it at will. What can you do about it?" "Such audacity." Ji Kai, thoroughly incensed, roared, "I care not who you are. You dare to slay an elder of the Heavenly Palace sect, and today, as the sect master, I shall ensure your flesh is ground to dust." "Alas, Ba, the practitioner is steeped in bloodshed. Come back with this humble monk to the Celestial Buddha sect, and I can assist you in purging the slaughter and malice within your heart." Before the compassionate Buddha could finish, Su Chen, already impatient, interjected, "Are you out of your mind, bald donkey? Damn it, your shiny head infuriates me." Chapter 283. The compass deserved his fate for provoking you. The glistening bald head seemed like a fuse, provoking immense irritation. Su Chen himself was perplexed. Since the outset in the Tianwu continent, he had harbored disdain for bald monks. Many a Buddha had perished at his hands. Ji Kai felt a surge of delight. He had not anticipated this person would openly provoke Master Ku Ji. "Curse away. The harsher your insults, the more tragic your end will be." He feared the Xianxian sect behind Su Chen, yet the Celestial Buddha sect would not be intimidated. Their strength was well established. Ku Ji felt a surge of anger, his hands clasped together as he proclaimed, "Ba, your malice is beyond your control. I advise you. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Otherwise, straying off the path will surely lead to the demonic way, eternally unable to reincarnate. And even into the Avicii hell, suffering endlessly. Neither Ku Ji nor Ji Kai could fathom why this mere celestial emperor dared to be so audacious. Not to mention the two of them. Even a single celestial elder nearby could easily slay him without any doubt. Ji Kai laughed in fury. There is a path to heaven, yet you do not tread it. Hell has no door, yet you dare to walk in. Just then, a child emerged. Hands tucked in his pants, ambulating slowly, with panda-like eyes and a straw in his mouth, moving with an air of indifference, devoid of any aura. Choosing to ignore him, Ji Kai, unwilling to engage in further idle talk, waved his hand and coldly commanded, "Dismember him and extract his soul. I wish to see just how arrogant he is." Ji Kai was truly enraged, unable to suppress the boundless murderous intent within. The compass, a supreme celestial emperor, had been slain in the void. Had it not been for his fear of the Xianxian sect, he would have long since stormed their gates. However, he had not anticipated this individual would dare to provoke him. Ku Ji remained silent. Compassion must be dispensed judiciously, and for one who dared to challenge him, death would be merciless. It must be understood that the celestial Buddha sect standing atop the celestial realm was not solely due to compassion, but was also founded on the veneration of slaughter. Especially when faced with those who dared to provoke the celestial Buddha sect, they would be swiftly quelled, with their souls eternally confined to Avicii hell. To ensure absolute certainty, Ji Kai dispatched 2 celestial emperors to rapidly confront Su Chen. Even before their arrival, the terrifying power of the celestial emperors cascaded upon them. As if the very heavens were about to collapse. Wherever a celestial emperor tread, they were an exalted presence. Even the weakest Xianxian emperor held such stature. Is there any suspense? Given the disparity between the celestial emperor and the celestial emperor realms, it could be stated that any celestial emperor could easily slay a celestial emperor. Before the celestial emperor, the latter would have no chance to flee. Su Chen stood unmoving, gazing indifferently at the 2 celestial emperors approaching him. Before this young master, they dared to provoke the master. This young master sees that they are tired of living. A terrifying force enveloped the 2. Before they could react, boom, boom. Under the overwhelming power, the bodies of the 2 celestial emperors instantly exploded, and the appearing refiner's cauldron directly absorbed their primordial spirits. What? Staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, the 2 were utterly dumbfounded, somewhat bewildered. Instantaneously slaying a celestial emperor. Ji Kai swallowed hard. His face a mask of incredulity as he gazed at the child before him. A celestial emperor of creation? The aura emanating from him was unmistakably that of a celestial emperor of creation. Could this individual truly be a celestial emperor of creation? Such a notion seemed absurd. It was improbable. They were well aware of what a celestial emperor of creation signified. That was a being standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. How could such a formidable presence be at this person's side? Not only Ji Kai, but even Ku Ji was left speechless, his heart trembling. He had not anticipated that this child before him would be the legendary celestial emperor of creation. Ku Ji immediately spoke with utmost respect. "May I inquire about your esteemed title? I am a supreme elder of the celestial Buddha sect, and also a celestial emperor of creation. Is there truly a celestial emperor of creation within the celestial Buddha sect?" Su Chen had no reason to doubt this. For the celestial Buddha sect was indeed a top-tier entity in the celestial realm. Had it not been for the Xianxian sect's past efforts to fend off incursions from other dimensions, also boasting a celestial emperor of creation. His father was a Xianxian emperor. As for Ku Ji's intent, Su Chen understood well enough. He merely wished to leverage the supreme elder of the celestial Buddha sect to intimidate him, hoping he would refrain from taking action. Internally smirking, he thought how misguided the target of the threat was. Had he feared the celestial Buddha sect, he would not have acted thus. Ji Kai immediately bowed, saying, "Senior, the compass deserved his fate for daring to provoke you. I apologize on his behalf. In this world of the survival of the fittest, the one with superior strength reigns supreme." Chapter 284. Truly, this is quite the mood dampener. Regardless of his inner reluctance, with the celestial emperor of creation present, he could only choose to compromise and retreat. Ji Kai understood that not only he, but even the celestial Buddha sect behind Ku Ji would not wish to provoke a celestial emperor of creation. What terrible luck! He inwardly cursed the compass, thinking how unfortunate it was to provoke a celestial emperor of creation, truly endangering the heavenly palace sect. No amount of internal cursing would change the situation. The events had transpired. He hoped to avoid this calamity. Those who dare to offend the young master's master shall face annihilation today. It seemed that there was no need for direct confrontation. The overwhelming aura emanating from the demon child was already enough to render Ji Kai incapable of resistance. Amidst the anguished cries of despair, Ji Kai's body erupted instantaneously. Helplessly witnessing Ji Kai's slaughter, Ku Ji dared not even utter a sound. For facing a celestial emperor of creation, to claim he felt no fear would be nothing short of deceitful. Ba, benefactor, he began, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap struck his face, leaving a clear imprint of 5 fingers. Ku Ji was momentarily dazed, perplexed at being interrupted mid-speech. How dare you address my master so casually in my presence? The disdain was palpable. He felt utterly powerless, stripped of even the right to speak. Despite the raging fury within, Ku Ji forced a semblance of a smile and implored, "Senior, might I beseech you, in the name of the elder from the celestial Buddha sect, to let this matter rest?" In that moment, a genuine fear gripped Ku Ji. Confronting the celestial emperor of creation, all pretense fell away. The adversary's intent to annihilate him was as effortless as crushing an ant. With an air of disdain and impatience, Su Chen retorted, "I've already expressed my disdain for you bald heads. Leave your corporeal form behind, and let your primordial spirit return to inform the celestial Buddha sect that henceforth, the sect is to be disbanded. I do not wish to see any more bald monks in my sight. Should I encounter one, I shall slay them without hesitation and will personally visit your sect." No sooner had he finished speaking than Ku Ji was denied any chance to respond. Bang! Ku Ji's body exploded. His primordial spirit, terrified, fled immediately. The remaining onlookers were left utterly astounded. None could fathom that their sect leader and master Ku Ji would be slain in such a manner. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who would dare believe it? They scattered in fear, unwilling to linger, for none wished to meet their demise. No one could disregard the specter of death. This included even the celestial emperor. Yet, before the demonic child of the celestial emperor, no one had the opportunity to escape. One by one, their bodies were enveloped by a terrifying force, exploding into clouds of blood mist that lingered with a nauseating stench. The demonic child bowed respectfully to Su Chen before gradually vanishing. Whether demons or ruthless beings, they remained hidden in the shadows, ever watchful. Damn it. This is quite the mood dampener. Perhaps I should go fishing and see what treasures I might catch, he mused, producing a chaos fishing rod. A bit of fishing never hurt anyone, even when one is feeling low. The last time he fished, he caught a jade rabbit, which left him rather disheartened. Even catching Chang'e or Zhu Ganglai would have been a far more desirable outcome. Yet, fate had granted him a jade rabbit instead. The fishing line extended infinitely. As Su Chen cast it out with great force, the golden hook vanished into the void, enveloped by a unique aura that cloaked Su Chen entirely. He felt a surge of anticipation, hoping this time to reel in something worthwhile, rather than another jade rabbit. In a certain spatial realm, within a forbidden secret domain that none dared to tread, spatial rifts voraciously consumed their surroundings, occasionally collapsing under horrific pressure that made the very heavens tremble. A single drop of essence floated quietly in the void, its aura suffocating. At that moment, a golden fishing hook pierced through the fractured void, covering the drop of essence before swiftly disappearing. Under the blazing sun, Su Chen gazed at the returned golden hook, along with the drop of essence he had reeled in. Pengu's essence blood? The information from the chaos fishing rod flooded his mind, leaving Su Chen utterly bewildered. It seemed he had truly caught something remarkable, legendary Pengu essence blood. He understood well what this entailed. Pengu, the creator of heaven and earth, from whose essence the 12 ancestors of sorcery were birthed, possessed an immensely powerful physical form. He believed that even a single drop of Pengu's essence blood could significantly fortify his own physical defenses. The mere thought filled him with exhilarating anticipation. Retrieving the chaos fishing rod, Su Chen swiftly consumed the essence blood. In an instant, a terrifying power surged throughout his body, enveloping every inch of flesh and blood. He distinctly felt his physical defenses strengthening. Just obtaining a drop of Pengu's essence was a monumental feat. If he could acquire all of Pengu's essence blood, would that not signify that his physical form could surpass even the 12 ancestors of sorcery? Yet, he knew well that truly obtaining all of Pengu's essence blood would not be an easy endeavor. The chaos fishing rod had merely aided him in capturing a single drop. However, Su Chen surmised that with continued refinement, his physical defenses would grow ever stronger. Chapter 285. How wonderful it would be to fish out Pengu himself. The notion of completely refining a drop of Pengu's essence was improbable. It required a gradual process. Once he successfully refined this drop, he believed his physical defenses would reach an extraordinarily formidable degree. His primordial spirit felt somewhat weakened. Each fishing attempt depleted a portion of it, an unavoidable consequence. Stretching lazily, Su Chen pondered how splendid it would be to reel in Pengu. However, he was acutely aware that Pengu, the one who opened the heavens and established the Tao through sheer power, though fallen, was undeniably formidable. It was merely a fanciful thought. Chen understood that he would certainly not be able to successfully fish out Pangu. Even if the chaos fishing rod could achieve such a feat with his current strength, it would be impossible. He anticipated that when he eventually ventured into the divine realm, he might be able to fish for even greater treasures. Perhaps next time he could catch Shen to form a formidable duo with the Celestial Hound as guardians. Though the Celestial Hound was not the genuine article, it was a remarkable imitation of a Celestial Emperor's primordial spirit fused with a beast's physical form, which was already quite impressive. Calculating the time, he noted that in 2 days, it would be time for another round of annihilation. Chen found himself eagerly awaiting the event. The combination of the chaos fishing rod and the annihilation technique was simply extraordinary. At the Celestial Buddha sect, a premier sect in the celestial realm, its strength was beyond question, comparable to that of the peak era of the Celestial Robbery sect. Following Ku Ji's defeat, his primordial spirit returned to the Celestial Buddha sect, seething with rage. He understood fully that his adversary had acted deliberately. Emboldened by the presence of the Celestial Emperor of Creation, they had allowed him to return, a blatant provocation towards the Celestial Buddha sect. In the Grand Buddhist Hall, the sect leader sat upon a meditation mat, clad in a robe intricately embroidered with countless Buddhist patterns. With hands clasped, he recited scriptures, surrounded by rolling lotus blossoms, while a massive golden swastika floated in the void. Ku Ji, what has transpired? He suddenly exclaimed, eyes snapping open to regard the primordial spirit before him. The sect leader's expression darkened. He could scarcely believe that Ku Ji's corporeal form had been destroyed, leaving only his severely injured primordial spirit. Master, I implore you to seek justice for this humble monk. Pray tell me swiftly. Ku Ji, trembling with rage, recounted the events in their entirety without omitting a single detail. With each word, his fury intensified. The destruction of his corporeal form mattered little. He could merely consume another. Yet, the most crucial aspect was the grievous injury to his primordial spirit. The time required for complete recovery was uncertain and would undoubtedly hinder his cultivation of the celestial path. How could he not be enraged? Celestial Emperor of Creation? Are you certain? Indeed, I am certain. Gazing intently at the anguished spirit of Ku Ji before him, the sect leader's boundless fury evaporated in an instant. If it were any other celestial emperor, the formidable strength of the Xianxia sect would undoubtedly suffice to subdue them. However, the sole exception lay with the Emperor of Creation. Although the High Elder also held the title of Emperor of Creation, the sect leader was acutely aware of the sheer might possessed by such an individual. Should he incite this person intentionally seeking conflict? Even if he ultimately succeeded in slaying him, it was certain that the Xianxia sect would be obliterated from the celestial realm. The leader was nearly certain that, even if he reported this matter to the High Elder, the latter would likely remain indifferent, unwilling to offend an Emperor of Creation for the sake of Ku Ji, let alone engage in a life-and-death battle with such a formidable entity. An impossibility, indeed. With a deep sigh, the sect leader pressed his palms together and lamented, Amit Ba. The Heavenly Palace sect truly excels at creating chaos rather than achieving success, and they have unwittingly provoked an Emperor of Creation. Let this matter rest and refrain from further discussion. Alas, a mixture of astonishment, rage, and helplessness surged within him. Upon Ku Ji's return, he had anticipated such an outcome. Despite being a celestial elder of the Xianxia sect, he paled in significance compared to the sect's overall interests, especially when it came to provoking an Emperor of Creation. Summon the next individual, the sect leader commanded, feeling a profound sense of frustration. He did not wish to act in this manner, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. As the leader of the Xianxia sect, every decision must prioritize the sect's welfare. The Emperor of Creation loomed like an insurmountable mountain, one he dared not provoke. For doing so would inevitably bring endless troubles upon the Xianxia sect, troubles he could not bear. From this moment forth, the Heavenly Palace sect is no longer an affiliate of the Xianxia sect. Their fate henceforth bears no relation to us. Understood, sect leader. Upon hearing this proclamation, Ku Ji realized he had been overly simplistic in his thinking. It was not merely a matter of avoiding provocation, to evade the Emperor of Creation. The sect leader had decisively severed ties with the Heavenly Palace sect. A mere Heavenly Palace sect? Even 1,000 of them could not compare to the interests of the Xianxia sect. Ku Ji, do you comprehend the helplessness of the old monk? Sect leader, I understand. Do you harbor resentment? I dare not. Satisfied, the sect leader nodded and said, go forth and cultivate. I shall assist you in finding a suitable physical vessel for your practice, and regarding your spirit, the Xianxia sect will offer you our utmost support. Thank you, sect leader. The situation being as it is, further words would be futile. Watching Ku Ji's spirit depart, the sect leader sighed deeply and resumed his meditation. Believing that the Heavenly Palace sect had been severed, and that this individual would not pursue the matter any further, Whenever Su Chen had the opportunity, he continually refined the Pango blood essence that had merged within him. According to the jade slip provided by his sister, it detailed the locations of the 4 dragon clans, situated in the 4 cardinal directions of the first celestial domain. The Eastern Dragon Clan resided in the east, the Western Dragon Clan in the west, the Southern Dragon Clan in the south, and the Northern Dragon Clan in the north. This time, he intended to visit the weakest of the clans, the Northern Dragon Clan. However, whether an Emperor of Creation resided within the Northern Dragon Clan remained uncertain. Even his sister was unaware. The 4 dragon clans were notoriously discreet, with celestial dragons rarely making appearances, leading to little knowledge about their circumstances. In Su Chen's estimation, with the dragon capturing circle in his possession and accompanied by the formidable Hen Ren and Mo Tong, he could sweep through the entire Northern Dragon Clan, provided he did not encounter a fateful celestial emperor. Yet, the existence of such a fateful celestial dragon was not so easily found. First, as the most formidable beings in the celestial realm, fateful celestial emperors were not commonplace. It was doubtful that the Northern Dragon Clan, let alone the other 3 clans, possessed one. Second, in all matters, it is not the absence of risk that is feared, but the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Reluctant to gamble, Su Chen resolved to commence with the Northern Dragon Clan. Even if it was protected by an Emperor of Creation, he still believed he could subdue the entire clan. The Northern Dragon Clan was somewhat distant, and relying solely on his own strength would be rather burdensome. Thus, Su Chen summoned the celestial vessel. The celestial ship could navigate the celestial realm, but was restricted from entering any celestial city, a tacit agreement among the various sects, which no matter how powerful, would not dare violate. The celestial ship was swift, and Su Chen was eager to save time. As dusk descended, Su Chen produced a celestial crystal, awaiting the system's instant kill. This was a day he had eagerly anticipated, for each time the system initiated a flash sale, it yielded remarkable rewards. Recently acquired treasures, such as the Chaos Body and the Chaos Fishing Rod, were undoubtedly of the highest caliber, especially the Chaos Fishing Rod, capable of reeling in anything from the myriad realms, even capturing Hen Ren and Mo Tong. The prospect of both instant kills and fishing was simply exhilarating. Ding! The system has detected the 7-day flash sale period has arrived. Commencing random instant kill now. The mechanical, emotionless voice of the system echoed in his mind. Finally, it had arrived. Su Chen promptly opened the system interface in his mind. Item: 3 drops of Divine Emperor Water. Price: 1 celestial crystal. Item description: 3 drops of Divine Emperor Water, condensed from the full strength of 3 Divine Emperors. Purchase time limit: 1 minute. He immediately executed the instant kill for the 3 drops of Divine Emperor Water, having previously purchased similar items. The only difference lay in the potency of the water drops. Back in the Tianwu continent, the 3 drops he had acquired were condensed from celestial emperors. Perhaps in the celestial realm, his 3 drops would be deemed inconsequential, but they had played a pivotal role during his ascent to the celestial realm. Without the water drops in his possession, he would never have successfully slain the 2 pursuers from the Qingshan sect. Each drop of water in his hand emitted no discernible aura, yet Su Chen was acutely aware of the formidable power contained within the 3 drops of Divine Emperor Water. Setting aside the significance of these drops in the divine realm, in the celestial realm, possessing them meant that merely a single drop could sweep through the entire celestial plane, including any mid-level realms. Now, with 2 emperors of creation by his side, Hen Ren and Mo Tong, and the 3 drops of Divine Emperor Water in hand, he was poised to dominate the celestial realm. His singular objective now was to swiftly enhance his strength. Currently, he remained at the celestial sovereign level. His first step was to break through to the celestial emperor level in the shortest time possible. In the first domain of the celestial realm lay the polar forbidden land, the very stronghold of the Northern Dragon Clan. Within the boundless Dragon Valley, it governed an expanse of millions of miles, home not only to numerous beast clans, but also to many human families and sections. At that moment, countless celestial beings and beasts flocked from all directions. For today marked the Northern Dragon Clan's grandest occasion. It was truly astonishing that the clan leader had managed to acquire an artifact said to be called the Divine Stabilizing Pearl. Was it truly an artifact? Certainly. The news has indeed spread from the Northern Dragon Clan, and all the prominent families and sects ruling the territories under their dominion have gathered. This is a deliberate announcement regarding the artifact, the Divine Stabilizing Pearl. But why? Many remain perplexed as to the motivations behind such a move by the Northern Dragon Clan. Artifacts are undeniably coveted treasures within the celestial realm, for they do not belong to this realm, but to a higher existence that transcends it, the divine realm. Everyone understands the significance of an artifact. Once it appears, it is believed that countless individuals from the celestial realm will scramble to seize it. regardless of the Northern Dragon clan's formidable strength. However, the Northern Dragon clan cannot contend against the entirety of the celestial realm. If that is the case, why would they intentionally disseminate this information and go to such lengths? Is it merely for self-promotion? What many do not realize is that the leader of the Northern Dragon clan possesses an incredibly powerful artifact, the Divine Stabilizing Pearl, and his cultivation has already reached the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor realm. With the might of this artifact, he could withstand even a destiny-defying Celestial Emperor, or perhaps even slay one. Is the Northern Dragon clan attempting to intimidate the entire Celestial realm? Indeed, they aim not only to instill fear within the Celestial realm, but also to overshadow the other 3 great dragon clans. As you are aware, among the 4 pinnacle dragon clans, the Northern Dragon clan has always occupied the lowest position, and they are unwilling to accept this. Seizing this opportunity, they wish to proclaim to the Celestial realm and the 3 other dragon clans that the Northern Dragon clan shall henceforth be the pinnacle of existence within the Celestial realm. Have the other 3 dragon clans arrived? They have not. The Northern Dragon clan has extended invitations, and logically speaking, despite any subtle rivalries, attendance would be expected. However, the 3 other dragon clans understand the implications behind the Northern Dragon clan's actions and are reluctant to play a supporting role or accept such a reality. Thus no one has come. Not only have the other 3 dragon clans refrained from attending, but even the top powers of the Celestial realm have chosen to stay away, with only the families and sects within the territories controlled by the Northern Dragon clan in attendance. Listening to the various discussions around him, Chen was somewhat astonished. He certainly understood the implications of an artifact and had not anticipated that the Northern Dragon clan would acquire one. It seemed he had arrived too late. However, since he was there, he had no intention of retreating. Now that he was present, he would make himself at home. Even if the Northern Dragon clan had obtained an artifact, so what? The treasures in his possession, even if but a single one were to be revealed, would surely eclipse the artifacts held by the Northern Dragon clan, rendering them incomparable. Is it true that the leader of the Northern Dragon clan is merely at the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor realm? In light of the prowess of the Ruthless Ones and the Demon Child, both at the pinnacle of the Celestial Transformation realm, it was clear that, individually, either could easily suppress the leader of the Northern Dragon clan. Yet now, with the leader wielding an artifact, the situation becomes somewhat troublesome. Fortunately, he possessed the Dragon Prison Circle. However, he was uncertain if there were restrictions tied to it. To this moment, he remained unaware of the circle's ultimate limitations. Though it undoubtedly related to his cultivation level, that was beyond doubt. But do you comprehend the significance of the 9th level of the Celestial Emperor realm? It stands as the apex of existence within the entire Celestial realm. The 4 great pinnacle dragon clans harbor their own missions, preventing them from departing at will. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly invade other celestial domains. Their respective missions? What does that mean? Could you elaborate? I have no interest. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the surroundings, directly overwhelming the man, causing him to tremble in fear. Predecessor, please do not be angered. It is said that the Dragon Valleys, guarded by the 4 great pinnacle dragon clans, are entrances to other dimensions, connecting to other planar continents. The 4 dragon clans are bound by a curse that prevents them from leaving at will. Beyond that, I know nothing. Chapter 287, Fixed Space. Entrances to other dimensions? Chen grasped the implications of this man's words. He followed the crowd towards the Northern Dragon clan, eager to witness the so-called artifact. The blazing sun shone upon the entire Dragon Valley, breaking through layers of heavenly canopies to pierce the clouds above. Today marked a momentous occasion for the Northern Dragon clan, as their leader, Long Tingba, had acquired the Divine Stabilizing Pearl, heralding it to the Celestial realm. The leader, already a 9th level Celestial Emperor, now wielded the Divine Stabilizing Pearl, facing even a destiny-defying Celestial Emperor without a shred of fear. This was precisely why the leader dared to make such a proclamation. Firstly, as a 9th level Celestial Emperor, bolstered by the power of the Divine Stabilizing Pearl, he could roam the Celestial realm unchallenged, if not invincible. At least no one could harm him in the slightest. Secondly, he aimed to declare to the Celestial realm that the Northern Dragon clan was the mightiest race among all, including the other 3 dragon clans. Historically, among the 4 pinnacle dragon clans, the Northern Dragon clan had always been at the bottom. Following this event, the Northern Dragon clan would rise to the forefront. Unfortunately, the leaders of the other 3 dragon clans had not attended, diminishing the spectacle of their display. Ultimately, Long Tingba's actions were aimed at elevating the status of the Northern Dragon clan. The vast entrance to the Dragon Valley was shrouded in a faint aura of celestial power, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter during ordinary times, even without the celestial dragons guarding it. The entirety of the dragon race functioned as a formidable formation. According to legend, the 4 pinnacle dragon valleys were indeed entrances to other dimensions, with the dragon clans suppressing these realms, though the reasons remain unknown. Countless warriors and magical beasts surged into the Dragon Valley, and under the intimidation of the Northern Dragon Clan, all affiliated sects and families, including those from the beast races, dared not defy them. Who would dare offend the Northern Dragon Clan? Who would challenge them? Unless one sought death. Within the Dragon Valley, celestial dragons spiraled gracefully, a multitude of them resembling a grand army of celestial dragons, truly awe-inspiring. Chen likewise entered the Dragon Valley. The dragon race from the Tianwu continent could not be compared to the Northern Dragon Clan. They were simply not on the same level. Look, the leader has appeared. From afar, upon an immense stone platform, coiled a celestial dragon several thousand meters long, its cold gaze exuding an aura of dread. Is everyone assembled? Reporting to the leader. All families and sects, including the magical beasts, are present. However, no one from the other celestial domains or the 3 other dragon clans has arrived. Long Tingba nodded, showing no surprise, for he had anticipated this outcome. Even so, none could hinder the rise of the Northern Dragon Clan. With a cold gaze cast upon all present, a pearl floated before Long Tingba, about the size of an eye, entirely black and emanating a unique wave of power. This is the divine stabilizing pearl. Indeed, it was Chen's first encounter with an artifact, and he believed that the treasures in his own possession surely surpassed this artifact. Everyone, listen closely. This pearl is the divine stabilizing pearl. Let us all have a try. Ha ha ha. Long Tingba, I believe a trial is unnecessary. Why not hand over the divine stabilizing pearl to me? I assure you, it would be far better in my hands than in yours. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the void, followed by the sudden appearance of a towering figure, radiating an aura that inspired trepidation. The ancient demon tiger. Gazing at the man before him, Long Tingba's expression shifted slightly. In the past, he would have felt an overwhelming sense of dread when confronted by the ancient demon tiger. However, now, with the divine stabilizing pearl in his grasp, Long Tingba no longer harbored such trepidation. The ancient demon tiger chuckled and said, I apologize, but not long ago. I just broke through the limits of creation and, after enduring life and death trials, attained the realm of the catastrophic immortal emperor. The distinction between the creation immortal emperor and the catastrophic immortal emperor is profound. The immortal emperor exists in 4 paths and 12 realms, which include the 9 catastrophes immortal emperor, 9 rebirths immortal emperor, 9 turns reincarnation immortal emperor, supreme immortal emperor, heavenly sovereign immortal emperor, catastrophe sovereign immortal emperor, path sculpting immortal emperor, nurturing path immortal emperor, catastrophic path immortal emperor, harmonious path immortal emperor, creation immortal emperor, and catastrophic immortal emperor. The catastrophic immortal emperor stands as the pinnacle of existence in the immortal realm. Only the catastrophic immortal emperor has the potential to touch the divine realm and ascend to it. Long Tingba felt a surge of astonishment, seemingly unable to fathom that the ancient demon tiger had transcended its own limits to reach the realm of the catastrophic immortal emperor. Demon tiger, do you believe that your breakthrough to the catastrophic immortal emperor can subdue me? Shaking his head, the ancient demon tiger replied with a smile, Long Tingba, I can assure you that I hold no grudge against you. Furthermore, your dragon clan's suppression of the interdimensional passage serves the greater good of the immortal realm. Thus, I have come merely for the divine stabilizing pearl in your possession. Is that so? You? With a face full of disdain, Long Tingba dismissed the thread entirely. Not wishing to engage in further dialogue, he activated the divine stabilizing pearl, unleashing a terrifying power that enveloped Dragon Valley in an instant. The space froze, leaving all humans and beasts utterly astounded. Chen, feeling the surrounding space solidify, smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 288. I have come to subdue you, North Dragon Clan. The ancient demon tiger was filled with dread, seemingly unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength of the divine stabilizing pearl in Long Tingba's hands. If you were an established catastrophic immortal emperor, perhaps you could leave alive, but now, you must resign yourself to your fate. Facing someone who had just achieved the catastrophic immortal emperor status, Long Tingba exuded confidence. With the divine stabilizing pearl in hand, the frozen space left the opponent with no chance of escape. At this moment, the once self-assured ancient demon tiger was filled with disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. He had assumed that the disparity in realms could compensate for the gap in artifacts, but it seemed he was mistaken. The artifact was far too powerful. Just as the ancient demon tiger prepared to flee, he discovered that the surrounding space had been forcibly frozen, rendering his attacks futile. With no mercy, Long Tingba struck with a single claw, obliterating the ancient demon tiger to intimidate all present and ensure the news spread far and wide. Manifesting the 6 paths reincarnation disc, he executed the martial art of temporal confinement. However, as he prepared to retract the artifact, He was horrified to find that the space held by his divine stabilizing pearl was being overridden. What on earth was happening? Numerous reincarnation bridges began to coalesce, densely covering the entirety of Dragon Valley. Who are you? Utilizing the divine stabilizing pearl, Long Tingba swiftly locked onto the human youth. Dare you act against me? In response, Su Chen smiled and declared, I have come to subdue you, North Dragon Clan. What? The declaration caused an uproar all around. No one had anticipated that someone would dare to provoke the North Dragon Clan, especially in front of its patriarch. It was an outright affront. At that moment, the figures of the demon child and the ruthless man appeared simultaneously, their terrifying aura of creation immortal emperor surging forth, overwhelming all the immortal dragons. Creation immortal emperor. Cursing internally, Long Tingba noted that both the boy and the woman were at the pinnacle of creation immortal emperor. Young man, do you know the artifact I hold? Before Long Tingba could finish, Su Chen impatiently waved his hand and replied with a smile. What of the artifact? Do you think I care about it? He brandished the slaughtering immortal brick and hurled it fiercely at Long Tingba. With no further ado, he had come solely to subdue the North Dragon Clan. Any extraneous dialogue was futile. The divine stabilizing pearl could not freeze this individual. This was an unacceptable reality for Long Tingba. Facing two peak creation immortal emperors without the enhancement of artifacts, he dared not be negligent. The opponents were evidently well prepared, and he had to respond with all his strength. In an instant, the divine stabilizing pearl and the slaughtering immortal brick clashed violently in the void, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. It was widely known that the divine stabilizing pearl in Long Tingba's possession was an unequivocal artifact. Throughout the immortal realm, countless celestial artifacts could hardly contend with an artifact, even the weakest of them. The mere fact that the brick hurled by Su Chen could withstand the divine stabilizing pearl indicated that it was undoubtedly another artifact. What kind of day was this, to witness the emergence of two artifacts at once? It must be known that artifacts are legendary existences, found solely in the divine realm. Seeking one in the immortal realm is a near impossible endeavor. Typically, encountering even a single artifact is an unattainable feat, let alone two in the present moment. Long Tingba, once brimming with confidence, now gazed at the two treasures clashing before him, his expression growing increasingly grim. Regardless of whether he wished to accept it, the reality was undeniable. Stop. Retracting the slaughtering immortal brick, Su Chen smiled at Long Tingba. Who are you? Su Chen, do you know where this place is? Indeed. Needless to say, it is precisely because I am aware that I have come. Otherwise, I would not be idly passing time here. The North Dragon Clan will never submit, even in death. However, you should understand that we, the North Dragon Clan, bear a mission to suppress the interdimensional passage here. Do you comprehend how formidable the otherworldly beings connected to our immortal realm truly are? Before Su Chen could respond, Long Tingba continued, once I open the interdimensional passage, the powerful beings from that realm shall invade. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Tingba's figure suddenly vanished. The divine stabilizing pearl? Su Chen had not anticipated that. In addition to freezing space, the divine stabilizing pearl possessed the ability to teleport Long Tingba instantaneously. However, Long Tingba had not left Dragon Valley. Under the coverage of the reincarnation bridges, Su Chen quickly sensed Long Tingba's precise location, feeling somewhat astonished. Normally, Long Tingba should have directly fled Dragon Valley, shouldn't he? Chapter 289. If you wish to ascend to the immortal realm, I shall facilitate your passage. In the deepest part of Dragon Valley, Su Chen surveyed the surrounding murkiness. Grasping the Six Paths reincarnation disc, he summoned the reincarnation bridges to encircle Long Tingba's figure. Your artifact is indeed powerful, but this is the North Dragon Clan. If you dare to pursue me, today shall be your burial day. Unable to lock onto him, Su Chen was quite astonished. He held unwavering confidence in his Six Paths reincarnation disc, yet it failed to trace Long Tingba's movements. Are you afraid? This is the place where the interdimensional passage is sealed. You can no longer leave. I will now send you to the other world. Long Tingba had completely thrown caution to the wind. He understood well that once the seal was broken, even momentarily, it would invite destruction from the other world. Nevertheless, he was willing to take the gamble due to the terrifying nature of the artifact in Su Chen's possession. The ruthless individual and the demonic child did not accompany him. Grasping the dragon binding circle, Su Chen felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to confine Long Tingba. Who could have anticipated that Long Tingba would resort to cunning tactics? At that moment, the void began to tremble violently. An immense black hole suddenly opened. Despite Su Chen's utmost efforts to resist, he was swiftly engulfed by the black hole, which closed in an instant. Subsequently, Long Tingba's figure materialized, and witnessing the vanishing forms, he erupted into maniacal laughter. The ruthless individual and the demonic child had their sights set on everyone present. Their master's intent was clear, to ensure they kept a close watch on the North Dragon clan, permitting no one to take even a single step away. However, just moments prior, a faint ripple from their master urged them to depart at the quickest pace. For Chen, it was evident that no matter how formidable the ruthless individual and the demonic child were, they could not contend with divine artifacts. He dared not gamble on that. It was prudent to let them leave first. By the time Long Tengba returned, the ruthless individual and the demonic child had already departed. Enraged, Long Tengba lazily circled back to the boulder, regarding the gathered crowd with indifference. Everyone understood that in this confrontation, the chieftain of the North Dragon clan emerged victorious. In the dim, endless void, as Su Chen's figure materialized, towering silhouettes began to coalesce around him. They were neither fully human nor entirely beast-like, their massive forms bristling with an overwhelming presence of otherworldly warriors. Su Chen was taken aback, for all the otherworldly warriors encircling him were at the immortal emperor level. A glance revealed an innumerable host of them. Could the otherworldly realm be so powerful? It was hard to fathom. Based on Su Chen's conjecture, the majority of the strong from the otherworld were concentrated at the sealing location, intent on breaking the seal to invade the immortal realm. Compared to the immortal realm, the otherworld before him resembled a slum. If he were an otherworldly warrior, he too would wish to invade other realms. Feeling a profound aversion, Su Chen was unwilling to linger. Yet the current predicament was troublesome. With his strength, to face hundreds or even thousands of immortal emperors without trepidation would be disingenuous. The ruthless individual and the demonic child had not followed him. Most importantly, he pondered how he would return to the immortal realm. Did he need to cultivate until he reached the peak of the catastrophic immortal emperor level before ascending to the divine realm? He felt a deep resentment and anger. For whatever reason, he could not remain here. It was utterly unforeseen that someone from the immortal realm could arrive in their domain. If they could break the seal, they could also lead them to the immortal realm. Young one, if you can break the seal and allow us entry into the immortal realm, we pledge that in the myriad domains of the immortal realm, you shall rule over one domain exclusively. What say you? The crowd paid little regard to this individual. Their singular focus was on breaking the seal to reach the immortal realm. Compared to the immortal realm, their current plane was akin to a pigsty, lacking any semblance of comparability. Without further ado, Su Chen's gaze turned increasingly frigid. A droplet of divine emperor's water appeared in his hand, and he coldly addressed the gathered individuals. Since you wish to traverse to the immortal realm, I shall oblige you. Chapter 290, Refining the Entire Otherworld. The immortal emperors from the otherworld were utterly exhilarated. They had long lost count of the years. Finally, they could break the seal and escape this dreadful place to the immortal realm. When the time came to invade the immortal realm, with their otherworldly strength, they could undoubtedly dominate it. You are somewhat perceptive. Rest assured, we will uphold our promise. Just break the seal and lead us to the immortal realm, and you shall gain dominion over one domain in the immortal realm. It is truly worth it. Su Chen consumed the droplet of divine emperor's water. In an instant, a terrifying surge of power erupted forth. He began to form seals with his hands, cracking open the blood refinement locking array, with his internal strength bubbling like boiling water. The formidable divine power spread like an enormous spider's web, rapidly enveloping the entire plane. Indeed, the entire plane. Su Chen was acutely aware that with his current strength, he would be unable to break the seal. The only recourse was to harness the power of the divine emperor. Yet, having arrived here and wielding a droplet of divine emperor's water, would he allow such a precious resource to be squandered solely to break the seal? It seemed a pity. Su Chen cared little for the chaos around him, for in his view, wherever one went, it was a survival of the fittest. The strong were the masters. Had it not been for the divine emperor's water, being swept into the otherworldly continent would have rendered his return to the immortal realm uncertain, let alone surviving the ordeal. In the realm of fantasy, whether in the Tianwu continent, the immortal realm, or any other planar domain, one must harbor no compassion, otherwise, one would be the one facing death. Now, he aimed to leverage the divine emperor's power to refine the entire otherworldly realm. This course of action had two purposes. The first reason was to utilize the power of the divine emperor's droplet to directly break the seal of the planar passage. With the formidable strength of the divine emperor's droplet, Su Chen was utterly confident that he could undoubtedly shatter the planar passage's seal. The power coalesced by a divine emperor from the divine realm could not be resisted by any mid-tier planar seal. After all, the distinction between mid-tier and high-tier planes was stark and incomparable. The second reason was to harness the divine emperor's droplet to refine the entire otherworldly realm's power, allowing the refining wilderness pot to devour the entire realm's strength. Not only would this benefit himself, but it would also provide boundless resources for cultivation to all in the heavenly court. As for the life and death of the otherworldly continent, what concern was it of his? None whatsoever. All the immortal emperors felt the overwhelming divine power enveloping them, causing their bodies to tremble violently, their faces paling. Some even collapsed to the ground. Divine power. This was the might possessed by warriors of the divine realm. How could he possibly wield such power? Everyone gazed in horror at the young man before them. No one could fathom how he could unleash such terrifying divine strength. Had they not experienced it firsthand, no one would believe it to be true. What did he intend to accomplish? Many had already begun to speculate on his intentions. To cover the entire otherworld with divine power and wield such a fearsome array. Did he aspire to refine the entire plane? Was it feasible? Even with divine power, could one achieve such a feat? It seemed that even warriors from the divine realm could not forcibly refine a plane, even a mid-tier one. It was utterly absurd. Regardless of acceptance, the truth lay bare before them. This individual was undoubtedly insane, daring to attempt to refine an entire plane. Did he not fear the retribution of the heavenly path, facing the backlash of the plane's essence? We hold no enmity with you. If you are unwilling to lead us to the immortal realm, we will not force you. Why must you refine our planar continent? In the face of absolute power, everyone's demeanor underwent a complete and sudden transformation. Had it not been for the divine power's encompassing presence, would Chen have sought to refine the entire plane? Surely, these individuals would have coerced him into leading them to the celestial realm, irrespective of whether he would grant them a domain therein. After all, the law of the jungle prevails everywhere. Countless warriors from the alternate plane roared in madness, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and fury. Their bodies rendered immobile under the oppressive weight of divine power. In their current state, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly helpless. How could they not feel terror? How could they not be afraid? This individual was a madman, inexplicably descending from the celestial realm to the plane, audaciously intent on refining the entire continent, a notion that seemed utterly deranged. Had his mind been struck by a mule? Were all the countless warriors of this plane to be refined? Such a thing was unheard of. Chen held unwavering confidence in the drop of divine emperor's water he had ingested. It would undoubtedly enable him to refine the entire alternate plane, without a doubt. There would be no issues at all. While ordinary divine realm warriors might falter, the drop he possessed was in essence condensed by a divine emperor, representing an entirely different concept. Chapter 291. The plane's backlash. Divine punishment descends, refining you altogether. Terror. Despair. The entirety of the alternate plane lay shrouded in a formation. Countless warriors were suppressed, their bodies immobile, as terrified screams echoed throughout the plane. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Innocent, Chen cared little for such matters. This was a fantastical world, a brutal reality where the strong devour the weak. If he were to embody compassion, he wouldn't even survive to the second chapter of his journey. As for the so-called suffering of sentient beings and the refining of the alternate plane, Chen remained unperturbed. This was the harsh truth of survival in a world governed by the law of the jungle. No one could alter this fact, himself included. To survive, to avoid slaughter, to protect his wife and children, one must become decisively ruthless, harboring no mercy or leniency. Wherever he went, his foremost thought must be to continuously strengthen himself and strive for a better existence. Seeing the youth remain silent, the faces of all the celestial emperors grew increasingly pale. The terrifying aura of the formation, imbued with a sense of despairing divine power, spread throughout the alternate plane. Even the calamity-defying celestial emperors appeared powerless beneath the formation's might. The assembly struggled to comprehend what this person truly intended. Why had he come to the plane without cause? What was his purpose in seeking to refine the entire realm? Did possessing divine power grant him the liberty to act with such impunity? Boom. The entire alternate plane, every corner, be it secret realms, clans, sects, or sacred lands, was enveloped by divine power, leaving no place for escape. The refining desolation cauldron materialized, its compounded divine force commencing the annihilation of all, devouring everything in its path. My lord, we realize our errors. Our tone was too harsh just now. We implore you to spare us. We are willing to serve as your hounds. Direct us eastward, and we shall not dare venture west. Please, show us mercy. From this moment forth, you shall be the sovereign of our plane. We only hope for your magnanimity to forgive us. We beseech you. Countless celestial emperors pleaded for mercy, for in the face of life and death, all else was trivial. No one wished for demise, nor did anyone fear for their life, not even the celestial emperors. All were utterly paralyzed with fear. Who could have imagined that a person emerging from the celestial realm would possess divine power, capable of refining the entire plane? Even the combined might of all celestial emperors could not budge an inch, firmly suppressed by this divine force. They deeply regretted having provoked this individual. However, they had not angered him. In fact, they had been cordial, even proposing to grant him a domain in the celestial realm. Yet, in hindsight, it seemed futile. He wielded divine power and could refine an entire plane. What force in the celestial realm could contend with such a being? Boom. The rolling divine power enveloped the entire alternate plane. Amidst countless screams and terrified roars, the bodies of warriors shattered, their souls and essence devoured by the refining desolation cauldron. No one could resist. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies exploded, their essence consumed by a massive black cauldron. Countless individuals stood dazed, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them, obliviously slaughtered. You will face retribution. Refining the plane will surely draw the attention of the divine realm. And once divine punishment descends, you will vanish without a trace. Divine punishment? What sort of nonsense was that? Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The terrifying divine power combined with the formation swiftly refined 1/5 of the alternate plane. Such speed was astonishing. It must be noted that this so-called alternate plane was comparable, if not superior, to the celestial realm in scale. Yet under the weight of divine power, in merely a minute, 1/5 had already been slaughtered. This meant that Chen needed only 5 minutes to refine the entire alternate plane. What an astounding notion. The bodies of celestial emperors continued to explode, their essences forcibly consumed by the refining desolation cauldron, disregarding the anger and curses of all present. 4 minutes later, all beings within the plane, whether human warriors or demonic beasts, were entirely suppressed by divine power and subsequently devoured by the refining desolation cauldron. Just as Chen prepared to utilize divine power to breach the sealed passageway, an astonishing force suddenly erupted from the plane. A cataclysmic momentum began to counteract the divine power. The plane's backlash. Chen was not the least bit surprised. He was well aware of the source of this power. The backlash stemmed from the very essence of the plane itself. However, he did not regard it with any trepidation. One by one, reincarnation bridges began to coalesce under the shroud of divine power. 6,666 reincarnation bridges spread across the entire alternate plane. The bridges, imbued with divine power, continuously suppressed the backlash from the plane's essence. Overreaching, today I shall refine you as well. The divine power could sustain itself for an extended period. Refining countless beings from the plane had not consumed much divine energy. The rolling divine power commenced the refinement of the entire plane. Boom. Divine punishment descended. Feeling the oppressive force of heaven and earth, Chen's expression shifted slightly. He certainly recognized the origin of this power. He had not anticipated that his endeavor to refine the alternate plane would indeed attract divine punishment. Divine punishment differed from the backlash of the plane. It represented a genuine retribution from the divine realm. After all, refining an entire plane was no trivial matter. The slaughtering divine essence within him began to unleash a terrifying domain of massacre, swiftly forming a colossal sword that pierced the heavens under the cover of divine power. Chapter 292, One Sword Unmatched, Hell Descends. The colossal sword coalesced in the void, imbued with terrifying divine power, akin to a surging ocean, seemingly intent on swallowing the very heavens and earth. With one decisive strike, it cleaved through divine punishment. Boom. In an instant, the backlash from the plane collapsed, and divine punishment shattered. The entire plane began to be forcibly refined, its regions continuously diminishing. Chen turned to face the sealed passageway before him, and with another strike, he fiercely cleaved at the seal. The North Dragon Clan. The immense dragon valley now appeared exceedingly heavy. Half an hour had passed. Long Tingba remained silent, coiling his dragon form, with the divine stabilizing pearl hovering above him, its oppressive aura weighing heavily upon everyone present. Each individual was acutely aware of the source of Long Tingba's discontent. Initially, the Northern Dragon Clan intended to leverage the divine stabilizing pearl to instill fear across the myriad realms of the immortal world. Having already vanquished the ancient demonic tiger that had claimed the life of the fateful immortal emperor. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of an unexpected contender, wielding a divine artifact that could potentially surpass the divine stabilizing pearl? Should this information leak, the Northern Dragon Clan would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule throughout the immortal realms. Silence reigned as everyone awaited Long Tingba's temper to subside, hoping to discern the course of action to be taken. A palpable fear gripped them, for they dreaded becoming collateral damage to the Northern Dragon Clan's wrath. Should that occur, they would find themselves bereft of any recourse for redress. After all, the territories governed by the Northern Dragon Clan rendered them the sovereigns of their domain. Who would dare meddle in the affairs of the Northern Dragon Clan? No one would. What did you just witness? Nothing. We saw nothing. In unison, they proclaimed their ignorance, fully cognizant of the clan leader's desire to keep this matter under wraps. Long Tingba nodded in satisfaction, and as he prepared to dismiss everyone, he announced, "The primary reason for gathering you all here today is to make a significant proclamation." Everyone listened intently. It was uncommon for the Northern Dragon clan to involve themselves in territorial matters. Initially, they had presumed the gathering was for the purpose of using the divine artifact to intimidate all. However, it seemed the reality was otherwise. From this moment forth, you are all to prepare for expansion in 1 month's time. Should anyone dare impede us, eliminate them without mercy. His chilling voice carried an overwhelming dominance. Long Tingba was a man of immense ambition, unwilling to confine himself to the Dragon Valley. The dominion of the Northern Dragon clan was but a mere fragment in the vast expanse of the immortal realms. Now that he possessed a divine artifact, he felt compelled to expand relentlessly. Furthermore, he had devised a strategy to employ other beast tribes to suppress the sealed dimensions while he led the Northern Dragon clan in conquest across the immortal realms. His aspiration was to elevate the Northern Dragon clan to the apex among the 4 great dragon clans, to establish them as the pinnacle of existence within the immortal world. However, before he could unleash his military might, he needed these frail human races to lead the charge. He was indifferent to whether they became cannon fodder. Indeed, the Heavenly Tripod Immortal Sect is willing to offer their unwavering support. Our Sword Immortal Sect is also prepared to assist. Under the intimidation of the Northern Dragon clan, who would dare defy them? Nodding with satisfaction, Long Tingba was about to allow everyone to depart when, boom, boom, the tumultuous void erupted with echoes of fury. As though an invisible giant hand was about to rend it asunder, unleashing a tidal wave of energy that enveloped the heavens for miles. As the terrifying force roared forth, Long Tingba's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the origin of this energy. Was it emanating from the sealed dimension? The sealing passage must remain intact. It was the mission of the 4 great dragon clans. Any mishap would spell disaster, a calamity he could not endure. The faces of all present grew pale, bewildered by the unfolding events, glancing around in terror. The horrific aura engulfed the entire Northern Dragon clan, as if the very heavens were pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless, while a myriad of spatial rifts writhed ominously, reminiscent of hell itself. What is happening? What is going on? The expressions of everyone reflected growing dread. Chapter 293. Now, the Northern Dragon clan has no opportunities left. Boom. The terrifying winds swept across the entirety of the Northern Dragon clan. Suddenly, a figure coalesced. A striking visage marked by an air of cold indifference, and a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Chen. Long Tingba stared incredulously at the youth before him. His eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He could not fathom the reality of this moment. How could this be possible? He had believed he had banished the opponent to the sealed dimension. Under normal circumstances, this individual should have been trapped there. How could he possibly appear here? Had something gone awry with the sealing passage? Long Tingba was utterly confounded. In his mind, he was convinced that having cast the other into the sealing passage, survival was out of the question. Yet now, he beheld Chen before him, and to claim he felt no fear would be a deception. Silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixated on the youth standing in the void, afraid to utter a word. This was their personal vendetta, and they hoped not to be caught in the crossfire. Originally, the Northern Dragon clan had the opportunity to submit to me and join my heavenly court, but now, that chance has vanished. No sooner had the words left his lips than Chen ceased to waste time. A drop of Divine Emperor's water was not an unlimited resource, and its power was currently sufficient only to envelop the Northern Dragon clan, unable to extend further. You dare. If you lay a hand upon my Northern Dragon clan, should the sealing passage break, you will be deemed a criminal in the immortal realms. Sealed dimensions? Chen scoffed, replying coldly, the sealed dimensions have already acted before you. What does that mean? Boom. The surging divine power, amplified by the reincarnation bridge, completely cloaked the Dragon Valley, unleashing a chorus of harrowing howls. We do not hail from the Northern Dragon clan. Why must we be slaughtered? You shall face retribution. I have wronged you not. Why must you kill me? The air was rife with screams of agony, fury, and resentment, echoing relentlessly. No one anticipated that this individual would directly annihilate all present, indiscriminately slaughtering everyone, regardless of their affiliation with the Northern Dragon clan. He chose to ignore their pleas. The refining desolation vessel appeared, simultaneously executing the slaughter and devouring their essence. To obliterate an entire sealed dimension took merely 5 minutes. How much easier was it to eradicate the insignificant Northern Dragon clan? In less than half a minute, every member of the Northern Dragon clan, along with all its beasts and warriors, including every celestial dragon, was annihilated, their souls consumed by the refining desolation vessel. Gazing at the divine stabilizing pearl that floated before him, Chen grasped it in his hand. Bow to your master. The ruthless man and the demonic child arrived just in time, their hearts sinking as they surveyed the desolate northern dragon clan. How had their master accomplished this? Remain in the Dragon Valley to cultivate for 6 days. Indeed, Chen chose not to leave immediately. First, the refining desolation vessel had consumed the entire sealed dimension and every soul of the northern dragon clan. The process of refining would take considerable time. 6 days would be adequate to refine a portion, allowing him to absorb power and enhance his strength. Secondly, with 6 days until the next annihilation, he would leave afterward. There was no rush. As time flowed, 6 days swiftly passed. Chen made no idle use of this time. He diligently practiced the various martial arts at his disposal, such as time and space confinement, the reincarnation bridge, and most importantly, the chaotic enlightenment technique. Since he had broken through to the first level of the chaotic enlightenment technique, he had been unable to advance further. Yet, it was crucial to know. The chaotic enlightenment technique encompasses a total of 9 layers, and I have only just begun to grasp the first. This realization fills me with a sense of frustration. For Chen is acutely aware that merely relying on innate talent is far from sufficient to comprehend the intricacies of the chaotic enlightenment technique. As soon as the time is ripe, Chen promptly opens his eyes. Having refined the abyssal cauldron for 6 days, he is confident that it is ample enough for him to absorb its power. Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the abyssal cauldron materializes, Chen begins to devour its energy and immerse himself in cultivation. The realms of immortality are as follows: Immortal General, Immortal Sovereign, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Venerable, and Immortal Saint. Presently, he has reached the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm, and it is imperative that he ascends further. With the augmentation of countless talents and the innate chaos body within him, Chen consumes the power within the abyssal cauldron without encountering any substantial obstacles, instantly breaking through his limits from the peak of Immortal Emperor to Immortal Venerable. First level of Immortal Venerable, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, sixth level, seventh level, eighth level, ninth level, pinnacle of Immortal Venerable. Waves of terrifying energy are continuously absorbed, and Chen spares no time, launching himself forward. In merely half an hour, he transitions from the pinnacle of Immortal Venerable directly into the Immortal Saint realm. First level of Immortal Saint, second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level, sixth level, seventh level, eighth level, ninth level, pinnacle of Immortal Saint. Taking a deep breath, with his cultivation breaking through to the pinnacle of Immortal Saint, he is now only a step away from the Immortal Emperor realm. This step must be traversed, for he understands the vast chasm that lies between the pinnacle of Immortal Saint and the Immortal Emperor. The Immortal Emperor realm has 4 paths and 12 stages, which include the 9 calamities Immortal Emperor, 9 rebirths Immortal Emperor, 9 transmutations Immortal Emperor, Supreme Immortal Emperor, Heavenly Immortal Emperor, Calamity Venerable Immortal Emperor, Path Sculpting Immortal Emperor, Path Nurturing Immortal Emperor, Calamity Path Immortal Emperor, Harmonious Path Immortal Emperor, Creation Immortal Emperor, and Calamity Fate Immortal Emperor. As the abyssal cauldron absorbs the energies of the Immortal Emperors from alternate dimensions and the Northern Dragon Clan, it not only refines the power of their primordial spirits, but also extracts the essence of the Immortal Emperor. In addition to facilitating the cultivation of the celestial beings in the heavenly court, it can further augment the strength of Blood Kuei. Continuing his relentless pursuit, Chen dedicates 4 full hours to break through from the pinnacle of Immortal Saint to the Immortal Emperor realm, achieving the first stage of the 4 paths and 12 stages of the Immortal Emperor. First Calamity Immortal Emperor, second Calamity Immortal Emperor, third Calamity Immortal Emperor, fourth Calamity Immortal Emperor, fifth Calamity Immortal Emperor, sixth Calamity Immortal Emperor, seventh Calamity Immortal Emperor, eighth Calamity Immortal Emperor, ninth Calamity Immortal Emperor. He refrains from further advancement. For Chen is acutely aware that even with the abyssal cauldron's absorption and the enhancement of countless talents, he cannot endlessly consume energy. He decides to take a moment to consolidate his gains. With his cultivation now residing in the Immortal Emperor realm, bolstered by the Slaughter Divine glyph within him and the power of the abyssal cauldron, as long as the abyssal cauldron continues its refining process, he can rapidly elevate his cultivation. It can be said that the speed of his cultivation can be significantly enhanced, potentially increasing 100-fold. What does this imply? Chen possesses unwavering confidence. With the dual enhancement of the Slaughter Divine glyph and the abyssal cauldron, he believes he can ascend to the pinnacle of the Immortal Emperor realm in a remarkably short period, thereby transcending to the Divine realm. The Divine realm, a higher dimensional plane that surpasses the Immortal realm, is an inevitable destination for him. A celestial crystal appears in his hand, poised for this next instant kill. The moment has arrived. Chapter 294, The Orange. With his cultivation breaking into the immortal emperor realm, Su Chen feels a measure of satisfaction. After all, it hasn't been long since his ascension to the immortal realm. If he continues at this rate of cultivation, he is confident he will soon reach the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. Now he must await the instant kill. During the last instant kill, he acquired 3 drops of divine emperor water. He wonders what treasures he might obtain this time. Ding! The system has detected that the 7-day instant kill period has ended. The random instant kill is now commencing. The voice of the system resonates in his mind, as cold and unyielding as ever, akin to an iceberg descending upon his thoughts. Finally, it has arrived. This is the sound Su Chen most relishes. Item, orange. Price, 1 celestial crystal. Item description, an orange, the first of its kind born from chaos. Infused with chaotic energy. Time limit, 1 minute for purchase. An orange? Su Chen is somewhat taken aback. However, he understands that the items the system provides him in instant kills are invariably of great value. He swiftly produces a celestial crystal to execute the purchase. Beholding the orange that has materialized in his hand, it resembles an ordinary orange, yet its exterior is a striking shade of grayish-black, emanating an intoxicating aura. Squeak, squeak. At that moment, the figure of little Fatty suddenly appears, gazing at the orange in Su Chen's hand and squeaking eagerly. Do you wish to taste it? Little Fatty nods vigorously, his face brimming with greed, an expression Su Chen has never encountered before. It seems that the orange in his possession is indeed extraordinary. This is what I desire to consume. Shaking his head, little Fatty squeaks insistently, gesturing animatedly. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen is entirely confident that if he ingests this orange, his cultivation will undoubtedly continue to ascend. Yet, overwhelmed by little Fatty's greed and urgency, he ultimately chooses to relinquish it. With the slaughter divine glyph and the power within the abyssal cauldron, there is no doubt that his cultivation will face no hindrance. He fully understands little Fatty's circumstances, necessitating the consumption of vast amounts of energy to replenish and elevate himself. Overjoyed and greedy, little Fatty devours the orange in one gulp. In an instant, little Fatty's body begins to swell exponentially. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Su Chen is momentarily dumbfounded. He is well aware that little Fatty's rapid growth signifies something monumental. Can you revert to your original form? In the blink of an eye, little Fatty's body shrinks back down. You can speak now? Su Chen expresses his astonishment. He had not anticipated that little Fatty could articulate words after consuming the orange. It is noteworthy that little Fatty's true form is that of the chaos-devouring beast. Boss, this spiritual fruit of yours has allowed me to undergo a rebirth, successfully transforming once. What is your current cultivation level? I do not know. You do not know? What does that mean? Su Chen recognizes that little Fatty is not deliberately deceiving him. It appears he genuinely lacks awareness of his cultivation level. Boss, although I am uncertain of my own cultivation, I require vast quantities of energy to consume. Understood. A sense of discontent brews within him. Originally, he had intended to consume the orange himself. Given the benefits little Fatty has gained, Su Chen can almost assert that this orange is indeed a remarkable treasure. Had he consumed it, he might have ascended 2 or 3 realms directly. Boss, your abyssal cauldron has absorbed so many primordial spirits. Could you possibly share half of it with me? You are familiar with the abyssal cauldron? Nodding, little Fatty grins and says, naturally. Share half. Harnessing the formidable power of the Divine Emperor's water droplets, I have refined the entirety of the alternate dimension and all beings of the Northern Dragon Tribe, a force of immense magnitude. Can the rotund one, little Fat, truly consume half of such power? Yet, Su Chen is acutely aware that little Fat, being the chaos-devouring beast, possesses the ability to devour any force. Given that little Fat has already expressed such confidence, there is no doubt regarding its capability. Before long, the Northern Dragon Tribe, along with all territories under their dominion, and the sects and families, as well as the beast tribes that ventured forth, were all obliterated. This event sent shockwaves throughout the entire celestial realm. It is important to note that the Northern Dragon Tribe, one of the 4 great dragon tribes of the celestial realm, holds dominion over the northernmost regions and guards the sealed passage to the alternate dimension. Who could have foreseen that the Northern Dragon Tribe would be utterly annihilated? Who could be responsible for the demise of the Northern Dragon Tribe? None know the answer. In the first domain of the celestial realm, bustling markets abound, belonging to no particular authority. Among these, the largest celestial market is nestled within an endless valley, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a terrestrial paradise from afar. According to the records in my sister's jade slip, Su Chen utilized a spatial teleportation array and celestial ship to arrive in merely 3 days. However, he did not immediately enter the valley market. Instead, He sought a secluded spot to unfurl his chaos fishing rod, his spirit having been restored, preparing to fish once more. Chen surmised that the chaos fishing rod seemed intent on catching something from a higher-level dimension, such as the divine realm, which would prove exceedingly difficult. He wondered what treasures he might reel in this time. The fishing line extended infinitely, and with a vigorous fling, he cast it forth. The golden hook instantaneously pierced through layers of void, vanishing from sight, while a peculiar aura enveloped his mind and body. In the Gile Mountain, within the Moyun cave, a strikingly enchanting woman lay languidly upon a tiger skin mat. This woman, known as the Jade-Faced Fox, is a concubine of the great sage, the Bull Demon King. Upon the entrance of the Bull Demon King, the Jade-Faced Fox, with a voice dripping with allure, remarked, "Bull, why have you arrived so late today?" The Bull Demon King, renowned as the great sage of equaling heaven and the foremost among the seven saints, possessed eyes akin to twin lanterns and fiery eyebrows reminiscent of blazing mountains. With a mouth like a blood basin and teeth resembling steel plates, exuding an imposing presence in his armor. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he chuckled and replied, "I just managed to lull that woman to sleep before hurrying over. You know full well that your tigress is entangled with Sun Wukong. I heard those monsters say that Sun Wukong calls your tigress sweetheart and they once admired the moon together under its glow. How can you endure this? No matter. We have an understanding. She has her little Sun Wukong, and I have my little fox. We remain unperturbed by one another." The jade-faced fox rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat displeased and anxious. "When will you allow me to be your rightful partner? I only mentioned it once, and that tigress nearly sent me to the western paradise with a single slap." Just then, a series of howling noises erupted within the cave. As the very fabric of space began to shatter, cracks in the surrounding space threatened to consume the entire cavern. What is happening? Both the Bull Demon King and the Jade-Faced Fox, sensing the tumultuous ruptures in space, had their expressions changed drastically. The Bull Demon King swiftly moved before the Jade-Faced Fox, fixated on the fragmented void. What is this? From the shattered space emerged a golden fishing hook, imbued with terrifying power, which instantly enveloped the Bull Demon King. Bull. Fox. Chapter 296. It was I who annihilated the Northern Dragon Tribe. The Bull Demon King? Chen gazed upon the imposing figure of the stout bull, somewhat astonished. Never having anticipated that he would reel in the great sage of equaling heaven from journey to the west. Indeed, he found himself in need of a mount. And having the Bull Demon King as such would prove quite advantageous. "Let us depart." "Yes, master," the Bull Demon King replied, transforming into his true form. His massive bull body appearing even more formidable, radiating an aura that instilled trepidation. He had already conferred with the system. The Bull Demon King he had caught was of a level surpassing the likes of the Demon Boy and the Fierce One. Not merely an immortal emperor, but a third-level immortal emperor. At the entrance of the valley, Chen rode the Bull Demon King as they approached. Goodness, that bull is truly hideous. It's as if its ugliness reaches the heavens. Hush, are you seeking death? This is the largest market in the celestial realm, teeming with hidden powerhouses. A moment's carelessness could provoke a formidable foe. You may wish to perish, but I do not. Cousin, you are being overly dramatic. Overly dramatic? Allow me to enlighten you. In our celestial domain, you may fear nothing, but here, in the first domain of the celestial realm, even immortal emperors must behave. The Bull Demon King felt quite vexed. Hideous? Were it not for my master's restraint, I would have long since dealt with that insolent fool. Master, this valley is brimming with treasures. Shall I assist you in acquiring them all? Little Fat, still no larger than a palm, perched on Chen's shoulder, his eyes greedily scanning the surroundings. Shaking his head, Chen was acutely aware that unless he could wield the Divine Emperor's water droplets, he could not achieve invincibility within the celestial realm. Otherwise, even with the Bull Demon King, the Demon Boy, and the Fierce One by his side, he would remain unable to act with impunity. Moreover, he held firm to his principles. Within the valley, shops and stalls abounded, with countless immortals bustling about. He wondered if his sister had arrived yet. Under normal circumstances, given the time he had spent with the Northern Dragon Tribe, she should have reached the market long ago. The market itself was immense, surpassing any celestial city in the celestial realm. Here, immortal emperors were a common sight. Just moments ago, news had spread that the Northern Dragon Tribe and all those who had ventured to their domain had been utterly annihilated, without exception. Is this true? Surely you jest? Jest? I jest about your mother. The entire celestial realm has already caught wind of it. Who possesses such power to obliterate the Northern Dragon Tribe? It is said that the tribe's leader, Long Tengba, has achieved the 9th level creation immortal emperor. Who knows? The market was abuzz with the news of the Northern Dragon Tribe's destruction, and all who heard it were left aghast, for the tribe's strength was well known. Having a 9th level creation immortal emperor at the helm, To annihilate the Northern Dragon tribe, only a death-defying immortal emperor could accomplish such a feat. Amidst the myriad discussions regarding the Northern Dragon tribe, Chen felt no remorse. He understood well that subjugating the Northern Dragon tribe would have been far more advantageous than outright extermination. However, the audacity of the tribe's leader to deceive him was unforgivable. Had he not swiftly dispatched 3 droplets of the Divine Emperor's water, he would surely have perished in the alternate dimension, never to return. Seated in a tea house, Chen lifted the teacup from the table and drained its contents in one gulp. I suspect that the one responsible for the Northern Dragon tribe's obliteration hails from the alternate dimension. Why? What you may not know is that the Dragon Valley, home to the 4 pinnacle dragon clans, serves as a seal for the channels to other dimensions. The Northern Dragon clan has no enemies. And with the presence of the other 3 supreme dragon clans, who would dare to provoke them? Only if the sealing channels were breached and warriors from other dimensions invaded the Northern Dragon clan would such a scenario arise. Listening to the various discussions around him, Chen could not help but chuckle. If there were an invasion of other dimensions against the Northern Dragon clan, the celestial realm would have long been thrown into chaos. And the situation would not be as it is now. What are you laughing at, my lord? Is my conjecture incorrect? Chen smiled and replied, I annihilated the Northern Dragon clan. Upon hearing the young man's words, some individuals burst into laughter, as if they had heard the most ludicrous statement in existence. Chapter 297. Before me, you dare to be arrogant. I have seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. What kind of existence is the Northern Dragon clan? They are one of the 4 supreme dragon clans of the celestial realm, commanded by the celestial emperor of creation. Only a calamity-level celestial emperor could suppress them. This person? By what right? The unrestrained mockery continued. You truly are the epitome of shamelessness, claiming to have destroyed the Northern Dragon clan. I bet you struggle to even go to the restroom. If you seek fame, be wary of crossing boundaries, or you may not even realize how you perish. Kid, who do you think you are, claiming to have annihilated the Northern Dragon clan? Do you believe I won't crush you underfoot? Various taunts, expressions of anger, and disdain came flooding in, for they all understood his intent, merely to boast about the Northern Dragon clan. I cannot abide such pretentiousness. Boss, quickly throw this person out. Otherwise, I will demolish your establishment. All 3 were at the level of celestial sovereigns. The shopkeeper hurried over, his face full of helplessness, yet unwilling to invite trouble. He looked at the young man and said, I am sorry, but I must ask you to leave. Why? Does my master lack celestial crystals? A fierce figure lurked in the shadows, and the demon child's silhouette suddenly emerged, his dark-ringed eyes exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. The shopkeeper felt the coldness and involuntarily shuddered. If you do not expel him, consider the consequences. Leading a cow and a nursing child. How dare you aspire to annihilate the Northern Dragon clan? You are truly pretentious without a draft. Hurry up, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's face was filled with bitterness. He dreaded such situations. Please. Before the shopkeeper could finish his sentence, the demon child conjured a massive hand from thin air and struck the shopkeeper's face fiercely, sending him crashing against the wall like a kite with a severed string, blood gushing from his mouth. With a swift strike, the demon child coldly regarded the 3 before him. Before me, you dare to be arrogant? I truly wonder who granted you such courage. Seeking death, they exclaimed in fury, launching a fierce assault against the demon child. They were all celestial sovereigns. Yet, the confident trio was suddenly immobilized by a terrifying force, their eyes wide with horror, their bodies rendered utterly motionless. What is happening? The 3 were completely dumbfounded, as were all the onlookers. Celestial Emperor realm. No one expected that this child would possess the strength of a celestial emperor, for only a celestial emperor could wield such power. Fear was etched across the faces of the 3, but they could not even utter a word, having no chance to plead for mercy. Bang, 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 one by one. The bodies of the 3 shattered, transforming into 3 clouds of blood mist, the acrid scent of blood causing everyone in the tea house, including the shopkeeper, to change countenance. Amitba, look, Master Ku Ju has arrived. A Buddha entered the premises, plump and unblemished in his robe, treading upon a lotus, his face radiating holiness. Sensing the pervasive stench of blood in the air, Ku Ju's expression darkened. Killing and entering the cycle of reincarnation, yet the practitioner has directly destroyed my essence, annihilating my primordial spirit. Truly, the malice is overwhelming. Bang! The pitiful Master Ku Ju, before he could even react, was struck by a fist from the demon child, his body instantly disintegrating into blood mist. What just happened? Witnessing the instant demise of Master Ku Ju, everyone was left utterly stunned. For not only was he a celestial emperor, but he also hailed from the celestial Buddha sect, a top-tier celestial sect in the celestial realm. The annihilation of Master Ku Ju would undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the Celestial Buddhist sect. People speculated wildly about the identity of the individual who dared to challenge the Celestial Buddhist sect and slay one of its Celestial Emperor Buddhas, truly oblivious to the peril they faced. The demon child clapped his hands and mockingly said, "In my presence, you have no right to speak." Chapter 298, Boss. I am hungry. The demon child was acutely aware of his master's thoughts, harboring a profound disdain for monks and Buddhas. He would dispatch one every time he encountered one. Most importantly, this foolish monk had come to flaunt his superiority, and he would grant him neither time nor opportunity to do so. As he watched the two leave with the cow, everyone stood in utter disbelief. There are many members of the Celestial Buddhist sect within the market. We should relay the news. Perhaps it will yield some benefits. You go ahead. I dare not, lest I bring disaster upon myself. Coward. Su Chen paid little heed to the Celestial Buddhist sect. The Celestial Emperor Ku Ji he had slain earlier had also come from the Celestial Buddhist sect. He had initially assumed that the Celestial Buddhist sect would surely come seeking retribution. Yet, the outcome seemed quite different. As always, every time he saw a bald head, his anger flared. This inexplicable rage was something he could not even comprehend himself. The market bustled like a celestial city, with streets filled with shops and stalls. Su Chen did not allow little fatty to intervene. The amount of power he required was colossal. Even devouring the entirety of the celestial realm might not suffice. Boss, I am a little hungry, little fatty lamented. Su Chen promptly retrieved the refining wilderness jar and began pouring its contents directly into little fatty's mouth. The jar contained the essence of all beings from the other dimension and the Northern Dragon clan, its power flowing like liquid, like drinking water. Little fatty consumed voraciously for a full half-minute before he stopped. Letting out a satisfying burp, little fatty felt drowsy and said, "Boss, I am a bit sleepy now. I will take a nap. If there is nothing major, do not call for me." Before Su Chen could respond, little fatty nestled into his arms and fell into a deep slumber. Truly, as the chaos-devouring beast, his ability to consume power was enough to make any celestial beast in the celestial realm envious. What celestial beast could compare? What celestial beast could devour power in such a manner? Most importantly, Su Chen understood that even after devouring the oranges he had just obliterated, little fatty would only experience slight growth, perhaps not even reaching maturity. This illustrates the immense power he needed to fully develop. Sister, is that Su Chen? From a distance, Su Jifei, Su Yi, and Yin Wushuang were idly strolling when they suddenly caught sight of Su Chen, appearing quite astonished. The three women seemed taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Su Chen in the marketplace, likely due to the influence of Su Shixue. Yin Wushuang's expression was peculiarly complex. Under normal circumstances, given her talents, status, and beauty, she would have countless admirers. Yet, there was only Su Chen, who had been outrightly rejected by her master when expressing affection on her behalf. The result? Su Chen had dismissed it without a hint of consideration. Was it a strategic retreat? Perhaps, in the case of another, she might entertain such a thought, but Su Chen's disinterest was unmistakable, a reality that Yin Wushuang found utterly intolerable. Wushuang, why not go and greet him? Su Jifei, well aware of Wushuang's inner turmoil, surmised that if Wushuang truly held no affection for Su Chen, she would not be so preoccupied. Yin Wushuang sighed deeply, shaking her head in resignation. She understood this matter all too well. Su Chen's outright rejection of her master indicated that he bore no affection for her at all. Su Jifei also sighed, stating, "One cannot deny that Su Chen is indeed a paragon among men, possessing such remarkable talent and potential. It is certain that he will become a formidable figure in the celestial realm, perhaps even ascending to the divine realm. A person of his caliber undoubtedly possesses lofty aspirations." Yin Wushuang was somewhat taken aback. She comprehended the implication behind Su Jifei's words. Their years of sisterly bond suggested that Su Jifei had her own admiration for Su Chen. As Su Jifei had observed, it was entirely reasonable for someone of Su Chen's extraordinary genius to have high expectations. "Sister, Su Chen is coming toward us." The two women turned abruptly, indeed surprised to find Su Chen approaching them. Upon reaching the trio, Su Chen's expression remained impassive as he inquired, "Do you know where my sister is?" Were it not for his quest to locate his sister, he would not have initiated conversation. The titles of saintess or beauty were mere trifles in his eyes. Before his departure, his sister had mentioned she would be arriving at the celestial marketplace with Qing Feng and others, with a straightforward purpose, to acquire information regarding the lost celestial artifact that their father, Su Zhan, had misplaced. As the sole remaining celestial artifact left by their father, his sister was determined to reclaim it. Yin Wushuang found herself inexplicably flustered in Su Chen's presence, her cheeks flushing as she quietly replied, "I know. You wish to find the sect Master Su. Please follow us." The humiliation suffered by the ice and snow celestial sect had long faded from her mind, as she was unwilling to dwell on it. After all, Su Chen's formidable prowess was well known, and provoking someone like him would surely bring calamity upon the sect. Please, after you. Following the three women, Su Chen did not ponder much. They arrived at an elegantly appointed private residence. Upon their return, they found no trace of Qing Feng or Su Shixue and immediately inquired, "Where are Master and Sect Master Su?" Replying to the saintess, half an hour ago, the Sect Master and Sect Master Su received word that the lost celestial artifact of the robbing immortal sect has appeared, and the Sect Master has already departed. Oh. Su Chen appeared quite surprised and promptly asked, "Do you know where they went?" Upon seeing the young man, the members of the ice and snow celestial sect trembled in fear. After all, Su Chen's actions had thoroughly intimidated the entire sect. The young man, filled with trepidation, dared not conceal anything and quickly answered, "Tiana Tower." "Tiana Tower?" Su Chen was unfamiliar with its location and turned to Yan Wushuang and the others. "We know. Please follow us." "Very well."